Chapter 1781 The Eighth Ring. Is this the eighth ring? When countless star fragments were blasted into powder, everyone felt that their eyes suddenly became bright. This turbulent starry sky seems to be like a link composed of stars, surrounding this starry sky. And at the center of this link, where the ninth ring is, there are only a few stars. Even one hand can count them. Why are there no stars in this ninth ring? Look! What is the center of the 9 rings? The ninth ring does not exist, which shocked many people. But soon, more people noticed the things within the 9 rings. That point is like the red light at the center of the entire world. In this entire star array, hundreds of millions of stars seem to be rotating around that little red light. All Souls colorful stone. Seeing that shining red light, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. Previously, he had only heard Rocksnake mention it, and had not seen it with his own eyes. But he still had some doubts in his heart about what kind of existence could serve as the eye of the formation and maintain the operation of the entire star formation. But now after seeing it, he knew that what Rocksnake said was true. The star formation has 9 rings in total, and each ring is stronger than the last. Billions of years ago, the 9th ring in the star formation was probably used to kill the 1 Yuan strong men. But how could the 1 Yuan strong men be killed so easily? Even the sun. They all can be shattered with one punch. Most of the stars in this 9th ring are likely to be shattered by those strong men trapped in the 9th ring. So today we don't seem to have many stars in this 9th ring. But in fact, in ancient times, there were probably many stars. And that flashing red dot is the core of the entire star formation. The 7-colored stone of all souls. The 7-colored stone of all spirits was once comparable to an asteroid. It is precisely because of its existence that it was able to control the entire star formation. Unfortunately, in the subsequent War of All Races, the main body of the All Souls colorful stone was shattered, and only the remaining part remained in the star formation. The remaining colorful stones of all spirits have allowed this incomplete star formation to operate again. But the power is already too far behind. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. All this information was revealed by Rocksnake. On some stars in the 8th ring, there are some relics left by warriors who were once imprisoned in the formation. Anyway, everyone will see it sooner or later. Yang Mucheng simply did not hide anything and revealed everything he knew. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard these words. Such a terrifying formation is even comparable to dozens of galaxies. I don't know what kind of strongman it was at the beginning who used these countless stars for his own use, and even used them to kill the powerful 1 Yuan. Su Anqiu murmured to himself. I have been in this starry sky for so long, and I have also come into contact with some ancient powerful people. No matter how powerful those people are, they can only control 3 or 4 stars. It's a good thing that this great formation collapsed. Otherwise, those of us would have been completely crushed without being able to reach the 8th ring, and we wouldn't be qualified to witness this entire great formation. Others were also stunned. They originally thought that by reaching the Tai realm, they had already contacted the heaven and earth and controlled the origin of the world. Only now did they realize how terrifying those strong men in ancient times were. Take a rest and improve your condition to its peak. Yang Mucheng glanced at the shocked people and reminded aloud. Yin Yuan came to the 8th ring earlier than us. We don't know what he got, nor how much his strength has improved. We just come from the 6th ring. If he hides in secret and attacks us at this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. When everyone heard this, they woke up one after another. If it were normal times, they would not be so gloomy at all. But when I saw the original appearance of the star formation today, I lost my mind because I was shocked by the horror of the ancient powerful man. After Yang Mucheng's reminder, they all sat down cross-legged to restore their previously consumed physical strength and internal energy. Yang Mucheng also immediately sat down cross-legged. During the previous hard-fought battle, he had consumed the most internal energy and physical strength. If it were anyone else, I don't know how long it would take to recover. But for Yang Mucheng, he can recover easily with the ancient heaven swallowing technique in hand. However, he also secretly recalled the previous scene of resisting this formation. The power of this star formation is so terrifying. Even if you can absorb so many stars for your own use, it may not be possible for an ordinary 1 Yuan strong person to do it. At least it has to be the ancestor of the 7 clans, or even Fang Baiyu's level. Now I have 2 ways. One is to absorb the 7-colored stone of all spirits in the eyes of the formation, and push my Xuanwu body to the great perfection. The other is to find a way to control this star formation. Knowing how terrifying this formation was, Yang Mucheng suddenly had the idea of using this formation of stars for his own use. But after careful consideration, he chose to give up. With my strength, I simply cannot control the entire formation. Moreover, once my Stone Dragon Mountain range regains its strength, it will be just as powerful as this star formation. There is no need for me to put all my thoughts on this. In a broken formation, Yang Muchung was immersed in his thoughts and didn't think about anything else. Although the Qinglian Terrace and the Stone Dragon Mountain range he currently possesses are not as powerful as the star formation, their potential cannot be underestimated. As for the Qinglian platform, it is currently only at the 4th level, and its 9th level is only slightly weaker than the star formation. Not to mention, Fong Baiyu also mentioned that the Qinglian Terrace has unlimited potential and may be advanced again. As for the Stone Dragon Mountain range, this is even more true. Only 10 of the 108 dragon patterns have been lit up so far. The power he possesses has already reached this level. You know, this is an existence that even Fong Baiyu has not seen through. Not long after, Yang Muchung opened his eyes. At this moment, his internal energy and physical strength had reached their strongest peak. And Su Anqiu and others have also reached their strongest physique and strength. They all look towards the space in the 8th ring. Although, this Milky Way-like link looks smaller than the stars in the outer ring. But everyone knows that because of the inner world in the 8th ring, this space is actually even larger than the previous space. Of course, the degree of danger involved cannot be underestimated. At the same time, in the 8th ring, the traitor Yin Yuan followed the map and came to the star pointed by the treasure map. Chapter 1782 Divine Thoughts Enter the Body. Is this right here? If it weren't for the map, no one would have discovered this dim and inconspicuous star in this starry sky, let alone the palace deep inside this star. This abyss is 98,000 miles long, almost spanning the entire star. At the bottom of the stars, there are endless corpses. The total number of corpses may exceed 100,000. You know, this is the 8th ring. The existences that are qualified to enter this starry sky are at least powerful existences in the eternal realm, or even the One Yuan realm. But at the bottom of the abyss, there is a dilapidated palace. The entire palace door was completely blocked, and the door was even more tightly closed. Palace. The palace of Huayuan Tinzuan. Yin Yuan looked at the huge plaque displayed on the damaged palace, with a hint of shock in his eyes. This is the palace left by the strong man of One Yuan. The twisting plate on the gate might be the secret to unlocking the palace. There may be countless opportunities in this. Yin Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. The reason why he betrayed Su Anqiu and others was to monopolize the opportunity in the palace. Now that the palace of this Yuan strongman was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? Open the door. At this time, a strange voice kept ringing in Yin Yuan's mind. This voice was filled with a strange sense of encouragement. Driven by this voice, Yin Yuan's hands were already caressing the huge twisting plate. When his palm touched the twisting disc, he felt as if a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the void, and these eyes were staring directly at him. Under these eyes, Yin Yuan only felt that the void was turbulent, and countless scenes continued to change rapidly in front of his eyes. How is this going? Yin Yuan was shocked, but found that there was a strong suction force on the twisting plate. But his hands could not break free no matter what. The scene that kept flashing through his eyes seemed to be something he had experienced personally. Yin Yuan understood in his heart. Everything he saw was what the owner of the palace had done before. Li Tianyao, you are the #1 in the starry sky. A middle-aged man holds his hands behind his back and accepts the worship of all tribes. He is the master of this starry sky, a powerful existence that no one can rival. Kuzai, you want to challenge me? Is it possible? Even though you are the best genius in this starry sky, you can't compete with me. I think it's not easy for you to practice. If you are willing to surrender to me, I will spare your life. This man was full of disdain when faced with a young man's challenge. Next, it was a shocking battle between the two sides. The master of the palace summoned the star formation and directly stirred the young man named Kuzai into it. He once used this star formation to strangle countless One Yuan strong men. Now, it would be easy to strangle a young man. But who would have thought that instead of successfully killing the opponent, this terrifying star formation was shattered by the opponent? The screen turns again. Yin Yuan saw a young man punch suddenly and hit the palace owner on the chest. The terrifying power carried by this punch directly crushed the palace owner's internal organs. In the end, the owner of the palace could only abandon his body, escape into the star formation with the last trace of his soul, and hide in the palace. From this moment on, Yin Yuan felt as if he had become the master of the palace. and started endless waiting and resurrection plans. For resurrection, he exhausted his last remaining strength and created an infinite map that spread throughout the starry sky, attracting others to hunt for treasures and come to his location. What followed was endless waiting. Of course, the feeling of waiting is not so pleasant. The warriors who were lured here came to the palace with high hopes, put their hands on the twisting disc, and then took the opportunity to invade the body with their spiritual thoughts. However, it is very difficult to seize a body in this way. As long as the other party's spiritual thoughts are slightly stronger, they will be alerted and discovered by the other party. And those warriors who found out that they had been deceived were naturally extremely angry and wanted to smash this area to pieces at all costs and capture the owner of the palace. Therefore, this palace was bombarded by those angry warriors and was in tatters. Day after day, year after year, Yin Yuan only felt that he had completely become Li Tianyao. He was constantly looking forward to it, constantly luring everyone to this array of stars. But Yin Yuan only knew that his chance of resurrection was getting more and more lost. Because of the star formation, some weak people simply entered the 8th ring. And even if some strong people entered, the opponent's powerful spiritual thoughts were not enough to successfully seize the body. Finally, a man named Yin Yuan came in. Not good! Yin Yuan only felt his body tremble, and a powerful spiritual thought was frantically intruding into his mind. Of course, ordinary warriors can resist the invasion of this spiritual thought as long as their spiritual thoughts are strong enough. But for Yin Yuan, it became a little difficult. He was originally a strong person in body training, but his spiritual thoughts were much weaker than those of ordinary warriors. But before, under the pull of this spiritual thought, his consciousness had been suppressed to the lowest level. Just like a wheel. Once it starts spinning, the difficulty required to stop it will be dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than before. Crack! At this moment, Yin Yuan felt that there was a sound of things being crushed and broken in his mind. He understood that it was the sound made by his spiritual mind being crushed. Not good! After the last thought emerged from his mind, Yin Yuan's eyes instantly became distracted. But in just the next moment, a powerful spiritual thought poured directly into Yin Yuan's mind. The originally dull eyes also regained their divine light at the same time. And the divine light contained in them was even more concentrated than before. Yin Yuan raised his hand and slowly clenched his fist. He still has a glazed body. I originally thought that resurrection would be very difficult. But I didn't expect that not only would I be resurrected this time, but I would also get a glazed body. I am Yin Yuan. And I am also Li Tianyao. After sleeping for so long, I finally came back to life. It turns out that I have been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. Is our era already very long ago? Although this body has a glazed body, it is not strong enough. But it doesn't matter. For me, I am enough to restore my strength to its peak in the shortest time. Chapter 1783 Disaster Arises. Li Tianyao's eyes turned and landed on the palace behind him. I saw him drink suddenly with both hands, and his fingers danced rapidly in front of him. At this moment, there were actually fingerprints, which made people dazzled. And when he formed the seal with his hands, the broken palace behind him suddenly erupted with a black light at this moment. This black light soared into the sky and transformed at the same time, turning into hundreds of rays and flying towards the entire star array in all directions. Go! Bring me all the living creatures in the star formation, all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. I want to practice the blood-glazed body. Boom! These rays of light directly transformed into their true colors. They turned out to be terrifying demons. These powerful Tingma, with their overwhelming demonic aura, rushed towards all directions of the star formation quickly. What is that? The explorers in the star array looked at the black light pillars rising into the sky. At this moment, they couldn't help but rise into the sky and look towards those black light pillars. What's more, I couldn't help but fly towards those light pillars, wanting to see what happened. When they got closer, they discovered that in the center of those black light pillars were actually terrifying demons. These demons are from ancient times, when the strongest men subdued monsters as their slaves. Previously, because Li Tianyao only had spiritual thoughts left, he was unable to activate these demons. Now that he has succeeded in seizing the body and occupying Yin Yuan's body, he can naturally control these demons. This sudden scene caused many other explorers to change their expressions. This gave them a bad premonition in their hearts. When they wanted to escape from the star formation, they suddenly found that the entire star formation was already under control, and they could not escape. What's going on with these demons? Could it be that a powerful being from ancient times has been resurrected? Or is it that someone triggered some kind of mechanism to cause these demons to appear? A tiny powerhouse hid in an asteroid in fear, looking at the terrifying beams of light passing through the sky with a shocked expression, his eyes trembling involuntarily. He also held a map in his hand. And this treasure map was the fake treasure map that Li Tianyao spread throughout the starry sky with his great supernatural power in order to resurrect him. No! It found me! Suddenly, the tiny powerhouse closed his eyes and felt a creepy feeling surge into his heart. He looked up and saw a terrifying Tingmo with an upper body of a human and a lower body of a giant python. As it passed by the asteroid, it suddenly looked downwards. Those dark golden diamond-shaped pupils seemed to be enough to penetrate people's hearts at that moment. Hisses. This half-human, half-python Tanyamo grinned, revealing his sinister fangs. Then I saw it grab it with its right hand, and the demonic energy gathered into a huge palm. And then it grabbed directly towards the opponent. Boom! This tiny strongman was no match for Tanyamo, and he was directly caught in the opponent's hands. And Tanyamo didn't stop for a moment. Grinned sneer, turned into an escaping light, and flew towards the palace behind him. Among the other stars in the star formation, the tiny strongman from a certain force looked at the beams of light surging into the sky and looked at the terrifying existence. His eyes filled with shock. What on earth is it? Could it be that someone arrived at that palace earlier than me? Damn it! I worked so hard just to find this treasure, and someone actually beat me to it. This tiny warrior also holds a treasure map in his hand. In the entire star formation, the warriors who sneaked in were not only Su Anchio and his group, but there were also more people who came here holding treasure maps. To this day, they have not discovered that this treasure map is not a chance. Instead, someone disguised the star formation as a treasure place, attracting countless warriors. Look! Those exploding light beams! Maybe someone reached the location of the treasure earlier than us. In a certain star, 7 or 8 exploring warriors also stared dumbfounded at the beams of light rising into the sky. Among the dozens of rays of light that rushed out, there was actually one that was rushing towards their location. Before everyone could react, they saw this escaping light falling down like a meteorite without any space, and the whole star was inexplicably trembled with a dong sound. What is that? The beam of light fell directly from the sky. This beam of light seems to have fallen from the position pointed by the treasure map. Could it be some otherworldly treasure flying to our side? Everyone looked forward in disbelief. I saw that the falling position in that area was covered with dust. What? Suddenly, one of them seemed to have seen something. His expression suddenly changed, and he took a few steps back. What did you see? Everyone looked at their companions as if they had seen a ghost, and looked towards the field in confusion. The dust slowly dispersed, revealing the things in the field. It was actually a terrifying Tingmo with the upper body of a warrior and the lower body of a giant tiger. It's like a statue that has existed here since ancient times, with its body as the center. There are dense cracks all around. Then, as if it had just woken up after sleeping for a long time, the Tingmo slowly twisted its body and faced everyone. Kick! 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 Upon seeing this terrifying Tanyamo, everyone's heart suddenly trembled, and they involuntarily shot out towards the back, looking at the sudden appearance of the Tingmo, and then thinking about the location where the Tingmo erupted. At this moment, everyone had an ominous premonition, but they never imagined that it was the treasure map in their hands that lured them here. Follow me! Hutang Demon's eyes turned and fell on everyone. Immediately, its big hand suddenly grabbed them. And immediately, a terrifying black light gathered in an astonishing manner, forming a huge palm, directly grabbing these people firmly in the palm. Boom! Facing the big palm grabbed by this tiger demon, these people had no means of resistance at all, and they were lifted up by it like little chickens on the spot. Then, the tiger demon soared into the sky and flew towards the palace. What on earth is it? Why does this tiger demon want to capture us? And the location it is flying to now seems to be the location pointed to by the treasure map. What is going on? Who can tell me what exactly happened? Chapter 1780 for the 11th Dragon Tail Bracelet. Just when the entire star array fell into chaos, Yang Muchung, Su Anchio and others were still pursuing Yin Yuan's traces. On one of the stars, Yang Muchung fell down and scanned the entire star with his spiritual thoughts. He could already confirm that everything on the star had been completely erased, whether it's a monster or a treasure from heaven and earth. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Su Anchio searched for a while and finally found it. Have you ever found it strange that we have been in the 8th ring for so long And yet, we haven't encountered anything. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Moreover, all the stars nearby seem to have been dug up by someone. It's almost 3 feet tall. Maybe it was the traitor Yin Yuan who did it. Su Anqiu pondered for a moment. This traitor arrived at the 8th ring earlier than us. He had enough time to explore the stars one by one. Yang Muchung said nothing. This area looked like it had just been swept away by something. And there were signs of fighting all around. Presumably. Besides them, there are other people who have also entered this star formation. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Just as Yang Muchung was concentrating, a burst of shouting suddenly came. The asteroid has been discovered. Finally made a discovery. Hearing what the other party said, not only Su Anqiu was excited, but also Yang Muchung's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of joy. Originally, they thought that by entering the 8th ring, they could get more and better things than the 7th and 6th rings. But in fact this is not the case. All the stars seem to have been looted. Even some of the lowest heavenly and earthly treasures. Now that we have discovered this, we are finally no longer fetching water from a bamboo basket. This is an inconspicuous asteroid. And the jagged stone forest inside it looks even more desolate. But right in the center of the stone forest, there was a sitting corpse. This corpse can still see the whole picture. After death, the corpse is lifelike. He is wearing a cassock and twisting a Buddha seal with his hands, as if he is not dead, but asleep. Dragon tail bracelet? Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. He was shocked to see that the corpse was actually wearing a dragon's tail bracelet on its wrist. Brother Yang, this old monk's bones are protected by this lotus platform. We can't get close. Sherpathian, who was the first to discover the monk's body, said. He touched it lightly with his hand. But before his fingers touched the corpse, he saw the surrounding void suddenly tremble. And then a piece of yellow light emerged quickly. This golden light seemed thin, but it was extremely hard. No matter how Sherpathian attacked, he could not penetrate this layer of yellow light. Yang Muchung looked around and saw a lotus platform sitting under the old monk. This lotus platform actually had 10 leaves. It was obviously a 10th grade lotus platform. However, the lotus platform was already completely broken, and it must have been blown to pieces by someone. The lotus platform is the foundation of the body and soul. It is not only the most powerful protection, but also the most fragile weakness. Once the lotus platform is shattered and the mind is damaged, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will not be able to recover. The old monk's lotus platform was blown to pieces. He must have died of serious injuries. Yang Muchung exhaled a breath of thick air. My green lotus terrace and the old monk's yellow lotus terrace should have the same origin. I wonder if I could absorb this yellow lotus terrace. With that said, Yang Muchung made a seal. In an instant, King Liantai quickly flew out and flew above the old monk's corpse. The lotus platform rotates. A burst of light slowly rotates, and the green and yellow lights quickly merge. I saw the yellow lotus platform gradually melting into a stream of yellow light that fell into the green lotus platform. Success! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, revealing a hint of ecstasy. If the old monk was still alive, he would naturally not dare to do this, fearing that not only would he not be able to absorb the Huang Liantai, but his own green lotus dye might be absorbed by the other party. I saw light surging from the green lotus platform, and the slightly smaller fourth leaf, under the injection of light from the yellow lotus platform, grew normally and was the same size as the other 3 petal leaves. At the same time, a trace of stray light from the yellow lotus platform also poured into the lotus platform. The green lotus platform at this moment is not as bright and shining as before. On the contrary, due to the appearance of this variegated color, it seems to have added a touch of texture, like those lotus platforms made of brass in temple halls. Yang Muchung injected his spiritual thoughts into the lotus platform and found that the lotus platform did not have much influence. So he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Put the lotus away. Yang Muchung then looked at the old monk's bones. It didn't matter. After seeing it, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. It can be said without politeness that this old monk is full of treasures. Not only is he wearing a dragon tail bracelet on his wrist, the cassock on his body is also a protective magic weapon, and the Buddhist beads in his hand are also magic weapons. In addition, there is a magic pestle and a wooden fish. I have put away this dragon's tail bracelet, and the rest belongs to you. Yang Muchung flicked his right hand, and the dragon tail bracelet turned into a silver light and fell into his mind. Suddenly, the body of Shurlong Mountain in the dragon pattern space trembled suddenly, and the 11th ray of light was lit. At the same time as these 11 rays of light lit up, Yang Muchung discovered that the body of the Shirlong mountain range seemed to be larger than before. Is it my imagination? The body of this stone dragon mountain seems to have doubled in size compared to when I first discovered it. Fortunately, every time a dragon's tail bracelet is fused, this dragon pattern space will become larger. Otherwise, this dragon pattern space will not be able to accommodate this stone dragon mountain range. Yang Muchung was very satisfied. In this star formation, I can actually find a dragon's tail bracelet. My Qinglian platform has also reached the 4th level, and my cultivation has reached the middle stage of Tai. This business is already making a lot of money. Brother Yang, we can continue exploring. At this time, everyone's distribution also ended. Su Anqiu got the old monk's cassock. Sherpatian, who had previously discovered the old monk's body, also took away the other's wooden fish. Everyone had a share in the magic pestle and Buddhist beads that followed. Now that all the assignments are over, we can continue to set off. Yang Muchung spoke out. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 rays of light rushing out from the center of the star array with extreme speed. When the 2 rays of light rushed past, they obviously paused in midair. Then they seemed to have discovered the people on the asteroid. And suddenly they quickly turned around and headed towards their location. Come over. What is that? The surprised people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the 2 black lights that suddenly burst out. Chapter 1785 The Demon Arrives. What is that? Seeing the 2 rays of light flying toward them, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look forward. However, everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw it. All he saw was that the 2 rays of light were actually 2 terrifying demons. One of them was half human and half python, with the upper body of a shirtless muscular man and the lower body of terrifying snake scales. The other end is half human and half tiger. These 2 terrifying existences swept across the terrifying black light and flew directly towards the asteroid where everyone was. Almost everyone discovers them, and then they come in front of them. This seems to only happen in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! These 2 terrifying falls shook the whole earth, and the huge waves that broke out during the fall violently threw everyone away. Ha ha! Found it! Tung Mo, who was half human and half python, turned his eyes and landed on everyone, and he couldn't help but cheer excitedly. There are a total of 9 people, and the ones with the highest strength have actually reached the perfection of Tai. This time, the master will definitely be very happy. Of course, this is the 8th ring. People with low cultivation levels can't get in at all. If this star array hadn't been crushed, their cultivation level would only be able to reach the outer 3rd ring. They dare to break into the 6th ring. One will be strangled immediately. As for the inner 9 Huan, only the 1 Yuan strong ones are qualified to die here. Another half-human and half-tiger Tung Mo said with a smile. The 2 Tingma chatted as if no one was around, as if they didn't care about anyone at all. However, at this time, everyone no longer cared about each other's attitude. They were completely shocked by the other party's conversation. Listening to the meaning of the words of these 2 demons, it seems that they have been capturing other people, and behind them, there is a master who controls everything. Moreover, these 2 Tingma demons have a very good understanding of the entire star formation. As if to them, the entire star formation is as if they are at their command. What's going on with these 2 demons? It seems like they understand everything very well. They seem to be coming directly towards us. Are they trying to capture us? Everyone immediately began to speculate. Among them, Sherpatian couldn't help but step forward and shouted, Hey! What are the identities and origins of you 2 demons? You'd better reveal everything to me quickly. Otherwise, I will kill you completely. The tiger Tingmo among the 2 Tingma slowly turned his head. As soaring demons, their bodies are not as huge as hills, like other great celestial demons in the Tai realm. This tiger demon's body is only 2 or 3 meters long, and its body is extremely ordinary. But at this moment, it gives people a very gloomy and terrifying feeling. When Sherpatian saw this tiger demon, he couldn't help but tremble. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had poured over his whole body from head to toe, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a terrifying tiger demon! It has killed countless creatures. Its killing intent is so powerful that it makes me shudder. Recalling the terrifying murderous intention of the tiger-tongued demon, Sherpatian couldn't help but tremble in his heart. However, he soon fell into rage. He, a majestic warrior, was actually frightened by a Tingma. How could he not be angry? Since you don't want to say it, then I will kill one first. I don't believe you don't say it. It was as if he had regained his place. Sherpatian roared angrily and sacrificed the wooden fish he had just obtained. The wooden fish soared into the sky and immediately rose when it saw the wind. The wooden fish grew to the size of a hill, and the wooden handle was like a giant tree, and it was knocked directly on the wooden fish. Bang! 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 Bursts of dull sound sounded, and then the space in the void trembled as the sound spread. The surging sound turned into a huge ripple sound wave, spreading in all directions. As the shocking ripples surged, mountains and rivers collapsed on the spot wherever they passed. All existence is torn apart. What a powerful sonic attack! Is this the magic weapon used by the powerful Yuan? With just one strike, the entire mountain was completely blown to pieces. Seeing the terrifying power displayed by this wooden fish, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. However, when this scene fell into Hu Tungmo's eyes, Hu Tungmo laughed disdainfully. I didn't expect you to get the old monk Tianhong's magic weapon. This old monk's magic weapon is in your hands. But it was wasted. What? Sherpatian was furious. Hu Tungmo glanced at him disdainfully and said, Isn't it? When the old monk used the wooden fish, he just knocked it lightly, and the burst of sound waves could tear the entire star into pieces. And you use all your strength to activate this magic weapon, but it can only destroy a mountain. Is this magic weapon wasted in your hands? Court death. Sherpatian was furious. He squeezed his right hand suddenly and poured all his inner energy into the wooden fish. The next moment, the terrifying sound suddenly increased several times in intensity. Boom! Then, he saw that the transformed sound waves were rapidly condensing and merging in midair, forming a line, heading towards the location of the tiger demon, and charging away crazily. But the tiger soaring demon was even faster. It suddenly slapped its 4 claws on the ground, and immediately its whole body was tumbling up quickly, in front of everyone's eyes. It directly transformed into a black escaping light. The ultimate rush out. Leave me alone and go see our master obediently. At this moment, the tiger demon roared like a strong wind, shot like a sharp arrow, and was as fast as lightning. In everyone's eyes, it was just a flash of black light, and it was already in front of Sherpatian without any gap. Meet your master? Let your master come in person. Just as Hu Tungmo finished speaking, just as Hu Tungmo rushed in front of Sherpatian, a cold voice slowly resounded. When he heard these words, Hut Ang Demon suddenly fell into rage. To it, the owner is a godlike existence, and is even more sacred and inviolable. Now this kid actually dares to let his master come to see him. How can the tiger-tongued demon not be angry? However, the angry Hu Tungmo turned his eyes, and his solemn gaze fell directly on Yang Maicheng. When it saw that the person speaking was just a young man in the middle stage of Tai, the anger in its eyes boiled out, as if it had solidified into substance at this moment. Boy! Do you think you are qualified to let my master come to see you? I will kill you directly. Chapter 1786 Fight to the death against the Python Demon. Call. The tiger demon rushing in midair quickly turned around in midair, with almost no gap, and flew directly in front of Yang Maicheng at a speed that was even scarier and faster than before. Humph! This kid dares to talk like this. He is looking for death. The python Tingmo on the side held his fists and snorted disdainfully. However, before he finished speaking, he saw that Yang Maicheng was not afraid at all when facing the charging tiger demon. Instead, he stepped forward and at the same time raised his right palm and waved downwards. This slap came down with a roar, and with a burst of terrifying power. It fell in the eyes of Hut Ang Demon, which made Hut Ang Demon's eyes flash with an uncontrollable shock and tremor. However, it was too late to escape at this moment. It could only raise its arms to protect itself, and then slapped Yang Maicheng hard. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded loudly, and the tiger demon's body trembled, as if falling stars were falling towards the ground without any space. The huge body blasted out a deep pit of thousands of feet in the entire ground, and endless cracks spread all around the body of the tiger demon. The trembling stars seemed like the sky was falling apart. What? The python Tingmo cried out. It originally thought that Yang Maicheng would be chopped into pieces by the tiger-tongued demon. But who would have thought that Hu Tungmo would be slapped into Didi? This sudden burst of power made it scream uncontrollably. But, after all, he is Tungmo. If an ordinary warrior were to bear Yang Maicheng's slap, half of his bones would be broken. And even if he survived, he would still be seriously injured. But the tiger-soaring demon let out a roar, exploded into the air, and used an even more terrifying speed than before, crushing and killing Yang Maicheng. Roar! Amidst the roaring and roaring sounds, a shocking roar of a tiger came from the void that shook the void. The rolling spiritual energy gathered rapidly and formed a giant tiger with a green face and fangs in the sky above the hunting demon. Then the giant tiger fell directly from the sky and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. It seems that this boy is not bad at strength. He actually forced the hunting demon to use all of these tricks. Although this tiger roaring mountains and rivers break consumes a lot of power, its power is also impressive. This kid can knock out the tiger-tongue demon with one slap. He is obviously not bad in physical fitness. If the master tempers it with his blood, he will become even more powerful. But it's a pity that with this move, that kid will definitely die. Python Tingma shook his head secretly, already giving Yang Mucheng a verdict in his heart. Thinking in his mind, the python soaring demon slowly twisted his body. It knew that after this attack by the tiger-tongue demon, its power would be depleted a lot, leaving 7 or 8 tiny perfections left. If the tiger demon was at its peak, it would be easy to catch it, but now it may be a bit difficult. Therefore, when this kid was killed, it was ready to immediately take action to capture the other people. Clang! However, at this moment, a crisp sound of swords resounded loudly. At the same time as the sound of swords resounded, the body of the python Tingma trembled, and he suddenly saw a bright sword light slashing across it quickly. What a brilliant sword light this is! Under this sword light, the terrifying tiger roared across the mountains and rivers, and was chopped into 2 halves in an instant. And that terrifying sword light remained unabated, and it slashed quickly. Amid the splatter of blood, a huge head flew up, and then a headless corpse crashed to the ground. And that headless corpse was clearly the previously rampant and arrogant tiger demon. You're right. Kill one first, and then torture the remaining one thoroughly to make him tell what is going on in this space. There was deathly silence all around, except for Yang Mucheng's cold voice. Almost as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, the shocked people suddenly came to their senses, and one by one, they quickly stepped forward and directly surrounded the python Tingmo. Python Tingmo suddenly woke up, watching Hu Tungmo being killed with a sword and directly beheaded by the owl. Looking at the warriors surrounding him, a sneer flashed in Python Tingmo's eyes. You want to torture me? Do you have the ability? You are the strongest. I will catch you first. Boom! He clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body crazily. This shocking momentum even set off a terrifying wind wave, which violently flew away those who were surrounding him. At the same time, the python soaring demon suddenly waved its huge tail, and then whipped it violently. This terrifying wave cracked the ground. With the help of this terrifying burst of power, the python soaring demon set off a terrifying black escaping light and rushed in front of Yang Mucheng like an arrow from a string. He let out a loud roar and raised his fist to hit Yang Mucheng. Boom! With this punch, the air was directly shattered, and ripples of turbulence could be clearly seen around him. Its fist was fast and turbulent at first, but then it became slower and slower. It's not that this punch lacks stamina, but that all the power is poured into this punch. If this punch hits a star, it seems that nothing will happen to the surface of the star, but the inside of the star will be crushed by this explosive force in an instant. Snort! When Yang Mucheng saw the vicious attack, he immediately snorted coldly, raised his palm, and struck it, directly opening it with this punch. What? The python Tingma didn't know that Yang Mucheng's punch would be easily neutralized by Yang Mucheng. It immediately attacked angrily. It roared. Its hands turned into a monstrous snake shadow, and it bit Yang Mucheng crazily. Go! At the same time, the giant tail behind it was like a giant stick, continuously and heavily lashed towards Yang Mucheng. In an instant, this space was covered by a monstrous attack. All the power in the attack is contained in the darkness, and the twisting power is terrifying. Even the python soaring demon couldn't help but pant when it looked towards Yang Mucheng. Its pupils narrowed. Yang Mucheng stood there and easily intercepted all its attacks with only one hand. It wasn't until this moment that Python Tingmo realized the problem. The strength of the young man in front of him has exceeded its imagination. This kind of strength is beyond what it can handle. I don't believe it! Letting out a roar, the python soaring demon roared angrily, with demonic aura billowing all over his body. In an instant, the black demonic aura transformed into a huge palm. This huge palm was as big as a mountain, as if one palm shot could smash the entire mountain to the ground. Brother Yang, be careful! Seeing the attack of the python demon, Su Anchio and others quickly issued a warning. However, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and stretched out his palm at the same time. Chapter 1787 Tianyao Immortal Lord. Boom! With Yang Muqing's sudden move, not only the spiritual energy on this asteroid was circulated, but even the spiritual energy on the 7 or 8 surrounding stars were pulled over crazily at this moment. At the same time, a huge palm was quietly formed. If Python Tingma's palm could hold a mountain peak in his palm, then Yang Muqing's gathered palms were enough to hold the entire star in his palm. Boom! A burst of explosions resounded loudly, and the monstrous palm that had gathered the demonic energy completely shattered under Yang Muqing's grasp. The palm of the cloud fell, as if searching for something from a bag, and directly caught the Python Tingma tightly in the palm of his hand. Caught! Caught! Seeing the Python soaring demon being caught in the palm of their hands, everyone couldn't help but burst into cheers. As for Python Tingma himself, his expression suddenly changed. The force of this grip was actually as if it had sealed the void before, making it impossible for it to break free. It had always been the one catching others, but now it was caught in someone's palm, which suddenly made its dark face darken. Let me go! Snort! Yang Muqing snorted coldly, and saw his right hand slowly clenching. In a moment, the huge palm suddenly retracted at the same time, and at the same time, a terrifying force was poured into it. Crack! Under the crushing force of this palm, terrifying power poured into it, causing the entire space to completely explode at this moment. And with this shocking power, the entire body of the crushed python soaring demon was torn apart, with huge bloodstains appearing. During this terrifying crushing, Yang Muqing poured the power of the 5 elements into the body of the Python Tingma. This moment of Python Tingma's experience seemed to have lasted millions of years. Looking at Yang Muqing again, his eyes became fearful at this moment, and he no longer dared to be as arrogant and domineering as before. Tell me, who are you? Seeing a trace of fear flashing in the eyes of the Python Tingma, Yang Muqing quickly clenched his palms again and asked while the iron was hot. Sure enough, this action frightened the Python Tingma so much that he couldn't help but scream in panic. It quickly shouted, I said! Under Yang Muqing's threatening gaze, Python Tingma slowly explained, I am the Python Tingma, a servant of my master. I was ordered by my master to come here to capture all the creatures and search for all the treasures of heaven and earth. Who is your master? After hearing the words of Python Tingma, Yang Muqing's expression couldn't help but change. Su Anqiu, Sherpatian and others were also stunned. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. My master is the master of this star formation, the existence known as Tianyao Immortal. The Python Tingma slowly raised his head, staring at Yang Muqing, and at the same time glanced at the others. He has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, and now he has been reborn. But his current strength is not enough, so he needs the treasures of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. Boy, let me go quickly. Otherwise, my master will definitely not spare you after knowing what is going on here. Boom! Python Tingma's words immediately made everyone's hearts tremble. Although they had already expected something, the fact that Python Tingma personally admitted it still made everyone stunned in shock. No one expected that the person behind this was actually the owner of the entire star formation. And he was actually alive. What on earth is it? Tianyao Immortal Lord, isn't he already dead? This name has only appeared in ancient books, and it is even just a title. The other party's real name has long disappeared in the river of time. Now, the terrifying existence from ancient times is actually alive. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the horrified and surprised people, Python Tingma suddenly burst into laughter. It turned its gaze and glanced at everyone mockingly. How do you know the master's methods? Before his death, the master used his cultivation to create 100,000 treasure maps, and at the same time spread these treasure maps into the starry sky, attracting warriors from Zhoutian to come to this star formation to become the host of the master. Boom! Hearing these words, everyone was even more horrified, especially Su Anqiu. His eyes widened in disbelief. You know, that treasure map was passed down from his ancestors. What the treasure map describes is the palace left by a strong man. As long as you can find this palace, you could accept the inheritance left by this powerful man. But the power in this star formation was too strong, and he failed to make many attempts. So he could only summon his companions to explore the star formation. But who would have thought that this treasure map was actually spread into the starry sky by the palace owner with great magical powers, attracting warriors to come and explore. In an instant, Su Anqiu's complexion turned extremely pale. It turns out that this is all a trap. Yang Muchung couldn't help but close his eyes when he heard Mang Tengmo's words. However, he has broken through quite a few traps so far, so he is not as shocked as the others. However, he still couldn't help but feel stunned. He never expected that the resurrected existence was actually the master of this star formation. A powerful existence that had once killed the infinite One Yuan strong men. Tang! Just when Yang Muchung was condensing, he only saw the body of the python Tingma twisting strangely. And then it turned into a black escaping light and flew towards the location of the palace quickly and crazily. And in the big hand holding the python soaring demon, there was only a piece of snake skin that had faded away. Obviously, this python demon used the method of shedding its skin to escape from Yang Muchung's palm. It even ran away and shouted loudly, "Master! Save me! Master! Save me!" For a moment, the miserable sound quickly resounded throughout the stars. And because of Python Tingmo's words, everyone who was shocked was also awakened by this miserable voice. Seeing the python soaring demon turning into a ray of light and escaping, each of them were shocked and shouted, "No! This guy escaped! While he was injured in the previous battle. We are going to chase him now! And we can still stop him! Wait a moment!" However, just when everyone was about to rush forward, Yang Muchung suddenly spoke up and stopped everyone. "I let it escape on purpose! Let's follow it and find its owner!" Boom! Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the python was too cunning, but they actually escaped from Yang Muchung's hands. Now they understand that it was Yang Muchung who deliberately let go of the python Tingma in order to get to the bottom of it and find this Tianyao immortal lord. Chapter 1788 Blood Pool. Palace. Boom! The python soaring demon flew wildly, shouting frantically while flying. Its voice almost spread to all the nearby stars. And its miserable cry even caused stars and mountains to collapse, and the ground to crack, and the water to reverse course. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, led everyone in pursuit of the python and soaring demon. Python Tengmo has already said it before. This star formation has been reactivated and everything has been blocked. Among the warriors who entered this large formation, there were others besides them, combined with the stars that have been thoroughly searched one by one. It is very likely that these warriors have been captured by the demons under Tianyao Immortal Lord. The entire star formation has become a desperate situation. If you want to escape from here, how can it be possible without stopping the formation? Therefore, Yang Muchung deliberately let the python Tengmo go. If he didn't want the python to escape, let alone the python to shed its skin and use the golden cicada to escape, as long as it had a thought, Yang Muchung would notice it immediately and crush it completely. The reason why the python soaring demon escaped was because Yang Muchung wanted to find the owner of this python soaring demon, the Tianyao Immortal Lord, who had been dead for hundreds of millions of years, and was reborn today. If they don't kill him and stop the entire formation, once Tianyao Immortal Master recovers his strength, all of them will die here. Now that he knew that there was no treasure in the entire star formation, Yang Muchung naturally wanted to take the initiative. Yang Muchung's idea was very simple. That is, to use the python soaring demon as a means to track down the location of Tianyao Immortal Lord, saying that the opponent's strength has not fully recovered. He will directly kill him completely. Now that he has taken the initiative, Yang Muchung will not choose to escape. According to everything the python Tengmo said, this Tianyao Immortal Lord is a powerful existence. Even if you escape from his hands today, will you be able to escape again in the future when his strength returns to its peak? And even if he kills his hunting demon, he will not give up. Tang! So Yang Muchung has been following behind the python Tengmo, constantly moving forward. How can this be? Why is this kid so fast? His strength is already enough to be a monster. But now with a burst of speed, he is actually so monster! Boom! 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 Looking at the approaching Yang Muchung from behind, Python Tengmo was almost out of his wits. At this moment, all the power exploded completely, and the demonic energy in his body almost reached the extreme. From a distance, it looks like a black meteor passing through the void. In fact, this panic-stricken python demon didn't even try to avoid the stars and meteorites on the road, and directly smashed them head-on. But even after exhausting all its strength and bursting out all its energy and blood, it found that instead of being able to distance itself from Yang Muchung, it was getting closer and closer. However, this python soaring demon didn't know that if Yang Muchung wanted to catch up with it, he could have done so long ago. He deliberately didn't do this, but instead closed the distance bit by bit, giving this python a strong sense of oppression. Under this terrible sense of oppression, the python-tongued demon was driven faster and faster, becoming more and more fierce. Su Anchio, Sherpatian and others were already severely left behind. But Yang Muchung could still keep up with its speed. Looking at Yang Muchung, who was getting closer and closer, the black scales all over the body of the python-tongued Mo couldn't help but stand up in fear. Master! Save me! Master! Save me! If you don't save me, I will be completely killed by this kid. The sound kept ringing, and the distance between the two sides is constantly getting closer. Just between the two, when they were already close at hand, Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown, because he discovered that the power of the python demon has been almost completely exhausted. The originally terrifying and boiling demonic energy also became dim and inaudible at this moment. Has it been discovered by Tianyao, Immortal Lord? Yang Muchung frowned. However, at this moment, the voice of Python Tingma suddenly became fierce, and he was even more excited, as if he had seen something exciting. Immediately, Yang Muchung looked down. It doesn't matter what it looks like. Even it can't help but be stunned. This ordinary-looking star is not very eye-catching. But in the center of the star, there is a terrifying abyss that almost spans the entire star. This abyss seems to have been cut out by someone with a sword, leading all the way to the depths of the Earth's core. And at the bottom of this abyss, there is actually a huge palace hidden. The surrounding ground has been completely flattened and exposed. Right in front of the palace, Yang Muchung saw an extremely shocking scene. I saw a huge blood pool in the center of the clearing. Countless strongmen were caught in this blood pool and released their blood. The surging blood almost filled half of the pool. And around the blood pool, strongmen were arrested one by one, and were imprisoned there, unable to move by some means by the demons. There was even a naked man sitting in the blood pool, almost at the same time that Yang Muchung looked down. The man soaked in the blood pool slowly raised his head at the same time. For a moment, their eyes met, and Yang Muchung felt a bone-deep chill coming from him crazily. Owner! The moment the Python Tangmo saw the man in the blood pool, he shouted excitedly, and immediately burst out all his strength, rushing towards the ground crazily. Master, please take action! This kid killed the Hutang demon, and even chased me all the way here. If you don't take action, no one will be able to hold this kid. Tongue! The Python Tingmo rushed to the ground, as if he had found a life-saving straw. He couldn't help shouting anymore. Uh-huh. At this moment, the numerous Tingma near the blood pool all raised their heads in surprise, and looked towards the sky. At the same time, the warriors who were captured by the Tangmo also looked up in disbelief. They wanted to see who could kill these nearly invincible Tingma, and even chase a Tingma away like crazy, who could only come to this palace to seek help. Such existence. However, when everyone looked at it together, they couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, they thought that the powerful being who could kill Tungamo and had the courage to pursue him all the way should be a senior with high moral integrity and moral integrity. But looking at it, I was shocked to find that the other person was just a young boy. Waste! A kid from the middle stage of Tai can chase you to the point of losing your temper? The man in the blood pool withdrew his gaze, looked at the panicked python demon, and flicked his right hand. Boom! The next moment, the head of the python demon exploded. Chapter 1789 Snake Scale Soaring Demon. The python demon is dead. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the blood pool in the entire palace suddenly trembled. The warriors who originally thought that a peerless powerful man would come to rescue them suddenly fell into despair again after seeing the appearance of Yang Muchung. They couldn't believe that the kid in front of them could be surrounded by hundreds of demons and escape from the hands of this even more terrifying blood pool man. Boy, you are quite capable. The man in the blood pool leaned back against the blood pool, ignoring the bubbles of blood all around him, as if he was soaking in the nectar and jade dew. Not only did you kill my Hutang demon, but you also dared to chase him all the way. In order to commend you for being the first to dare to face me directly after my rebirth, I will give you a chance to choose how to be killed. As he spoke, he waved his right hand slowly, and 4 Tingmo quickly stood up behind him. These Tingmo are obviously different from those ordinary Tingmo. Their appearance is closer to humans, but they also retain some characteristics of monsters. For example, the first one looks like a beautiful girl, but her body is covered with fine and dense scales, and her entire body without any clothes is covered with scales. And the other one has hair like tiger skin. But there is no doubt that the strength of these beings is much stronger than those of the previous demons. These 4 are the most powerful snake scale Tingmo among these Tingmo. War Cat Tingmo, Evil Girl Tingmo, Rhinoceros Tingma. You can choose anyone. They will kill you. Tongue. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, several more figures quickly landed in the sky. And these people are Su Ancho, Sherpatian and others. They looked at the python tongue demon who had been killed, then looked at the captured and imprisoned warriors around them, and then looked at the man lying in the blood pool. And they suddenly couldn't help but exclaimed, "In Yuan! You traitor! Ha ha! That's right. The previous owner of this body is indeed called In Yuan. But now, he belongs to me, Tian Yao Immortal Lord," the man in the blood pool said with a smile. Boom! The other party's words immediately made Su Ancho, Sherpatian and others tremble in their hearts. And their eyes were full of horror. They had thought that In Yuan would probably be captured by the tongue demons. They also thought that In Yuan would probably be killed by the tongue demons when he resisted. However, they never expected that In Yuan's body would be occupied by Tian Yao Immortal Lord. The man in front of me is the terrifying being who controlled the entire starry sky hundreds of millions of years ago. He is the most powerful being who used this star formation to kill countless One Yuan warriors. So it's you? After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked up and down carefully at the guy who called himself Tian Yao Immortal Lord. So what if it's me? Tian Yao Immortal Lord looked at the young man in front of him with a half smile. Knowing that Tian Yao Immortal Lord was not afraid at all and could still stand in front of him and speak as usual, this made him shake his head. And Yang Mucheng's next words made him even more furious. "That's good. You are the one I want to kill this time," Yang Mucheng said calmly. Boom! Yang Mucheng's faint words fell in everyone's ears, and they were like a heavy bomb hitting the water, directly causing millions of waves. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Ha 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 ha! Tian Yao Immortal Lord burst out laughing, and immediately amid the laughter, his expression became more and more gloomy, and finally his eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. Okay. It seems that I, Li Tian Yao, have been sleeping for too long. Some people on this star have forgotten my reputation. Even a young boy like you dares to say in front of me that you want to kill me." He nodded heavily and sneered. "In that case, I want to see what kind of methods you have. Snake Scale Tingma, go deal with this kid. Cut out this kid's tongue. I want to see why he dares to say such big things in front of me." Amidst Tian Yao Immortal Lord's angry shouts, the woman who was naked but wrapped in scales walked out quietly. In addition to being covered in scales, her body was completely black, giving people the illusion of a wild explosion. In the hands of the snake scale demon, he was holding a long snake-shaped sword, and his dark golden pupils were staring at Yang Mucheng. "Come up!" The snake scale demon raised the snake-shaped sword in his hand and pointed it at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, but just as he was about to step forward, Su Ancho stopped him. "Brother Yang, you chased me all the way and killed the Hutang demon first. Leave this snake scale demon to me. No matter whether this guy is In Yuan or Tian Yao Immortal Lord, he has always betrayed us. We also have to do our part. If we defeat these demons and induce the other party to take the initiative, you can also stand in the dark, observe, and find out the opponent's weaknesses. Okay, be careful yourself." Yang Mucheng hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. Although he followed the python Tingma all the way, this journey is nothing to him. His strength is still at the peak, and he can take action at any time, so he doesn't need any time to restore his strength. But when Yao Xinzuan looked at him earlier, Yang Mucheng actually felt as if everything had been seen through by the other person. If Su Ancho can really kill this snake scale demon, and even force Tian Yao Immortal Lord to do it, he can also get a glimpse of the opponent's weakness. "Coward! Why are you acting like a turtle again?" The snake scale demon turned his eyes and landed on Yang Mucheng. Those dark golden eyes revealed an expression called contempt and disdain unabashedly. "You are not qualified to let Brother Yang take action. If Brother Yang takes action, how can you be so arrogant here?" Taking a step forward, Su Ancho blocked the snake scale demon from looking at Yang Mucheng. "If I want to kill you, I alone will be enough." Hearing Su Ancho's words, snake scale demon's expression suddenly darkened. She nodded with a sneer on her face. "Okay, in that case, I will kill you first, and then kill that kid." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the snake scale demon took a step forward, and the turbulent demonic aura all over his body had already exploded to the extreme. The terrifying aura that erupted from the snake scale tongue demon was even scarier and more astonishing than the previous python tongue demon and tiger tongue demon. This snake-scaled demon is worthy of being the troops controlled by Tianyao Immortal Lord himself. Chapter 1790 The magic weapon shows its power. The captured warriors were all captured by these ordinary Tungamo. When they saw these 4 Tungamo standing behind Tianyao Immortal Lord early in the morning, they knew that the other party was extraordinary. The shocking demonic aura that erupted from the snake-scaled demon's body immediately caused everyone present to change their expressions. Too strong. At this moment, everyone could not help but have such an idea in their mind. This guy named Suanchio, who came with Yang Muchung, is probably about the same strength. Now against one of the 4 great Tingma, he is no match at all. All he saw was the turbulent demonic aura of the snake-scale Tingma, which directly swept the entire star. Everyone looked up and saw only a black demonic aura covering the starry sky. Just when everyone was shocked and confused, Suanchio smiled coldly and took a step forward. Boom! Tai's perfect cultivation also burst out at the same time. The aura that burst out from his body was no less powerful than a snake-scaled demon. And this burst of red energy directly tore apart the demonic aura that enveloped the entire star. Snort! No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that you have reached the perfect level of cultivation. The snake-scaled Tingmo's face turned cold. She saw her right hand tremble, and the snake-shaped sword in her hand suddenly let out bursts of hissing screams like poisonous snakes. The next moment, several rays of sword light rushed out. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, those sword lights transformed into terrifying venomous snakes, roaring crazily and charging towards Suanchio. Call out! Call out! Call out! The speed of these venomous snake sword shadows is extremely fast, and they rush out with a huge tearing sound. Their fangs are exposed, and they appear ferocious. Suanchio's face turned cold, and he immediately took out his cassock. Wow! The cassock was only 1 foot long and wide at first, but when it flew out, it suddenly swelled up in the wind, like a huge wall lying directly in front of Suanchio. Puff puff! The poisonous snake sword shadow rushed into the cassock, and it was like an egg hitting a stone, and it completely shattered in an instant. This sudden scene immediately made everyone shout in surprise. What kind of magic weapon is that? Can just an ordinary cassock withstand the attack of this snake-scaled demon? Are we really saved? Everyone who was originally surprised saw the scene, and their eyes widened. Oh! Old Monk Tianhong's cassock! Seeing Suanchio take action, Tianyao Immortal Lord raised his eyebrows, and said with a half-smile, Master, is this old Monk Tianhong very powerful? Eagle Girl Tungamo couldn't help but ask. Tianyao Immortal Lord nodded with unstinting admiration and said, Very strong! He practices the 8 void skills, and controls the 8 diagrams of the universe. He is invulnerable to water and fire, and is invulnerable to swords. His strength is extraordinary. He was once even above the first line, the ancestor of the sect Baksu sect. Eagle Girl Tungamo couldn't help being shocked. But before she could speak, Tianyao Immortal Lord smiled coldly and said, But no matter how strong he is, he still died in my star formation. These magic weapons of his, it's all rubbish that I don't like. But with his cultivation level, he can't continue to activate the cassock of old Monk Tianhong. As soon as Tianyao Immortal Lord finished speaking, he saw that Suanchio's face had stiffened, and he was obviously in a state of despair. Huh! Seeing Suanchio's embarrassment, the snake-scaled Tingmo screamed and unleashed a sword. I saw that the sword light in her hand was infinitely magnified at this moment, and in an instant it transformed into a terrifying giant snake hundreds of feet long. Then, the giant snake screamed and roared directly towards Suanchio. Boom! The terrifying silhouette of the giant snake rushed out, making the surrounding space seem to freeze at this moment. The terrifying power that erupted made everyone feel palpitating. The appearance of the giant snake's phantom also made Yang Muching's expression stern. He moved his steps, ready to take action at any time. Seeing Yang Muching's actions, Sherpatian couldn't help but whisper, Brother Yang, be patient. Suanchio can handle this kind of situation. In order for him to successfully defeat this snake-scaled demon, we will hand over all the magic weapons to him. Got her. This sentence made Yang Muchung raise his eyebrows. And then, he looked forward. Sure enough, all he saw was that although Suanchio was quite afraid of the phantom of the giant snake, he was not afraid at all. Look at me subduing the demon pestle again. Facing the biting giant snake, Suanchio shouted loudly, and then saw his right hand quickly take out something from his arms, and then threw it fiercely into the sky. Then, he quickly clasped his hands in front of him, his fingers tumbling like flowers. The demon subduing pestle, which was only half an arm long, actually erupted with golden light, rushing through the void, quickly releasing a terrifying golden dragon shadow that was thousands of feet tall. Ouch! Accompanied by the roar of the dragon that resounded throughout the world. The golden dragon shadow already erupted with a terrifying gleam of light, charging fiercely towards the giant snake's phantom. The terrifying power of the golden dragon shadow and the giant snake shadow collided directly. At this moment, a burst of dazzling spiritual light erupted in the void. And in that spiritual light, the subduing demonic pestle had already directly penetrated the giant snake's shadow. Boom! The monstrous demon-subduing pestle flew out from the sky, like a bright meteor, rushing towards the snake-scale demon with unabated force. Puff! The body of the snake-scale demon trembled, and it was directly penetrated by this terrifying demon-subduing pestle. The demonic pestle flew through a circle in midair and returned to Su Anchio's side. In midair, the snake-scale demon's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he actually died in Su Anchio's hands. Huh? How's it going? Holding the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, Su Anchio held his head high, looked at Tian Now Immortal with pride, and shouted loudly, I have already killed your men, and you are the one I want to kill next. You? Be bold. It's so presumptuous. How dare you challenge the master? There were waves of shouts. The three Tingmal behind Tian Now Immortal Lord looked at Su Anchio angrily. Among them, the eagle girl Tingmal even knelt on one knee in front of Tian Now Immortal Lord and volunteered to fight. Master, let me fight for you and kill this blind guy. Yang Muchung stood aside, motionless, just looking at Tian Now Immortal Lord quietly. After all, he had not taken action just to see the weakness of Tian Now Immortal Lord, who had taken away his body. I wonder if he will take action next, Yang Muchung thought to himself. Chapter 1791 Tian Now Immortal Lord takes action. Master, let me take action. Eagle Girl Tingmo asks for a fight. Everyone's eyes turn towards Tengimo, who was the first to ask for a fight. I saw that she had an eagle face and a human body. Her hands were wings. Her feet were eagle claws. And the rest of her body was covered with feathers. But even so, you can still see her exquisite body under the feathers. The combination of these two weird feelings makes people's scalp numb. Master, this guy dares to be arrogant. If you don't kill him, he simply doesn't know what the meaning of heaven and earth is. Rhinoceros Tingmal also shouted angrily. Rhino Tingmal is the only male Tingmal among them. His body is several times the size of other demons. His voice is as loud as a bell. And his muscles are all muscular and sharp, obviously full of terrifying explosive power. Owner! Owner! Not only the three remaining Tengimo, but also the other Tengimo all started drinking loudly at this moment, obviously wanting to completely kill Su Anchio. Will you take action? At this moment, not only Yang Muchung was looking forward to it, Su Anchio was also looking at him. Although the man in front of him has been successfully snatched away by Tian Now Immortal Lord. For him, he still betrays the team. If possible, he would like to kill it with his own hands. In this case, there would be no need for Yang Muchung to take action. It seems that you really want me to take action. If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly take action myself. Under Su Anchio's expectant eyes, under Yang Muchung's expectant eyes, Tian Now Immortal Lord slowly stood up from the blood pool, very surprised. His body does not look like an ordinary body training expert with complex and unusually developed muscles. Instead, he is as well proportioned as Yang Muchung. This change was not only discovered by Yang Muchung, but also by Su Anchio. Ha ha! This body was originally a glazed body. This body is extremely strong and strong. Although it is powerful, you must know that the yin cannot be born and the yang cannot grow. Only the combination of hardness and softness, the intersection of yin and yang, is the most powerful body. I use my blood to temper this glazed body, turning it into a blood-glazed body. Now, my blood-glazed body has not yet fully matured, but it is enough to deal with you. Tian Now Immortal Lord looked at Su Anchio with a smile. Yeah? I'll let you taste the power of the magic weapon. Su Anchio was furious, and he waved his right hand suddenly. Suddenly, the demonic pestle erupted into a sharp roar, and charged towards Tian Now Immortal Lord with a terrifying attitude. Call! At this moment, the terrifying whistling sound erupted to the extreme level of terror, regardless of speed or power. The power of this magic pestle is already several times stronger than before. Rumble. Wherever the demon-conquering golden pestle passed, a golden wind blew up. The wind was so strong that it even shattered the two walls of the canyon. From a distance, it looks like a huge golden storm. However, facing this turbulent storm, Tian Yao Immortal Lord smiled faintly, stretched out a finger, and slowly pointed forward. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard, and the monstrous golden storm suddenly dissipated at this moment. Everyone hurriedly looked forward and saw Tian Yao Immortal Lord's finger hitting the demon-conquering pestle with incomparable accuracy. The golden storm was originally caused by the demon-subduing pestle. Now that Tian Yao Immortal Master stopped the castration of the demon-subduing pestle with one finger, the golden storm naturally disappeared. What? This blow, which was enough to kill the snake-scaled demon, was actually blocked by him with just one finger? This is incredible! Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The most shocked person was naturally Su Anqiu himself. He naturally knows that the owner of the body occupied by Tian Yao Immortal Lord now only has the full strength of Tai. Using old monk Tianhong's magic weapon as an attack, it would be easy to kill the opponent. But who would have thought that his killing blow would be blocked by the opponent with just one finger? I don't believe I can't kill you! With eyes wide open in anger, Su Anqiu stepped forward and took out something from his arms again. This thing is clearly the Buddhist bead of old monk Tianhong. I saw him offering a sacrifice with his right hand, and the beads began to rise one after another and rush into the sky. Then, Su Anqiu formed a seal with his hands. Every time he formed a seal, the light of the Buddhist bead exploded with intensity. In the center of the beads, golden runes are stirring. These Buddhist beads are called Holy Ancient Heavenly Dragon Beads. There are 36 beads in total. Each bead is made from the relics of the eminent monks of the Baxi sect, which is enough to restrain the evil spirits in the world. At that time, the old monk Tianhong hit me with these ancient holy dragon beads. I crushed a total of 23 beads for him. Now there are only 13 beads left in this string. If you had the cultivation level of the eternal realm, maybe I would still be a little afraid of these beads. But you only have the Tai realm. If you want to break my blood-glazed body, you won't be able to do it, he said, smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. Punched 13 times directly to the sky. Only the sound of bang 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 was heard continuously. And the Buddhist beads that came over were directly smashed away by Tian Yao Immortal Lord. The beads, which were as big as fingernails, were bombarded and shot out continuously, causing the mountain peaks to collapse and the plains to collapse. But in an instant, the 13 beads that Su Anqiu sacrificed were completely destroyed by Tian Yao Immortal Lord. Just because you want to kill me! Tian Yao Immortal Lord looked at him coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand that had not been put away, clenched it into a fist again, and struck Su Anqiu. For a moment, I saw a sudden tremor in the void, and the invisible spiritual energy quickly gathered to form a terrifying iron fist. And then it exploded out like a cannonball, shattering everything that existed out of thin air. In a roar, he was already in front of Su Anqiu. Not good! Feeling the power of this punch, Su Anqiu closed his eyes, secretly thinking something was wrong, and quickly waved his right hand downwards. I only saw the cassock suspended in the void, falling rapidly downwards at this moment, trying to block the opponent's punch. Humph! You want to stop my attack with this thing? Tian Yao Immortal Master closed his eyes, and clenched his right fist suddenly. In an instant, the overwhelming power was poured into his fist again. The speed of that terrifying fist mark suddenly increased several times at this moment. And then, under the shock of eyes, it suddenly hit the cassock. Boom! A dull sound suddenly resounded. And then the smooth cassock trembled violently, and dinted rapidly. And that terrifying depression revealed hundreds of terrifying fist marks. Chapter 1792, Repulse. Boom! 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 The terrifying fist marks appeared crazily on the cassock, along with a muffled sound. Everyone could clearly see that Su Anqiu's chest sank rapidly at this moment, revealing hundreds of deep fist marks. Puff! Su Anqiu spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, like an arrow from a string. He used his cassock to resist Tian Yao Immortal Lord's blow, but he did not expect that the opponent's power was so powerful. While it penetrated the cassock, it also surged onto his body. Su Anqiu, who beheaded the snake-scale soaring demon and used almost all the magic weapons of monk Tianhong, could not resist the punch of Tian Yao Immortal Lord. Boom! It was only then that Su Anqiu fell from midair and hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. There was dead silence in the field. Everyone spoke, and everyone stared at what was happening in front of them in stunned silence. It wasn't until a moment later that Sherpatian ran over in a panic and shouted, "He's not dead yet! He's still breathing!" So what if he's not dead? Hearing Sherpotian's cry, Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. You know, Su Anchio could only barely survive with a magic weapon to resist. And he still had a breath left. So what should those of them without magic weapons do? This Tianyao immortal lord is indeed terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but despair. And the glimmer of hope that had finally been raised was completely extinguished at this moment. He's not dead yet. Tianyao immortal lord turned his eyes and landed on Su Anchio's position. But so what? You used your cassock to resist my first blow. Now let me see how you can resist my second blow. Saying that, Tianyao immortal lord smiled coldly, raised his fist and smashed it. Call. This punch was much more ferocious than before. Originally, this fist seal was invisible and formless. But with one punch, it brought up the passing wind, flying sand and rocks. Tianyao immortal lord's punch was like a wild dragon passing through the sand and dust. And it was already heading in the direction of the roar. He followed Su Anchio, Sherpatian and others and rushed away. Too strong. Seeing this punch, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their hearts. This so-called blood-glazed body can exert such terrifying power with just the strength of its physical body. How many people in the world can withstand this punch? Well, at this moment, a soft sigh sounded. Everyone looked around in confusion, only to see Yang Mucheng step forward and punch. Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, everyone couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. It's you again! The snake-scaled demon wanted to kill you before, but Su Anchio came forward to die for you. Now Su Anchio can't resist the attack, and you still dare to intervene. You are simply seeking death. Now the only thing you can do is beg for mercy and beg for your life. Maybe you can still survive. How dare you come forward? Boom! A violent loud sound resounded. Invisible air waves spread crazily in all directions. And all the Tingma and warriors around were turned upside down by this terrifying air wave and flew out one after another. Only Su Anchio and Sherpatian stood behind Yang Mucheng. So they were safe. Even Tianyao immortal lord, who struck out, felt that his punch was like hitting a huge wave sweeping the world. But you must know that even a huge wave would be torn apart on the spot by his punch. But this kid actually resisted it. No wonder you dare to challenge me. You can withstand my punch. But, look at this punch again! Tianyao immortal lord smiled coldly and punched again. With this punch, the void was turbulent. Like a dragon walking like a snake. A bloody fist mark streaked across a bright mark, flashed past like thunder, and hit Yang Mucheng. Oh my god! Seeing this punch, everyone around him became speechless. Originally they were horrified when they saw Yang Mucheng resist Tianyao immortal lord's blow. But after seeing this punch, their hearts suddenly dropped. This punch is even more terrifying than the previous attack. How many people can resist it? Even if Yang Mucheng resisted this blow, he probably had to use all his strength based on his strength. I am afraid that he is exhausted now. His hands and feet are weak, and he is facing the serious punch of Tianyao immortal lord. What else can he do? Withstand? Everyone felt desolate. Their heads were blank, and their hearts were full of regret. If they had known it would be like this, even if they put a knife to their necks, they would not dare to come and explore. Just when everyone was in despair, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, raised his fist, and waved forward again. Boom! A louder sound than before suddenly sounded, and everyone looked up in shock. I saw that Yang Mucheng's punch actually brought out a monstrous green light. The green light surged, like a sky-shattering dragon's roar, and it rushed out while roaring wildly. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it directly faced the punch. In the shocked eyes of countless people, this cyan fist shadow was like a torrent, and it shattered the bloody fist in an instant. Even as it was shattered, the remaining force remained unabated and struck Tianyao immortal lord with heavy blows. Boom! The dull sound of fists resounded loudly. And then, they saw Tianyao immortal lord trembled. A green fist mark appeared on his chest. And he even moved his steps, and took a few steps back. Quiet! There was deathly silence in front of the entire palace. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the young man who slowly withdrew his fist, unable to recover for a long time. Originally, they thought that Yang Mucheng was able to withstand the opponent's first blow only because Tianyao immortal lord was caught off guard and gave him the upper hand. Now that the opponent was seriously punching him, he couldn't resist it no matter how powerful he was. This is not to increase the popularity of others and destroy one's own prestige. It is simply because Tianyao immortal lord is too powerful, and he is an old monster who seizes his body. Who can be his opponent? However, Yang Mucheng resisted this punch, and even knocked back Tianyao immortal lord. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. It turns out he's the boy who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Tian Yao Immortal Lord looked at the fist mark on his chest and smiled coldly. The power contained in the opponent's punch even exceeded his imagination. If it were another person here, I'm afraid he would have beaten him up on the spot. But for him, who had already cultivated the blood-glazed body, it only left a fist mark on his chest. After patting the dust on his chest, Tian Yao Immortal Lord raised his eyes slightly and slowly looked at Yang Mucheng. I have been playing eagle all my life, but in the end I was pecked in the eye by a sparrow like you. Let me show you how strong you are. How dare you challenge me? Chapter 1793 Yang Mucheng vs Tian Yao Immortal Lord. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yao Immortal Lord took a step forward. At this moment, the terrifying blood-colored inner energy burst out from his body like a tide. The moment it appeared, it was like a flame rising into the sky, sweeping across the entire sky. Previously, the aura of the snake-scaled demon covered the entire star. But in front of this Tian Yao Immortal Lord, he was just a child. This terrifying blood energy not only submerged the entire stars in an instant, but also enveloped dozens of surrounding stars in an instant. Feeling this terrifying momentum, everyone suddenly turned pale, as if they were mourning for their heirs. They only knew that Tian Yao Immortal Lord was powerful, but they had never fought against him. Now that the opponent had exploded with all his momentum, they finally understood how terrifying the opponent was. In front of Tian Yao Immortal Lord, they were like ants. Immortal Lord, please spare my life. I am willing to be a dog under your feet, riding the horse for you. The moment this breath burst out, someone was already shouting, unable to hold back any longer. I saw. It was a warrior in the middle stage of Tai. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground like a chicken, trembling and kowtowing. With Tian Yao Immortal Lord's terrifying strength, let alone his own actions, even the Tang Mo under him is enough to completely crush their family. Immortal Lord, spare your life! Immortal Lord. Suddenly, waves of begging for mercy could be heard. Looking at the people begging for mercy around him, Tian Yao Immortal Lord sneered disdainfully. At this time, he seemed to have regained the feeling of controlling thousands of creatures in his previous life. You are not afraid? However, Yang Mucheng stood there quietly, which made him look surprised. You have been dead for hundreds of millions of years, so you should be completely reduced to ashes like those old guys hundreds of millions of years ago. Why bother to think about resurrecting your body? Yang Mucheng shook his head lightly and looked at Tai Noxian with a sneer. Respect? In the end, I have to be killed again. What? Kill again? Tian Yao Immortal Lord's expression suddenly darkened to the extreme. Okay, I want to see how you can kill me again. While speaking, Tian Yao Immortal Lord raised his fist and waved lightly towards Yang Mucheng. This is an understatement of waving, but its power is beyond ordinary and terrifying. All he saw was a blood shadow whizzing by and hitting him. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded, and the huge star under everyone's feet exploded, turning into countless fragments and shooting out in all directions. But Yang Mucheng stretched out his hands and leaped forward. As for the prisoners, they were all escorted away from the star by Tang Mo. They looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, feeling cold all over. They can also destroy an asteroid of this size with one move, but they are definitely not as terrifying as Tian Yao Immortal Lord. They can do it with just a few movements of their hands. Boy, if you can make me try my best, you really haven't let me down. Tian Yao Immortal Lord laughed. Since I was resurrected, all I have encountered are incompetent rats. No one dares to fight with me. You are the only one who not only resisted my attack, but also dared to be neither humble nor arrogant in front of me. I don't know. When you kneel before me, can you still be so arrogant when you are in front of me? After Tian Yao Immortal Lord finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hands toward the void. For a moment, the shattered star fragments suddenly stopped at this moment. Suspended in the void, after a brief stagnation, these meteorites suddenly burst out, and the terrifying speed brought up a dazzling tail flame, like an endless rain of meteorites. Each of these meteorites contains the inner energy of Tian Yao Immortal Lord. It is many times more powerful than ordinary meteorites. When it is set off, it brings a shocking heat wave. Looking at the past, thousands of meteorites at this moment, the starry sky is almost illuminated. Such terrifying power made everyone's expressions change drastically. Any meteorite is enough to blast an entire star into dust. How many people can resist such a terrifying offensive? Boom! However, when faced with this blow, Yang Muchung just smiled faintly and waved his right hand. Phew! Immediately, a frightening wind arose in the starry sky. Everyone saw a wave of rising and falling winds flying out like waves, directly hitting the meteorites that were bombarded endlessly. Bang! 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 Suddenly, these meteorites were blown to pieces. But this strong wind did not slow down in the face of trouble. Roaring out, and pounced directly towards Tianyao Immortal Lord. Snort! Seeing that his attack was easily shattered, Tianyao Immortal Master's face turned cold. I saw him clenching his right hand into a fist, and stamping his feet fiercely. I saw an invisible force crushing down the stars with the soles of his feet, and the star under him was crushed by 10 million feet. Footprints. At the same time, the star trembled violently, deviating from its original trajectory and flying into the depths of the starry sky. But at this moment, Tianyao Immortal Lord's entire body actually erupted at this moment. Crash! The terrifying wind that swept through the starry sky was torn apart by him at this moment, and the whole person roared out like a rocket, directly coming to Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung smiled faintly, shook hands into a fist, and punched out. Ha ha! I have a blood-glazed body. You still want to compete with me? Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, Tianyao Immortal Lord couldn't help but sneered, and a disdainful smile flashed on his face. Then, under the shock of eyes, the fists collided fiercely. Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded throughout the starry sky. A frightening wind suddenly swept out from the center of both fists. Tianyao Immortal Lord only felt numbness in his right fist, and a power that was not inferior to his own came roaring from Yang Muchung's fist. This terrifying force caused his whole arm to tremble suddenly, and his whole body was involuntarily swept backwards. How can it be? Holding his numb fists, Tianyao Immortal Lord raised his head and looked at Yang Muchung in surprise, saying in disbelief, I have a blood-glazed body. How could you possibly defeat me? What about the blood-glazed body? Looking at Tianyao Immortal, whose face was full of surprise, and whose face turned completely ugly because of something he thought of, Yang Muchung grinned, showing his teeth as white as SHLS, and said, I have also cultivated my body, and my body is a 5-element spirit body. What? At this moment, Tianyao Immortal Lord's expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 1794 Blood Sea Divine Sense. There are countless types of bodies in this starry sky. There is the glazed body cultivated by Yin Yuan, and there is also the blood-glazed body modified and derived by Tianyao Immortal Lord. There are also many different physiques, but each one has its own strengths and weaknesses. It is impossible to practice without great perseverance. But if you mention which body is the most powerful in the world, the same body will appear in almost everyone's mind. That is, the 5-element spirit body. How could you possibly cultivate into a 5-element spirit body? Tianyao Immortal Lord's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Why can't I? Yang Muchung smiled lightly. Tianyao Immortal Lord narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other party. It's no wonder that he was so shocked, because no matter in his era or in the era of Yang Muchung now, the 5-element spirit body was a body that was so powerful that it was terrifyingly forbidden. Of course, because of its power, the conditions for cultivation are also very harsh. For example, in the practice of glazed body, one must use glazed jade to temper the body, and temper the body to be like glazed. By then, the body will become the most rigid and yang existence. But the 5-element spiritual body is made up of 5 physical bodies, forming a powerful body in which yin and yang meet and harmonize with each other. The body of the blue dragon, the body of the white tiger, the body of the unicorn, the body of the Xuanwu, the body of the Suzaku. Each of them is no less difficult to cultivate to the top than the Lioli physique, and is even more powerful than the Lioli physique. Comparable. Competing? What kind of terrifying existence is the physique achieved by the convergence of these 5 kinds of bodies now? It's actually a 5-element spirit body. Tianyao Immortal Master looked at Yang Muchung carefully, his eyes full of greed. If I had known, I would have been a little later to seize your body. If I could seize this body of yours, I would be able to return to my former cultivation state in less than 3 years. You want to seize my body. Do you think it is possible? Yang Muchung slowly retracted his fist and looked at Tianyao Immortal with a half-smile. Then give it a try. Tianyao Immortal Lord shouted loudly, and an endless sea of blood suddenly surged from his body. This monstrous blood wave was just an illusion of divine thoughts. But at this moment, it seemed to be a real existence. I saw the sea of blood rising up in waves, reaching a shocking extreme in an instant. Then, this terrifying sea of blood was like the convergence of hundreds of rivers, rushing towards Yang Muqing's position crazily. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. This violent sea of blood, no matter it is poured into anyone's body, will destroy the opponent's spiritual thoughts in an instant. Certainly, this is also because the divine thoughts of Tianyao Immortal Lord are nourished by the physical body and become so powerful. Without physical nourishment before, although he had no spiritual thoughts, he was just like a lonely ghost. As long as the other party had a little reaction, he could withstand the impact of this spiritual thought. But now, he has invaded the physical body. Just like flowers, plants and trees have soil. They have grown vigorously. Even if his spiritual mind is damaged, Li Yang's body can be restored. Because of this, he dared to use his spiritual thoughts to snatch Yang Muqing's body. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all under such terrifying divine thoughts. But it is a pity that Tianyao Immortal Lord chose the wrong opponent this time. Boom! Just when the monstrous sea of blood, like hundreds of rivers converging, was about to invade directly from Yang Muqing's eyes, ears, mouth and nose, Yang Muqing smiled disdainfully and looked up. Laugh. The next moment, his eyes opened angrily, and a burst of bright light burst out from his pupils. The monstrous sea of blood surged across the heaven and earth, roaring in the starry sky. At this moment, everyone could only see the terrifying blood wave. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in the terrifying sea of blood that flooded Kyushu. Everything they looked at was filled with blood-colored light that could never be washed away. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out. This golden light went straight into the sky, completely tearing apart the void. The terrifying sea of blood wherever it passed melted rapidly under this golden light. Squeak! A tragic howl resounded across the starry sky. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw that wherever the golden light passed, it tore apart the heaven and the earth. And the vast sea of blood was involuntarily separated at this moment. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, this golden light suddenly struck the center of the blood sea. Boom! A dull loud sound suddenly resounded. And then he saw that the monstrous force seemed to have touched something at this moment. And he couldn't wait to restrain himself. This scene was indeed as powerful as a tide, coming and retreating like a tide. Almost in the blink of an eye, the previous scene had completely disappeared, as if even the sea of blood was an illusion. Why is your spiritual mind so powerful? As his divine thoughts returned to his body, Tianyao Immortal Lord's body trembled, and his eyes couldn't help but bleed blood. When he looked at Yang Muqing again, Tianyao Immortal Lord's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You know, warriors are generally divided into body refining, spirit refining, and chi refining. Any of these would take endless years. In his opinion, since Yang Muqing had cultivated into a 5-element spirit body, his spiritual thoughts must not be strong. This is just like Yin Yuan, who was successfully snatched away by him. Although he has cultivated a powerful glazed body, his spiritual consciousness is obviously weaker than that of warriors of the same level. It is for this reason that he was easily defeated by Tianyao Immortal Lord. Seize the body. Logically speaking, Yang Muqing, who has cultivated into the 5-element spirit body, is somewhat weaker than Yin Yuan in terms of spiritual consciousness. That's why he dared to pour out his spiritual thoughts so blatantly and seize the body in a fair and just manner. It is precisely because of this reason that he was very surprised after Tianyao Immortal Lord's spiritual thoughts were repulsed. Ha! Why can't my spiritual mind be so powerful? Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back with a smile and looked at Tianyao Immortal Lord. Now, do you still think you can seize the body? Boom! Tianyao Immortal Master heard Yang Muqing's words, and his expression turned cold again. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Yang Muqing would have been killed countless times by him. Looking at Yang Muqing, Tianyao Immortal Lord Sinan's voice sounded quietly. I didn't expect that while you possess the 5-element spirit body, you can also possess such a powerful body. No wonder you dare to be so determined. I can't take away your body or your body. But do you think this is all I have? Since spiritual thoughts cannot take away your body, then I will kill you first and then take away your body. Chapter 1795 5-element spirit body versus blood glass body. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyao Immortal Lord opened his eyes angrily, and a cold light shone in his eyes. You know, Tianyao Immortal Lord has conquered the world without even a single defeat. As a result, He fell into the hands of the younger generation Kuzai. Now he is reborn, thinking that he can wash away the shame with blood. But he didn't expect that when he faced Yang Muchung. He was frustrated in every way. This made him feel extremely angry. If it weren't for Yang Muchung possessing the 5 elements spirit body, he would have ordered the Tang Mo to swarm in and completely tear Yang Muchung into pieces. The words just fell. He was seen tumbling up. His whole body shot out like an arrow from the string. And he was killing Yang Muchung crazily. Kill me first and then take my body? Yang Muchung looked at the hurried figure and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Tian now immortal lord. Are you still living in a dream? The reason why I didn't leave was to kill you. Boom. At this moment, Yang Muchung clenched his fists. And his whole aura surged crazily. This burst of shocking aura was no less powerful than Tianyao Immortal Lord. Then, he quickly rose into the sky and charged towards Tianyao Immortal Lord. One is a monstrous golden light, and a huge wave of boiling blood. The two terrifying forces, like monstrous beings that destroyed everything, collided directly in the shocked eyes of countless people. Boom! This terrifying collision caused a burst of spiritual light to erupt in the void. Under the surge of spiritual light, everyone lost their color. They were not surprised that Tianyao Immortal Lord could burst out with such power. But what shocked them was that Yang Muchung could also erupt with such terrifying power. Even no less powerful than Tianyao Immortal Lord. Under this terrifying collision, the infinite aura spread desperately in all directions of the starry sky. Wherever it passed, the stars were torn to pieces by this terrifying force on the spot. Feeling the surge of power, the demons around them couldn't help but retreat back with frightened expressions. If they are involved in the battle between the two sides, no matter how powerful they are, they will be torn into pieces in an instant. Everyone who retreated crazily looked forward. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look horrified and couldn't believe it. In this terrifying impact, the blood-glazed body tempered by Tianyao Immortal Lord was no match for Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body. He actually suppressed Tianyao Immortal Lord. This kind of strength is too terrifying. This is simply crushing. The confrontation between the two sides ended with the blood-glazed body being crushed. Tianyao Immortal Lord was directly pushed back thousands of feet, while Yang Muchung only stepped back slightly before standing proudly in the starry sky again. Tianyao Immortal Lord, who keeps saying that he wants to kill Yang Muchung and sees Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body, is actually in danger of being killed at this moment. I do not believe. Listening to the chatter around him, Tianyao Immortal Venerable opened his eyes angrily, roared immediately, and started running his blood-glazed body crazily. I saw blood threads seeping out of the pores all over his body. These blood threads did not flow out, but covered the surface of his body, forming a shield like blood jade. Everyone quickly looked at it, and at this moment Tianyao Immortal Lord seemed to be carved from a complete blood jade, and the whole person had an indescribable weird feeling. When this blood jade shield completely covered his whole body, Tianyao Immortal Lord burst out in an instant, like a blood jade meteor blasting from the depths of the universe. In a short time, he had arrived in front of Yang Muchung. I saw his right hand pointing like a knife and slashing down suddenly. Zheng! At this moment, the sound of swords could be heard. Everyone only saw that when he slashed with one finger, it actually brought out a shocking blood light and slashed straight down in front of the horrified looks of countless people. The entire starry sky seemed to be split in half by this knife. Behind the shattered starry sky, the Dark Hingyu was revealed, like a ferocious beast that chooses people to devour. Wherever the sword light passed, meteorite fragments were crushed into powder. However, Yang Muchung did not dodge. He grabbed it in the air and struck out with a sword, directly smashing the opponent's arrogant sword into pieces. At the same time, he took a step forward and came to the front of Tianyao Immortal Lord as if shrinking to an inch. He raised his hand and smashed straight towards the opponent's chest. Crackling, Yang Muchung didn't use any martial arts skills in this punch. He relied entirely on the physical power of the 5-element spirit body. There was no skill at all. It was just fast and accurate. But wherever the fist touched, everything was crushed. This punch landed in Tianyao Immortal Lord's eyes, making him look dignified, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He could only choose to parry and counterattack. Boom! Both fists clashed, and a burst of thunderous sound erupted. The two men's bodies trembled, and they flew back involuntarily. Damn it! Tianyao Immortal Lord looked at his fist. The condensed blood jade above his fist was actually cracked by Yang Muchung's punch. This crack continued to spread and swept through his body. Your blood-glazed body is indeed powerful. but it only uses the blood in your body to form a piece of blood-glazed body outside your body, which is not a real body refining technique. Once the blood is exhausted, not only will your blood-glazed body be unable to be used again, but you will also be covered in blood. Die from exhaustion. Yang Machung looked at Tian now immortal with a smile. The blood in a person's body is limited. No matter how hard he practices, the blood will not increase much. And this blood-glazed body constantly uses the blood of strong men to temper the impurities in its own blood. Just like steel that is tempered 100 times. The blood-glazed physique can only rely on quality to win. But be aware. A piece of pig iron, even if it is refined into steel after hundreds of times, its hardness has reached an unimaginable level, and it is not as hard as diamond. For the blood-glazed body, the 5-element spirit body is this diamond. What's more, the 5-element spiritual body can cycle on its own, endlessly, and can recover on its own if it is injured. But the recovery of Shuai Liuli's body depends on the blood in his own body. Once the blood in the body is reduced to a certain level, not only will it be unable to recover after damage, but even the blood-glazed body will not be able to last. This is the difference between the 5-element spirit body and the blood-glazed body. Do you really think I can't help you? Even if you are a 5-element spirit body, I will tear your 5-element wheel into pieces. Boom! Tian Yao Immortal Lord let out a roar, and his whole body burst out, charging towards Yang Machung fiercely and fiercely. Yang Machung chuckled. He was not afraid at all when facing Tian Yao Immortal Lord, who was already in a state of madness. Instead, he stepped forward and faced him. Chapter 1796 Submerged. Powerful. Too strong. The Tung Mo and the captured warriors all around looked at the two people fighting with their mouths dumbfounded. Wherever the two of them passed, everything was torn apart, from meteorites to asteroids. Anyone who got involved in the battle between the two sides would be completely torn apart. The battle between the two people expanded from one star to dozens of stars. Even now, it has spread to thousands of stars. The originally bustling starry sky was flattened to the ground by the two of them at this moment. All the stars were used by the two of them as weapons that could be used and blasted towards each other. Everyone watching this scene was horrified and shocked. Why is the 5-element spiritual body so powerful? Such an idea couldn't help but arise in everyone's mind. At the beginning, Tian Yao Immortal Lord was able to fight against Yang Mu in a separate court by relying on the superiority of his blood-glazed body. But this blood-glazed body was not shattered once by Yang Machung, and Tian Yao Immortal Lord had to use blood to fill it. Therefore, his strength becomes weaker as he fights. But for Yang Machung, his 5-element spiritual body is of its own kind, and no matter how much it consumes, it can still be replenished internally. It can be said that Yang Machung's power is endless. No matter how powerful he was at the beginning, his power will not weaken even a little bit until the end. However, Tian Yao Immortal Lord's blood-glazed body is getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked at this scene and were all speechless. Even an idiot can see that Tian Yao Immortal Lord was suppressed and beaten by Yang Machung. Even if it happens occasionally, Tian Yao Immortal Lord's counterattack is just like drizzle to Yang Machung and does not constitute the slightest threat. And the countershock power of the 5-element spiritual body is enough to make Tian Yao Immortal Lord drink a pot. Call out! I saw Yang Machung suddenly descending from the sky, and stepped directly towards Tian Yao Immortal Lord with a thunderous kick. Not good. At this moment, Tian Yao Immortal Lord closed his eyes, and the depths of his eyes were filled with fear. His blood-glazed body is already full of cracks. If he is hit again, his blood-glazed body will be completely broken. He was startled and jumped up in a panic. This foot that did not hit Tian Yao Immortal Lord stepped heavily on the stars under him. Boom! The terrifying burst of power caused the entire star to shake suddenly, and along the position where Yang Machung's foot landed, the asteroid was split into two halves on the spot. Among the exploding asteroids and the dust, Tian Yao Immortal Lord turned into an arrow of light and shot out quickly. But at this moment, a white jade-like palm held a heavy phantom, and with an extremely skillful gesture, it suddenly grabbed forward and directly grabbed Tian Yao Immortal Lord's body. Then, the hand suddenly grabbed hard. Not good! Tian Yao Immortal Lord felt as if 7 or 8 stars were tied to his legs. The power was so terrifying that he could not move or break free. Get out of here! There was a burst of shouting, and Yang Machung smiled coldly. He grabbed Tian Yao Immortal Lord and knocked him down from midair. Call. There was a whistling sound. At this moment, Tian Yao Immortal Lord turned directly into a falling meteor, smashed down crazily, and fell into an asteroid. Everyone quickly looked forward and saw that Tianyao Immortal Lord was blasted into the ground on the spot under this terrifying power. Everyone quickly looked towards the star and couldn't help but gasp. I saw that the blood glass all over Tianyao Immortal Lord's body had completely cracked, and large pieces of broken SHLs continued to fall from Tianyao Immortal Lord's face and body, crackling on the ground. At this moment, even an idiot knows that Tianyao Immortal Lord has been defeated. His blood-glazed body was shattered by Yang Maicheng. "What are you idiots doing? Why don't you kill this kid quickly?" No matter how much power he exerted, he suddenly discovered that the blood in his body was not only unable to repair his blood-glazed body, but even maintaining it became difficult. At this moment, Tianyao Immortal Lord finally let go of his high airs. He knew that he would probably be killed by the kid in front of him. He had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years before he found his body and was finally reborn. He didn't want to be killed by this kid. He couldn't help but roar loudly. The warriors around him were also shocked when they heard the other party's hysterical roar. When Yang Maicheng originally said that he wanted to kill Tianyao Immortal Lord, everyone thought that this kid didn't know how high the sky was, and that newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. But now I see Tianyao Immortal being almost suppressed and beaten in front of this young man who is less than 20 years old, and even gives up his dignity and asks for help from his subordinates. At this moment, everyone just felt that everything in front of them was like a dream, and they couldn't believe it. Tongue! 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 The next moment, the astonished tongue demons suddenly came to their senses and rushed towards Yang Maicheng crazily. However, the first to arrive in front of Yang Maicheng were the three great demons under Tianyao Immortal Lord. Eagle Girl soars into the devil. Battle Cat Tingmo. Rhino becomes a demon. Call. Eagle Girl Tingmo waved her wings like a terrifying gust of wind and rushed in front of Yang Maicheng in an instant. She waved her claws, causing a sharp roar. The claws were like iron hooks, pointing directly at Yang Maicheng's heart. Even the void can be torn apart if this claw is grasped on the chest. The heart of the five elements spirit body will be taken out. War Cat Tingmo is the cutest one among the four Tingmo. She is furry all over, like a harmless kitten, but her speed is comparable to that of Eagle Girl Tingmo. She defecates almost at the same time. He had already rushed in front of Yang Maicheng. She waved her claws, and suddenly there was a piercing whistling sound. At this moment, the terrifying power poured out directly, pouring into it crazily. The sharp claws roared sharply, as if thousands of crazy swords were falling, trying to tear Yang Maicheng into pieces. And the rhinoceros Tingmo is the most terrifying. He didn't have as many moves as the other two demons. He came roaring at this moment and rushed straight towards Yang Maicheng. The terrifying size and terrifying power completely exploded at this moment. The momentum was even more terrifying than that of a meteorite, and he rushed in front of Yang Maicheng in an instant. It seemed that even the five elements spiritual body in front of him would be shattered by him in an instant. The strength of these three Tingmo is so shocking at this moment, let alone the tens of thousands of Tingmo. Call! 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 At this moment, the roaring demons turned into terrifying black escaping lights. At this moment, they shot out overwhelmingly, as if they were going to completely submerge Yang Maicheng in this moment. Chapter 1797 The Last Resort. Brother Yang, let's come! There are too many of these demons! Everyone come with me! Seeing these tongue demons rising into the sky like a tide, rushing towards Yang Maicheng crazily, Su Anqiu shouted loudly after recovering. At this time, everyone had already retrieved their magic weapons, and immediately rushed towards the Tingmo, who were killing them crazily. The prisoners, as if they saw hope at this moment, immediately started to resist. At this moment, the entire starry sky was plunged into chaos. But the three most powerful soaring demons still came to Yang Maicheng with great momentum. Faced with the simultaneous attack by the three most powerful Tangmo under Tianyao Immortal Lord, Yang Maicheng just smiled faintly, grabbed his right hand in the air, and slashed forward quickly. I have a sword that I can use to kill everyone in the world. Zheng! The terrifying sound of swords resounded through the void at this moment. Everyone could only see an extreme sword light, like a raging flame, sweeping out quickly, as if it was going to completely burn the entire starry sky at this moment. Puff puff! In an instant, the three great soaring demons were cut in half on the spot with this sword. Wherever the sword light passed, there was only a whistling sound, and all the Tingmo fell to the ground at this moment, falling down one after another. This sword almost split the starry sky, wherever it passed, The meteorites and stars in the star array were cut in half on the spot, and the cuts were as smooth as mirrors. As for Tian Yao, Immortal Lord, his expression changed drastically under the sword, and he retreated towards the back with disheveled hair. Let's capture him without mercy! Yang Mucheng dispersed the sword light in his right hand and looked at Tian Yao Immortal quietly. At this moment, Tian Yao Immortal Lord was already looking disheveled and embarrassed. When he occupied Yin Yuan, he looked like a middle-aged man. But now he seems to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Not only has his hair turned gray, even wrinkles appeared on his face, as if he were a dying old man, without the arrogant attitude before. Everyone knows that Tian Yao Immortal Lord used all his blood to build his blood-glazed body. Now his blood-glazed body has been shattered, and most of the blood in his body has been used up. It is equivalent to the loss of his own essence, which is why he looks so old. What? You actually let me catch you without my hands? You actually let me, the majestic Tian Yao Immortal, catch me without my hands? Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Tian Yao Immortal Lord suddenly raised his head, staring at Yang Mucheng with a pair of eyes. The cold light in his eyes made everyone who looked at him tremble, as if they were poured ice water on their heads. Average. The battle in the distance is coming to an end. Although these demons were very powerful, they were always outnumbered and were killed one by many warriors working together. Now these warriors, after killing the demons, all came to the battlefield one after another. At this moment, crowds gathered in the sky and on the ground, almost surrounding Tian Yao Immortal Lord at this moment. Tian Yao Immortal Lord, if you still don't kneel down and surrender, maybe Brother Yang can spare your life, Sherpathian said sharply. I'm going to capture you without mercy. Capture without mercy. At this moment, the shout suddenly rose up, as if overwhelming, pressing hard towards Tian Yao Immortal Lord. The hatred in the hearts of these captured warriors was unbearable. They all came to this star formation because of the treasure map. But no one expected that it was all the tricks of this 10,000-year-old ghost. And these people are either the sect leaders or elders of a sect. And some are even the ancestors of the family. These people were all captured by Tung Mo like slaves and pinned to the ground. Killed them like animals. And then used their blood as a guide to temper the blood-glazed body of this old ghost. Thinking of the previous scene of kneeling down to beg for mercy, they couldn't help but feel secretly resentful in their hearts, wishing they could tear the Tian Yao Immortal Lord into pieces completely. Ha! You wastes are the only ones who want to kill me! Scanning the crowd coldly, Tian Yao Immortal Lord's eyes fell directly on Yang Mucheng. He hated these bullies, who had previously knelt at his feet and begged for mercy, but now turned against him. But what he hates the most is Yang Mucheng. Since his resurrection, he has not yet had time to control the starry sky, and he has not even recovered his strength to its peak. But then he met this boy. How can he not be sad in his heart? How can he not be angry in his heart? Since you are the 5-element spirit body, that's why I didn't kill you. Since I can't get your 5-element spirit body, then I will kill you. Use your blood to temper my blood-glazed body. In this way, my blood-glazed body is not weaker than any other body. You dare to be so presumptuous when you are about to die. Kill him. Let's see what else he can do. Seeing that Tian Yao Immortal Lord, who was left alone and even seriously injured and aged, was even more like a trapped animal when faced with the encirclement and killing of everyone. How dare you speak so wildly at this time? Suddenly, many warriors fell into rage. At this moment, they poured all their power into their magic weapons and martial arts. Immediately, the monstrous attack swept out crazily, rushing towards Tian Yao Immortal Lord overwhelmingly. Brother Yang, Sherpathian, Su Anchio and others looked at Yang Mucheng and asked quietly. But as soon as they finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with fear, and he immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Just when Yang Mucheng finished speaking, just when the sun-blocking attack was about to fall on Tian Yao Immortal Lord, he saw Tian Yao Immortal Lord's eyes shining brightly, and his hands forming a strange mark. At the same time as this strange mark appeared, the void suddenly became turbulent, and then a broken palace emerged from the void and appeared behind Tian Yao Immortal Lord. This palace is the palace where Tian Yao Immortal's spiritual thoughts lived when he slept for hundreds of millions of years. Humph! Does a broken palace want to stop the attack of so many of us? Don't show him any mercy. Kill him completely. Let him have no bones left. Let him understand the consequences of playing with us. Seeing the flash of this palace, everyone present was shocked at first, and then quickly started shouting angrily. Each and every one of them squeezed the seals quickly, and infinite power surged wildly. pouring into the attack again. In a moment, the monstrous attacks were superimposed twice, or even 3 or 4 times, and they were crushing towards Tianyao Immortal Lord in a swift and violent manner. However, facing the endless attacks from everyone, Tianyao Immortal Lord smiled coldly and directly urged the broken palace to smash towards the overwhelming attacks. Chapter 1798 The Terrifying Dilapidated Palace. Boom! 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 At this moment, the void exploded, and the endless attacks turned the broken palace into a vacuum on the spot. How can this be? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. However, Tianyao Immortal Lord had a sneer on his face. This palace is his residence. Even if it is damaged, its power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He has 2 magic weapons in front of him, one of which is the entire star formation, and the other is this palace. Whether it is the star formation or the palace, they have all survived hundreds of millions of years. From this alone, it can be seen that this palace is not an extraordinary thing. Boom! Tianyao Immortal Master moved the seal with his right hand, and the ruined palace flew forward crazily. Wherever it passed, whether it was warriors or stars, whether it was magic weapons or martial arts, they were all smashed to pieces by the palace. No matter how strong your cultivation is, this palace will be crushed to pieces in an instant by the sudden impact. This horrifying scene immediately shocked everyone, and they fled in all directions crazily. How could they dare to kill Tianyao Immortal Lord like before? Tianyao Immortal Lord was filled with anger. If he still has peak strength now, he only needs to create a seal to open the palace gate and suck all these people into the palace. But now, he has exhausted all his strength just by activating the palace collision. Let alone to this extent. If I can't get your 5-element spirit body, then I will destroy your 5-element spirit body. Among the warriors who turned into birds and beasts around him, Tianyao Immortal Master spotted Yang Macheng at a glance. He made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the palace made an extreme rotation in midair, and rushed towards Yang Macheng like a bolt of lightning. This palace! Yang Macheng's eyes narrowed. How could he not know that Tianyao Immortal Lord could take out the palace to bombard him at this last moment? The power of this palace must be beyond ordinary people's imagination. Coupled with the palace's terrifying attitude of crushing everything before, Yang Macheng's expression became condensed, and he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Good! I'm going to come and experience the power of your palace. Yang Macheng closed his eyes and directly released the Qinglian platform, releasing the 5 elements flag on the spot. However, under the blessing of these 2 magic weapons, the whole person suddenly burst out, like a blue lightning, rushing towards the palace. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Macheng and the palace. Looking at this scene, everyone's heart couldn't help but feel in their throats. You know, they understand that their lives are in the hands of this young man. If he loses, they will be killed by the terrifying Tianyao Immortal Lord, who will use their blood to temper his blood-glazed body. Only if Yang Macheng wins can these people leave here alive. In the eyes of countless people who were looking forward to being shocked, Yang Macheng and this terrifying palace collided fiercely like 2 world-destroying hurricanes. Boom! Amidst the violent explosions, I saw that the originally shattered palace actually erupted with a burst of crackling sounds. Broken walls continued to fall down, and huge cracks surrounded the palace, spread quickly. But the palace, which was bombarded even more dilapidated, was stronger than ordinary imagination. It directly smashed the green light on the Qinglian platform, and struck Yang Macheng's body with unabated force. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, Yang Macheng flew backwards like a cannonball that had been blasted hard. It's over! At this moment, everyone's hearts hit rock bottom. Even the 5-element spiritual body was hit by the palace, and vomited blood and flew backwards. People like them were probably like a mantis blocking a car in front of this palace. Damn it! Seeing Yang Macheng vomiting blood and flying backwards after being hit by him, Tianyao Immortal could not help but curse in secret. This palace has been shattered into pieces, and even 1/10,000th of its original strength is gone. Now if you use him to bombard a boy, you can only beat him until he vomits blood and flies away. So what if you are the 5-element spirit body? Today, I will let you be completely crushed into powder under my palace. Tianyao Immortal Master closed his eyes and made another seal. Condensation! 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 Every time he shouted, the speed and power of the palace increased by 1 point. After 3 drinks, the speed of the palace almost exceeded everyone's naked eyes at this moment. Everyone seemed to only see a ray of light passing by. And then, They saw this dilapidated palace was already roaring with terror, as it rushed towards Yang Machung like crazy. The speed of this palace was so fast that even Yang Machung could only bite the bullet and activate the 5-element spirit body to resist. Boom! After another collision, Yang Machung felt as if his bones had completely exploded, and every inch of his body seemed to be shattered. Even this terrifying bombardment made his internal organs seem to shift at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of blood. With my 5-element spiritual body, if I come into a head-on confrontation with this palace, it will definitely be a lose-lose outcome. How will I have the strength to deal with Tianyao Immortal Lord? This palace is already in dilapidated condition. If my 5-element spirit body can be raised to one more level, I can completely destroy it. But what other means do I have now? Yang Machung couldn't help but shrink his eyes as he looked at the palace roaring towards him. What to do? How to hide? Among the electric lights and flints, Yang Machung immediately thought of the colorful stones that drove the entire star formation. He came to this star formation just for this 10,000 spirit stone. Facing this palace that was the only one that could shatter his 5-element spirit body, Yang Machung could only place all his expectations on the All Spirits colorful stone, hoping that this All Ling's colorful stone could elevate his Xuanwu body to Desheng. Let the promotion of the 5-element spiritual body be perfected again. Tongue! As soon as his footsteps turned, Yang Machung suddenly disappeared from the same place, and soon appeared tens of thousands of miles away. At the same time, Yang Machung rushed out and flew quickly towards the location of the huge Wanling colorful stone. Seeing Yang Machung's actions, Tianyao Immortal Lord was also stunned for a moment, and it was not until a moment later that he realized Yang Machung's true thoughts. Boy, you are still evil even when you are about to die. You put all your hopes on my All-Spirit Colorful Stone. Even if you get this All-Spirit Colorful Stone, you will eventually be completely killed by me. Chapter 1799 Myth. Boom, boom, boom. Under the attack of Tianyao Immortal Lord, the dilapidated palace was simply overwhelming and unstoppable. Any existence that stands in front of the palace will be torn into pieces in an instant. The overwhelming attacks from the warriors present only caused a subtle and invisible crack in the palace, and it was not even able to slow down the speed of the dilapidated palace at all. In this violent bombardment, Yang Machung almost brought the void transit to its extreme. Every time he moved, his speed reached the extreme, reaching the farthest distance that his spiritual thoughts could reach. But the speed of the dilapidated palace was no less than that of Yang Machung, and it was still getting closer to Yang Machung. 500 miles, 300 miles, 100 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. Under this palace, Yang Machung was like a dead tree twig under the huge waves, as if his body could be completely torn apart easily. Finally, when the palace was less than 500 meters away from Yang Machung had already touched the huge colorful stone of all spirits. Even if I let you get the 7-colored stone of all spirits, what would you do? Do you have enough time to use him to temper the 5-element spirit body? Today, I will use the blood of your 5-element spirit body as the foundation for me to conquer the starry sky again. Tianyao Immortal Master's pupil shrank, and he made a seal with his right hand. Then, all his power, at this moment, was poured into the palace crazily. The dilapidated palace, at this moment, was growing crazily in an astonishing manner, reaching a height of tens of millions of feet in an instant. Then, under the charge of Tianyao Immortal Lord, the palace crushed towards Yang Machung like a mountain peak. The ancient heaven swallowing technique. At this moment, Yang Machung didn't care anymore. He unleashed all his cultivation and used the ancient heaven swallowing technique with all his strength. The moment his palm came into contact with the Wanling colorful stone, this huge spiritual stone was swallowed directly into his palm, as if it had been swallowed whole by Yang Machung. Then, the power of this colorful stone was quickly poured into Yang Machung's limbs and bones. At this moment, all I could see was that the skin on his body, which was originally as white as snow, actually covered his whole body in a manner visible to the naked eye. Nature, Yang Machung couldn't absorb such a huge multicolored stone in a short time. He could only temporarily store this huge power in his body, use part of it first, and then refine it one by one when it is safe. Just when the palace was coming, Yang Machung suddenly turned around, clenched his right hand into a fist, and the muscles in his whole body were tense to the extreme, and they were stretched into a straight line from head to toe, like a tight long bow. The spine is rolling like a dragon. This turbulent force even caused the surrounding space to be shaken and make a crackling sound. When this power reached its extreme, Yang Muchung punched directly. At this moment, there were almost no words to describe the horror of this punch. The surrounding space was crushed at this moment, and turbulent ripples could be seen along Yang Muchung's fist. The entire space turned into water at this moment, and Yang Muchung's fist was the stone that disturbed the calm water. Then, under the shock of eyes, Yang Muchung hit the palace hard with his punch. In everyone's eyes, this was supposed to be a shocking blow, but it was silent. The moment Yang Muchung's fist hit the palace, the huge palace was also covered by ripples of space shock. Then, this huge palace, which had existed for hundreds of millions of years, was quietly torn apart by Yang Muchung's punch, just like a bubble in a dream. Boom! The exploded palace turned into powder and dissipated in the starry sky. What? Watching his palace shatter into pieces under this punch, looking at Yang Muchung standing proudly in the starry sky, Tianyao Immortal Lord's entire face turned pale in an instant. Escape! As expected of a hero, after the last resort was completely eliminated, Tianyao Immortal Lord's heart has sunk to the bottom. With almost no hesitation, he turned and ran away. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would definitely die in the hands of Yang Muchung. Billions of years ago, although his body was destroyed, his spiritual thoughts resided in the palace, and he was able to survive. Now that even the palace has been torn apart, even if he escapes with his spiritual thoughts, he may not be able to wait for hundreds of millions of years. Tianyao Immortal Lord, you want to take away my 5-element spiritual body. This sword will give it back to you. Looking at Tianyao Immortal Lord who escaped, Yang Muchung turned his eyes, and the Xinyuan sword whizzed out and flew into his palm. He was not in a hurry to take action, but stood quietly in the void without moving. At this moment, the overwhelming spiritual energy in the star array gathered crazily and poured into his Xinyuan sword. Xinyuan's sword trembled, and a roaring sword sound erupted. Then, Yang Muchung raised his right hand and slashed downward. This sword actually made a sword marked tens of millions of feet long. Wherever it passed, the entire starry sky was chopped into 2 halves in an instant. From the perspective of outsiders, the entire star formation was split into 2 halves at the same moment. And under this sword that was like falling rain, Tianyao Immortal Lord, who had fled to the extreme, stopped there as if he had been cast on a body-fixing technique. Amidst the blood spurts, the whole person was split in half by the sword. Rumble. The void shook and the space tore apart. At this moment, there was deathly silence in the entire star array, and everyone stared at the starry sky that was cut apart. It was not until a moment later that the sound of the sword smashing everything came rolling in like muffled thunder. Looking at the body of Tianyao Immortal Lord who was killed by a sword, no matter how huge the starry sky was, it was just dead silence. Died? This Tianyao Immortal Lord was killed with a sword? Everyone couldn't believe it. From Yang Muchung's counterattack to his killing Tianyao Immortal Lord with one sword. This scene only happened between Lightning and Flint. But no one could have imagined what happened between Lightning and Flint, the previously arrogant Tianyao Immortal, who controlled the starry sky in the palace to chase Yang Muchung. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, not only was the palace shattered by Yang Muchung, but he was also split in half by the opponent's sword in reverse. Dead! Tianyao Immortal Lord is dead, and his spiritual mind was strangled under the sword. From now on, he can no longer take away his body, and can no longer be resurrected. And in this starry sky, this young man's existence will surely become a myth. Su Anqiu looked ahead and nodded solemnly. Where did this young man come from? At this moment, looking at the young man in the field who slowly sheathed his sword, everyone couldn't help but have this thought in their mind. Chapter 1800 Shocking Geoding. The star array is the largest nebula in the Geoding galaxy. After all, this formation has existed since ancient times, and even the oldest beings cannot tell the origin of this formation. However, this formation has not been stable recently. First, it suddenly started to work, attracting countless warriors to inquire. At this moment, hundreds of tiny powerhouses gathered outside the Geoding galaxy. However, due to the rotation of the star array, the entire array cannot be entered or exited. Everyone could only look at the star array. There seems to be a terrifying force rising crazily. Look! At this time, a burst of exclamations resounded. Then, everyone saw a scene they will never forget. All he saw was a shocking sword light erupting from the center of the star formation. There are almost no words that can describe this sword light. It was up and swept out with a sword. It was like the Pangu axe that created the world. Under everyone's shocked eyes, it split the entire star formation in half. Looking at the dead Tian now immortal lord, Yang Mucheng slowly sheathed his sword. He stood up with his hands behind his back and walked out slowly. At this moment, wherever Yang Mucheng passed, the former 100 Tai experts dispersed like a tide, all bowing their heads. It's him! At this time, a half-step Tai among the crowd saw Yang Mucheng's face clearly, and his pupils suddenly closed in disbelief. Lao He, do you know him? Someone asked quickly from the side. The half-step Tai named Lao He nodded heavily. How could he not know that he was the leader of Dao Dao's sect? Back then, Yang Mucheng brought Zhu Han to the mountain gate, almost forcing him, the leader of the Dao sect, to accept Zhu Han as his disciple. Although he agreed at the time. As the sect leader after all, wouldn't it be a joke to be bullied and refuse to seek justice? So he has been secretly inquiring about Yang Mucheng, preparing to wash away his shame. But he never expected that this young man could actually split the entire star formation in half with the power of a sword. With such terrifying strength, even if you find out the other party's identity and status, you can't deal with him. At this time, Su Anqiu gathered his magic weapon and came out of the air. Brother Yang. He bowed respectfully to Yang Mucheng and almost bowed to the ground. As the ancestor of the Su family, his cultivation has now reached Tai perfection, which is almost intimidating. Now I am so respectful to Yang Mucheng, but I am not dissatisfied at all, but sincere in my heart. You know, they came all the way with Yang Mucheng, and watched Yang Mucheng sweep all the way, and even cut the entire star formation in half. And there was only awe in their hearts. You were quite damaged in this battle with Tian now immortal lord. Our Su family is considered the top family in the Jioding galaxy. If Brother Yang doesn't mind it, you can come to my Su family to rest for a while, Su Anqiu said respectfully. Good. Yang Mu was originally going to refuse, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Although he killed Tian now immortal lord, his foundation was frustrated, and he still needs some time to cultivate. What's more, he had forcefully devoured the seven-colored stone of all spirits before, which almost shattered Xuanwu's body. Both of these points require a lot of time. And secretly there is a reunion of all things. It would be a problem if those vampires came to see them at such a critical moment. So Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment and nodded. The star formation was split open. This news swept through the entire Jioding galaxy like a hurricane. As a star formation that has existed since ancient times, there is actually such an old monster from hundreds of millions of years ago, waiting to seize the body. And the seizing of the body is successful. With his strength, he can easily subvert the entire Jioding galaxy. But such a terrifying old monster died at the hands of a boy under 20 years old. After the leader of the Dao Dao sect returned to the sect, he immediately held a meeting and listed Zhu Han as the chief disciple of the Dao Dao sect. After all, she was introduced by Yang Mucheng. If you dare to disrespect her, you are provoking Yang Mucheng. In the secular world, he is the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. When their family got the news, they dared not speak for a long time. Sitting on it, the most senior governor of Guangdong and Guangxi said in a deep voice, From now on, no one in the family is allowed to mention this matter. The other party is an immortal, an existence that is unrivaled among the immortals. If he wants to take action against us, let alone me, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, all the immortals in the sky will be killed. The powerful existence of the palace is no match for him. No one in the family dared to speak, and everything was as silent as death. This news is really shocking. If he were an ordinary immortal, with the power of his family, he could still find some people to take action against him. But Yang Mucheng was dealing with an old monster from hundreds of millions of years ago. Not only did he kill Tian now immortal lord with one sword, but he also chopped the entire star formation in half. This was really shocking. The rich young man who teased Zhu Han under the city bridge and beat the old fisherman to death was even more stunned. He originally thought that with the power of his family, he could easily regain his position for him. But he didn't expect that the other party's strength was actually so strong. And you, from now on, you will be banned from the family, and you are never allowed to leave the family even half a step. Otherwise the family law will serve you. The governor of Guangdong and Guangxi turned his eyes and said coldly, No matter how powerful they are in the mortal world, compared with this kind of immortal, they are still far behind, and there is almost no comparability. It was easy for someone to split a large array of stars in half, and it was also easy to destroy their family. At this time, the edge of the Jioding galaxy, The old castle where all things come together. The people from the all things returning to one conference rushed back urgently. For all things returning to one, they naturally had to discuss the next thing. After all, they had sent people to capture Yang Macheng as a blood slave before. But now the strength shown by the other party had shocked them. Not only did they have to discuss the next countermeasures against Yang Macheng, but they also had to discuss how to deal with Yang Mucheng's possible attack. Revenge. Humph. This kid is actually a five-element spirit. The blond man sitting in the high seat had a hint of shock in his eyes. And at the same time, he could not hide his surprise. This five-element spirit body is the #1 body in the starry sky. It can even collapse a palace hundreds of millions of years ago. It must be that the five-element spirit body is not just a small success. If I can capture him as a blood slave and nourish his body with his essence and blood every day, it won't take long for him to regain his strength. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up. His cultivation level has reached the middle stage of Tai, and he has the five-element spirit body, which ordinary cultivation cannot handle. Shadow, Mad Dragon, you two go to the Su family and capture this kid. Yes. In the main hall, the two men clasped their fists heavily and accepted the order. Then, their bodies trembled and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1801 Miss Su Family. Su Family. In an attic, Yang Macheng slowly opened his eyes. I finally adjusted my body. Let out a breath. In fact, in the Battle of the Star Formation, his greatest damage was not caused to him by Tianyao Immortal Lord, but by the All Souls Colorful Stone. If he absorbed it step by step, it would take him at least half a month to completely absorb this all-spirited colorful stone. But he only used it for a moment. You know, this is equivalent to the amount of food that ordinary people eat for more than 10 days at one time, which will easily burst their stomachs. Although Yang Macheng would not be stretched to pieces, Xuanwu's body would be damaged because he forcibly poured the colorful stones into his body. In the past few days, what he has done is to restore Xuanwu's body. However, he also took this opportunity to recommend Xuanwu's body to its peak. There is still a large part of the energy of the All Souls Colorful Stone left in my body, and it will take time to slowly digest it. Although the power in these colorful stones exists in Yang Mucheng's body, it can no longer be directly absorbed and utilized like before. Just like the fat on a fat person, it can only turn into muscles through exercise. These colorful stones now exist in Yang Mucheng's body, which is equivalent to turning into fat. It takes him time to draw out the energy one by one. As for the qi and blood of Tianyao Immortal Lord, it is the easiest to absorb. My strength has already reached the middle stage of Tai. After absorbing his energy and blood, I have already reached the late stage. He nodded with satisfaction. This time, the star formation battle was very fruitful for Yang Macheng. Not only did he improve his cultivation to the late stage of Tai, but he also found the 11th dragon tail bracelet. In addition, he has raised his Xuanwu body to its peak, and can reach the great perfection at any time. After practicing for so long, it's time to go out for a walk. In the past few days, all his mind had been immersed in recuperation, and he had not moved a step. So he was still thinking about it, and wanted to go out for a walk. If possible, go to Su Anqiu to inquire about the news of the reunion of all things. Drink! 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 As he wandered around, Yang Macheng heard a burst of very regular shouts. He was curious for a moment, and walked forward with his hands behind his back. Only then did he realize that he had actually arrived at the martial arts arena of the Su family, where all the children of the Su family were training. While following Su Anqiu, Yang Macheng also got to know the Su family somewhat. The families in the starry sky basically follow the same pattern as the Tuoba clan, divided into main lines and branch lines. The children of the branch family are often sent to do some complicated chores, and do some chores. Only those geniuses with good understanding can enter the main clan to practice. Of course, this is done to continuously inject fresh blood into the family. I saw the boys and girls in the clan practicing a set of palm skills. In front of each of them was a wooden stake made of gold, stone and wood, which made a crackling sound. The Mad Devil has 108 moves. What is surprising is that the instructor of this group of boys and girls is a young girl. She is wearing leather armor, has a heroic demeanor, and her cold voice can be heard throughout the martial arts arena. What matters is the power of the Mad Devil. When the palm is released, it is as powerful as a fierce tiger. Surging forward, it blasts out with absolute ferocity. The power of each palm not only requires the use of all the strength of the whole body, but also each subsequent palm must be stronger than the previous palm. The fact that you can stand in the martial arts arena of the main clan proves that you are the disciples that the clan values. What is placed in front of you is a wooden puppet made of gold, stone and wood. You must use the crazy demon 100 times within a month. Break this wooden puppet into pieces with your hands. Otherwise, go back to the branch. The girl's shouts were accompanied by the muffled sound of bang bang bang. Yang Muchung stopped with a smile and looked at the people practicing hard on the martial arts field. After the girl instructor finished speaking, she started practicing the 108 crazy moves on the spot. Every time she struck the void with her palm, there was a burst of air, causing a burst of exclamation. As expected of the eldest lady. Yes, she can actually perform this crazy demon's 108 moves so exquisitely. Even this move is comparable to the elders of the clan. Are you kidding? Miss Chu Xian is the most powerful genius in our clan. In addition to the 108 hands of this crazy demon, she has mastered more martial arts skills than even some deacons. It's the ancestor. They all praised her. In the eyes of others, the mad demon's 108 moves may seem exquisite. But in Yang Muchung's eyes, this is just a mid-level Xian-level martial arts technique. And there are still some flaws when the opponent practices it. Seeing this, he shook his head gently. But when he shook his head, he immediately angered Chu Xian. Chu Xian had discovered Yang Muchung watching her practice martial arts early in the morning. She was already a little resentful. But now she saw Yang Muchung shaking his head and became angry. Why are you shaking your head? Do you look down on my martial arts skills? No. Yang Muchung didn't expect that he would offend the other party by shaking his head, and denied it with a smile. Humph. You playful and smiling face. You dandy! Chu Xian glanced at Yang Muchung and snorted coldly. I've seen a lot of dandies like you. Are you trying to use some deliberate means to attract my attention? What on earth are you doing? Who are you? Why do you look so unfamiliar to me? I've never seen you before. I was brought in by Su Anqiu. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and became playful for a moment. How presumptuous! Are you allowed to call the ancestor's name? After hearing Yang Muchung's words, Chu Xian's face suddenly turned cold. I thought you were just an ordinary dude before, but I didn't expect you to be so insignificant. Come here. Arrest him. Chu Xian shouted. Yang Muchung raised his hands helplessly and said, I was really brought in by Su Anqiu. How are you going to believe it? Chu Xian frowned slightly and looked at Yang Muchung carefully. Yang Muchung's expression told her that the other party was not lying. But this young man is about the same age as himself. And what kind of figure the ancestor is? How could he personally bring such a young man into the family? After concentrating for a moment, she turned her eyes, fell on the wooden puppet in front of her, and said loudly, When I practiced the crazy demon 108 hands earlier, you shook your head in disdain. Well, if you can point out the shortcomings of my crazy demon 108 hands, I will believe that you were brought in by my ancestor. Yang Muchung looked at her with a smile. Really? Chapter 1802 Ignorant of knowledge and skills? Too arrogant. Humph. The eldest lady has 108 crazy skills. Even the elders praise her. So what shortcomings can there be? Yes. If she has shortcomings, how could she become our instructor? Listening to Yang Muchung's words, everyone couldn't help but shout. Obviously, they don't believe that this guy, who is about the same age as themselves, has the ability to see the shortcomings in the hands of Kwang Xian 108. Chu Xian also snorted and held her fists, her behavior making her very dissatisfied. Even when he heard himself asking him to talk about his shortcomings, he felt confident. Really? Chu Xian held his fists and nodded heavily. I want to see what you can say. The power of your 108 crazy demon hands is not enough, Yang Muchung said without thinking. Humph! What a joke! How could I not be powerful enough? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xian responded with a sneer. She lightly patted the wooden puppet in front of her with her right hand, and there was a click sound, and a 3-inch deep dent was made on the wooden puppet of palm prints. This scene naturally caused everyone to exclaim. Boy! Did you see it? This is Jean Shermu's puppet. We tried our best but could only leave a shallow palm print on the puppet. The eldest lady can have such power with just a slap. Are you sure the eldest lady is not powerful enough? You couldn't find any shortcomings and just throw out random nonsense. Right? Chu Xian slowly retracted her palm, looked at Yang Muchung coldly, and snorted. I've seen too many uneducated dandies like you. I'm not an unreasonable person. If you say I'm not powerful enough, I'd like to hear your explanation. Everyone looked at Yang Macheng with a joking look on their faces. Obviously, I don't think Yang Macheng can come up with any reasonable explanation. But Yang Macheng smiled lightly and said, "The Crazy Demon's 108 hands is a mid-level Shin-level palm technique. It emphasizes the utmost strength and yang. When the palm is released, it is like heavy rain falling. And when it falls, it is like a violent storm. As a daughter, you can use this. It's really surprising that you have mastered the palm technique to such an extent. But that doesn't mean you don't have any shortcomings. The 108 hands of this crazy demon require one palm to be stronger than the other. You can still maintain full energy with the first 100 palms. But in the end, you will be short of energy and blood. And the power will not increase but decrease. And it is not even as good as the first one. The power of a palm. Am I right?" After speaking, Yang Macheng looked at Chu Xian with a smile. "How do you know?" Chu Xian's eyes narrowed. When she used this crazy demon's 108 moves, it was indeed very powerful from the front. But the farther to the back, the less powerful it became. Even the elders failed to see this. Unexpectedly, this young man could see it just by watching him practice it once. He is Yang Macheng. How could he not see this about you? At this moment, an old voice sounded from the side. Chu Xian looked at it suspiciously. But it didn't matter. He was immediately surprised. The person who came was none other than Su Anqiu. Without any hesitation, she hugged her fists and said quickly, "Chu Xian pays homage to the ancestor. Well done. Ancestor. Well done. Ancestor." In the martial arts arena, the other disciples also knelt down and shouted, "Brother Yang, I made you laugh. Chu Xian is a mortal creature and does not recognize your real face. Please forgive me," Su Anqiu said respectfully. Yang Macheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I finished practicing and was very quiet and restless. I accidentally came here and saw the juniors practicing, so I gave them a few pointers." Chu Xian's eyes almost bulged out when he saw this scene. This young man was talking and laughing so freely with the ancestor of the Su family. Moreover, the ancestor's attitude towards this young man was filled with indescribable respect. Brother Yang has improved his cultivation level again. It seems that you have gained a lot from the Battle of the Stars. Su Anqiu's eyes were full of shock. At first, he watched Yang Macheng go from the early stage of Tai to the middle stage of Tai. And now he has reached the middle stage of Tai. Late stage. How could this not surprise him? Is he Yang Macheng? Listening to the conversation between the two people, everyone was even more stunned. Especially Chu Xian couldn't believe it. She had previously accused Yang Macheng of being an ignorant and incompetent playboy. But who would have thought that he was the one who killed Tianyao Immortal Lord with one sword and even split the entire star formation in half? "Senior, I was blind. Please forgive me," Chu Xian said quickly. Yang Macheng looked at Chu Xian with a smile. "You didn't offend me. I have a way to solve your lack of energy in the hands of Mad Demon 108. With that said, Yang Macheng flicked his right hand, and a drop of blood slowly floated out and flew in front of Chu Xian. This, Chu Xian froze on the spot and did not come back to his senses for a long time. "Didn't you say that you would solve the shortcomings of the technique for yourself? Why did you give yourself a drop of blood?" But Su Anqiu on the side had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Others don't know, but he knows that Yang Macheng is a 5-element spirit. This drop of blood contains the power of the 5-element spiritual body. It may not be as valuable as some heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, but the effect is beyond the reach of some heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. It is easy to cleanse marrow and cut menstruation, to cure the dead, and to cure the dead bones. Just this drop of blood is enough to remove the impurities from Chu Xian's body, allowing her to change her problem of insufficient qi in blood. In the future, let alone practicing the 108 hands of this crazy demon, even practicing those earth-level and even heaven-level techniques, there will be no problem of insufficient qi in blood. Why don't you thank Brother Yang? Brother Yang can give you a drop of blood. This is a blessing that you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes, Su Anqiu said quickly. "Thank you, Senior." Although Chu Xian didn't know what this drop of blood represented, she saw her ancestor was so excited and knew that this drop of blood was not a mortal thing. So she quickly kowtowed. The other disciples in the martial arts arena looked at Chu Xian with envy. They had also heard that Yang Macheng used a drop of blood to temper Zhu Han's body and make her a disciple of the Tao sect. This kind of effect that can cleanse the essence and cut the marrow and change the physical constitution can also be achieved by some elixirs. But these elixirs are very precious, And the required materials are even rarer in this starry sky. No other family can be generous enough to make such a big sacrifice for the family's children. Even if there is such a pill, it is basically only for the older generation of the family to enjoy. And it will be their turn. Brother Yang. Please! Yang Muqing's drop of blood was equivalent to giving the Su family a talented person with unlimited potential in the future. And Su Anqiu suddenly felt very good. He immediately bowed and led the way. Yang Muqing nodded and left with his hands behind his back. Watching this scene, countless young people of the Su family were fascinated. This is the attitude of a man. Although I can't be there physically, my heart longs for it. Chapter 1803 Please Fight. The martial arts performance was just a small episode. But for those family members in the martial arts arena, it was a life-changing event. Brother Yang, you were in retreat a few days ago, so we declined all visitors on your behalf. Now that your retreat is over, if they know about it, they will definitely come in droves. I wonder what your opinion is. Brother Yang? Su Anqiu asked cautiously. Please decline. I don't want to see anyone right now. Now that my retreat is over, I have to leave here. Yang Muqing shook his head, then looked at Su Anqiu and asked, Have you found out what I asked you to check? Certainly. Su Anqiu nodded repeatedly, quickened his pace, and led Yang Muqing into the hall. In the main hall, Sherpatian and others were waiting there. When they saw Yang Muqing coming in, they quickly stood up and raised their hands to signal. Yang Muqing nodded in return and sat directly at the front seat. A maid had already served him fragrant tea. Su Anqiu retreated, and there were only 7 or 8 people left in the hall who had originally explored the star formation. Brother Yang, why did you get into trouble with Wan Wugi? Sherpatian couldn't help but said. I don't know either. That day when I was in the star formation, I met 3 vampires who said they wanted to capture me and take me back as a blood slave. 2 of them had already been beheaded by me, and the other one escaped into the star formation. He was also killed by me. The last one is called Zhou Tianao. He only told me all this when I killed him. By the way, what is a blood slave? Yang Muqing asked calmly while holding the fragrant tea. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. Our faces are a bit ugly. Su Anqiu hesitated for a moment and then said, For the blood clan, blood slaves are livestock raised, just like chickens, ducks and geese raised by mortals. They collect blood from each other and drink it when needed. The blood they drink is then used to heal injuries or improve their cultivation. Of course, ordinary blood is not of much use. The stronger the person, the stronger the energy and blood contained in the blood. And naturally the more attention they receive from the vampires. General vampires usually raise dozens or even hundreds of blood slaves to provide them with blood. After all, blood contains energy, which is not infinite. Every time a vampire absorbs blood, these blood slaves need at least several months. Or even it takes dozens of months to recuperate. Once you are targeted by the vampires and forced to become a blood slave, your life will be worse than death. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but nod his head. First, there was an existence like Tianyao Immortal Lord. The blood in his body had been consumed to a certain extent. Not only could he not be able to maintain his blood-glazed body, his strength would even be greatly weakened. If an ordinary person is captured by a vampire and made a blood slave, life will be worse than death. What is the origin of this union of all things? Yang Muqing continued to ask. Of course, it's a vampire. The stone breaks the way of heaven. The branches in the vampire clan are very strange, divided into countless organizations. Each organization is led by a powerful vampire clan. As for the subordinates in the organization, they are all slaves of that powerful vampire clan. As for the origin of the All Things Guild, we in the Geodan Galaxy don't know much. We just know that the other party came to the Geodan Galaxy more than 1,000 years ago. The leader of the organization is an ancient powerful man. A strong man from the Eternal Realm. Yang Muqing frowned slightly. Being targeted by such a powerful being is indeed a bit troublesome. Apart from the commander? Yang Muqing asked. The union of all things captures strong men as blood slaves in the Geodan Galaxy. Are you strong men turning a blind eye? At the beginning, Zhou Tianao had said that in this Geodan Galaxy, anyone who was targeted by the Gi clan would never be spared. From this, we can know how arrogant this union of all things is. And it has never taken the Geodan Galaxy family in its eyes. As long as they are targeting warriors, they can capture them and make them blood slaves. Brother Yang, how can we be the opponent of the All Things Gathering Union? Hearing the meaning of Yang Muqing's words, Su Anqiu said helplessly, Let's not mention that the commander-in-chief of the All Things Gathering Union has the strength of the ancient realm. His two most capable generals are no match for us. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Sherpatian picked up the conversation and continued. Our ancestors usually seem to have noble status. But under the eyes of his All-Union Society, they are just ants. Thousands of years ago, when the All-Union Society first came, they were almost domineering. They don't care. What kind of ancestor are you? What kind of sect boss you are? You will arrest us when you need to. You just treat us like domesticated animals. Later, we, the strong men of the Geodan Galaxy, united to fight against the 1,000 of things Gihui. Since that time, the actions of the all thousands Gihui have been somewhat restrained. When we were in front of them, we were just ants. It's so miserable. Yang Muchung shook his head. The dignified warriors were actually treated as livestock by the vampires, and they were almost killed whenever they wanted. Even if everyone resists, it will only make everything less blatant than before. Brother Yang, why don't you destroy all these things for us and unite them for a while? Su Ancho's eyes lit up, and he quickly knelt down with his fists clasped. We have linked up several times before, preparing to send out troops to fight against all things. But in the end, no one was convinced by the other. So even if we linked up several times, we had to give up in the end. Yang Muchung remained silent and non-committal. Let him organize the allied forces to deal with the all things Gihui. Wouldn't it be like shooting the enemy in the first place? Brother Yang, you are powerful. No one dares to disobey you. Moreover, you killed Tian now immortal in the star formation and saved many people. Now your popularity is even higher. If you raise your arms, there will definitely be many responders, and everyone will flock to you when the time comes, waiting for you. Brother Yang, you are so heroic as a young man. Are you just going to watch our warriors from the Geodan Galaxy being bullied by the vampires, treated like domestic animals, and killed whenever you want? Seeing that Yang Muchung was silent, Su Ancho cupped his fists and shouted, kneeling on one knee in front of Yang Muchung. Everyone else also knelt down. Brother Yang, if you don't agree, we won't get up. Yang Muchung looked at the row of ancestors kneeling in front of him, waved his hands and said, That's all. That's all. Since this is the case, then I will accept it. The oneness of all things actually sent someone to get me. So naturally it cannot be done not counting. If he wants to capture me and make him a blood slave, how can he let me take this breath if I don't crush all his things? Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the void. Boy, do you want to crush all of us and unite us together? Chapter 1804 Mad Dragon Shadow. The sound came too suddenly, and it sounded in everyone's ears in an instant. It was clearly far away in the horizon, but it was as if someone was whispering in my ear. Everyone was shocked and didn't know who was talking. Only Yang Muchung's expression changed, and he looked towards the sky. Boom! A dull sound resounded loudly, and a wild shadow roared directly from the sky, blasting through the roof of the hall like a javelin and hitting the ground heavily. At this moment, the Su family's ancestral land couldn't help but tremble suddenly, and countless people rushed out, shouting, There's an earthquake! And above the main hall of the Su family, the figure falling from the sky is like a statue that has appeared since ancient times. This terrifying fall made the earth tremble, and dense cracks spread in all directions. Everyone looked around. The figure who landed was tall and strong, with muscles all over his body, even wearing a huge and loose cloak. You can still vaguely see the angular muscles, giving people the feeling of an explosion of power. It was as if his whole body was like a sleeping volcano. Once it stirred, it would definitely be shocking. You alone want to destroy us all? Today, I will capture you one by one and take them back to the 10,000 Things Unity Hall as blood slaves. The strongman said. It's him, the mad dragon that unites all things. He and Shadow have always been inseparable. Now that the mad dragon is here, Shadow must be by our side. Everyone, be careful. Seeing the man named Quanglong falling from the sky, everyone was stunned for a moment and then reacted. Call. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a swift black shadow passing through the wind, blowing like a breeze on his face. But at this moment, everyone seemed to have the illusion that they were in the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, and their whole bodies couldn't help but become cold. In the corner of the hall, a shadow slowly rose up like clouds and mist, and gradually twisted into a human form under the shocked eyes of everyone, forming a thin and cold man. Compared with the mad dragon, this cold man was as weak as a dwarf. But he did nothing. Just standing there gave people a bone-chilling feeling. Especially his gaze made people shudder, as if they were being stared at by a wild beast. Shadow again! Launch the mad dragon again! According to the master's order, I will take you back. Quanlong and Shadow took a step forward, and their eyes fell directly on Yang Mucheng, who was sitting in the first place. Shadow's insidious voice was more like the groaning and creaking of an old tree, making people's scalp numb. He could only hear him sneer. You guys don't know how high the sky is. How dare you secretly plan to deal with us? If you don't know, then that's it. Now that we all know, how can we let you continue to live in rebellion? Quanlong, you come and arrest Yang Mucheng, and I'll deal with these rebels. After Shadow's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became cold. For a moment, everyone felt that goosebumps could not help but come out one by one. The feeling of being targeted by some terrifying existence became stronger and stronger. Under the coercion of this shadow, everyone couldn't help but tremble. You are too presumptuous. Our human race and your blood race have always been in harmony with each other. But you, all of us, are treating the human race of our Jioding galaxy as blood slaves. Su Anqiu shouted coldly. That's right. We are just planning how to deal with you. Now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. Saying that, Su Anqiu waved his hand, and immediately everyone was frantically killing the two of them. Su Anqiu is confident that the strength of these people has reached the perfection of Tai, and they will not be able to deal with these two pawns of all things returning to one. I come. Shadow was about to take action when the mad dragon's voice sounded loud and clear. Just listen to him solemnly say, if you don't take action, you will definitely take someone's life if you do. The cultivation of these people has reached Tai perfection. If we can capture them together and bring them back to the 10,000 Things unity, the master will definitely be extremely happy. What? The words of the mad dragon made Su Anqiu furious. Even when death was imminent, these two guys wanted to capture them alive. They simply don't take them seriously. Yang Mucheng sat in the first place, motionless as a mountain. He has no intention of taking action. These two people are powerful generals under the command of the All-Union Society. Through their strength, they can also judge the cultivation level of the master. Wow! The madman has 108 moves. Su Anqiu stepped forward, forced himself directly in front of Quanlong, raised his palm, and struck him. When this low-grade Shin-level martial skill was displayed in his hands, it was so powerful that it made the surrounding space crackle with noise. However, the real power of this crazy demon's 108 hands lies in this last palm. I saw Su Anqiu's palms were faster than the other, and each palm was stronger than the other. It was like a wave of waves, and it reached its peak in an instant. A violent wind was like a wave of ghost kings, and it hit the mad dragon fiercely. Hit away. But Quanlong smiled disdainfully, raised his palm and fought back. I saw that his palm was not as violent as Su Anqiu's, but had the feeling of being as complex as simple. With one palm strike, the infinite palm prints in the void were completely shattered in an instant. Not good. Su Anqiu's eyes closed. Little did he know that the power of the opponent's palm was so powerful that it easily shattered the shadow of his own palm in the sky. Facing this shocking palm strike, he closed his eyes, hurriedly poured his strength into his arms, and then took the palm of the mad dragon alive. Boom! Su Anqiu's body trembled, and he felt as if he had been hit hard by a violent rhinoceros. He flew backwards involuntarily, blasting a human-shaped hole in the wall. Everyone come together. In the dust, Su Anqiu trembled and quickly stopped. He felt his numb arms, and immediately shouted loudly, Time! 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 At this moment, everyone shouted angrily and rushed toward the mad dragon. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, crushing the entire hall to pieces. After all, this was in the ancestral land of the Su family. Such an astonishing scene had already attracted countless people to watch the battle, being dealt with by so many powerful people. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would have been captured long ago. But the mad dragon could still barely hold on. Not good. This mad dragon is still hiding its strength. Yang Mucheng suddenly frowned, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, at this moment, the shadow sneered and said, Crazy dragon, stop playing around. The master is waiting for us to capture Yang Mucheng and go back. If you mess up something big, the master will definitely blame you. Good. Quanlong turned his eyes and said with a ferocious smile, Chapter 1805, And you. Everyone worked together to attack, beating the mad dragon so hard that it couldn't even lift its head, as if just a little more strength would be enough to kill the mad dragon. However, the conversation between him and Shadow at this time made everyone even more furious. Let's all take action together to kill this guy. Su Anchio shouted loudly, raised his hand, and swung away. Magic Cloud Hand. I saw his right hand tumbling, and a roaring sound spread rapidly. Crazy clouds gathered and rolled in, as if a monstrous demon was coming over them. In the eyes of countless people, they gathered into a huge black palm, and then they violently crushed the mad dragon. Others also quickly took action. At this moment, an overwhelming attack came quickly, covering the mad dragon in an instant. At this time, a roar suddenly erupted from the center of the battlefield. The blood pattern is annihilated. The mad dragon's thick arms suddenly flew towards both sides. Boom! A blood-colored ripple visible to the naked eye, like a huge billowing wave sweeping in all directions, or like thousands of galloping horses rushing past crazily, rolling and shaking in the sky. The attacks launched by the ancestors were instantly hit by this terrifying blood pattern. Boom! 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 That monstrous attack was shattered into nothingness at that moment. And this blood pattern continued to flow in all directions at this moment. And a self-centered attitude emerged rapidly. Wherever this blood streak passed, everything within sight was razed to the ground. Whether it was mountains, rivers, palaces, lakes, forests, or seas, they were all torn apart. And the battlefield was filled with dust. When everyone watching the battle in the distance saw the scene, they were so frightened that they couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of existence is this? It can actually suppress the cooperation of several ancestors. So strong! Su Anchio and others' faces were blood red. They were obviously hit by the previous blood pattern annihilation, and the energy and blood boiled from the impact. However, when they looked at the mad dragon, they found that the mad dragon's face was as pale as paper. It was obvious that the previous hit had also consumed a lot of energy. Humph! If you dare to break into my Su family alone, you will never come back today. Su Anchio exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his weak breath swelled up again. Today, we will use your two heads as the basis for our attack on the All-Union. Boom! 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 As soon as Su Anchio finished speaking, everyone present went crazy and burst into madness, with waves of aura rising to the sky rapidly tumbling and turbulent. For a while, the expressions of Quanlong and Shadow suddenly became ugly. Originally, with their cultivation, they could walk sideways in the Su family's ancestral land, but who knew that after a battle in the star formation, these ancestors basically improved their cultivation by one level and reached the perfection of Tai. If only one or two of them are perfect, they can still deal with it. Now there are 7 or 8 people present, which gives them a headache. Ha ha! You only have this ability, and you want to capture me and make me a blood slave? Among the ruins of the main hall, Yang Muchung sat there safe and sound, holding fragrant tea as if watching a play. Although the previous battle between the ancestors and the mad dragon was fierce, it had no impact on him at all. With Yang Muchung's body as the center, the 3-foot radius remained intact and was not affected by the previous battle at all, whether it was the coffee table beside him or the floor under his feet. Seeing this scene, Quanlong couldn't help but be stunned. The power of the previous attack was so huge that the energy and blood of these Tai perfection were shaken by him, and their bodies were uneasy. Now this boy has such a calm posture, as if he is watching a play. Stop nagging. I'll take this kid away. Shadow, go kill these people. Quanlong closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Hearing a squeak sound, the clothes on his body were torn apart by the swelling muscles. Then everyone saw that 2 huge golden wings suddenly grew out of his muscular back. The wings were huge and stretched out, almost covering most of the sky. Under these terrifying golden wings, Quanlong appeared extremely small. Call! The mad dragon flapped its wings, bringing up a terrifying hurricane. A gust of wind stirred up, and the rocks on the ground were crushed inch by inch at this moment. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of Yang Muchung. Boy, come with me! Anger flashed in Quanlong's eyes. If Yang Muchung was not the blood slave the master needed, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Snapped! With a big hand, he grabbed Yang Muchung's shoulder with his 5 fingers like steel hooks. The next moment, he spread his wings and prepared to fly away with a violent hurricane. But who knew that during this flight, Yang Muchung sat motionless on the spot. His grasp was like grasping on a mountain peak. This Quanlong's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of horror. You know, if he grabs it with all his strength, even a mountain will be uprooted by him. Now you can't even lift this kid? Humph. Brother Yang is a 5-element spirit. He even used the power of his body to smash the palace of Tianyao Immortal Lord. This guy actually attacked Brother Yang without opening his eyes. He is simply looking for death. Seeing this scene, Su Anchio snorted and said disdainfully, I'm sitting here, and you can't catch me with all your strength. If you want to catch me as a blood slave, your master should do it himself. As for you, you are simply not qualified, Yang Muchung said lightly. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand that was holding the tea bowl and slapped the mad dragon directly on the head. Not good! There was only fear left in Quanlong's eyes. Although he did not dare to underestimate Yang Muchung, it was only after he actually fought with him that he realized how terrifying he was. Now that this slap hits him, he will definitely be killed or injured. Therefore, he did not dare to receive the palm forcefully. He flapped his wings and quickly retreated backwards. But he is fast, and Yang Muchung is even faster. This slap hit him directly on the head, and with a boom sound, Quanlong's whole body seemed to fall from the void, and it suddenly hit the ground. The ground beneath his feet could not withstand the power of Yang Muchung's slap, driving his whole body into the ground. How can this kid be so strong? There was only shock in Shadow's eyes. They are Tai's perfect cultivation, and as a vampire, their speed, strength, and physique will be far stronger than those of warriors with the same cultivation level. It is precisely for this reason that the mad dragon can resist the attacks of the ancestors with one against many. But how could he have imagined that Yang Muchung drove Quanlong into the ground with just a slap in the face? How much strength this required? And you? When he was shocked, Shadow only heard a cold voice slowly sounding. Then he saw Yang Muchung slowly raising his head and looking towards him. Chapter 1806 Hero Order. Mad Dragon and Shadow represent strength and speed in the union of all things. Shadow takes action, with that weird movement and terrifying speed that almost no one can match. But now, when Yang Muchung looked at him, his whole body seemed to be covered with blood and he could not move. Whoosh! With almost no hesitation, the Shadow flew out. He actually ran away without a fight? Everyone couldn't believe it when they saw Shadow running away. Shadow naturally wanted to run away. Ever since he saw Yang Muchung's slap driving Quanlong into the ground, his heart had sunk to the bottom. The terrifying power Yang Muchung displayed was even comparable to that of his master. This powerful existence is no longer something he can deal with. If he wants to kill him, the only way is for the master to do it himself. He's running away! Hurry up! Don't let him escape! Seeing the Shadow running away, everyone shouted. This Shadow has captured countless warriors and brought them to the unity of all things to treat them as blood slaves. Now that Yang Muchung is here, how can he let go of this opportunity to beat up the drowned dog? But Shadow itself is famous for its speed, and the speed displayed at this time was even faster than when Zhou Tianao used Blood Escape. Everyone only saw a streak of blood passing away, and then the Shadow disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. In another blink of an eye, Shadow had already shaken off the warriors, who were following him one by one. Should we let him escape? Looking at the swift and rapid Shadow, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. At this moment, Yang Muchung's voice was heard faintly. Leave me alone! Today I will hang your 2 heads on the military flag to shock the army. After the words fell, Yang Muchung grabbed his right hand, and the void roared. A bright sword light slashed down quickly, and the figure of the fleeing Shadow suddenly trembled. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the corpse was separated, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground amid splashing blood. Looking at the decapitated Shadow, at the mad dragon that was blasted into the ground, and at Yang Muchung sitting leisurely on the Grand Master's chair drinking tea, the entire Su family ancestral land fell into deathly silence. Su Anchio! After drinking the fragrant tea in his hand, Yang Muchung placed the tea bowl on the coffee table and shouted lightly. Exist! Su Anchio was shocked and quickly stepped forward. When all things are arrogant, you dare to send people to attack on your own. In this case, we cannot tolerate him. I limit you to mobilize all the powerful people above the Tai realm in the entire Geodan galaxy within 3 days. With every word Yang Muchung said, Su Anchio's face became more joyful. The sudden attack by the Shadow and the mad dragon actually made Yang Muchung become murderous and prepared to start a full-scale war against the All Things Gi society. This was something he did not expect. However, if this matter is led by Yang Muchung, all things will perish. Yes! The Su family takes orders. Su Anchio hugged his fists and shouted loudly. We will surely destroy all things and bring them together. Tear down all things and bring them together. Tear down all things and bring them together. Waves of shouts resounded throughout the Su family's ancestral land. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and nodded secretly. The war is coming, and he needs more strength. He is going to retreat for 3 days to refine the 7 colored stones in his body and push the Xuanwu body to the great perfection. On this day, the Su family's ancestral land issued a heroic order, summoning all warriors above the Tai realm in the Jioding galaxy to gather in the Su family to form the Jioding Alliance Army and start a war with the All Things Gi Association. Dao Sect. Main courtyard. A girl was practicing martial arts. She punched the bronze tripod in front of her with a bang sound. The huge bronze cauldron trembled suddenly, and even sunk a half-inch deep palm print into it. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she adjusted her breath and focused her eyes on the old man sitting beside her, as if waiting for his comments. This girl is Zhu Han. The old man is the leader of the Dao sect. That day, he witnessed Yang Muchung slashing through the star formation with one sword, gained insights from it, and actually broke through the shackles in one fell swoop and reached the Tai realm. After reaching the Tai realm, he spent every day in the main courtyard to strengthen his foundation and cultivate his talents, and taught Zhu Han how to practice. But this time, he did not immediately comment on Zhu Rong's palm skills as usual, but slowly stood up and said, You practice here. I'm going out for a few days. Master, you are the leader of Dao sect. You can leave everything to your subordinates. What else do you need to do personally? Zhu Rong looked at the token in the hands of Dao sect's leader with confusion on his face. After the other party got the token, he fell into silence. And now he was preparing to leave the clan, which naturally made Zhu Han feel strange. That young man killed the Quanlong and shadow of all things Gihui, and now calls on all Tai powerhouses in the Jioding galaxy to join forces to deal with all things Gihui, the old man said with a smile. Crazy dragon. Is Shadow very powerful? Zhu Han asked doubtfully. At this time, she no longer looked like the ignorant girl who didn't know anything. Nor will those warriors flying around the sky be regarded as immortals. So when the other party mentioned Shadow and Mad Dragon, she couldn't help but ask. It's awesome! The old man nodded and said. These two people are the existences of the perfect state of Tai. The one who can defeat them in the Jioding galaxy will definitely not be more than one palm. But these two people, the most powerful Mad Dragon, were defeated by them. A slap hit the ground, and all his bones were shattered. The fastest Shadow couldn't dodge his sword and was killed in public. Now that he has issued the hero order, at least more than 70% of the Tai experts in the entire Jioding galaxy will respond. 70%? Zhu Han couldn't help but said, Haha. Don't think that 70% is very little. You must know that each of the powerful Tai is an ancestor and the leader of a clan. They are usually aloof and difficult for others to order. Everyone is even more unruly and unruly. Who is willing to surrender to whom? It is rare that he can mobilize more than 70% of the Tai experts. And there has never been any precedent in the Jioding galaxy. You know, the last time the Tai powerful people gathered in the Jioding galaxy was 700 years ago. The 9 major families gave orders at the same time. And then, they managed to gather more than 70% of the Tai powerful people. The old man put his hands behind his back and said, You have been cultivating well in this sect. You have received Master Yang's blood, and your essence has been washed. Your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. So you must not slack off. Yes, Master. Zhu Han accepted the order and secretly bit his lips. She looked at the starry sky with firm eyes. One day, I will catch up with you. Oh, idiot. The old man looked at Zhu Han's expression and couldn't help but sigh. Yang Muchung's cultivation qualifications are even difficult for him to match. So how can Zhu Han catch up? Even if you reach the Tai realm, I'm afraid the other party has already reached a higher realm. Chapter 1807 Undercurrent Fluctuation. Of course, the location where the hero order is delivered is not just the Dao sect, but also all major sects and families. The Jioding galaxy is a very large galaxy with 9 stars, so there are many sects and families. It is at least 100 times larger than the galaxy where Yang Muchung came before. There are also some hero orders sent to those sects that people don't often hear about. Taichu sect. It is simply unreasonable. Where did this guy Yang Muchung come from? And he dares to issue a hero order in the Jioding galaxy? He simply doesn't know how high the sky is. Yes, they actually sent the hero order to the ancestor. Within the sect, Several disciples were whispering about the hero order. Humph. With my ancestor's personality, I will definitely not pay attention to this young boy. One of the Taichu sect disciples, who knew the reason, quickly made a gesture of silence and said, "This kid is not an unknown person. A few days ago, he split the star formation in half with one sword. He didn't know how to save it. How many ancestors? Sect leader? He issued the hero order this time. It was precisely because the All Things Unity Association sent Quanglong and Shadow that he was angered." Crazy Dragon. Shadow? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. These two people are the two capable men under the existence of the oneness of all things. Wouldn't it be easy for them to arrest people? Did that kid get injured by the Mad Dragon or the Shadow? Someone asked quickly. The man who knew the inside story shook his head and said, Crazy Dragon and Shadow didn't even touch the corner of that kid's clothes. One of them was slapped to the ground by that kid, and the other one tried to escape, but was beheaded by his sword. Call. Everyone gasped. Doesn't it mean that the sect leader has to go? Everyone couldn't help but think. Before everyone could finish their words, they heard a squeak sound. The closed door opened, and immediately a majestic old man walked out of the door. He glanced at everyone, and a cold voice slowly sounded. I'm going out on a trip. After saying that, the whole person rose into the air and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was surprised when they saw the old man leaving. The sect leader really complied with this heroic order. Someone said, I'm afraid it's not that easy. The insider sneered and shook his head. When the sect leader went out, his eyes were full of killing intent. He must not have gone to join the hero order, but to find trouble. It was that kid who killed the Mad Dragon and the Shadow. But there are so many people in the Jyotin Galaxy who are stronger than him. So what qualifications does he have to issue the hero order? This kind of thing does not only happen in Taichu sect. In Dingtian sect. What? More than 70% of Tai's powerful people actually responded to this boy's hero order. He is just a young boy under 20 years old. I want to see how he can make so many people respond. Chuankong sect. Blood Rain sect. Zhulong sect. All the old sect families were furious when they received this token. To know, issuing this token is equivalent to ordering your subordinates. Which of these ancestors is not a superior being? How can they allow others to command them? First, they wanted to see who Yang Macheng was. Who could actually get so many powerful Tai people to respond. On the other hand, they also have their own calculations. After all, this is the largest event in the Jyotin Galaxy, and it is rare that so many Tai powerhouses are gathered together. If I can replace Yang Macheng, I will definitely become famous in the Jyotin Galaxy in the future. Of course. Besides that, although the All-in-One Society is only a small organization, it has been able to suppress the Jyotin Galaxy for so many years. So it certainly has its own abilities. The number of stars in it will definitely not be in the minority. If he could kick Yang Macheng away and take the position of alliance leader, he would be able to control the distribution of all the spoils. Even if you tilt him just a little bit, it's enough to make the family eat a lot. This time's heroes meeting is already doomed to be dark and turbulent. However, the person behind this wave of turmoil in the entire Jyotin Galaxy has been in retreat. Refining all the 7-colored stones of all spirits within 3 days was definitely a difficult challenge for him. So even Yang Macheng had to race against time. While the outside world was disturbing him, he had completely entered the state. If someone stood in front of Yang Macheng now, they would be stunned. Because Yang Macheng's body, from head to toe, even just the tips of his hair, exudes the color of rock and is filled with a hard texture. Although the Qilin body's protective power is powerful, it is responsible for attacking. Although Suzaku's body is protected by black flame magic armor, it is mainly responsible for explosions. The remaining green dragon body and white tiger body are in charge of vitality and transportation, and their protective power is far less powerful than the Xuanwu body. It was Yang Macheng who frantically absorbed the Wanling colorful stone and forcibly used its power for his own use, temporarily improving his Xuanwu body. This gave him strong protective power and allowed him to collide with the palace. Of course, Yang Macheng knew it in his heart. The reason why his temporarily enhanced Xuanwu body was able to blast the palace to pieces was because the palace was first blasted to pieces, and then experienced hundreds of millions of years. Although Tianao Immortal Lord is powerful, he cannot change the fact that the palace is riddled with holes. Now raising the Xuanwu body to the great perfection is the only way for Yang Macheng to quickly improve his strength. After all, this master of all things united is different from people like Quanglong, Shadow, and Zhou Tianao. All things are united, and it is precisely because of the master of the united world that it can suppress the Jioding galaxy for such a long time. Therefore, Yang Macheng needs enough strength to deal with the master of all things gathering. If I raise my Xuanwu body to Dzogchen, 3 of my 5 elements spiritual body will have completed their cultivation. Yang Macheng arrived calmly. The body of the blue dragon is in great perfection, and the body of the unicorn is in great perfection. The body of the Suzaku has reached its peak, and the body of the white tiger has reached its peak. If the Xuanwu body is raised to Dzogchen, it means that the entire 5 elements spirit body has reached to Shang. Crackling. At a certain moment, a sound of things breaking apart was heard quietly, only to see that with Yang Mu as the center, the ground in all directions quickly condensed and was covered with a layer of rock SHL-like objects. And this is the essence of earth contained in the one Ling colorful stone. In the past 2 days, Yang Macheng has not practiced for this reason. Only by forcing out the earth essence hidden in the corners of his body can he truly continue to use it. Now these earth essences are uncontrollably overflowing from Yang Macheng's body. Apparently all the power in them has been fully charged. And this is the time to absorb this power. Here we go! Yang Macheng closed his eyes and directly started to use the Xuanwu body's mental method. Chapter 1808 The Hero's Meeting begins. Boom! At the moment when this mental method was running, I saw the rock SHL walls around me that were originally like a tide, spreading crazily towards the surroundings. At this moment, they stopped moving, and used a more fierce posture than the incoming force. Directly it moved towards Yang Macheng's body. Not only that, even the surrounding ground was rapidly weathering at this moment, turning into fine grains of sand at a speed visible to the naked eye. And all these earth essences quickly covered Yang Macheng's body at this moment. Yang Macheng's entire body was covered by layers of complete rocks. From a distance, it looked like a carved rock. This is somewhat similar to the black flame magic armor of Suzaku. But it is completely different. To know, the black flame magic armor of Suzaku's body is just armor covered by explosive power. How can it compare with Xuanwu's body? For Yang Macheng, what he needs to practice is to evenly distribute this surging earth essence throughout his body. Not just on his skin, but also on his internal organs, muscles and bones, so that his whole body is covered by this earth essence. When someone hits you with a punch, you will just stand still. The protective power of your Xuanwu body will be able to completely swallow up the opponent's terrifying power, even if you have enough power to smash this Xuanwu body to pieces. The 5 elements spirit body can still restore the body under the constant movement of life. By then, I'm afraid that before you can break this Xuanwu body, you will be injured by this powerful counter-shock force. Condensation! 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 Yang Macheng looks like a sculpture. His hands are constantly forming seals. His tongue is like a lotus flower. And he drinks like thunder. Every time he drank, the suction in his body exploded, and the infinite earth essence surged toward Yang Macheng's body. As time passed by, the rock SHL outside Yang Macheng's body became weaker and weaker, and his original appearance was gradually able to be seen clearly. However, this is not enough. The absorption of the internal organs has just begun. Just when Yang Macheng was practicing retreat with all his strength, unknowingly it was already the agreed time on the 3rd day, when the first ray of sunlight fell on the Jioding galaxy. The entire Jioding galaxy seemed to be boiling. Countless figures quickly flew out of it and rushed towards the ancestral land of the Su family. In addition to the Tai experts who were invited, some of these people also wanted to come and see who Yang Macheng was. Although, only those who are invited are eligible to enter the Su family's ancestral land. But even so, it could not annihilate the excitement of the warriors who were watching the excitement. Those warriors surrounded the Su family's ancestral land, as if they were covered with a protective circle. In the center of the Su family's ancestral land, there is a high platform. Those who have the ability to sit here are Tai strong men, and those big shots are even more admired by the stars. But the most eye-catching thing is the 2 heads on the flag. One is a shadow, and the other is a mad dragon. At this time, almost everyone's eyes were directed towards the seat in the center of the high platform. This seat is a bit taller, and it has more than a little meaning. Wealth, status, and power. Even the most indifferent warrior wants to sit there and enjoy the feeling of commanding the world. But now the seat that thousands of people were looking forward to was empty. Apparently his owner hadn't arrived yet. He hasn't come yet. We're in big trouble. The leader of Dao sect sits at the bottom. If he hadn't temporarily broken through to Tai realm, he wouldn't even be qualified to step here. When he saw the empty seats, and the impatient and anxious expressions on some people's faces, he couldn't help but frown slightly. You know, some people originally wanted to cause trouble. But now that Yang Muchung has not arrived, it has obviously given these people a reason and excuse to make trouble. Really. Just when he was worried, some people were already whispering secretly, "What a big arrogance! I heard that the boy who called us here this time is under 20 years old. How can he make us wait for him alone? There are quite a few people here today. They must have been frightened by the rumor that that boy killed the star formation with one sword. Can he cut such a huge star formation in half with one sword?" Although they had heard many rumors that this young man shattered the stars with his sword. But after all, they had not seen it with their own eyes. So they still had doubts in their hearts. Listening to the voices of discussion around him, an imperceptible sneer flashed in the eyes of Li Wei, the leader of the Taichu sect. "I wondered what kind of tricks this kid had. But I didn't expect that he would give up so much before the conference started. Many people are already dissatisfied. And it seems they don't want me to stir up trouble at all." Glancing at the empty Taisher chair, he continued in his mind. "When everyone gets excited, I will stand up and push the boat forward. With my strength, I am at least 70% sure of becoming the leader of the alliance. The only ones who compete are the three old guys from the Chuankong sect, the Blood Rain sect, and the Zhulong sect. In the past few hundred years, they have launched the Hero Order several times to summon the top powerhouses in the Geoding Galaxy to join forces, and it was they who took action to destroy it." Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and looked forward. Really, the three old men sitting not far from him stared at the empty seats, with unspeakable greed flashing in their eyes. Just when Li Wei was about to speak, Chu Guangtao, the leader of the Zhulong sect, snorted coldly, slammed the tea bowl in his hand on the coffee table, and said angrily, "Su Anqiu, that boy Yang Muchung issued a heroic order and summoned the Tai warriors from the Geoding Galaxy to come and discuss the attack on the Wanwigaya Hui. Now that all of us have arrived, but he hasn't come yet. Does he not take us in his eyes?" Although Chu Guangtao is not young, he practices the fire attribute skills of the Zhulong sect. His temper is even more irritable than that of some young people. At this moment, he can't help but get angry. Su Anqiu was also impatient. He had already asked people to inquire again and again, but the conclusion he got was that Yang Muchung was in retreat. You must know that retreat is something that cannot be easily disturbed by others. If you are not careful, you may go crazy in your practice, or your meridians may reverse, causing death or injury. Therefore, Su Anqiu could only delay again and again, hoping to wait until Yang Muchung came out of confinement as soon as possible. But now that others are impatient, he can only laugh and say, "I'm sorry, everyone. Brother Yang is still in retreat." "Humph! Should we wait here for him to retreat? If he retreats for 1 day, we have to wait for him for 1 day. If he retreats for 3 years, don't we have to wait here for 3 years? Who is Yang Muchung? What qualifies us to wait for him here?" Before he finished speaking, Li Wei stood up and launched an attack without hesitation. Chapter 1809 Calculation. As soon as Li Wei and Chu Guangtao spoke, the originally silent venue suddenly stirred up a stir. Yang Muchung has not shown up for a long time. Some people have been resentful for a long time, and now they have an excuse to make trouble. "Yes, he is nothing. Let so many of us wait for him alone. With qualifications but no qualifications. Background without background. What qualifications does a young boy like him have to be the leader of the Heroes Association? Since he won't come, there is no need for us to waste time here. At worst, we will elect a leader to replace him. In short, if he is too much, he will not be too much. And if he is too little, he will be too little." Most of these noisy people did not believe that Yang Muchung killed the Mad Dragon and the Shadow with his own hands. Nor did they believe that Yang Muchung cut the entire star formation in half with one sword. That's why I dare to shout like this. To them, this was just a rumor spread by word of mouth. Once it is passed down to 10 people, it has completely changed after being passed down 100 times. Who knows if it is true or false? This scene also aroused speculation among those watching the excitement from the outside. "You haven't shown up for such a long time. Could that kid have taken the opportunity to run away?" Someone sneered. "So what if you don't run away?" Although there are many people who responded to the Heroes Association, how many of them truly surrendered to him? If it weren't for the rumors that this kid killed the Mad Dragon and Shadow, and also killed Tianyao Immortal Lord, would if the entire star formation is split in half? I'm afraid no one will respond to him. Yes, It must be so. He just doesn't show up. He obediently gives up the position of alliance leader. And he can escape unscathed if he dares to show up. How can those who want to compete for the position of alliance leader give up? After practicing so far, most of these Thai strong men have no desires. But the position of leader is something they cannot let go of. One is the name of the leader. The second is the benefit of the alliance leader. I don't know how many times Geoding Galaxy has gathered in the past, although it looks peaceful on the surface. In fact, they are fighting endlessly secretly, and they even want to break their heads for the position of leader. Now that this position is here, how can they watch it slip away from their noses? Everyone, please be patient. Su Anchio was also extremely helpless. If it were just one family or two families, the Su family would still be able to suppress it. But now too many people are becoming dissatisfied. No matter what he says, these people will not listen. I'll go and invite him right away. No, please. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Guangtao snorted coldly and said mockingly, Chu Guangtao, entered the Zhulong sect at the age of 13 and worked as a handyman for 36 years, and as an inner disciple for 127 years. I was later promoted to chief disciple, chief deacon, and chief elder. Later became the leader of the sect, and led the Zhulong sect in more than 1,000 battles. But I have never heard of a young boy leading the army. It's not just me who is present. There are also many sect leaders and ancestors of the same clan. I am convinced by whoever is the leader of the alliance. But I am not convinced by Yang Maicheng. Without him, the Geoding Galaxy will still survive. Sunrise and sunset. Could it be that without him, our League of Legends army wouldn't be able to organize? In my opinion, since this kid is hiding his head and tail, he is not qualified to participate in the Heroes Association anymore. Why don't we discuss martial arts here? And whoever is stronger will be the leader of the alliance. Chu Guangtao's words expressed the feelings of many people. Although Yang Mu became famous during this period, not many people had truly seen his strength. Being commanded by a young boy will make anyone feel a little unhappy. Nowadays, it is natural to use martial arts to seize the position of alliance leader. Good! Li Wei laughed loudly. He had already meant this, but he didn't expect Chu Guangtao to express all his thoughts. I also agree with the use of force to discuss Tao. The Geoding Galaxy has always respected the strong. This time we are conquering all things. If we are not strong enough, how can everyone be convinced? I agree too. The leader of the Blood Rain sect slowly raised his head, and his cold voice echoed throughout the audience. Agree! Agree! Almost instantly, there was a wave of discussion about martial arts in the entire venue, and the voices became louder and louder. No matter how hard Su Anchio, Sherpatian and others suppressed it, they could not suppress it. Since everyone agrees, let's start the arena competition. The loser will retreat, and the winner will enter, Li Wei said, taking out a brocade box from his arms. The brocade box was opened, and a ray of light suddenly rose into the sky, forming a huge arena. Countless rays of light flew out and fell into the hands of many Thai experts. The rays of light were clearly tokens. Win one game at a time. Whoever can fight to the end will be our leader. There are no rules in the game. As long as one party surrenders, it is considered defeat. I wonder if anyone has any other opinions. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they all shook their heads. This kind of arena competition tests true strength, and there is no chance of trickery or luck at all. Su Anchio looked at these Thai warriors dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Wei, Chu Guangtao, and others to be so impatient. They almost didn't give them any room for discussion. So they decided to set up the arena competition and set the rules. It's useless even if you say it. Seeing Su Anchio about to speak, Sherpatian stopped him and shook his head repeatedly. These people are here just for the position of alliance leader. They don't count Brother Yang among them at all. How can they listen to what you say? Su Anchio said dumbfounded. Then what should we do? This hero's meeting was convened by Brother Yang, but now he has no part in it. Sherpatian sighed. I can only hope that he will be released soon. Su Anchio looked at the people who had already come on stage and started fighting, stamped his feet, and said quickly, You guys watch here. I'll go see when Brother Yang will come out of seclusion. After saying this, Su Anchio stood up and jumped up without waiting for anyone else's reply. Su Anchio's actions naturally aroused the ideas of Chu Guangtao, Li Wei and others, but they all sneered in disdain. Now that the arena competition has begun, it's like a done deal. Even if that kid comes, nothing can be changed. When the time comes, we can only follow their orders. Since Yang Mucheng wanted to retreat, Su Anqiu naturally found him an uninhabited star with a beautiful environment. The grass here is green, and the sky is green. And the forest is turbulent, just like a fairyland on Earth. This star usually served as Su Anqiu's palace. Because of Yang Mucheng's cultivation, Su Anqiu gave the star to him. But when Su Anqiu came to this star, he was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Did I come to the wrong place? Above the stars, looking at the changes in the entire stars, Su Anqiu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Chapter 1810 The Great Perfection of Xuanwu Body. Where in the entire universe can there be any connection with the beautiful environment? Looking around, it has become a huge desert star. Standing on this star, Su Anqiu could clearly feel that the power flow of the entire star was constantly converging towards a certain place. Over there! Feeling the turbulent power, Su Anqiu quickly looked towards it. I saw that the location of the palace had also become a desert. The flowing power continued to rush towards Yang Mucheng's body in a manner visible to the naked eye, and even formed a huge tornado. Not just this one star, but even the power of the 7 or 8 surrounding stars were pulled by this tornado. Oh my god! How huge is the power gathered in this? Feeling the power in the tornado, Su Anqiu couldn't help but tremble all over. He had no doubt at this moment that if he entered this tornado, he would be torn into pieces in an instant. What exactly is he practicing? And how can he activate such terrifying power? Su Anqiu narrowed his eyes. When he came, he could still vaguely see Yang Mucheng's figure. But now Yang Mucheng's figure was completely covered by the whirlpool. Even when I reached the perfection of Tai, the power I could activate was only limited to a few stars. Now, he is neither making a breakthrough nor improving his cultivation. Oh my god! Just when Su Anqiu was confused, he suddenly let out an exclamation. I saw that the spinning tornado was out of control at this moment. After all, the power gathered on 7 or 8 stars is so huge. This is simply not something that can be controlled casually. Once it is not properly controlled, it will end up setting oneself on fire. Boom! I saw the tornado of space and time sweeping across with rapid turmoil. One end reaching the sky and the other touching the ground. And it was crushing towards Yang Mucheng desperately. Wherever the tornado passed, it was like a wild dragon attacking, tearing apart the ground. Not good! Su Anqiu's heart trembled, and he was about to give a warning. However, before he could say anything, he saw Yang Mucheng, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly holding a seal in his hand, and then opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Call! At this moment, Su Anqiu felt as if there was a black hole hidden in Yang Mucheng's belly, and this casual inhalation brought out tremendous power. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying in all directions. Not only that, but the terrifying tornado also shuddered suddenly at this moment. It was involuntarily sucked up on the spot and rolled into Yang Mucheng's belly. This scene seemed to last for a long time, and it seemed like it was just a moment. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the stars that had been flying with sand and stones, and filled with wind and sand in the sky, quietly returned to silence. Su Anqiu looked at Yang Mucheng again, but I found that Yang Mucheng seemed to have an extra layer of texture, and his whole person seemed to be forged from metal or carved from rock. But his skin is as white as jade, and can be broken by a blow. Even if it is light, you can see the flowing blood vessels and meridians. You came? Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. Brother Yang, what are you? Su Anqiu couldn't help but ask. I am cultivating the Xuanwu body, and what I need is the essence of earth. I originally thought that the 7 colored stones of all spirits were enough to push my Xuanwu body to the great perfection. But I found that there was still some missing. So I have attracted the essence of earth from the nearby stars. And now I have finally reached great perfection, Yang Mucheng said, making a mark with his right hand. Look again! Su Anqiu looked again after hearing this. And sure enough, the weird feeling on Yang Mucheng was gone. And he looked no different from ordinary people. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Anqiu's eyes. Because at this time, Yang Mucheng also had a sense of stability in his eyes, and an attitude that was unshakable. What are you doing here? Yang Mucheng interrupted Su Anqiu's shock. Su Anqiu slapped his head, and then remembered. When he saw Yang Mucheng practicing before, he was completely shocked and forgot all about the group competition. Now that Yang Mucheng reminded him, he remembered what happened and said quickly, Brother Yang, you have lost track of time while practicing here. The Heroes Association has been started for a long time, and those people are already jealous for the position of leader. I didn't even wait for you to come over. But I have already started the arena competition, preparing to discuss martial arts. Whoever can stand at the end will be the leader of the alliance. Hearing this, Yang Muchung chuckled and said, Since we are talking about martial arts, what are you in a hurry for? Is my strength not as good as theirs? Su Anchio was stunned, and said with a wry smile, Brother Yang, with your strength, you really don't need to worry too much. But I don't think those old guys acted on a spur-of-the-moment basis, but had a premeditated plan to seize the position of leader. I'm afraid of you. The boat capsized in the gutter and fell into their hands. Su Anchio and Yang Muchung experienced life and death dangers in the star formation, and Yang Muchung was kind to his Su family. Of course, he hoped that Yang Muchung could win the position of alliance leader. That was why he was so worried. Moreover, Li Wei and Chu Guangtao, who are most concerned about the position of alliance leader, are both veteran strong men, with strength reaching the level of Grandmaster Tai. It's not even a little bit better than them. Taichu sect and Zhulong sect. It is precisely because they are in charge that they have not been disturbed by the all things Gihui. And that was all hundreds of years ago. Who knows what other methods they have developed during these hundreds of years? Well, since you are so worried, then I will go and see their strength. Yang Muchung smiled lightly. His cultivation has now reached the late stage of Tai. His Xuanwu body has reached the great perfection, and his strength has long been different from what it used to be. He thinks that he will not be a match for those people. But when a lion fights a rabbit, it's hard to use all your strength. These people came well prepared, naturally aiming for the position of alliance leader. And they must be quite powerful. After a while, the two of them arrived at the ancestral land of the Su family. I saw that the entire ancestral land was bustling with competition, and the cheers were getting louder and louder. At this time, everyone focused their attention on the ring. Before they even entered the venue, they heard the thunderous sound of fists and feet clashing. After Yang Muchung arrived at the ancestral land, he suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Is that the boy? Ha ha. The arena match has already started for the most part, and he's just late. But even if he comes, there's nothing he can do to save himself. Yes, those powerful people are already outstanding. They are only a few steps away from becoming the leader of the alliance. Who would be willing to give up the position of leader? Seeing Yang Muchung coming, everyone couldn't help but show a trace of ridicule. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, set his sights on the ring. Chapter 1811 Confrontation. The one fighting in the ring is Chu Guangtao. He is tall and muscular, and he does not look like an old man who has experienced countless years. What's interesting is that the weapon in his hand is actually a warhammer the size of a man. He is holding the warhammer in one hand and resisting the opponent's attack with the other hand. He appears to be able to do so with ease. Seemingly seeing Yang Muchung's doubts, Su Anchio on the side quickly introduced. This Chu Guangtao is the sect leader of the Zhulong sect. The Zhulong sect is a rare forging sect, and all it needs is a strong body. So even though this Chu Guangtao is old, his energy and blood are almost higher than those of the same level, several times that of a warrior. Why does Su Anchio need to explain? Yang Muchung could tell Chu Guangtao's strength at a glance. His feet were rooted in the ground like eagle claws. No matter how his opponent attacked, he only used one hand to resist. This obviously showed that he had huge confidence in his own strength. He is a blacksmith sect, and daily forging is the best way to refine his body. Even a piece of pig iron can be turned into steel after hundreds of refinements. Day after day, year after year, he forges, and his body is stronger than blood. Liuli's body is not weak. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said, Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle situation on the ring suddenly changed. Then he saw that the opponent, who had been attacking Chu Guangtao, seemed to have discovered the gap between the two sides. He closed his eyes and drank suddenly, and his whole body was filled with monstrous sword energy. Who is that person? Yang Muchung looked towards the other party. I saw that man, wearing a green robe, holding a jade sword, with a long beard and a bright head, looking like a Taoist fairy. His name is Han Jie. He is the head of the Yuanjin sect, and he practices the most powerful swordsmanship, Su Anchio said quickly. When Su Anchio talked about him, the Tai strongman named Han Jie gave a loud shout and pointed the long sword in his hand forward. In an instant, he was filled with monstrous sword energy, as if he had found a breakthrough at this moment, and poured out regardless of everything. The monstrous sword energy turned into a torrent, and finally condensed into a small 3-inch sword. Then the small sword turned into lightning and roared towards Chu Guangtao. Call. The hurricane roared, and the wind came out so fast that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Oh my god! It's the 3-yuan sword of the Yuan Jin sect. It seems that Han Jie is also fighting for the position of leader. This move is formed by condensing all the sword energy in the body. No matter how strong Chu Guangtao is, he probably won't be able to resist it. Right. When everyone saw this small 3-inch sword, their eyes showed a hint of shock, and many of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Zheng! 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 At this time, bursts of exciting sword sounds roared out. This 3-inch small sword actually inspired thousands of famous swords. Even Yang Mucheng felt that under the roar of the 3-inch sword, the Xinyuan sword between his eyebrows was faintly turbulent. However, Chu Guangtao was full of disdain when facing this sword. He looked at Han Jie with a sneer and said, I have long disliked you sword warriors. Now you dare to use such little tricks to challenge me? No matter how good your swordsmanship is. If you are not as good as me breaking 10 swords at once, I will make you give up today. As soon as he finished speaking, he was seen grabbing the war hammer with both hands. Just this simple action. There is a steady posture, making everyone feel awe. Facing the 3-inch sword that was approaching rapidly, Chu Guangtao grinned, grabbed the war hammer that was as tall as a person, and slammed it forward. Boom! At this moment, a huge hammer shadow swayed in the void. The endless hammer shadows suddenly converged into one, and then they smashed into the 3-inch sword. Ding! There was only a shocking sound. Under the bombardment of the war hammer, the 3-inch sword exploded on the spot, turning into countless rays of light and quietly dissipating. The attacks from both sides suddenly collided, and a burst of shocking wind erupted. When the move was broken, Han Jie's face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body was lifted up by the terrifying strong wind. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist on the spot and flew backwards. Snort! Looking at Han Jie, who was knocked off the ring by him, Chu Guangtao snorted coldly. With your level of cultivation, you dare to compete with me for alliance leader? You? Han Jie's face turned pale after being blasted down, and he could hardly speak. His skills are inferior to others, and it would be a shame to open his mouth again. In full view of everyone, Chu Guangtao walked step by step, carrying the war hammer and stepping on the void. Are you Yang Mucheng? He did not return to his seat, but walked straight towards Yang Mucheng, looked up and down carefully, and then asked aloud, How can a young boy like you kill Tian now immortal lord? Whether I can kill him or not, what does it have to do with you? Yang Mucheng said calmly. Ha ha. It's really arrogant, Chu Guangtao said disdainfully. I don't know what means you used to get so many people to respond to your Heroes Association. But you have to know that if you want to be the leader of the Jioding Galaxy, it's not enough. Grid. Oh. Really? Yang Mucheng was still casual. Chu Guangtao glanced at Yang Mucheng with disdain. With his Tai Grandmaster's cultivation, he could tell at a glance that Yang Mucheng was only in the late Tai stage. No matter how strong he was, he could not be his opponent. He sneered and said, With Jioding Galaxy, Wu Weizun, we won't accept a brat like you. If you don't want to join the Heroes Association, then get out. As the leader of the Alliance, maybe I can leave some leftovers for you. After speaking, Chu Guangtao shouted coldly, Get out of the way! Good dogs don't get in the way! Yang Mucheng stood there, motionless. This scene immediately made Chu Guangtao furious. He fought several battles in a row, and all ended in victory. Now his morale was high, and he thought he was the leader of the Alliance. Now that he met Yang Mucheng, a character who refused to take hard and soft measures, it naturally made him unhappy. Get away! Chu Guangtao shouted angrily, stretched out his hand, and pushed it away. As a result, Yang Mucheng's feet seemed to be rooted, but he was not moving at all. When Yang Mucheng saw Chu Guangtao making a move, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he pushed back. His 5-element spirit body is so powerful. This push directly made Chu Guangtao tremble, and he staggered back a few steps. Good boy! In full view of everyone, Chu Guangtao's face suddenly turned ugly as he was pushed by Yang Mucheng. Do you really want me to do something to you? You can practice to this extent as a young man. Although your qualifications are strong, you have to understand that you are no match for me. Really? Yang Mucheng looked up at Chu Guangtao, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Since you said that the Jioding Galaxy respects martial arts, and only the strong can become the Alliance leader. If this is the case, then I will also participate in this arena competition. I want to see what ability you have to be able to talk to me like this. Chapter 1812, Enmity. Chu Guangtao had already experienced a battle and attracted many people's attention. Now he stopped under the ring, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Especially Chu Guangtao and a boy who looked to be less than 20 years old were so explosive here that many people even stopped watching the competition in the ring and looked towards them. What happened? Why did Chu Guangtao compete with that young boy? With his strength and status, there is no need to take such a boy seriously. Everyone was very surprised when they saw the scene, and they all guessed Yang Muqing's identity, not to mention such a tense posture. At this time, someone had already recognized Yang Muqing's identity and quickly explained to others. He is Yang Muqing. It's him. Everyone was surprised when they recognized Yang Muqing and looked over. They had heard people mention each other before, but they didn't expect that the other party was so young. Whether it is in the entire martial arts world or in the Jioding galaxy, everyone's consensus is the same. The way of cultivation requires time, and no strong person can accumulate it for thousands of years. Although there are some evil geniuses whose talents are so powerful that it is hard to believe. But after all, they are still inferior compared to those of the older generation. Ha. Did you hear what Yang Muqing just said? He said that he also wanted to participate in the arena competition to let Chu Guangtao see his strength. I simply don't know how high the sky is. He is only in the late Tai stage, and among the people who come to attend the hero meeting, he can only be considered to be in the lower middle class at best. What qualifications does he have to challenge Chu Guangtao? Although I am only in the middle stage of Tai, if we really fight, this kid might not be my opponent. When they heard it was Yang Muqing, many people couldn't bear it on the spot. This nameless boy actually issued a hero order, and so many people responded, which made them jealous. Many people want to step on Yang Muqing to show their strength. At least they can't be bullied by this outsider. Ha. Let me see how powerful you are. It's really hilarious. After hearing Yang Muqing's words, Chu Guangtao was stunned for a moment and then laughed. He sneered and shook his head, with disdain in his eyes. You? A young man in the late Tai period. Are you qualified to say such things to me? You'd better hope not to meet me in the ring. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to die without a burial. Chu Guangtao snorted coldly, turned and left. Boom, boom, boom. He was huge and the master of forging, and now he was like a steel giant. The ground shook with every step he took, as if it caused a small earthquake. Ha. Yang Muqing. See you in the arena? I hope you can still be so arrogant when you kneel in front of me on the ring. Chu Guangtao's loud laughter spread throughout the audience, making everyone's eardrums tremble. Brother Yang. Su Anqiu did not expect this tense scene. If he had not suggested that Yang Muqing form an alliance to deal with Wan Wugi, so many things would not have happened. Don't worry. If he can beat me, I will naturally be convinced that he is the leader of the alliance. Yang Muqing waved his hand casually and smiled lightly. However, if he wants to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Things here are naturally under Li Wei's watch. After all, as one of the strong competitors for the alliance leader, Li Wei's status is also rising at this moment. Master Li, that kid actually dared to challenge Chu Guangtao. He simply doesn't know how high the sky is. Nowadays, there are only a few people who can fight against you. As long as you defeat them, you can firmly take the position of leader, someone said to Li Wei flatteringly. As for the boy named Yang Muqing, there is nothing to fear at all. Li Wei snorted coldly, and then looked away from the two people who were in conflict, glancing coldly at the flattering warrior beside him. He said, that boy named Yang Muqing does have some abilities. I didn't believe how strong he was before, but just now Chu Guangtao pushed him, and he didn't move at all. But Chu Guangtao was pushed back by him. Count the steps. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. I don't know why Li Wei would pick out such a detail, but I heard Li Wei continue. Idiot! Chu Guangtao is not an ordinary person. He is the leader of the Zhulong sect. Do you know what the war hammer he carries on his shoulder is? It is made of countless Xiantian sunken stone mines. Call. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, everyone around him was shocked and fell silent. You must know that Xiantian Shinsher is hundreds of times heavier than fine gold. Even one the size of a grain of rice weighs more than 10,000 kilograms. How much do so many Xiantian Shinsher weigh? And Chu Guangtao caught it in his hand so lightly. How strong is he? After understanding this, everyone's eyes turned to horror and surprise when they looked at Yang Muqing. Doesn't that mean this guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Someone said in shock. Ha. Even if he is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So what? I don't believe he can defeat so many strong men in this arena. Li Wei sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Even this kid wants to be the leader of the alliance. But he doesn't even have hair. What ability does he have? He can challenge Chu Guangtao. I'm afraid he will be completely defeated before meeting Chu Guangtao. In addition to people like Li Wei and Chu Guangtao, many people present also surrendered their eyes to Yang Maicheng. After all, they had already seen that some strong men in the Jioding Galaxy were not too friendly towards Yang Maicheng. The most correct thing to do at this time is to teach Yang Maicheng a lesson in the ring. If the strength shown can make the future alliance leader happy, maybe he can get a lot of benefits when he attacks Wan Wuqi. Feeling the sudden change in the atmosphere around him, as well as the unfriendly glances thrown at him from time to time, Su Anqiu also felt some worries in his heart. Brother Yang, it is unwise for you to be at odds with Chu Guangtao so early. Although these old guys have not shown up for a long time, they still have many followers and allies in the Jioding Galaxy. Are you saying that I made enemies too early? Yang Maicheng glanced at Su Anqiu and smiled lightly. You have underestimated the meaning of the word leader. As long as you are human, you will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Those ascetics with a pure heart and few desires do not have no thoughts or desires. The reason why they do not show it is because the temptation is not big enough. This time, the position of alliance leader has attracted countless powerful people in the Jioding Galaxy. Do you think they will treat me as nothing if I choose to keep a low profile? My performance has already posed a threat to them. Glancing at Su Anqiu, who was still in shock, Yang Maicheng smiled faintly, stood up slowly and said, it's my turn to take the stage next. And I will decide on the position of leader. And I will definitely lead the army to defeat all things and reunite them. Chapter 1813, Surrender. Yang Maicheng stepped onto the ring. At this time, an arena match had just ended, and everyone around was talking about it. When they saw him coming on the stage, they all subconsciously turned their attention to him. Some are in awe, some are disdainful, some are mocking, and some are shocked. The arena of condensed matter is suspended high in the sky, with no stairs. The warriors entering the arena rely entirely on their own strength. The other participating warriors either soared into the sky and flew directly onto the ring. Either he used teleportation skills, but only Yang Maicheng walked towards the ring honestly step by step. Yang Maicheng, don't delay. Get on the ring quickly. I don't have time to waste here with you. In the arena, Wu Yijian crossed his arms and looked coldly at Yang Maicheng in midair. Wu Yijian is also a dark horse. He is one of the most feared beings besides Chu Guangtao and Li Wei. As his name suggests, he draws his sword very fast, and often before you realize it, the opponent's sword is already in front of your throat. It's really bad luck that we met a strong enemy like Wu Yijian in the first round. I wonder how many moves this kid can withstand. Someone mocked. How many moves? You think too highly of this kid. Since Wu Yijian entered the ring, no matter who his opponent is, he has only used one sword. The sword is so fast that often the eyes can only catch the cold sword light. The opponent has already been restrained by him. Is this kid afraid that he will be suppressed by his sword energy without Wu Yijian making a move? There are also people who disdain to ridicule. Look, Wu Yijian made a provocation to Yang Mu. At this time, Wu Yijian's cold voice slowly fell from the ring, attracting everyone's attention. Now there's something good to watch. Many people looked at it in amusement. I saw Wu Yijian looking at Yang Maicheng, with even more impatience in his eyes. You kid, whether it was because you were dragging your feet before, or now you are slowly entering the ring. If that's the case, then you can just defeat me. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of a long sword being unsheathed and resheathed at the same time. And then everyone saw a bright sword light that was almost indescribable roaring towards him. This Wu Yijian actually attacked Yang Maicheng directly, and Yang Maicheng hasn't even stepped into the ring yet. It seems like this kid is not even qualified to step into the ring. Ha ha. Who made him meet Wu Yijian? Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene. There seemed to be no suspense in the ending. But in the next moment, there was an unexpected turn of events. I only saw that when the sword light struck in front of Yang Maicheng, his right hand pointed like swords, pointing a little toward the void. At this moment, infinite aura bloomed on his fingertips. And under this aura, everything in the world dimmed at this moment. And this spiritual light burst out, directly shattering the sword light, and even blasted out with unabated force, pointing at Wu Yijian. Wu Yijian's eyes were horrified. What kind of spiritual light is there? It is clearly the light of the sword. He looked at Yang Maicheng, his eyes no longer as disdainful as before, but replaced by a strong sense of excitement. I didn't expect that you were also good at fast swords. In that case, I will show you what a real fast sword is. He moved his steps and waved his right hand. Zheng! At this moment, the exciting sound of swords resounded in the void. I saw him blast out with his sword, crushing Yang Muqing's aura. He suddenly took a step forward and moved his right hand again. Zheng! 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 In the void, infinite sword light erupted at this moment. Every dazzling sword light shines dazzlingly. Like a star. Everyone looked forward and saw that the sword light, which was like stars, was falling like a torrential rain, crushing towards Yang Muqing. The sword is like stars. What a terrifying fast sword. This is not the method of condensing gas, but a real fast sword. One sword blasts out thousands of sword lights, and even a large army will be killed by him in an instant. Seeing the terrifying explosion of sword light, everyone couldn't help but let out a cry. This is the first time Wu Yijian has used martial arts since he entered the ring. Can Yang Muqing catch it? At this moment, everyone could not help but have such an idea in their minds. Looking at the sword light that filled the sky like falling stars, Yang Muqing raised the corners of his mouth. He grabbed it with his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword appeared in his palm, and then suddenly blasted forward. Clang! The terrifying sound of swords roared, directly suppressing the screams of thousands of sword lights. Yang Muqing struck out with his sword, not only blocking Wu Yijian's attack in an instant, but he also counterattacked at a faster speed. Moreover, streaks of sword light roared out, covering Wu Yijian in an instant. Wu Yijian, whose sword power was exhausted, did not expect this scene and quickly retreated towards the rear. But Yang Muqing's sword was so fast that it passed over his body in an instant, leaving several wounds on his body. Looking at these wounds, Wu Yijian even felt that Yang Muqing was not serious. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured just by relying on the previous move. In addition, in the face of his own violent attack, Yang Muqing still walked slowly towards the ring, not even slowing down at all. I surrender! After letting out a long breath, Wu Yijian's eyes only showed fear and shock. Being able to easily suppress himself in the field of fast swords that he is good at. The strength shown by this boy is by no means that simple. Even if we continue to fight, there will be no result. Therefore, Wu Yijian simply chose to admit defeat. Boom! Wu Yijian's admission of defeat immediately stirred up waves and caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Thank you for your mercy. I am no match for you in a fast sword competition. I am convinced that I lost. I didn't believe you could cut apart the star formation at first. But now after seeing your sword power, I begin to believe it. After bowing his hands to Yang Muqing, Wu Yijian turned around neatly and flew off the ring. From Wu Yijian's attack to Yang Muqing's counterattack, the two of them had only been back and forth for 2 rounds. And this scene only happened between lightning and flint. But no one expected what happened in the scene. Wu Yijian actually gave in. Seeing Wu Yijian flying down from the ring, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "What happened just now? Why did Wu Yijian admit defeat? Yang Muqing defeated Wu Yijian without even stepping onto the stage?" Almost no one saw clearly what happened before. Chapter 1814, Convinced. Previously, everyone only saw the sword light intersecting. But when they came back to their senses, everything was over. Wu Yijian, who is prolific in killing people and never admits defeat, actually chose to admit defeat before Yang Muqing even stepped into the ring? The ancestors watching around couldn't believe it at all. At this time, Chu Guangtao looked at Yang Muqing in midair, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that this kid is not bad in physical fitness. And his swordsmanship is not bad either. He was actually able to overwhelm Wu Yijian in the duel of fast swords. Moreover, he didn't use all his strength. If he had used all his strength, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of Yang Muqing. This Wu Yijian is very sensible. He knows that it will be in vain if he doesn't admit defeat. Chu Guangtao's words immediately made everyone around him take a breath of air. On top of Kuai Jian, Yang Muqing actually suppressed Wu Yijian? Wu Yijian's sword speed is already fast enough. But someone is even faster than him. Is this a joke? Was it even more convincing to Chu Guangtao? At this time, someone glanced at Yang Muqing, and then cautiously asked Chu Guangtao, Master Chu, if it were you, could you avoid Yang Muqing's sword? Chu Guangtao shook his head and said, I can't. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all thought to themselves, could this boy win the position of alliance leader with a quick sword? Just when everyone was thinking about it, Chu Guangtao shook his head and laughed. Although I can't dodge his sharp sword, I don't need to do so. His sword can't hurt me at all, let alone get close. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship is, I don't trust him. Can you withstand my blow? After hearing this, everyone looked at the disdain on Chu Guangtao's face and breathed a sigh of relief. If the position of alliance leader is snatched away by a young boy, then they will not be willing to accept it. Yang Wuqing's appearance caused an upset on the spot, which made many people start to look at him with suspicion. However, more people are not very optimistic about Yang Maicheng and do not think he can continue the miracle of victory. Humph. Wu Yijian was defeated without a fight, which is simply a disgrace to the sword. What's the point of a fast sword? Blindly pursuing sword speed while ignoring power is simply putting the cart before the horse. Just because Wu Yijian lost to you, it doesn't mean that I will lose to you. Soon, it was Yang Wuqing's turn to play again. This time his opponent was Zhao Yushan, a swordsman as famous as Wu Yijian. Unlike Wu Yijian, who only pursues a fast sword, what he pursues is the power of a sword. He can cut off anything that cannot be cut off with one sword. But unfortunately, he met Yang Maicheng. Yang Wuqing's swordsmanship focuses on speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. In addition, after learning the 3 swords of reincarnation, his understanding of the sword has become deeper and deeper, which is naturally not what Zhao Yushan can compare with. Boom! The sword blast was like a landslide, like a rock shattering the sky. It directly shattered Zhao Yushan's sword light and knocked him out of the ring, winning with one move. Clean and tidy. I lost! Zhao Yushan looked at Yang Maicheng with a turbulent expression. He felt that the powerful existence contained in Yang Wuqing's sword was something that was not found in his own swordsmanship. The opponent's level of swordsmanship is far beyond your own. If you force yourself to fight again, you will eventually lose. Only then did he understand why Wu Yijian would admit defeat so simply and neatly. Added defeat again? 2 sword masters in a row were defeated by him? It seems that this kid really has some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, they wouldn't give in so easily. Yang Wuqing's victory in 2 consecutive battles shocked many people. There were also some people who did not believe in evil and wanted to challenge Yang Maicheng, but they were unable to do so. In the next few games, Yang Maicheng encountered warriors in the star formation. These people had seen Yang Wuqing's strength and knew that they were no match for him, so they gave up easily. So in the next game, Yang Maicheng actually won in a row, showing an attitude of keeping pace with Chu Guangtao and others. Certainly, among everyone, the most eye-catching one is Chu Guangtao. He is the leader of the Zhulong sect, and his physical strength is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Ordinary people have no qualifications for him to wield a warhammer. His fleshy palms sweep across everything, making everyone unable to get close. In addition to this is Li Wei. As the leader of Taichu sect, Li Wei has a majestic posture, and he looks unfathomable. It seems that everything is calm in the chest, as if it is enough to see through everything. In addition, there is Zhao Guanghu, the leader of the Blood Rain sect. Lin Hanfeng, the leader of Chuankong sect. These 4 people almost go hand in hand, and every time someone comes on the stage, there will be a burst of cheers. Their sect's power was originally one of the strongest in the Jioding galaxy, and they themselves had been hiding from the world for many years. Now that they appeared for the position of leader, they naturally attracted attention. Zhao Guanghu used a knife. His sword skills are mainly fierce and fierce, which is simply incomparable. Any opponent who encounters him will only see the light of his sword but not his person. The sword was thrown out, like a golden crow spreading its wings, and the sun was blazing in the sky, making it impossible for people to look directly at it with the naked eye. Lin Hanfeng used a bow and arrow. It is absolutely extremely rare to be able to use such an unpopular weapon to such a proficiency, and even to reach the level of Tai Grandmaster. Even in that battle, he gave people a strong sense of oppression, which made many people feel scared, as if they were being targeted by poisonous snakes. Why are these people so powerful? Some ancestors and sect leaders look puzzled. It's not like they haven't fought against Lin Hanfeng, Zhao Guanghu and others in the past. But at that time, the gap between the 2 sides was not too big. But what is shown now is so terrifying that it is beyond ordinary people's expectations. Lin Hanfeng and Zhao Guanghu are not as high profile as Li Wei and Chu Guangtao, but their strength cannot be underestimated. These 4 people are the most favorable contenders for the position of alliance leader. I am afraid that the alliance leader will be born among these four. Some people secretly speculate and analyze. However, as the arena competition progressed, Yang Wuqing's performance became more and more eye-catching. Defeated many unexpected opponents. Is it really possible for this kid to win the alliance leader? Everyone was suspicious. But some people think so. Humph. The reason why this kid was able to advance smoothly is that he has some strength. But the most important thing is that the opponents he encountered were not very strong in the first place. Yet he meets Chu Guangtao and others. I'm afraid he has been kicked off the stage a long time ago. Some people sneered and thought to themselves. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yang Wuqing to meet Lin Hanfeng, one of the four major competitors who was good at long-range attacks. This kid's winning streak will come to an end after meeting Lin Hanfeng. I hope he doesn't lose too badly. Many people looked at the ring with gloating eyes. Chapter 1815 Advance again. In addition to some people gloating about the misfortune, Chu Guangtao and Li Wei also looked at it. However, their attention was not on Yang Wuqing, but on Lin Hanfeng. After all, in their view, Yang Wuqing was not a threat to their existence. They were more concerned about Lin Hanfeng. Although Yang Wuqing is not a threat to us, Lin Hanfeng's strength cannot be underestimated. His quick sword is praised by others. Even Wu Yijian and Zhao Yushan were defeated in his hands. At least, he can defeat Lin Hanfeng. Hanfeng shows off. As one of the most favorable competitors, Lin Hanfeng has not shown much strength so far, which naturally makes Chu Guangtao and others fearful. But now that Yang Wuqing met Lin Hanfeng in advance, it was naturally a good opportunity for Li Wei, Chu Guangtao, and Zhao Guanghu to find out the details of Lin Hanfeng. I didn't expect you to be able to get here. It seems you have some strength, but it's a pity that you met me. Lin Hanfeng looked at Yang Wuqing indifferently, with a waning attitude, as if Yang Wuqing was not worthy of standing on the same stage with him. You are no match for me. Surrender and admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise you will not be so lucky when I take action. Really? Then I would like to learn your archery skills. Yang Wuqing said, neither salty nor bland. Humph! If that's the case, let me show you over there. Lin Hanfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He knew that Yang Wuqing's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and ordinary moves were of little use to him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure looked like a ghost, and he swept backwards. Many people in the audience felt that their eyes were blurred. What a speed! Chu Guangtao's eyes turned cold. Lin Hanfeng's body was still in midair, already holding the bow with his left hand, and pulling up the bowstring with the other hand. As soon as the bowstring moved, an indescribable force surged up. It was as if at this moment, Lin Hanfeng had transformed into a volcano ready to explode. And the bow and arrow in his hand was the lava spewing out. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they saw this arrow. Call out! An arrow blasted out, bursting out with a sound that broke through the sky. I saw a sword light flying past, turning into light and shadow, and blasting towards Yang Wuqing. This arrow set off a monstrous wind, shaking the gas-condensing arena in the void with holes in it. If you can see my arrow, you can rest in peace and get out of here. Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp arrow shot out, piercing the air, and arrived in front of Yang Wuqing almost without any gap. Boom! There was a burst of exclamations from all around, and the warriors watching the battle were stunned. The warriors under the Tai realm were actually thrown away on the spot. Alas! Yang Wuqing's strength is too low, and he cannot force out Lin Hanfeng's full strength. Chu Guangtao secretly shook his head. Clang! At this moment, Yang Wuqing stepped forward and drew his sword directly. Everyone only saw a sword light coming out, hitting the arrow accurately. Bang! The wind caused by the feather arrow was torn apart on the spot. After the hurricane dissipated, the sword light actually shattered the feather arrow. Call out! A sharp sound rang out, and the sword light remained unabated, roaring out and stabbing Lin Hanfeng. Not good! Lin Hanfeng's heart trembled, feeling that an unprecedented crisis was approaching, and he subconsciously avoided it. The sword light cut off his hair and passed over his face. The sword light blasted into the starry sky with its edge, blasting a meteorite suspended in the universe into pieces. And a bright fire-like light burst out in the starry sky. The hurricane generated by the explosion swept out in even smaller sizes, slicing everyone's faces like knives. Lin Hanfeng couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. He stared at the exploding meteorite in stunned silence. At this moment, he felt a burning pain on his face. When he touched it with his hand, He was shocked to realize that he was actually injured. This kid is underestimated. If I didn't dodge that sword strike earlier, it would be enough to kill me in an instant. Looking at Yang Maicheng, Lin Hanfeng's heart was filled with turmoil. At this moment, there was a dead silence outside the arena, and countless onlookers, who were not optimistic about Yang Maicheng, were dumbfounded. A moment later, there was a burst of exclamations. That kid actually smashed Lin Hanfeng's archery skills with one sword. Although Lin Hanfeng's arrow was not a decisive move, it was enough to sweep away more than 99% of the warriors in the field. It was actually blocked by a young boy. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of Chu Guangtao, Li Wei, and Zhao Guanghu. Although Yang Maicheng and Lin Hafeng only fought for a moment, their cultivation levels were higher, and they could see many inner mysteries that ordinary warriors could not see. Although Lin Hafeng didn't use his full strength in the previous arrow, there was still some mystery in his archery skills. As the Grandmaster of Tai, even if he only shows a little bit of mysteries, the power of his archery skills is extraordinary. But what's even more terrifying is that kid actually blocked the arrow with ease. Originally, the three of them had a disapproving attitude towards Yang Muqing's sudden appearance. But now, Yang Muqing's appearance shocked them secretly. And at the same time, the danger level of Yang Maicheng in their hearts increased by several levels. Yang Maicheng takes action again. At this moment, there was a cry from outside the stadium. Yang Maicheng succeeded with his sword and immediately pursued the victory. Lin Hafeng immediately turned passive and could only barely parry. His archery skills are different from other martial arts in that they require a certain amount of time to accumulate power before reaching sufficient power. As for Yang Muqing's quick sword, it was like mercury pouring down the ground and rain hitting banana trees, giving Lin Hafeng no chance to breathe. Even though Lin Hafeng took the time to fight back several times, each attack was overwhelmed by the overwhelming sword power. Zheng! Clang! Groan! Yang Maicheng held his back with one hand and held a sword in the other. Each sword brought out a monstrous sword light. The power of the sword was like the Milky Way surging in the 9 heavens. It was so bright that it was almost impossible to describe it in words. Lin Hafeng felt deeply depressed. To outsiders, it seemed that he could easily dodge Yang Muqing's swords. But in fact only he knew the danger involved. At first, he still had the strength to fight back. But in the end it became difficult to even escape. He was even suppressed and beaten by Yang Maicheng, unable to fight back. Tang! At a certain moment, Lin Hafeng exploded with all his strength. His body rose into the air, swept back quickly, and exited the battle circle directly. At this moment, everyone inside and outside the arena subconsciously held their breath. Lin Hafeng has been suppressed and beaten by Yang Maicheng for so long. Will he finally start to fight back? Everyone is looking forward to it. However, he saw Lin Hafeng looking at Yang Maicheng with mixed feelings in his eyes. After a while, he exhaled a long breath, as if he had accepted his fate, and bowed respectfully to Yang Maicheng, saying, I lost. The ancestral land fell into a dead silence on the spot, and then a burst of noise broke out. Chapter 1816 Demon Slash. Why did you admit defeat again? Is this another act of letting loose? Everyone looked at Lin Hafeng coming down from the ring and couldn't believe it. Although Lin Hafeng had indeed been suppressed and beaten by Yang Maicheng, but he didn't try his best. If he fights back, he will definitely turn defeat into victory in an instant. Humph! It's really embarrassing to lose to such a young boy. Chu Guangtao looked at Lin Hafeng with disdain in his eyes. Listening to the doubts and ridicules from all around, Lin Hafeng closed his eyes, but he couldn't hide the waves in his heart. Fear! This Yang Maicheng is really terrifying. All my moves seem to have been anticipated by him. No matter what moves I wanted to make, he would counterattack at the first opportunity to contain me. When fighting him, I was thinking about counterattacks all the time. But he didn't do it at all. Didn't give me the slightest chance. Even when he finally exited the battle circle, he deliberately let me leave. Otherwise he could behead me with one sword. Slowly exhaling a breath, Lin Hafeng opened his eyes again, looking at Yang Maicheng with eyes full of fear and shock. His strength is stronger and more terrifying than I imagined. Anyone who dares to underestimate him will be slapped in the face by him. Think of this. Lin Hafeng glanced at Chu Guangtao, Li Wei, and Zhao Guanghu without concealment. When these three people looked at Yang Maicheng, they still had some unconcealable contempt and disdain. Humph! When you fight him, the strength he shows will exceed your imagination. The arena match is still going on. However, at this time, The previous posture of 5 people marching together became 4 horses. Just when everyone thought this situation would last for a long time. It was Zhao Guanghu who faced Li Wei. Brother Yang, this is so beneficial to us. Seeing this scene, Su Anqiu and others couldn't help but get excited. Whether it is Zhao Guanghu or Li Wei, the strength they have shown has exceeded their imagination. Now that the powerful meet, no matter who is eliminated, Yang Mucheng has great hope of winning the position of alliance leader. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and was non-committal. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking towards the ring. The battle between these 2 people will be a battle between dragons and tigers. Now that they meet so early, it will directly bring the entire arena competition to its peak. I didn't expect you to meet me so early. What a pity! Zhao Guanghu held a golden knife and looked at Li Wei with a face full of teasing. Humph! 700 years ago, I was about to issue a heroic order to fight against the unification of all things. It was you who hindered it. So there were only a few responders, which made me lose face. Now we have just settled the old score, shouted Hand. Zhao Guanghu took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Before the long knife in his hand was unsheathed, there was already a buzzing sound from the knife. Poof! The moment this burst of sword intent reached its peak, Zhao Guanghu suddenly drew his sword. The golden sword light, with an indescribable attitude, cut through the void in an instant, causing a rapid scream. The terrifying cold light of the sword turned into a countercurrent of the Milky Way above the 9 heavens that could not be captured by the naked eye, and chopped directly down. Boom! Without the slightest skill, Zhao Guanghu had already used the power of the sword to the extreme. The cold light of the sword did not leak out the slightest power, and all the strength was concentrated to one point. This is also a terrifying attack comparable to Yang Mucheng's sword that destroyed the star array. In terms of attack power alone, it is not inferior to that sword at all. Just when the shocking sword light struck, Li Wei's voice quickly became erratic. The terrifying sword light shattered the afterimages that flashed behind Li Wei, splitting the huge arena in half. Hide? Let's see how long you can hide! Zhao Guanghu snorted coldly and swung the knife with both hands, the blade becoming more and more fierce. Laugh! 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 The sword shadows roared into the sky, and all the attacks shattered the endless afterimages. The shattered afterimage turned into bubbles, and turned into nothingness on the spot. Li Wei, on the other hand, dodged the opponent's sharp knife skills by using an understatement. No matter how Zhao Guanghu attacks, he can't even touch the former. Although this movement technique is not as mysterious as my void transit, it is more mysterious. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and judged secretly. Crazy Dragon Fist. Li Wei quietly arrived in front of Zhao Guanghu with an afterimage, and suddenly launched an attack. The fist roared out, like a roaring dragon, with overwhelming momentum. Fire flames burn the city! Zhao Guanghu felt the power of this punch, and couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He roared and slashed into the void with his sword. This sword actually brought out huge flames, which looked like the falling sun to outsiders. The power of this sword was like burning the sky and boiling the sea. The power of the sword was like a rainbow, and was irresistible. Zhao Guanghu, you are crazy! Seeing this knife, Su Anqiu couldn't help but shouted. If Zhao Guanghu had struck down this sword, the Su family's ancestral land would have been split in half with his sword. Oh my god! The warriors who were watching the battle also changed their expressions, and quickly fled into the distance. This terrifying sword intention shook the void at this moment, and Pei Mo was unable to stop it. No matter who dared to stand in front of him, he would be killed in an instant. This guy is already jealous. Chu Guangtao frowned and quickly stood up. Zhao Guanghu practices Devil Slash, and the blade must draw blood when it is unsheathed. However, Li Wei's extraordinary physical skills prevented Zhao Guanghu from getting involved, causing Zhao Guanghu's mind to be swallowed up by the sword intention of Demon Slash. He just wants to kill people now. Boom! However, at the moment when the arrogant sword slashed down quickly, he saw Li Wei's fist coming from the air. At this moment, the fist and the sword light collided, and it was like the universe was created, and the monstrous sword light was smashed to pieces. At the same time, the sword intent in the void suddenly weakened. Puff! Zhao Guanghu's body trembled, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. When he wanted to lift the knife again, the long knife in his hand suddenly shattered and turned into powder. Demonic Slash becomes stronger when it sees blood. If there is no blood, it will eat up the mind. And this sword technique also has a fatal weakness. Once it is used, it cannot be stopped easily. Otherwise it will be counterattacked by the sword technique. Now that Zhao Guanghu's sword force was repulsed, he naturally suffered a backlash. Get out of here! Li Wei shook hands into a fist and punched forward again. Immediately, Zhao Guanghu was hit by another move. He suddenly lost his balance and flew backwards, like an arrow from the string. He shot out directly from the ring, bombarding the entire Su family ancestral land and shaking it suddenly. I lost! Zhao Guanghu, who was knocked off the ring, had a cold look in his eyes, and after a moment, he bowed his head and admitted defeat. Chapter 1817 Yang Mucheng vs. Chu Guangtao. This. Chu Guangtao was stunned and couldn't believe it. The power of that sword was so powerful that even he didn't dare to take it head-on. But he didn't expect to be stopped so easily by Li Wei. When did Li Wei's strength become so strong? It's so easy for him to break the demon slash. It's incredible. It seems that with Li Wei's strength, it is really easy to win the position of alliance leader. When he looked at Li Wei, there was already a bit of fear in his eyes. Originally, in everyone's opinion, their strengths were almost the same. But now that Li Wei easily defeated Zhao Guanghu, how could this not shock them? Brother Yang. Su Anqiu was stunned and didn't know what to say. He also didn't expect that Li Wei's strength would rise to such a terrifying level without realizing it. It's indeed a bit tricky. Yang Mucheng held the tea bowl and looked at Li Wei with a smile. After the battle between Li Wei and Zhao Guanghu, the progress of the arena competition suddenly accelerated many times. Originally, some people wanted to challenge Li Wei and become famous in the Jioding Galaxy. But now, he cracked the demon slash and defeated Zhao Guanghu. His strength has exceeded everyone's imagination. When the competing warriors met him, they all wisely chose to admit defeat. Some warriors also knew that even if they were lucky enough to continue to advance, they would not be able to defeat Li Wei. So they withdrew one after another. For a time, Li Wei's momentum reached the extreme, and he had vaguely won the position of leader. As the last person abandoned the game, the entire field suddenly showed a tripartite posture of Yang Mucheng, Chu Guangtao, and Li Wei. I didn't expect you didn't admit defeat. On the ring, Chu Guangtao looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. He believed that he had the best means to deal with Li Wei, so he dared to stand in the ring. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Mucheng did not withdraw from the competition, but had continued to win consecutively until now. I convene the Heroes Association, so the position of leader naturally belongs to me. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Chu Guangtao with a smile. Chu Guangtao looked at the confident Yang Mucheng and laughed loudly. When it comes to martial arts, the strong are respected. Only those with strong strength can become the leader of the alliance. You are still far from it. If whoever is stronger is the leader of the alliance, then the position of leader is undoubtedly mine. Yang Mucheng said lightly. Humph. You reckless boy. Get out of the ring and don't waste my time. Wait until I defeat you, and then fight Li Wei to seize the alliance leader's position. You don't have the right to speak here. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Guangtao flew over with an angry scolding. He was strong and huge, but his speed was astonishingly fast. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Get out of here! He yelled angrily, swung the warhammer in his hand, and smashed it down like a mountain. It seems that Chu Guangtao wants to fight quickly and save his physical strength to fight Li Wei. Seeing this scene, many people thought to themselves, I don't know how Yang Mucheng should deal with it. Some people thought secretly and quickly looked towards Yang Mucheng. But when he saw it, he was completely stunned. Seeing this shocking hammer, Yang Mucheng showed no fear at all. Instead, he stretched out a palm and slapped the hammer towards it with a disapproving attitude. What? Seeing this scene, many people's eyes almost bulged out. Is he looking for death? Facing Chu Guangtao's attack, how dare he act like this? While everyone was exclaiming, they saw Chu Guangtao rushing in front of Yang Mucheng like a giant spirit god. At this moment, the warhammer in his hand suddenly crashed down like a dark cloud. Under the shocking and incredible gazes, Yang Mucheng gently slapped the warhammer with his palm. Boom! However, just this light palm caused a wave of terror. A sound like thunder suddenly exploded over the ancestral land. Everyone could not help but tremble. Their blood surged and their eardrums trembled at the shock of the terrifying loud sound. Everyone looked in horror and saw Yang Mucheng standing there with one hand behind his back, looking unharmed. He held up the fallen warhammer with one hand, as if what he was resisting was not a powerful warhammer, but raindrops as light as feathers. Everyone looked at Chu Guangtao in disbelief. Chu Guangtao was seen grabbing the warhammer with both hands, and the veins on his forehead were jumping. It was obvious that he had used all his strength in the previous attack. But this strike was blocked by Yang Mucheng in an understatement. How can this be? Chu Guangtao's eyes flashed with shock. When he hit it with his hammer, even a star would be smashed to pieces by him. But now Yang Mucheng easily stopped it with one hand. The fact that you can cultivate to this extent with an ordinary body and possess such magical powers is really rare in the world. But it's a pity that you are no match for me. Yang Mucheng put away his right hand that was blocking the warhammer, looked at Chu Guangtao, who was shocked, and said with a smile, "Because I am a 5-element spirit. So what about the 5-element spirit body? My body has been tempered many times, and will never be weaker than your 5-element spirit body." Chu Guangtao shouted angrily, and grabbed the warhammer. At this moment, the muscles in his arms actually creaked. Because of the explosion of strength, all the muscles in his body were shaken at this moment. Boom! He took a step forward, and the ring beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks were like a spider king, crackling and cracking in all directions. At this moment, Chu Guangtao swung out hammer shadows that filled the sky. At this moment, a compelling momentum suddenly arose. Looking at the overwhelming hammer shadow, everyone felt as if countless mountains were crushing them. And they even felt like they could not breathe. Bang! 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 Even under the hammer shadow, the space all over the sky exploded with shock, and pieces of it swept in all directions. Then, under the shocking gazes, the terrifying hammer shadows gathered together quickly. Like the sword power of 10,000 swords united, they were quickly retracted, merged into Chu Guangtao's hands, and then moved with unimaginable force. The shocking force came with a crazy bombardment, crushing towards Yang Mucheng in a terrifying and overwhelming manner. The killing mark of exile. Looking at the crushing warhammer, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and twisted his fingers into flowers. A complete seal has quietly gathered together. Then, Yang Mucheng picked up the already formed mass murder seal and smashed it forward. Boom! The intersection of the exiled man's seal and the warhammer caused endless auras to burst out in an instant. This endless spiritual light even eclipses everything in the world. The inner energy of the onlookers seemed to have stopped, as if time had stopped. Chapter 1818, Half a Step to Eternity. This moment seemed to last for a long time, but also seemed to be just a blink of an eye. Then, there was a shocking explosion. Everyone saw that the exiled murder mark condensed in Yang Mucheng's hand suddenly exploded during this impact. But the exploding killing mark exploded with thousands of forces and hit it hard. This kid is only in the late Tai stage. Feeling the tens of thousands of powers erupting from the broken mark, with unprecedented shock and anger in his heart, Chu Guangtao spurted out a mouthful of blood mist, and his whole body suddenly lost his balance and was directly bombarded and flew backwards. He used a faster speed than when he came. Like a meteor sliding down the sky, he fell suddenly, hit the ground heavily, and made a loud noise, even bombarding the entire Su family ancestral land. Trembling, looking at Chu Guangtao, who was directly blasted from the air, looking at Yang Mucheng standing on the spot, looking at the huge ring that was even crushed in this shocking attack, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Air conditioning. Even after Chu Guangtao unleashed all his strength, Yang Mucheng still knocked him down. And, still crushing. How can it be? Chu Guangtao was defeated. This blow not only defeated Chu Guangtao's attack, but also knocked him down from the sky? He didn't even draw his sword. There were bursts of exclamations all around. No one expected that the competition between Grandmaster Tai and Tai later would end in such a result. This scene was simply beyond everyone's expectations. What was that trick earlier? It seemed that a large seal was condensed in his hand. Although the large seal was shattered by Chu Guangtao, it still erupted with powerful power. Chu Guangtao was repulsed by that force. Recalling the scene of the previous battle, everyone felt like they were in a dream. At this time, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng with fear and shock, and no longer looked as disdainful as before. In the face-to-face confrontation, he was able to defeat Chu Guangtao with one blow, and he was still in such a crushing posture. Yang Mucheng's strength has been recognized by everyone in the Jioding Galaxy. Master Wei! Someone looked at Li Wei worriedly. It turns out that we have been wrong all along. This guy is really hiding his secrets. Even Chu Guangtao was defeated by him with one blow. Many people look nervous. If Li Wei also loses, then the position of leader will be lost to others. Kill the immortal lord, shatter the stars, destroy the mad dragon, and slay the shadows. He is indeed qualified to issue hero orders. Some people's four aspects have already begun to change quietly. They would naturally not be happy if a young boy was allowed to direct them. But if the opponent is a powerful martial artist, then they naturally dare not complain at all. Just when everyone was shocked, a gentle hum suddenly sounded. This humming sound was like thunder, making everyone tremble and causing the previously noisy arena to suddenly fall into silence. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Li Wei slowly stood up. Yang Macheng, your strength is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. If nothing else happens, almost no one can compete with you for the position of leader. Master Wei, Metropolitan. Many people changed their colors when they heard Li Wei's words. If Li Wei is not Yang Mucheng's opponent, then who else can win the position of leader? However, Li Wei chuckled and raised his hands. It's a pity that you met me. As early as 32 years ago, I had already reached the half step of eternal cultivation. Even Chu Guangtao. I only need one move to deal with him. As he spoke, a breeze seemed to blow through the field. Countless rubbles quickly flew up with a strange force and gathered in midair, restoring the damaged arena to a brand new appearance, as if there was no damage at all. Boom! 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 He stepped forward step by step, and infinite rays of light gathered in the void, forming a staircase at his feet, allowing him to climb up the steps. With every step he took, the aura on his body exploded, and by the time he stepped onto the ring, his aura had reached its peak. The power of half-step eternal even made the entire Su family ancestral land unable to withstand this power, and began to shake continuously. A hurricane swirled rapidly around Li Wei's body, blowing everyone in the ancestral land to stagger. Half-step to eternity! When did this old guy reach this level? No wonder he has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Feeling Li Wei's momentum, Chu Guangtao, Zhao Guanghu and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, and couldn't believe their eyes. In half an eternity, only those warriors from the Heroes Association could sustain themselves under this aura. Those below the Tai realm were pushed back step by an invisible force. Crack! Even Li Wei did nothing, just stood there, and the air around him was shattered by him. Half step to eternity! Brother Yang is in big trouble now. Su Anqiu and others could not hide the shock in their eyes. Who would have thought that Li Wei has always been hiding his clumsiness? It was clear that he was only one step away from becoming the leader of the alliance. But at this moment, a roadblock appeared, and the opponent's strength was beyond ordinary and terrifying. It seems that the alliance leader's position is stable. Ha! I didn't expect Master Wei to have been hiding his strength. Now that this half step of eternal cultivation is taken out, the dust has settled and there can be no more surprises. Unless there is a miracle, it is impossible for Yang Macheng to defeat Mr. Wei. Waves of calls continued to resound. The level of cultivation that Li Wei showed at this moment was almost crushing to everyone, and there was no way he could change at all. Presumably at this time, Yang Macheng will also know the gap between the two sides, and admit defeat. Feeling the earth-shattering power of Li Wei, many people secretly thought in their hearts. Snap! Hearing the sound of gentle footsteps, Li Wei arrived on the ring unconsciously. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Macheng quietly, like an emperor looking down at ants. Now! You know the gap between us. You are indeed very powerful. But as long as I am here, you cannot be the leader of the alliance. Admit defeat. This strong wind swept across, causing Yang Mu to grow and show his resolute face. Listening to Li Wei's words that seemed to be pronouncing a sentence, he slowly shook his head, showed a smile and replied, It's impossible for me to admit defeat. This battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is still unknown. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the scene inside and outside the arena was as silent as death, like a lonely grave. Chapter 1819, the outcome is still unknown. One after another, incredible eyes looked towards Yang Macheng, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Boom! Until a moment later, the silent arena ancestral land suddenly fell into a commotion. Everyone burst into bursts of laughter, and this laughter was filled with disdain, ridicule, and contempt. Did I hear it wrong? This kid actually said to Mr. Wei, this battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is still unknown? Does he know what his own level of cultivation is? And the level of the other party? The difference in strength between the two sides is huge. Humph! This kid defeated Chu Guangtao, so naturally he doesn't take Master Wei seriously. Although his strength is strong, he is nothing in Master Wei's eyes. Immediately, there was a burst of discussion from all around. Snort! But at this time in the ring, Li Wei closed his eyes and snorted coldly. The originally silent atmosphere suddenly became tense at this moment. I want to see how you have the qualifications to say to me, "The outcome is still unknown," he said. He slowly raised his long sleeves and waved them suddenly. At this moment, his half-step eternal cultivation was unreserved and burst out on the spot. The terrifying internal energy set off a shocking wave, turning into a wind wave visible to the naked eye and slamming towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! At this moment, the newly repaired arena under Yang Mucheng's feet was shattered into pieces and turned into a huge amount of dust. Looking from a distance, the mad dragon appears, and the real dragon descends. It is indeed a half-step eternity. I am so convinced of my defeat. Xiao Guanghu looked at this huge wave of air and sighed. If he had used this move against me before, I would have either died or been maimed. Feeling this move, everyone present had a flash of shock in their eyes. Such a terrifying move was simply unstoppable, and no one dared to resist it. Can Brother Yang be Li Wei's opponent? Even though Yang Mucheng was regarded as a god, everyone still couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in their hearts after seeing Li Wei's move. Bah! Brother Yang's 5-element spirit body is invincible in the world, and will definitely win, Su Anqiu said angrily. But when he said these words, even he didn't have much confidence in his own heart. This half-eternal Li Wei is really too powerful. Even more powerful than the intimidation that Tianyao Immortal Lord brought to them at that time. Li Wei, you underestimate me too much. So what if you are half-step eternal? Realm and strength are not linked. If you only have this little strength, you should be the one to lose. Just when the huge waves were about to hit Yang Mucheng, a cold voice sounded quietly. I saw that Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all when facing this huge wave. Instead, he smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and waved forward gently. This wave was like a sword breaking through the sky, whizzing down in an instant. The huge wave was torn apart on the spot and flowed feebly along the sides of Yang Mucheng's body. What? Li Wei's eyes narrowed. He was naturally able to tell that Yang Mucheng's move to cut off himself did not have the attitude of trying his best, but an expression of understatement. You are too confident. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, immediately shook hands into a fist, and punched forward. In that case, then you can see the power of my punch. Boom! The fist is formed, and then it is gently moved forward. At this moment, a shocking roar erupted in the void. I saw a delicate fist mark in the void that seemed to be rushing slowly, but really quickly, and suddenly hit Li Wei. Originally, this fist seal was invisible and formless, but it was surrounded by the torrential waves of dust set off by Li Wei's move. So the fist seal was blasted out like a cannonball, and suddenly it came to Li Wei's side, in front of. Not good! Feeling the wind brought by this punch, Li Wei's expression suddenly changed. The previous disdain was gone in his eyes, replaced by an extremely dignified look. I saw him taking one step forward, shaking hands into a fist, and hitting the fist mark. Boom! A huge explosion resounded in midair, and a terrifying wave of air exploded in an instant, sweeping in all directions. Not only did it tear apart the surrounding dust and waves in an instant, it also blew away all the warriors who were watching. Kick! 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 Li Wei's body trembled, and he took a few steps back, and the ring beneath his feet was completely torn apart by the previous explosion at this moment. How? Seeing Li Wei retreat violently, Yang Mucheng slowly retracted his right fist and looked over with a smile. Do you think now that I have the ability to compete with you for the position of leader? Feeling his numb fist, Li Wei looked at Yang Mucheng with a complicated look in his eyes. It wasn't until a moment later that he sighed. It seems that all of us have ignored you. You already have the strength to compete with us. And it is true that if we don't fight, the outcome is still unknown. Today, I will learn from you with half a step of ancient cultivation. Take a look at your 5-element spirit body. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, the inner light that had been scattered by Yang Mucheng regrouped at this moment, sweeping through his body like a flame. This pure inner energy not only swept through his body in an instant, but also covered every inch of his body's bones and muscles at the same time. Is this Mr. Wei really serious? Yang Mucheng actually asked Master Wei to take action. How can Master Wei be so serious about dealing with a late-stage Tai? Idiot! That's not an ordinary late Tai. That's the 5-element spirit body. This unexpected scene was beyond everyone's imagination. No one thought that Yang Mucheng, whom they didn't take seriously at first, actually made Li Wei use all his strength. Previously, Yang Mucheng said that the battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is still unknown. Everyone thinks that Yang Macheng does not know what it means to be high and low. Now I realize that I was too ignorant. Yang Macheng, who possesses the 5-element spirit body, is indeed qualified to compete with the half-eternal Li Wei. Those who had laughed at Yang Macheng before felt as if they had been slapped hard, and felt burning pain on their faces. Looking at Li Wei, who was already operating at full power, Yang Macheng looked at the ancestral land of the Su family under his feet, frowned slightly and said, "If you and I do it, I'm afraid this star may not be able to withstand it. How about we change it to another star? It's right there." Li Wei glanced at the rocks and stars and said, "That's a group of meteorites. There's no life, so there's no need to worry about damaging the stars. It's perfect to fight there." "Good." Yang Macheng nodded, jumped up, and quickly flew towards the meteorite stars. Li Wei looked at Yang Macheng's back, tiptoed, and followed Yang Macheng. Chapter 18 10,000 Dragons. The conversation between the two shocked everyone present. Watching them leave, there was first silence outside the arena, and then a burst of roaring shouts erupted. The voice contained incredibly shocking words. Yang Macheng actually got the approval of Master Wei? Moreover, they also agreed to fight on the rocks and stars. This is a battle for alliance leaders. You must go and see. After a moment of silence, everyone in the Su family's ancestral land quickly came to their senses and rushed towards the fighting area. Boom! Before they could reach the battlefield, a shocking explosion sounded like crazy. The monstrous wave of air swept directly from the rock formation and surged in all directions. Boom! 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 The meteorites and stars suspended in the starry sky were blasted into powder on the spot. The figures of the two people shuttled back and forth so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye. Every time the fists and kicks fought, there was a loud and shocking sound. And the shocking sound resounded throughout Hingyu. Every time they hit an area, the meteorites and stars in that area were torn apart, and the place they passed was like a strong wind passing through. Unstoppable. Who will win between Yang Macheng and Li Wei? Everyone couldn't help but speculate. Needless to say, it must be Master Wei. Master Wei has taken half a step through eternity, and his cultivation is astonishing. He is only one step away from achieving eternal achievements. How can an ignorant junior like Yang Macheng have the qualifications to compete with him? Someone said firmly. That's not necessarily true. Yang Macheng's 5-element spirit body is the best in the starry sky, although his cultivation is far inferior to Li Wei's. With a 5-element spirit body, it's not easy to determine who will win, said a strong body refiner. Boom! There was a fierce collision, and the two figures quickly retreated in the light of the explosion. The two people who stepped back were Yang Macheng and Li Wei. Ha ha! Yang Macheng, you really didn't disappoint me. If you give up now, I can make you the Vanguard General to conquer the All Things Unity. Li Wei, who retreated violently, rolled up his sleeves, and a surge of power from heaven and earth came over him, lifted his body up, and suspended it in the void. You can be the leader of this alliance, but you must beat me. Yang Macheng's eyes glowed brightly. If you can defeat me, what if I am the Vanguard General? Li Wei nodded heavily and said with a smile. Okay, then let you see what I have up my sleeve. As he spoke, his right hand slowly swayed. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged out from his sleeves, and a hurricane surged rapidly. I saw that the hurricane was insignificant at first, but after a while, it became more and more fierce. It actually involved some meteorites and stars with diameters of several miles, or dozens of miles in the starry sky, turning into a dust dragon and killing Yang Macheng crazily. Wherever the dust dragon passed, it crazily devoured it, and its size became larger and larger. When it rushed in front of Yang Macheng, it had transformed into a terrifying dragon with a length of millions of feet. Under this mad dragon, Yang Macheng no different than dust ants. Swallow it! Li Wei grinned and grabbed forward with his right hand like he was reaching for something. At this time, a dragon roar echoed in the void, and then the dust dragon was seen opening its big mouth and biting away at Yang Macheng. This scene made countless people's hearts almost beat out of their stomachs. Once this mad dragon swallows up, not to mention Yang Macheng, even a star will be bitten in half by it on the spot. Get away! There was a shout, and just as the mad dragon was biting, Yang Macheng made a fist with his right hand and punched forward. Boom! A burst of earth-shattering sound suddenly sounded, and the body of the mad dragon trembled and rolled out immediately. The huge body was almost blown away by Yang Macheng at this moment. and it was even difficult to condense and reveal itself. Li Wei, you only have this little ability, and you still want to compete with me for the alliance leader? Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sneered as he looked at the dust dragon that kept screaming and rolling out. Who said I only have this little ability? I'll let you see the real thing next. Li Wei laughed loudly. His eyes suddenly condensed. I saw him suddenly swinging his hands, wielding thousands of hurricanes. And in an instant, countless waves of heaven and earth power surged out of it. Every force stirred up and turned into a monstrous hurricane. As each hurricane continues to roll, it becomes more and more fierce and violent. The moment it sweeps out, it swallows up the huge meteorites and stars in the starry sky in an instant. After devouring these meteorites, the hurricanes quickly transformed into terrifying dragons under the shocked eyes of countless people. Each of these angry dragons is only stronger than the previous dust dragon. Roar! 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 The shocking dragon roar resounded through the void in an instant, shaking the starry sky in turmoil. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was surrounded by thousands of dust dragons. Oh my god! The angry dragons emerged one after another, making everyone change their color in horror. Is this the strength of Half-Step to the Eternal Realm? That one mad dragon can kill a powerful Tai. But now there are millions of them. I'm afraid even the 5-element spiritual body can't support it. It seems that the winner will be decided soon. Everyone looked at the stars where the wild dragon was raging and couldn't help but be shocked. I am afraid that only people with the same level of cultivation can withstand this kind of attack. So what if you are a 5-element spirit body? It will definitely be riddled with holes under the raging dragon. Ha ha. What do you think of Yang Mucheng's method? Li Wei looked at the tumbling and dancing dragon and burst into laughter. If you don't admit defeat, these thousands of crazy dragons will attack you in an instant. I don't believe that your 5-element spirit body can support such a violent attack. If you want me to admit defeat, I'll still say the same thing. Defeat me first. Yang Mucheng looked indifferent. As he said that, Yang Mucheng glanced at the huddled and huge mad dragons with a faint gaze, and slowly shook his head and said, Your moves can't hurt me. Yang Mucheng, don't give me a toast or drink as a penalty. I asked you to surrender in a nice voice, but you despise my methods? Li Wei's expression suddenly turned grim. He looked at Yang Mucheng and snorted coldly. Roar! At this moment, the writhing dragon roared into the air, causing a thunderous roar. The terrifying roar turned into billowing sound waves that surged in all directions. In that case, let me show you how powerful I am. Hack me! Li Wei's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly retracted his right palm. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying force surged across the field. Chapter 1821 A Promise of One Move. Gigi. As this terrifying force passed through the field, the wild dragon with its teeth and claws, and its ferocious face began to dance in an instant. At this moment, the slender body suddenly stretched into a straight line from head to toe, tensing into a bow. Then, these thousands of crazy dragons suddenly shot out. Whoosh! 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 This terrifying angry dragon roared out and turned into a storm of arrows. And Yang Mu was in this storm of arrows. Each angry dragon came to fight, bombarding the space with a crackling explosion. And all obstacles were completely torn apart. The mad dragon roared and rushed in front of Yang Mucheng with almost no gap. Since you don't believe it, let me show you the power of the 5-element spirit body. Looking at the mad dragons charging one after another, Yang Mucheng's eyes glowed brightly. The surging qi and blood even caused the surrounding space to be crushed and erupted with a shocking sound. He punched out. Boom! This punch hit the body of the angry dragon that rushed towards him. The terrifying power was poured directly into the mad dragon. Unable to withstand this huge force, the body of the mad dragon exploded rapidly in a manner visible to the naked eye. From the tail of the dragon, it spread rapidly to the head of the dragon. Eventually, it turned into pieces of dust and scattered on the spot. Okay, I want to see how long your 5-element spirit body can last. Looking at this scene, Li Wei couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. Immediately, his expression darkened. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the constant whistling sound erupted in extreme turmoil, just like the howling of torrential rain. Boom! 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 Yang Mucheng raised his fist and smashed it. At this moment, he seemed to have become a human weapon, with every punch and kick possessing such great power. In fact, this is exactly the case. The strength of the 5-element spirit body is also the power and defense of the physical body. The yin and yang and the five elements are running in Yang Mucheng's body. And the power has become a small world of its own. The power that exploded was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But the number of these crazy dragons is too many. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In an instant, the monstrous angry dragons rushed towards him in no particular order, completely engulfing Yang Mucheng in almost an instant. Not good! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but let out a cry. However, this cry was immediately drowned out by the explosion caused by the mad dragon bombarding Yang Mucheng. Boom! 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 The monstrous explosion caused a ring of air waves visible to the naked eye. Wherever the air wave cloud ring passed, everything was torn into pieces. Even people far away could feel the power of the explosion. It seems that this battle is about to end. Everyone looked at the battlefield where the roaring dragon was roaring, and their eyes could not hide their horror. Even the 5 elements' spiritual body would probably be torn into pieces under such an attack. What's more, the cultivation realms between Yang Mucheng and Li Wei are also very different. Li Wei looked at the field with a proud look on his face. At a certain moment, his expression changed and he cried out, "What?" Li Wei's actions immediately aroused everyone's doubts. What did Li Wei see? Is Yang Mu successful or not? It's impossible. Even Half-Step Eternal can't resist such a ferocious attack, let alone Yang Mucheng. Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, they saw a shocking green light suddenly erupting from the battlefield. After the green light appeared, it quickly swept in all directions in an instant, tearing open a vacuum zone in the place where the mad dragon bombarded it. Wherever the green light reaches, the mad dragon is unable to penetrate. How can this be? Everyone who saw Qingmong couldn't help but let out a cry. I only saw that although the green light was faint, it was extremely strong. No matter how terrifying the mad dragon's bombardment was, it could not break away from this piece of green light. Instead, it exploded on the spot like an egg hitting a stone. I don't believe it! Although he didn't know how this green light appeared, Li Wei immediately connected it with Yang Mucheng. His pupils closed, and his hands suddenly shot forward. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Immediately, Banbu Jingda's terrifying cultivation burst out on the spot, pouring directly into the bodies of the mad dragons. Everyone only saw that the bodies of the mad dragons quickly condensed and appeared, and the scales and armor on the bodies became clearly visible, and the fine lines were necessary. At the same time, waves of surging and powerful dragon power also erupted and swept away at the same time. When the monstrous dragon patterns emerged to the extreme, these crazy dragons roared and charged towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. Obviously, Li Wei was already angry. He didn't believe that he couldn't even suppress a young boy from the late Tai period. Tongue! At this moment, the explosions resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard the shocking sound. At this moment, countless wild dragons seemed to transform into powerful crossbows that stretched into the full moon, and fired directly towards Yang Mucheng. Buzz! At the moment when the mad dragon charged, a clear buzzing sound resounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the cyan light that originally enveloped a 3-foot radius rose from the sky at this moment, and turned into a torrent on the spot, rushing in all directions. Wherever the green light passed, the charging mad dragon was torn apart in an instant, turned into a dreamy bubble, and disappeared without a trace. Originally, there was still a mad dragon looming in the sky, but in an instant, there was no starry sky. The billions of meteorites that once spread across the starry sky turned into nothing at this moment, and there was nothing left. Wait until the green light dissipates. Only then did everyone realize that Yang Mucheng was standing proudly on the battlefield. But at some point, there was a green lotus platform under his feet. The faint green light was released from the green lotus platform. Within the weak green light, the power is actually stronger than imagined. Quiet. There was dead silence. As powerful Tai warriors, they had also traveled across the starry sky, and it was not like they had never seen a powerful warrior of this level take action. But they have never seen Tai fight like this with Banbu Eternal in the later stage. Even if he uses all his half-step ancient moves, he can't do anything to the opponent. Li Wei stared at Yang Mucheng with a gloomy look, and after a moment, he laughed out loud. It seems that all of us have underestimated you. Your strength is so powerful that even I find it incredible. In front of you, all geniuses, it will all be overshadowed. But unfortunately, I will not give up the position of leader to you so easily. Yang Mucheng, I wonder if you can take my last move. If you win, I will give up the position of leader. Chapter 1822 9 Transformations of Star Transformation versus Destruction of Earth's Seal. An appointment? After hearing Li Wei's words, not only Yang Mucheng, but also many warriors present could not help but change their expressions. Although they didn't know what moves Li Wei would use next, they knew that Li Wei would decide the outcome with his last move, which was definitely extraordinary. They didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would force Li Wei to even use all the moves at the bottom of the box. Would Yang Mucheng agree? At this moment, everyone looked at him with confusion. Why not? Hearing Li Wei's suggestion, Yang Mucheng responded with a smile. He naturally knew that the opponent's move was definitely not an ordinary move. But what did he have to fear? The other party has a trick to beat the bottom of the box. Doesn't he have the same tricks? Good. Li Wei's eyes flashed, as if he was not surprised that Yang Mucheng would agree. And he nodded heavily. This move of mine is a move I learned while looking up at the starry sky when I reached the half-step eternal state. I named it 9 Transformations of the Stars. Li Wei did not make a move, but slowly stretched out his right hand. I saw 9 light spots suddenly surging in his palm. Each light spot was self-contained and different in size. Yang Mucheng raised his eyes, and saw the 9 rays of light slowly rotating in a strange trajectory. I saw that while rotating, the light spots were moving, and their power was extremely powerful. From a distance, it looks like a galaxy, running some kind of strange power. And Li Wei held the sun, moon and stars in his hands, and his whole body was supported like a god or demon. He was actually a powerful and incomparable creature. It is said that there are only 9 stars in a galaxy, and these 9 stars all revolve around the sun. My 9-turn star transformation is the result of my enlightenment. I don't know if you can take this move. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei took a step forward. His palm suddenly turned over, and the 9 stars in his palm quickly fell from the sky. At the same time, a powerful pressure between heaven and earth broke out at the same time, rushing towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Bang! 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 This terrifying power was displayed vividly, crushing and bursting the surrounding space. Even at this moment, Yang Mucheng felt as if he was in this galaxy created by Li Wei. The crushing power of the 9 stars was overwhelmingly rushing towards his body at this moment. His vision of the surroundings was blocked by this terrifying power, and became distorted and blurred. Is this the strength of the half-step eternal realm? How terrifying would it be if we reached the eternal realm? Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a hint of horror in his heart. When he first saw the star formation, it was difficult for him to understand that someone could actually control billions of stars, and use them for his own purposes. Now this half-eternal Li Wei has taught Yang Mucheng a lesson. The crushing power of these 9 stars poured down crazily almost instantly, and the muscles and bones all over his body could not help but make a crackling sound. Yang Mucheng, do you admit defeat? Li Wei held the sun, moon and stars in his hands, looked at Yang Mucheng, whose face was full of shock during the 9-turn star transformation, and shouted loudly, If you don't admit defeat, I can crush you to death as long as I turn my hand. However, just when Li Wei thought that Yang Mucheng would decisively surrender, Yang Mucheng slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of Yang Mucheng's body. This momentum, while gushing out, exploded uncontrollably, fiercely bombarding the monstrous power contained in the 9 revolutions of star transformation. Bang! 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 These 2 invisible forces fought against each other crazily, bursting out with bursts of intense spiritual light. This shocking and terrifying spiritual light even seemed to completely cover up the light of the 9 stars contained in the 9 transformations of stars. While these 2 forces were squeezing, Li Wei was even more shocked to discover that the force bursting out from Yang Mucheng's body was actually about to knock away all the 9 rotating stars. You must know that the power contained in the 9-turn star transformation comes from the rotation trajectories of the 9 stars. Once the 9 stars are bombarded out of the direction of rotation, this move will be forcibly destroyed. How can this be? Feeling the crazy struggling posture of the 9 stars in his palm, as if they were about to fly out at any time, Li Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of horror and shock. I don't believe you can still crack him. Boom! Light flashed in his eyes, and the world in Li Wei's palm suddenly turned over. The next moment, the 9 stars were overwhelmingly crushing towards Yang Mucheng. Suddenly, the crushing power of the stars' rotation poured down desperately. Call! At the same time that the 9 revolution star transformation was crushed by Li Wei with his hands and palms, Yang Mucheng quickly raised his hands. I saw his fingers flying rapidly in front of him to join hands. You want to use the death seal? Ha ha. Although this move is powerful, it is not enough to be my opponent in the 9 transformations of star transformation. Looking at the gesture of the mark in Yang Muqing's hand, Li Wei laughed. Although Yang Muqing used this move to defeat Chu Guangtao, but the power of this move was not enough to compete with him. Even the power of just one of the stars in the 9 transformations of stars is enough to crush this killer seal. You are wrong. In addition to the Exorcist seal, I also have the Destruction Earth seal. Laugh. Yang Muqing suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, the second seal of the 3 seals of the God of War, the Seal of Destruction, was already formed in his hand. With the formation of the Earth Seal of Destruction, the 9 stars in Li Wei's hands immediately became restless, and bursts of terrifying explosions even erupted inside the stars. Then, Yang Muqing raised the Earth Seal of Destruction and struck it fiercely with Li Wei's 9-turn star transformation. Collapse! At this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly resounded. An endless burst of spiritual light bloomed directly between heaven and earth, sweeping across the entire starry sky. Under this terrifying and shocking aura, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. However, the 2 people in that battle were still in a state of shock. Boom! One star was the first to be unable to withstand the crushing force of the destruction seal, and it exploded on the spot, turning into an endless stream of light and quietly dissipating. The explosion this time seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. 8 stars exploded. Boom! The power contained in the Earth Seal of Destruction continued unabated and swept over Li Wei heavily. This force was even so powerful that Pei could not stop it, and it suddenly swept out and penetrated Li Wei's body. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood mist. Li Wei's half-step to the ancient realm's monstrous momentum was like a burst balloon at this moment, pouring out crazily. At the same time, that powerful force exploded, directly blasting Li Wei out. Chapter 1823 advanced towards the unity of all things. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths open, watching as this half-step ancient expert with monstrous strength was sent flying backwards by Yang Muqing's seal of destruction. And the powerful aura that surged was also reduced at the same time. This terrifying power shocked every warrior present. Li Wei lost? Looking at Li Wei, who was blasted out, someone asked in shock. Failed? Someone nodded. Li Wei, who was blasted out of the starry sky by a single blow that shattered the 9-turn star transformation and dispersed his aura. He flew out, smashing meteorites and stars into pieces. He didn't stop until his body hit a huge star. But when everyone looked at him again, he no longer had the strength to get up again. No one expected that this much-anticipated battle would end with such an attitude. The future life is terrible. Looking at Yang Muqing, who was slowly calming down during the scene, such an idea could not help but arise in everyone's mind. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to shock and even fear when they looked at Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing's final annihilation seal not only defeated Li Wei, but also shattered everyone's pride and made them lower their proud heads. I win! Looking at Li Wei, who tried hard to get up several times but ended in failure, Yang Muqing said lightly, I actually lost? Listening to this faint voice, Li Wei was even a little unable to recover. He only felt his head buzzing, as if he had not yet awakened from the previous battle. He never thought that he would lose in the 9-turn star transformation. You can understand the moves from the movement of the stars, and the power of this 9-turn star transformation is really terrifying. It's a pity that you haven't fully mastered this move yet. And the flaws in this move are also very huge. The power of the 9 stars crushing down is indeed terrifying, but they are dispersed one by one until they are too big to handle. In front of me, it is just a puffy balloon at most. It only takes a light poke to defeat this move. If you can master this 9-turn star transformation, gather the power of the 9 stars together, even continue to develop and expand these 9 stars. Master 18, 36, 72 stars. If it reaches that level, even my complete Earth Seal cannot stop it. No doubt, the power to control the stars is very powerful. But this power is too scattered and does not pose the slightest threat to Yang Muqing. Although Yang Muqing had many ways to crack this 9-turn star transformation, he still chose the most direct and violent method. After hearing Yang Muqing's words, Li Wei suddenly realized something in his mind. At first, he was a little unwilling to be defeated by Yang Muqing, but now he completely understands. He immediately stood up, raised his hands respectfully to Yang Muqing and called him Alliance Leader. The clear and faint voice resounded through the starry sky, although they were far apart. At this moment it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Yang Muqing nodded lightly and said, In 3 days, We will gather here to conquer all things and unite them all. This time, everything will be leveled and reunited. Conquer all things and unite them all? This is the first attack on the oneness of all things. Looking at the young man and listening to the voice that resounded across the starry sky, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. And a feeling of excitement surged into their hearts crazily. Tear down all things and bring them together. Tear down all things and bring them together. Tear down all things and bring them together. Howren's voice resounded in the starry sky. 3 days later, all the warriors above the Tai realm in the Geodan galaxy, a total of 672, directly attacked Wanwi-Gaiahui. Since no ordinary warriors were brought with them, this attack could be regarded as a blitz attack by the powerful Ji-Dao warriors. Wherever the Alliance army passed, it was devastated like a torrent, and all the outposts in the unity of all things were destroyed. Starry sky. Everyone is like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers. Everyone summoned their own magic weapon and flew through the starry sky. When their strength reaches their level, they no longer need to borrow flying puppets to travel between the stars. Ordinary flying puppets are not as fast as magic weapons. Not to mention that once flying puppets fail to operate quickly, they are easily ambushed. Even Yang Mucheng also sacrificed the Qinglian Terrace. Li Wei, who was defeated by Yang Mucheng, became a vanguard general. The 2 Tai Grandmasters Chu Guangtao and Zhao Guanghu he led, as well as the 7 Tai Perfection Masters including Su Anqiu and Sherpatian, made up a total of 10 people. They were almost the most powerful existences in the Geodan galaxy. Any sentry post in front of them will be destructively torn apart. And at the same time, Yang Mucheng led the remaining warriors behind the formation. At this time, the army is temporarily resting in a meteorite. In order to hide their figures, there are warriors in the team who are good at stealth. They even use some means to completely cover up the star where the army is located. Even if someone senses something is wrong and looks towards the starry sky, they will only see nothingness and not realize that there is an army hidden here. Alliance leader, report from the front. As the infiltrated Li Wei and others, or the scout team, naturally they cannot use some kind of blatant communication method such as spiritual voice transmission. Instead, the message was disguised as an ordinary meteorite that streaked across Hingyu. This kind of meteorite is very common in the starry sky, and no one will find it on purpose. Yang Mucheng squeezed it slowly, and for a moment, the meteorite turned into fragments of light and shadow. The next moment, he saw these lights and shadows rolling slowly like tadpoles, converging into a row of writing. Very good! Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with joy. We have penetrated into the interior of the All Things Guidance Society. Next, there is the largest stronghold. We must work hard to completely raise this stronghold to the ground, without giving the All Things Guidance Society any time to breathe. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng said seriously, pass me an order to tell Li Wei not to take action in a hurry. The 10 of them have the highest cultivation level. First seal off the starry sky and completely cut off the connection between the stronghold and the unity of all things. Once we arrive, we will take action directly. Yes. There are already messengers who quickly pass on the information. Immediately, the army moved forward at full speed and headed directly towards the stronghold. Looking at the star stronghold getting closer and closer, everyone's heart couldn't help but boil with excitement, welcoming the first battle against the unity of all things. Half an hour later, the meteorite had already flown above the stronghold. Chapter 1824 Bloody Eyes. Meteor. The meteorite carrying hundreds of Tai powerhouses was currently suspended above the stronghold. Even at this time, someone in the stronghold looked up into the sky and saw that the meteorite was just an ordinary star. Nothing different at all. But the people standing above the meteorite were able to see clearly what was going on inside the stronghold. The entire stronghold is built on a star. Countless vampires live on this star. Just like the mortal society of the Geodan galaxy, the vampires coming and going have the same faces as the humans, but they have wings on their backs. In addition, there are also some huge behemoths that are constantly shuttling back and forth. What's going on with these monsters? Yang Mucheng asked. Those monsters are pets raised by the vampire clan. Due to being raised all year round, these monsters have lost their ferocity and are only controlled by the vampire clan, someone said. Moreover, those vampires usually absorb the blood from the bodies of these monsters. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and said, These vampires don't seem to be very powerful. Reply to the leader. Su Anqiu, who had returned to the main force, bowed his hands to Yang Mucheng. This star is just a stronghold of the vampires, and most of them are ordinary vampires. Just like our mortal society, some vampires with strong potential will be selected from this stronghold and then join the upper-class society of the vampires. Don't underestimate these vampires, who are not very powerful. In fact, vampires have far more talents than humans. Yang Muchung nodded. The lifespan of ordinary vampires is several times, even dozens of times, that of ordinary mortals. They have enough time to improve their strength, and their learning talent is no less than that of humans. The truly advanced vampires are in that high tower. Because he arrived at the stronghold in advance, Su Anqiu even sneaked into it, captured 2 or 3 low-level vampires, tortured them, and learned about the situation in the entire stronghold. Everyone looked in the direction Su Anqiu pointed, and sure enough they saw a huge red tower that was as steep as a dagger and stood out from the stars in the stronghold. The entire tower is not only red, but also looks like it is made of blood jade. And the top of the tower is shaped like an eye. That tower is extraordinary. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and nodded. Since it can be used as a place where high-level vampires live, this tower must be able to defend the entire stronghold from the stars. Moreover, I feel that the role of this tower is not just that. Everyone was silent and looked at Yang Muchung. Now that they have reached the top of the stronghold, the next thing waiting is Yang Muchung's order. Once he gives the order, more than 600 Tai experts will pour out like a torrent, kill directly towards the stronghold, and completely smash the star into pieces, turning it into an ordinary star in the starry sky. Nothing but dust. Use the fall of the stars to kill the ordinary vampires in the stronghold stars first. The falling stars must be centered on this red tower. Yes. Su Anqiu responded immediately. As the leader of the alliance, Yang Muchung naturally knew the details of every strong person in the team before setting off. And he also formulated many strategies for the raid. This group of fallen stars is one of them. On the one hand, it can kill ordinary vampires on a large scale, and at the same time, it can force out the strong vampires without exposing its own position. Boom! At this moment, a breeze seemed to be blowing through the originally calm starry sky. Under this wind, there is a powerful force quietly surging. I only saw the vast stars in the starry sky, sweeping through the turmoil quickly and being directly pulled towards them. The first battle between the Alliance Army and the All Things Unity Association will begin at this moment. Stronghold. Stars. In the hearts of the vampires. The central red tower is called the Blood Eye. Being able to enter the Blood Eye is the lifelong wish of every vampire. Of course, only vampires whose strength reaches the Tai realm can enter the Blood Eye. The most powerful blood ancestors in the entire Stronghold Star are gathered in the Blood Eyes. These people not only bear the most powerful external combat power of the vampire clan, but also serve as the internal protection of the vampire clan. After all, after the war between the races hundreds of millions of years ago, the vampire race is no longer as powerful as it once was, and has been reduced to a small race in the starry sky. However, fortunately, a period of low light has allowed the vampire clan to gradually expand in size. Chinifei is a member of this vampire clan. 306 years ago, he reached the level of Tai, so he was recognized by his master and entered the Blood Eye job. Today, he is on duty. Because of the catastrophes the vampire clan has suffered, the job of the Blood Eyes is to discover all potential enemies and quickly open the protective shield when encountering enemy attacks, thereby protecting the entire vampire clan's heritage. On this day, his starry sky was as calm as ever. However, there was some ominous premonition in his heart. Therefore, he always used his Blood Eyes to constantly search for the existence that made him uneasy. Chinifei. Using the Blood Eye for long-term detection will cause serious physical damage. The stronghold of the stars is in the hinterland of all things gathering, and there are more than 100 open posts and hidden sentries outside of it. No one will attack our stronghold. Even if someone is able to attack the stronghold, the sentry post will send the news as soon as possible. In the Bloody Eyes, a companion laughed. Yes, if it can pose a threat to our stronghold, at least all Tai Realm warriors in the Geodan Galaxy need to come out. But those strong men are fighting on their own, and no one is convinced by anyone. How can they join forces? Like Chinifei, the Tai vampires, who were responsible for sensing threats in the starry sky in the Blood Eyes, ridiculed the opponent's loyalty attitude as an extremely idiotic behavior. Obviously, in their view, it is impossible for a powerful stronghold to be attacked at all, not only because of the existence of the Blood Eyes, but also because of the existence of the Master. Although, among the entire vampire clan, their stronghold commanded by their master is not too powerful. But not everyone can shake it. They were smiling and talking. But they saw Chenifei's face quietly turning ugly. What's wrong? Sensing something was wrong, someone finally asked. However, Chenifei's face was ashen, and he quickly activated the blood-eye protective formation without saying a word. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized something was wrong in the starry sky. In the originally bright starry sky, thousands of huge meteorites appeared at some unknown time. These meteorites brought out sharp whistling, and even set off monstrous flames when they fell at high speed and rubbed against the air. Looking like the dazzling sun, countless huge meteorites crashed down, making the entire stronghold and stars astonished as daylight at this moment. Chapter 1825 Ambush? Ambushed? Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The fall of more than 10,000 stars is enough to directly penetrate a star in an instant. No matter what kind of creature is on this star, it will be completely crushed to death. However, just when countless stars were about to hit this star, the blood-red eye on the blood-eye red tower suddenly moved. It was like an eye waking up from a lazy sleep, suddenly changing from dim to bursting with bright light. A red beam of light quickly burst out from the pupil and blasted into the starry sky. Then this beam of light suddenly spread out, turning into a red curtain, and slowly the turmoil spread. From a distance, this piece of red light is like a protective shield, flickering out almost without warning, covering the entire star stronghold. Boom! 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 Thousands of meteors and meteorites crashed down, hitting the light screen heavily. Immediately, I saw these meteors falling at high speed, and then suddenly exploded under the gaze of everyone. What is that? The light that burst out from that eye actually blocked the stars from falling? Shocking loud sounds, as well as loud explosions that erupted one after another, were continuously turbulent in the starry sky. For a moment, the entire stronghold seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. Among the scattered buildings, a figure quickly flew out. These figures stared dumbfounded at the shocking scene in the sky. This blood eye has a protective effect. We've already alerted the enemy. Looking at the erupting stronghold, the Alliance army looked nervously at Yang Mucheng. Unexpectedly, under this situation, Yang Mucheng's face remained calm. He was not as panicked as everyone imagined, but seemed to have everything in mind. It's just as I expected. This blood eye is the core of the entire stronghold star. Now that this stronghold has been triggered, let's go in openly. Drink! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng formed a seal Ju with his right hand and slapped his right palm heavily on the meteorite at his feet. There was just a pop sound, and the protective shield that had kept them hidden was torn apart by this terrifying force. It was as if the meteorite had suddenly increased in weight hundreds of times. At this moment, it was actually heading towards the stronghold stars out of control, falling hard. Among countless meteors, the one among everyone is the most conspicuous. It is like a golden lightning, with almost no gap. From the moment it appears, it has already hit the protective shield heavily. Crack! Amidst the shocking explosion, the calm protective shield was finally blasted with a terrible crack. Then, the crack swept across like a hurricane, covering the entire protective shield in an instant, accompanied by a sound that sounded like shattering glass. The huge protective shield completely disappeared. Until then, the meteors that kept falling from Hengyu hit the stronghold stars without any hindrance. Siege the Blood Eye Tower! That high tower is where all the powerful vampires gather in the entire star base. Yang Mucheng quickly ordered. Tongue! 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 Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the tiny warriors on the meteorite rushed out quickly and headed towards the blood-red tower to kill. As for those ordinary vampires, there is no need to worry at all. Such a dense mass of falling stars is enough to kill the vampires below the Nirvana realm in an instant. Even if the vampires above the Nirvana realm are lucky enough to survive such an attack, they will either die or be disabled. The stars in the entire stronghold had already turned into a sea of fire. Yang Mucheng came slowly with his hands behind his back, not stained by the slightest bit of spring water on his body, and he was extremely casual and freehand. Behind him is the scout team composed of Li Wei, Chu Guantao, Su Anqiu and others who have blocked the entire star. Now they were not in a hurry, but walked towards the bloody eyes in a mighty manner. Tongue! 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 From time to time, strong blood warriors rushed out of the bloody eyes, but they were all blocked by the Alliance army rushing out. The shocking explosions from the fight between the two sides resounded throughout the starry sky. The power of this blood eye is not too strong. Chu Guangtao couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the red barrier that was shattered earlier. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at him and said, Don't forget, we are attacking from a sneak attack. The red light that burst out from the blood eye in a hurry almost stopped our intensive bombardment of meteorites. If we give him enough preparation time, wouldn't it be enough to completely intercept us here? Beyond a star? The union of all things is able to suppress so many sects, forces, and families in the Geodan galaxy. How can it not have any means? Chu Guangtao was reprimanded, but he didn't feel unhappy at all. Although he is the leader of the Taichu sect, even Li Wei, the half-step eternal, was defeated by Yang Mucheng. What qualifications does he have to challenge him? I didn't expect that there are so many powerful Tai warriors in the Blood Clan. Chu Guangtao couldn't help but said in shock as he looked at the Tai vampire master who kept flying out of his bloody eyes. The number of these Tai powerhouses is actually only much larger than that of their alliance army. Moreover, with the blood eye at their back and the geographical advantage of their stronghold, they actually blocked the advancement of the alliance army. It's natural, Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and said. Very few of these vampires can practice on their own. They all come to increase their strength by raising blood slaves. Therefore, it is much easier to upgrade to the Tai realm than ordinary human warriors. However, although it is easy for them to reach the Tai realm, there is a big gap between them and us in terms of combat effectiveness. Everyone nodded in agreement, accompanied by the blood warriors who came. Not only the opponent's number was more than twice that of the alliance army, but the alliance army actually gained the upper hand in the battle, which naturally made people not doubt his deduction. Roar! However, at this moment, the stronghold that turned into a sea of fire suddenly erupted into a shocking roar. All he saw was a huge monster jumping out of the flames. Yang Mucheng followed the sound and looked. I saw that it was a huge lizard like a golden three-headed dragon, but it only had one head, and the scales all over its body were also a red color like a flame, hiding in the flames before. No one noticed it. While the flame dragon beast let out a roar, it even spread its wings and flew over quickly. Yang Mucheng also discovered that there was actually a heroic vampire boy standing on the huge dragon head of the flame dragon beast, and he was roaring towards him with a spear in his hand. Following the attack of the vampire boy, the entire flame suddenly erupted, and the monstrous figures turned into a torrent, charging crazily towards Yang Mucheng and others, who only had a few people. Chapter 1826 Weird Blood Rain. Boom! At this moment, it was like a beast coming out of the gate. Countless blood clans and monsters swept towards Yang Mucheng with madness, like a flood. Obviously, they had noticed Yang Mucheng for a long time, and even knew that Yang Mucheng was the commander-in-chief of these people. As long as Yang Mucheng, the leader of these extremely powerful people, was captured, even if they could not make these tiny powerful people retreat, it would be enough to boost their morale. A hard blow. Boom! The vampire boy who was driving the flame dragon beast came almost at the head of the pack. The violent aura and inner energy swirled the flames in the surrounding sky, making the dragon beast under his feet covered with earth-shattering flames, as if it could burn everything. In addition to this dragon beast, there are even larger and more terrifying monsters that are constantly sweeping out of the flames. Their target is clearly Yang Mucheng and others. Kill! Sensing the target of these powerful men, Su Anqiu and others immediately roared and attacked them unceremoniously. Yang Mucheng is the leader of the alliance army. If he is captured and killed, then their army will naturally be defeated. Snort! Lin Hafeng turned his gaze, his eyes shining with coldness. I saw him holding a bow in his left hand and slowly pulling it with his right hand. At this moment, he seemed to attract the spiritual energy of the entire surrounding sky. Infinite spiritual energy gathered rapidly and poured crazily into the bowstring in his hand, and a golden feather arrow quickly formed. At this moment, he will save the day. Boom! A crisp sound of strings suddenly resounded. This golden feather arrow soared into the sky and exploded to infinite extremes. Then he saw that the golden arrow exploded into the void and turned into an endless rain of arrows falling from the sky. Whoosh! 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 The rain of falling arrows was extremely ferocious. The unstoppable boy who charged with the flame dragon beast was killed on the spot by a rain of arrows before he could react. The golden arrow light blasted from his heavenly spirit cap and penetrated down unabated. The powerful force it erupted not only penetrated it instantly, but also blasted through the dragon beast under his feet at the same time. Boom! The powerful force even nailed this dragon beast to the ground on the spot. In an instant, most of the powerful vampires who rushed towards them were killed by Lin Hafeng's arrow. But those who were truly powerful quietly evaded Lin Hafeng's blockage and charged at an even more ferocious speed. crushing Yang Muchung. The fastest among them is a red ape. This red ape is 8 feet tall, only a head taller than some human warriors. But its charging speed is the fastest among the vampires and the vampire monsters. Every time its furry feet stepped on it, the whole earth would tremble, causing an earthquake. Tongue! 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 Then, before he could rush in front of everyone, the red ape suddenly stepped down with his foot. An explosive force spread suddenly, sweeping in all directions. The ground beneath its feet was trampled into a deep collapse at this moment. Countless gravels burst out like arrows like crazy. At the same time, the red ape used the overwhelming power of shooting to shoot out suddenly, rushing in front of everyone, and charging at them with fists raised at the same time. However, before the red ape could get close, he was bumped into by Chu Guangtao, who was already eagerly waiting to take action. He growled lowly, and at the same time, he swung the war hammer in his hand. The war hammer, made of heavy stone, was easily swung out in a semicircle by him, and it hit Hong Ape's fist with a violent trajectory. Perhaps this red ape is very powerful, but it is still far behind Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body. Under this hammer, the red ape's body was like paper, unable to withstand such a violent blow. There was only a crackling sound, and the red ape immediately flew out. At this time, Su Anchio and others also collided hard with the vampires who rushed up. These hidden vampires are certainly the strong ones in the stronghold. But are these warriors behind Yang Muchung not the most powerful beings in the entire Alliance army? I didn't expect that there is such a powerful force hidden among these blood tribes. If we are caught off guard and are ambushed, I am afraid we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Li Wei clenched his fists, his whole body tense, and he looked at the battlefield around him with a wary face. After all, this is the base camp of the vampires. He doesn't have Yang Muchung's ability. Surrounded by powerful enemies, he can still act so lightly, as if he doesn't take these vampires seriously at all. This is the stronghold of the vampire clan after all. Yang Muchung smiled lightly. Be careful. That guy hasn't appeared yet. Li Wei shuddered again when he mentioned that guy. He naturally knew that what Yang Muchung was talking about was the master of the unity of all things, and the most powerful being in the entire stronghold. If that existence is not eliminated for a day, all things will be able to be brought back to life immediately. However, he is really calm. So many of his men were killed, and he didn't even show up. Li Wei looked around and said in a deep voice, although the vampires' resistance was beyond their imagination, at least the Alliance army had completely suppressed the stronghold. Buzz, if that existence doesn't come back, these vampires may be over. Li Wei spoke out. Although the strong tie of the Blood Clan is obviously more powerful than the Alliance army, the Alliance army is obviously stronger than the opponent. The strength of the Alliance army was already able to suppress the powerful vampires. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the bloody eyes in the sky suddenly turbulent, and a beam of dazzling fire shot up into the sky and surged into the starry sky. Then the red light surged to the extreme, exploded with a bang, and condensed bloody rain fell down. What's this? Looking at the bloody rain falling down from this writing, Li Wei's eyes flashed with shock. Isn't the purpose of this blood eye to protect the entire stronghold? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to grab it, and a drop of rainwater hit his palm. The red blood rain melted immediately in the hand, as if it had life, and it quickly penetrated into the body from the palm of the hand. And this drop of rain contains a terrifying power that makes people thirsty for blood. This power pours into the body, making people feel a cold and biting feeling. Not good! At this moment, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and shouted immediately. But those vampires, who were soaked by the rain, have quietly changed. The battle situation that originally had the upper hand changed in an instant when the blood rain fell. Chapter 1827 Great Elder. This weird blood rain has a curbing effect on warriors. But for the vampires, it is like a tonic. I saw that under the rain of blood, the bodies of the vampires suddenly swelled up and exploded. Each strength has increased by at least 30%. Boom! 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 At this moment, the situation that was originally suppressed suddenly turned around. Humph! Who gave you the courage to attack our vampire stronghold? Amid the downpour of blood, a cold voice quietly resounded. I saw a middle-aged man with a majestic face slowly walking out of the Blood Eye Tower. The Great Elder is out! Kill! Capture all these people alive and make them blood slaves! With the appearance of this middle-aged man, the vampires who rushed to kill suddenly became excited, and the Alliance army also retreated steadily under the counterattack of the vampires. Xiao Guanghu closed his eyes and focused on the man. Zheng! Almost instantly, he quickly drew the sword with his right hand. I saw a shocking sword light erupting quickly, falling like a torrential rain. The monstrous rain of blood was actually swept away by Xiao Guanghu's sword. The golden dragon was slashed like a golden crow. Down, it quickly landed on the head of the majestic man with almost no gap. Humph! What a small trick! The middle-aged man grabbed it with his bare hands and stopped the knife. This shocking sword light was blasted into countless pieces of light in the air and disappeared quietly. Many alliance warriors changed their colors. Xiao Guanghu is a Thai master martial artist and one of the top 4 in the alliance conference. The power of this sword was so powerful that it was enough to cut the star in half. As a result, he was clawed to pieces by this middle-aged man with his bare hands. How could this not shock everyone? With shock and fear flashing in their eyes, many warriors quickly retreated and returned to Yang Maicheng. This kind of powerful vampire would probably need a more powerful being to take action. Don't do it! You are no match for him, Li Wei said when he saw Xiao Guanghu preparing to draw his sword again. He is Dong Tianyu, the great elder of the vampire clan, and his cultivation has reached the half-step eternal realm. Half a step to eternity? After hearing Li Wei's words, everyone stepped back and retreated, their eyes full of fear. Is it you? Are you the leader of the Alliance army this time? It seems that the lessons I gave you before were not enough. Dong Tianyu looked at Li Wei, raised his brows, and sneered disdainfully. He retracted the palm that grabbed the broken sword light. His right hand was very white and delicate, somewhat similar to Yang Maicheng. Do you know him? Yang Maicheng asked. Li Wei nodded and said, Before, these blood clans went to my Taichu sect to capture blood slaves. As the leader of the Taichu sect, how could I pretend not to see it? So I killed him alone. But that time was fair and above board. He came to kill him, and was discovered by him before he entered the stronghold. At that time, he was half-step eternal, and I only had Grandmaster Tai. There was a hint of coldness in Li Wei's eyes. I tried every means, but not only was I no match for him, I was crushed and had to escape. It was that experience that allowed me to realize the truth between life and death, and I was able to successfully break through the shackles 32 years ago and reach the level of half-step into eternity. Dong Tianyu closed his eyes, wondering how he could not see that Li Wei was actually showing a respectful posture in front of Yang Maicheng. Is this young man stronger than Li Wei? Thinking in his mind, Dong Tianyu turned his eyes and landed on Yang Maicheng. When he saw that Yang Maicheng's cultivation was only at the late Tai stage, he couldn't help but sneer. This kid has never made a move so far. He must be a child of a certain big family. If he were not of noble status, he might not be able to mobilize the warriors of the entire Jioding galaxy to his advantage. Previously, Dong Tianyu had already grasped the root cause of every invading warrior in the Blood Eye. As for Yang Maicheng, who has never made any move, he only paid attention to him once. But immediately, Dong Tianyu ignored him. After all, it was not uncommon for the children of such a big family to go out for training, so he was not surprised. Humph! Li Wei, last time I let you escape, I didn't pursue the matter of Taichu sect's disrespect to me, the unity of all things. I didn't expect you to dare to come to my stronghold today and slaughter my blood people. How could I let you escape? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Tianyu took a step forward, and the energy of his half-step ancient cultivation was quickly released. In an instant, a strong wind swept across, blowing a rain of blood that was erratic and turbulent, and the evil power in the void became more and more violent. He grabbed his right hand forward, and blood rain suddenly gathered in the void, forming a huge blood-colored palm in everyone's eyes, and slapping directly towards Li Wei. Dong Tianyu, do you still think I will be defeated by you like before? Li Wei closed his eyes, and the ancient aura burst out in half a step. He took one step forward, grabbed it in the air, and chopped it off with his fingers. Just hearing a pop sound, the monstrous palm was split into 2 halves, turning into countless blood and falling down. Oh! It turns out you have also reached the half-step eternal state. Seeing that the other party could easily break his own moves, Dong Tianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then a sneer appeared on his face. However, I was able to defeat you last time, and I can still do it this time. If you think that you can challenge me after reaching the half-step of eternity, you are totally wrong, Dong Tianyu said, slowly opening his right hand. Suddenly, a mighty suction force surged in his palm. As the turbulent suction force was generated, He saw endless rain of blood coming together, forming a long sword made of blood jade in his hand. The shining bloody light is almost exactly the same as the Blood Eye Tower, and it is mixed with an indescribable feeling of coquettishness. Snort! There was a trace of solemnity in Li Wei's eyes, and he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He exhaled a breath of fresh air and turned it into a silver sword. The two half-step Eternals stood looking at each other, and a suppressed aura surged rapidly. The two invisible forces squeezed together crazily, causing everything between them to be crushed into pieces. Feeling the turbulent momentum of these two, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions, and slowly backed away, for fear of getting involved in the battle between the two. Just when the two sides were about to start a fight, a cold voice slowly sounded. "Are you the great elder of the All-Union Association? Where is your master?" Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all looking towards the source of the sound. Yang Muchung, who had been looking erratically as if he was looking for something, calmed down and asked aloud. Chapter 1828 Fierce Battle. This kid. Almost the moment Yang Muchung opened his mouth, all the vampires couldn't help but be stunned, and they all looked at Yang Muchung with confused eyes. To know, at this time, the auras of the two half-step ancient experts had collided together, forming a specific aura. Once a third party intervenes, it is easy for the two squeezing momentum to suddenly find an outlet and directly tear the person who intervenes into pieces in an instant. Otherwise, during the previous confrontation between the two, neither the Alliance warriors nor the vampires from the Alliance dared to speak out, for fear of becoming the target of public criticism. But what made many vampires even more angry was Yang Muchung's tone of voice. He would actually speak like this to the Great Elder? Dong Tianyu closed his eyes and looked at Yang Muchung. Who do you dare to talk to me like this? How can you, our master of the unity of all things, be able to interfere? He is our leader. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and said. He also secretly said that he was in danger. Previously, his enemies were on a narrow road, and he only thought about killing people. So he forgot about the real thing. After Yang Muchung mentioned it, Li Wei realized that the owner of all things gathering was not here yet. Leader? Ha ha. Such a boy. A trace of disdain flashed in Dong Tianyu's eyes. So what if you are the leader of the Alliance? You are not worthy to be compared with our master. In this situation, if you dare to interrupt, I will tear your mouth open and let you know the consequences of talking too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Tianyu grabbed the blood-rained sword and slashed forward. His sword slashed out an infinite sword energy, which fell directly into the air and hit Yang Muchung. Leader, since he refuses to speak, then kill him. Someone will eventually speak up, Li Weian said while looking at Dong Tianyu, who made the move. Just let me deal with him, and let me wash away the shame of thousands of years ago. In that case, I'll leave it to you. If you lose, I'll take action again, Yang Muchung said calmly. This is what Li Wei was waiting for. He immediately took a step forward and quickly drew out the long sword in his hand. A half-moon-like ray of light slashed out, directly blasting the bloody sword light into pieces with a clang. Dong Tianyu, I have been practicing hard every day for more than 1,000 years in order to break through and reach the halfway point of eternity to kill you. After smashing Dong Tianyu's sword light with a sword, Li Wei flew up and saw his right hand swinging, and the sword suddenly burst out with infinite spiritual light. Under the turmoil of light, it was like stars falling, overwhelmingly heading towards Dong Tianyu. Every ray of spiritual light is a sword energy condensed into substance, which is enough to penetrate the void and reach Dong Tianyu in an instant. Wait until I destroy you first, and then I'll make you a blood slave. Dong Tianyu danced with his right hand, and the sword light brought out a bloody glow. He saw the blood surge, gathering into a bloody Tai Chi in front of him. The bloody Tai Chi was only a thin layer, but it covered his whole body. No matter how the sword light bombarded him, it could not penetrate it, and it made a clanking sound when it hit. When Li Wei heard this, he became furious. Thousands of years ago, he almost fell into the hands of Dong Tianyu and became a blood slave. If he hadn't fought desperately to escape, how could he have achieved half a step of ancient cultivation today? Now the other party still wants to capture him, which makes him feel angry and resentful. Boom! Taking a step forward, a dazzling light burst out from Li Wei's eyes. A half-step eternal aura suddenly emerged, and at this moment, he was soaring, and this overwhelming aura gathered together and poured directly into the sword. Suddenly, the monstrous sword light was like hundreds of rivers converging, condensing into a 7-inch sword. Although the 7-inch small sword looks ordinary, It is actually an attack by Li Wei condensing the momentum of half to eternal. So although the momentum is not as fierce as the previous monstrous spiritual light, the power is even more terrifying than the previous momentum. Boom! As expected, the bloody Tai Chi only resisted for a moment before being torn into pieces. The 7-inch sword continued unabated and struck at Dong Tianyu's chest. Although vampires look like humans, they are actually very different. The location of their heart is called the heart core, which does not beat. It is not only the central core that controls all the strength of the vampire family, but it is also the weakness. Once the heart core is damaged, no matter how strong the blood clan is, its strength will be greatly damaged. Dong Tianyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously Li Wei's strength was beyond his imagination. But he did not panic, and instead showed a trace of pride in his eyes. No matter how powerful Li Wei is, he is still no match for him. And if he can capture Li Wei, who is half a step into the ancient realm, and raise him as his blood slave, then it won't take too long for him to even break through to the half step into the eternal realm. Thinking of this, he swung the blood rain sword forward and smashed the 7-inch sword into pieces. At the same time, he took a deep breath and spit it out suddenly toward the front. Call out! A roaring sound resounded loudly. Everyone only saw a stream of blood spit out from Dong Tianyu's mouth. The blood was a breath of inner strength that he had cultivated in his body. Every time he uses his cultivation, he will deliberately release a trace of inner strength in this aura. Over time, this aura is as rich as blood. Although it was only a small ball, the roar of the breath seemed to set off a huge wave. The human warriors changed their expressions one after another. But when they saw Li Wei, who was also half-step eternal, standing in front, and there was a more powerful Yang Mucheng standing beside him, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the trick was extraordinary. I saw blood roaring, rising into the sky, and quickly forming a huge blood-colored bat in midair. He flapped his wings and loomed over everyone without any gap. He even opened his big mouth and hissed down, directly heading towards Li Wei and crushing him fiercely. Ha ha! Li Wei! Exhaling this inner energy breath, Dong Tianyu's breath suddenly weakened by 3 points. And its power was not as violent and turbulent as before. But at this moment, he looked at Li Wei with a mocking look on his face, and his eyes were filled with pride. You hid from me last time. Today I'll see how you can dodge. You'd better be my blood slave. Roar! As he spoke, the bloody bat opened its mouth and came down, swallowing Li Wei into its belly. This scene immediately made countless people scream. Alliance leader! Su Anqiu, Sherpatian, Lin Hanfeng and others all turned their eyes towards Yang Mucheng. Chu Guangtao and Zhao Guanghu were impatient. When they saw this scene, they desperately drew their weapons and prepared to kill them. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Li Wei hasn't used his full strength yet. At least his 9 transformation star transformation hasn't been used yet. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out crazily from the body of the bloody bat. This overwhelming momentum swept across the entire star base in an instant. Chapter 1829 Defeat. Holding the sun, moon and stars in my hands. There is no time like me. This surge of energy burst into the sky and flooded the entire venue in an instant. The huge blood-colored bat was torn to pieces on the spot. Everyone looked forward. I saw Li Wei standing in the battlefield, his right hand holding up nothing, and 9 stars slowly spinning in his palm. The powerful power during the operation spread in a horrifying manner, causing the surrounding space to become distorted and blurred at this moment. What kind of trick is this? Dong Tianyu looked at the stars held in Li Wei's palm, his eyes full of shock. 9 transformations of the stars! This is a trick I specially studied to deal with you. Li Wei's eyes shined brightly. He took 1 step forward and shot out his right hand, as if the world was turned upside down. In an instant, the 9 stars seemed to be moving around the world, roaring down overwhelmingly and crushing down rapidly. Call! At this moment, the world was in turmoil, and everyone could only see a flash of light in the void. And 9 spiritual lights flashed out quickly. These 9 spiritual lights transformed rapidly, forming 9 huge stars. After losing to Yang Mucheng last time, Li Wei thought hard for 3 days. Now the power poured into this 9-turn star transformation is even more powerful than before. Almost as soon as the 9 stars were formed, the terrifying pressure was overwhelming. Dong Tianyu looked solemn. He also didn't expect that in just 1,000 years, Li Wei's strength had risen to such a terrifying level. Not only is his cultivation level equal to his own, but he has also mastered this move. feeling the terrifying pressure from the crazy crushing between heaven and earth. He sneered, clenched his fists, and with a squeak sound, 2 huge bat wings suddenly stretched out from his back. These 2 huge wings were countless times larger than Zhou Tianhao's before. Countless tadpole-like ancient patterns and mysterious talismans were constantly rotating around the wings. This is Dong Tianyu's real trump card. In fact, it is not only Dong Tianyu's trump card, but also the trump card of every vampire. Yang Mucheng noticed that Dong Tianyu had a second pair of wings under his ribs. It's just that the wings have not fully grown. It is just a small bulge. The vampires in the Tai realm have golden wings. If they reach the eternal realm, they will grow a second pair of wings. Dong Tianyu has reached the edge of promotion. Chu Guangtao on the side explained with a solemn expression. Boom! The moment Dong Tianyu stretched out his wings, the huge wings suddenly flapped. A high-pitched bloody aura surged crazily from his body, reaching its peak in an instant. Even when this force surged, it enveloped dozens of stars. The power of this explosion is no less powerful than the rotation of the 9 stars. Then Dong Tianyu suddenly flapped his wings, and his whole body transformed into a bloody hurricane, sweeping towards the 9 stars. Boom! This shocking blow immediately caused turmoil in the void. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the bloody hurricane transformed by Dong Tianyu rushed away with an unstoppable attitude, and actually smashed 9 stars one after another. But this time, Li Wei did not appear in the previous scene of fighting Yang Mucheng. The power contained in the 9 exploding stars still poured out and hit Dong Tianyu fiercely. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided and suddenly exploded. The air wave during the explosion swept forward in all directions. This terrifying air wave even shattered the surrounding buildings in an instant. But only the blood-eyed tower was able to withstand the remaining power of the 2 half-step ancient experts without wavering at all. Feeling this terrifying power, everyone quickly retreated towards the rear, while looking towards the battlefield with wide eyes. All he saw was that Dong Tianyu, who had turned into a bloody hurricane, was shattered into pieces in an instant. That huge force hit Li Wei's body without reservation. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Wei flew backwards like a kite with its string broken on the spot, unable to stand up again. Dong Tianyu, on the other hand, staggered back hundreds of meters and barely managed to stabilize his body. Obviously, in the final attack from both sides, Dong Tianyu still had the upper hand. Your 9-turn star transformation is indeed mysterious, but unfortunately, your time to reach half-step eternity is too short, and I have already reached the peak of half-step eternity. In terms of strength, I am superior to you. Dong Tianyu laughed wildly, and at the same time, he couldn't hide a trace of anger in his eyes. Li Wei's 9-turn star transformation has been approaching perfection. In the previous confrontation, he was almost suppressed and beaten. If he hadn't relied on his cultivation advantage, he would have been bombarded instead. But half a step into eternity is so precious. Now that Li Wei has been defeated and captured as a blood slave, if he wants to break through the shackles and reach the true eternity realm, there won't be much of a problem. It seems that your alliance army has failed. Dong Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back, as if he had everything under his control, and clicked his tongue and shook his head. If so many powerful people from Tai are captured and become blood slaves, the strength of our all-union society will be enhanced to a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Forgive me, Alliance Leader. I failed to take down the great elder of the vampire clan. Please punish me. Li Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. His strength is not enough to unleash the full power of the 9 transformations of star transformation. That's why he failed with this move. That's all. You've done your best. Dong Tianyu's strength is much stronger than yours, and it's enough for you to not be weaker than you. Leave the rest to me, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Hearing that Yang Mucheng was about to take action, everyone held their breath and concentrated. Boy, it's you again. What are you doing here? Are you going to die? Seeing that after Li Wei retreated, Yang Mucheng came up. Dong Tianyu suddenly looked surprised and scolded. I couldn't kill you when Li Wei was here before, but now you actually dare to come out? Of course I came out to kill you. Yang Mucheng stepped forward with his hands behind his hands, looked directly at Dong Tianyu, and a cold voice slowly sounded. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the master of your union of all things? Court death. A trace of anger flashed in Dong Tianyu's eyes. Even Li Wei, who was halfway to the eternal realm, was pushed back by him. What qualifications did this boy in the late Tai period have to be so presumptuous in front of him? He shouted angrily, and slapped his right hand forward. Boom! Suddenly, a churning bloody aura flew out, rushing towards Yang Muchung with an unstoppable attitude. This bloody aura swept across the ground, creating a blood wave thousands of meters long. This blood wave extended from Dong Tianyu's feet to Yang Muchung's body. In the shocked eyes of everyone, it seemed that it had transformed into a monstrous blood dragon. It rushed in front of Yang Muchung without any space, and then opened its mouth and bit away. Chapter 1830 Inside the Blood-Eye Tower. At this moment, everyone in the vampire clan looked at Yang Muchung like they were looking at an idiot. In their view, at this moment, this kid should have sneaked away with his tail between his legs, like a bereaved dog after Li Wei's defeat. But he didn't know how to stand up. What else could it be if he wasn't seeking death? Now that Li Wei has been defeated, the only one with the highest cultivation level in the Alliance army is Grandmaster Tai, which is far behind the strength of the Great Elder. Everything today has become a foregone conclusion. Ha ha! If we capture these people, we will have blood slaves. And he is also a blood slave in the Tai realm. Excitement flashed in the eyes of every vampire, as if they had tasted blood. However, at this moment, a quiet sound of swords resounded quickly and violently. Everyone only saw a shocking sword light swiftly passing through the void. With a pop sound, the bloody light was torn into pieces, and it blasted towards Dong Tianyu with unabated force. What? Dong Tianyu narrowed his eyes. The terrifying sword light shot out from the center of Yang Muchung's eyebrows. The bloody light, like a blood dragon charging, was unable to stop it at all under the sword light, and was completely torn apart in an instant. Under this faint sword light, Dong Tianyu felt an extreme sense of crisis. This sense of crisis is the danger of death that he has not felt for a long time. And now at this moment, it is coming towards him like an ancient ferocious beast. Wow! With almost no hesitation, he quickly flapped his wings. At this moment, all the cultivation of the whole body was poured into the wings without leaving any room. Suddenly, the pair of wings, which were already huge enough to cover the sky and the sun, became even more terrifying and unimaginable. The fiber patterns on the wings are essential, and the ancient patterns and talismans also shine brightly at this moment, shocking the sky, and Dong Tianyu's wings suddenly turned around, folding his wings like a tired bird returning to its nest. In the eyes of outsiders, this great elder who unites all things is like a golden egg shining with golden light and flapping infinite inscriptions. What's going on? Why great elder? Seeing this scene, everyone was completely shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. However, what makes the vampires present even more incredible is that their great elder used all his strength to mobilize the defense. The turbulent golden talisman seemed extremely fragile and vulnerable in front of the sword light. After only supporting it for a moment, it was already torn to pieces. The sword light continued unabated, blasting forward, piercing the wings with a puff sound, and even blasting into Dong Tianyu's core with unabated power. The terrifying piercing power killed him on the spot. In an instant, the wings of the turbulent golden light talisman suddenly dimmed at this moment. Seeing the great elder lying helplessly on the ground, every vampire was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. In any case, their great elder is also a half-step eternal. Even though the battle with Li Wei damaged his vitality, he still had half of his ancient cultivation. How could he be killed by a young boy so easily? Zhang! The sword light rotated in midair and returned to the dragon-patterned space between Yang Muchung's eyebrows. Take action. Remember to stay alive. Seeing that the wings were dim and that the dead elder was dead, Yang Muchung looked as calm as if he had casually trampled an ant to death. His faint voice immediately made all the vampires present couldn't help but tremble. This kid killed our great elder! Let's all take action together to kill him and avenge the great elder. Boom! 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 Waves of whistling sounds resounded crazily. Immediately, the vampires present suddenly pulled out their weapons, unleashed all their strength, and quickly rushed toward Yang Muchung to kill him. All kinds of magic weapons, and martial arts were pouring in at this moment. Humph! Don't be so presumptuous! Li Wei snorted coldly and took a step forward. At this moment, he once again activated the 9 Revolution Star transformation and blasted forward. Dong Tianyu, as a half-step eternal, can naturally resist this move. But these ordinary vampires are not so lucky. The power of the 9 stars crushing down was so powerful that it was unimaginable, and the countless attacks were suddenly shaken into the void. Those fast warriors were crushed to death by this huge pressure on the spot. At this time, the Alliance army also woke up and turned into a torrent to kill forward. morale waxes and wanes. In addition, the Alliance army also had Yang Mucheng and Li Wei holding the battle. And the situation soon became one-sided. Alliance leader, the master of the All-Union Guild has not shown up yet. Could it be that he escaped from the battle? Chu Guangtao scanned the surroundings with his spiritual mind, but found no abnormalities or more powerful existence, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yang Mucheng shook his head and glanced at Dong Tianyu. The great elder of the All Things Reunion Society has already reached half a step of eternity in cultivation. I am afraid that the master of the All Things Reunion Society will be even more powerful. There is no reason for him to be afraid of us. Chu Guangtao asked doubtfully. We have searched all around and found nothing. Isn't he not in the stronghold? The blood-eyed red tower in front of us has not been searched yet. Let's go in and take a look, Yang Mucheng said lightly. After saying that, he already took a step forward. From the outside, the entire blood-eye tower is not much different from an ordinary tower, except that it is much taller. But after actually stepping into it, I discovered what's inside. This blood-eye tower is not as full of terrifying formations as everyone imagined, nor is it as full of traps as everyone expected. A spiral staircase extends to the top of the tower. On both sides of the stairs, there are huge prisons, and some powerful beings are imprisoned in the prisons. There are monsters, and there are warriors. Even some missing tiny powerhouses from the Geoding Galaxy were discovered in these prisons. But the strange thing is that these imprisoned powerful beings seem to be completely abnormal, and they have no response to the calls from the outside world. What on earth is it? How did these people become like this? Not only the warriors, but even the monsters seem to have become idiots and don't even know how to resist. Looking at these imprisoned beings in confusion, questions were in everyone's mind. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the prisons with narrowed eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This blood-eye tower is most likely where the powerful Tai of the Blood Clan lives. And these beings imprisoned in the prison are most likely the blood slaves they captured. Chapter 1831 The Magical Power of Blood Demon Disintegration. Blood Slave. The entire blood-eye tower is tens of thousands of feet long, and there is an inner world inside. The space inside is many times larger than it looks from the outside. There are at least tens of thousands of prisons here. Are all the blood slaves locked up here? Although my heart was shocked, but everyone has already acquiesced in Yang Mucheng's guess. To know, these imprisoned prisoners all possess at least the cultivation level of Tai. If they were not blood slaves, how could they have their consciousness erased? Perhaps the vampires used this method to imprison these many blood slaves here, and take blood from these beings every once in a while. When the time comes, send these blood slaves back to their families. Tongue! After saying one sentence, Yang Mucheng's face was expressionless, and he flew up. Prison after prison flashed before his eyes. Although Yang Mucheng didn't say a word, the murderous intention in his heart became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the entire second half of the tower is no longer a prison. Instead, there are walls made entirely of books. Yang Mucheng scanned the books with his mind and discovered that these books were actually martial arts techniques. Yang Mucheng casually took out a book and read it. Sid! There are so many martial arts skills. This blood-eye tower must be the base camp of the Blood Clan. Not only does it have blood slaves, but it also has martial arts skills. There was joy in everyone's eyes. However, Yang Mucheng's subsequent words poured cold water on them. Don't be too excited. Although there are many secrets here, most of them can only be practiced by the vampires. If other races practice, not only will they not be successful, they will go crazy and hurt themselves. Yang Mucheng casually returned the book in his hand to the book wall. However, there are also some martial arts techniques that can be practiced with slight modifications. In this wall of secret books, Yang Mucheng even found the blood-glazed body. It turns out that this technique is original to the vampire clan, and only the vampire clan can bring it to its extreme. After all, the blood of the human race is limited. When the vampires use their blood-glazed body and practice the vampire heavenly ring at the same time, they can absorb the blood and integrate it into their own blood-glazed body, achieving a cycle similar to that of the five-element spirit body. However, even if the cycle is achieved, it can only barely resist the five-element spirit body. Once the blood is exhausted, it is still vulnerable. Most of these techniques are based on blood running in the body, and they are too evil. If you practice them for a long time, you will easily become possessed. Yang Mucheng's eyes changed. Huh? The magical power of blood demon disintegration? With a wave of his right hand, the technique flew out from the wall of books and landed in his hand. After a quick glance, Yang Mucheng immediately realized that this technique was somewhat similar to the blood escape magic, both of which were used to escape. However, the side effects of this blood demon disintegration magic are more powerful. And of course, the power is more terrifying. Although it may not be possible to use it. Having one more trump card will give you more protection in the future. Moreover, this blood demon disintegration magical skill is also a mid-level transcendental level skill. As a 5-element spirit body, the price I pay is smaller than that of the vampires. But the effect is 3 times better than that of the vampires. After learning this technique, Yang Mucheng converged his eyes and looked towards the top of the Blood Eye Tower again. In the entire Blood Eye Tower, apart from the prison area and the cheats area, there are also weapons area and magic weapon area. Unfortunately, Yang Mucheng did not discover the location of the heavenly spirit and earth treasure. I don't know whether these vampires don't need the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures at all, or they have already taken all these heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. As for the weapons and magic weapons, Yang Mucheng didn't like many of them. On the other hand, Shen Yuanjian provoked 2 low-level super heaven-level weapons. After cutting off one of them, the other did not dare to fight anymore, just walking and exploring all the way. Everyone had arrived at the top of the Blood Eye Tower before they knew it. But here, there is still no figure of the master of the unity of all things. The top of the tower looks like just a research institute. He's really not here? Li Wei looked around in surprise, looking for the secret door. But unfortunately, this is already the last level of the entire Blood Eye Tower, and there is no hiding space. Did you escape? Or are you not at this stronghold at all? Everyone was speculating. You must know that if this master does not die, all things will not fall when they are united. Although their attack this time destroyed the entire stronghold, it won't be long before the entire 10,000 things unity will be rebuilt, and it will be more secretive and more powerful. They, Geoding Galaxy, have to face a tiger hiding in the dark, and they have to beware at all times that this tiger will retaliate against them. Snort! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly froze, and he looked towards the corner. His eyes shined with golden light, shooting out 2 beams of light, and even the space crackled and exploded at this moment. The 2 gazes fell in the void, as if they were bombarded by something. Immediately, a scream resounded from the void, and then a human figure appeared. Is there anyone? Could he be the master of the unity of all things? Damn it! When did someone actually ambush here? Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Su Anqiu and others suddenly looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. They never thought that someone could be so close to them without being discovered. So they all immediately became more vigilant. Chu Guangtao even strode forward and grabbed the visible figure and pulled him in front of Yang Mucheng. The figure was still trying to struggle, but was stepped down by Chu Guangtao, causing the bones all over his body to crack. Who are you? Yang Mucheng waved his hand, signaling Chu Guangtao to slow down. The figure he discovered was just an old man from the Blood clan. Although his cultivation had reached the early stage of Tai, he was not very stable. As for his combat power, it was not worth mentioning. Otherwise, Chu Guangtao would not have caught him so easily. Why are you hiding here? Where is your master of the unity of all things? Yang Mucheng asked in a cold voice. You don't want me to speak? The old vampire man shouted angrily. Leader, this old man has a tough temper. Since he won't say anything, I will loosen his bones. Our Zhulong sect has a Ziwu bone grinding skill, which can make the bones of a person's body interlaced, as if they were being crushed bit by a millstone. Pressure. I don't believe this old man can still be so stubborn. When Chu Guangtao saw that the other party was looking at death as if he were at home, he suddenly became angry and wanted to reach out to catch the other party. Wait a minute. You are too strong. If you accidentally kill him, we might not have any information about the master of the unity of all things. Let me torture him. Yang Mucheng slowly walked up to the old man and said softly, Look up at me! Chapter 1832 The Vampire Secret Realm. Look at me! Yang Mucheng's calm words were filled with an irresistible command. At this moment, the old vampire man was stunned and couldn't help but look up. Immediately, the two looked at each other. The light in Yang Mucheng's eyes converged and became more profound. Leader, you? Chu Guangtao didn't know why, so he spoke subconsciously. However, before he could speak, Li Wei shook his head and signaled him to be silent. The alliance leader is using spiritual thoughts to invade the other party's mind. Be careful not to wake the other party. Li Wei's worries were naturally unnecessary. It is easy to be awakened by the intrusion of ordinary spiritual thoughts. It was like a nightmare. suddenly woken up. But Yang Wuching's spiritual thoughts were so powerful that they were almost crushing against this old vampire man, easily enough to invade his mind. But after a while, the light in Yang Wuching's eyes returned to normal. When everyone looked at the old vampire man again, they found that the old man's eyes were chaotic and his consciousness had been invaded. "Where is the master of the unity of all things?" Yang Wuching asked. The vampire old man's voice sounded like a machine. "He left the stronghold 7 days ago." After hearing each other's words, everyone looked at each other. Obviously, 7 days ago was the day when the hero order was issued. Could it be that the owner of all things gathered sensed something was wrong and chose to run away? However, everyone soon discovered that their guess was wrong. Just listen to the old man continue. "The master has entered the secret realm." "Secret realm? Which secret realm?" Yang Wuching asked. The old man of the blood race stood up slowly and saw the mechanical seals of his hands. As the seals were perfected, the pupils of the blood eye tower were gradually widening. Just hearing a swish sound, a streak of blood shot out from the center of the eye pupil. This blood light condensed and never dispersed, hitting the void like a blood knife, splitting the smooth space into 2 halves. The cracked space did not recover quickly, but formed a bloody passage. "That is? Secret realm?" Everyone looked forward. In the void, countless blood-colored light spots were slowly rotating, converging to form a strange blood-colored vortex. The vortex keeps spinning, and everyone's gaze will be swallowed up by it in an instant. When they saw this passage, everyone understood why the master of the unity of all things had never appeared when his people were being massacred. It turned out that he had entered the secret realm. "What are you waiting for? Everyone go in and catch that guy." Chu Guangtao was the most explosive, and he already wanted to grab his war hammer and rush in. Yang Wuching just glanced at him lightly and immediately asked him to lower his head and stop talking, turning his gaze back to the old man in front of him. Yang Wuching continued to ask, "Where did this secret realm come from? And when did it exist? What exactly is in this secret realm?" The old vampire man still spoke unconsciously, and at this moment, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, he revealed everything he knew. Turn out to be, the master of this union of all things is no ordinary vampire. He comes from a huge vampire clan in this starry sky, and he stole this secret realm from the clan. The secret realm is not like other secret realms, with endless space. There is only a mysterious 9-story castle inside, and this castle is the most valuable thing in the entire secret realm. The master of all things gathered will lead some vampire masters into the secret realm every once in a while to explore the castle, and every time there will be fruitful harvests. Old castle. Secret realm. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the words of this vampire old man. Perhaps this castle was left by a powerful vampire being. However, Yang Wuching was extremely vigilant. He continued to ask, "Then what else is in the castle?" "There is." In the old castle, the old man of the vampire clan was talking as usual. But at this moment, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something extremely terrifying. For a moment, those chaotic eyes returned to normal in an instant. This scene shocked Yang Wuching. The presence in that ancient castle actually allowed this old man in the Tai realm to escape the control of his spiritual thoughts. "You? What did you do?" The old man from the vampire race came back to his senses, and suddenly realized that he had revealed a lot of information without knowing it, and his eyes were full of shock. I'm going to kill you!" "Tongue!" he roared, his whole body tumbling up rapidly, and his claws fiercely grabbed at Yang Wuching. He's just an old vampire from the Tai early stage, so how can he be Yang Wuching's opponent? Yang Wuching waved lightly, and instantly the old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body immediately lost balance, and he suddenly flew backwards, blasting a human-shaped hole into the blood eye tower. "Leader, what should we do next?" Everyone looked towards Yang Wuching. Now that we know the fate of the owner of all things gathering, we naturally have 2 choices. Or wait for the return of those guys outside this secret realm, or just go in and bury those guys in the castle. At this time, the entire battle outside the blood eye tower has ended. All vampires in the stronghold have been killed, and no one can escape. The master of the All-Union Society and a group of high-level officials from the organization have entered the vampire secret realm. The dangers in this secret realm are still unknown. Warriors below the Tai Peak remain in the stronghold. On the one hand, they will clean the battlefield, and there may be some vampires who have not been annihilated. On the other hand, they will rescue all the blood slaves in the Blood Eye Tower. Come out and take inventory of the secret books, weapons, and magic weapons. Warriors who are above the realm of Tai perfection, will enter the secret realm with me. We must eradicate the roots. This time we enter the vampire clan stronghold, and don't leave any vampire clan alive. Yang Mucheng ordered. Yes. At this moment, everyone responded. Immediately, including Chu Guangtao, Su Anqiu, and Li Wei. A total of more than 30 Tai stood up successfully. Tongue! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's suppressed murderous intention finally broke out at this moment. Without hesitation, Yang Mucheng stepped into the bloody whirlpool. Tear down all things and bring them together. Li Wei clenched his fists and said secretly, when everyone came here, they never expected to achieve such results. Now the entire vampire stronghold has been completely wiped out, and they have been chasing them into the vampire secret realm. At this moment, everyone except Li Wei was excited and excited. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was the first to enter the bloody vortex. Everyone quickly jumped into the bloody vortex and directly entered the Blood Clan's secret realm. Chapter 1833 Mass Grave. Is this the secret realm of the Blood Clan? Everyone entered the secret realm full of fighting spirit. But after entering and seeing clearly the situation in the secret realm, they felt as if they were poured directly from head to toe by a basin of ice water. I saw a mass grave in a small space. The tombs are like small hills, rising one after another and going out continuously. At the end of the mass graves is an ancient castle with a unique style. Looking from the outside, the entire castle has about 9 floors. The area is not too big, but no one can figure out what the inside is like. This weird secret realm makes everyone feel chilly. Superior! Yang Mucheng frowned. He glanced around, exhaled a breath, and rushed out quickly. Everyone saw that Yang Mucheng, as the leader of the alliance, actually took the lead, and quickly followed. Tongue! 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 Immediately, one after another figures rushed out like arrows from the string. This mass grave only covers a radius of about 1 or 2 miles, and you can see the border when you look up. But the moment everyone stepped into this mass grave, the entire space seemed to be stretched countless times in an instant, as if they could not reach the end no matter how they flew. How so? There's something wrong with this mass grave! For a moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Poof! Poof! There were bursts of tearing sounds, and then they saw that the tomb suddenly trembled, and withered and white bone palms poked out of the tombs. No! There are Bone Clan here! I saw white bones slowly crawling out of the grave with weird twists of the body. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, they quickly formed an army of bones. Yang Mucheng looked forward and saw that this army was actually a skeleton army composed entirely of cavalry. They were all wearing white bone armor and holding bone guns. The skeletal horse under its crotch was still snoring continuously, and the horse's hooves restlessly trampled back and forth on the ground again and again. The moment this army of bones was formed, it was already madly sweeping toward everyone. From a distance, it looked like a wave composed of white bones, rushing in front of everyone in an instant. Humph! You're just a little skilled. You want to stop us with this kind of tactics? Xiao Guanghu snorted coldly. I saw him step forward and draw his sword in an instant. The dim secret realm of the vampire clan was completely illuminated at this moment, as if it were daytime. Everyone saw only a golden sword light, sweeping away like golden flames all over the mountains and plains. Bang! 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 Terrifying explosions resounded loudly. Wherever the sword light passed, the tomb exploded, bones flew apart, and the cavalrymen were torn apart by the sword light in an instant. This huge army of bones was killed by Xiao Guanghu with a single blow before it even rushed in front of the crowd. For a time, the battlefield was in ruins. Xiao Guanghu put away the golden sword with a smile and said, Leader, let's go! Everyone nodded. Although this army of bones looks terrifying, the reality is that it cannot stop everyone at all. Everyone here has perfect cultivation of Tai. Even the lowest Yang Mucheng is a 5-element spirit body. He can turn this army of bones into ashes with just a few moves. Something's wrong! After the army of bones was slaughtered, Yang Mucheng did not relax his brows like everyone else, but his eyes became more solemn. Leader, what's wrong? Li Wei asked. Yang Mucheng glanced in all directions, and his spiritual thoughts spread out. There is no doubt that something is not right about this mass grave. But the biggest problem is not these army of bones, but something else. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying loud sound suddenly sounded. The center of the mass grave suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake had been triggered, and the earth was torn apart on the spot. Then, a white bone monster was seen emerging from the crack. This monster is half human and half snake, completely transformed from white bones. And it is even more weird indescribably. The moment he rushed out, he turned into a white silhouette and charged towards everyone. Found it! Just when everyone was preparing to attack the bone monster, Yang Wucheng's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw him clasping his hands together and drinking suddenly. Upbraid! Immediately, the spiritual thoughts in his body exploded rapidly, rushing in all directions like a tide. At this moment, everyone felt as if their vision had turned into water. Suddenly turbulent, trembling ripples quickly swept out in all directions. Boom! It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing this space apart. When everyone looked forward again, they saw that this space was filled with light, and all the scenery was shattered like glass. Even the white bone monster that came with the bombardment quietly turned into nothing at this moment. At this time, everyone realized that they were still standing on the edge of the mass grave, as if they had not moved a step. What happened? Where's that bone monster? Where are those bones, army? At this moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This weird scene shocked everyone. It was clear that they were still fighting the bone monster before. But now when they opened their eyes again, there was nothing. We should have broken into the illusion array. Li Wei was the first to react. Illusion array? In other words, everything that happened before was an illusion? Zhao Guanghu shouted in disbelief. But the clear feeling that I slashed with my sword earlier cannot be deceiving. Everyone looked towards Yang Mucheng, hoping that he could answer all this. Putting down his sealed hands, Yang Mucheng nodded, and then responded. That's right. We have indeed broken into the illusion array. This illusion array should be a formation set up by a certain vampire strongman, which can turn everything in the illusion array into a real existence. Don't say that the things you kill will come true. If we are killed by those illusions in the illusion array, I'm afraid we will actually die in the illusion array. Call. Hearing Yang Wucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, and there was only shock in their eyes. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the vampire's secret realm, this secret realm gave them a disastrous attack. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng, they would probably be trapped in endless battles until they exhausted all their physical strength and were killed by the beings in the illusion array. For a moment, everyone present lost their previous fighting spirit and looked at the castle with a bit more solemnity and fear. Such an encounter occurred before entering the castle. So what kind of existence would be inside the castle? Chapter 1834 Weird Red Mist. Don't worry, everyone. While everyone was shocked, Yang Mucheng said casually, as the leader of the Alliance army, he naturally had to stabilize everyone's minds when they were distracted. Otherwise, everyone will have lost their fighting spirit before they can enter the castle. How will they face the next thing? After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone raised their heads and looked over. When we entered this secret realm of the Blood Clan for the first time, we relaxed our vigilance, so we were invaded by the evil power contained in this mass grave. And as a result, we were pulled into the illusion array without knowing it. Now that the phantom formation has been cracked, as long as everyone is more vigilant, they won't be tricked so easily. That's right. Yang Wucheng's words undoubtedly gave everyone a powerful shot in the arm. They were only temporarily confused by the illusory formation. If they are determined, this illusion formation will not affect them at all. At this moment, everyone was igniting their fighting spirit again, and they seemed to have the idea that even if the sky fell and the earth fell, they would not be able to stop them from breaking into the castle. This castle is indeed a bit weird. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew that it was they who saw this strange castle as soon as they came in. So their minds were shocked, and they were invaded by the castle without realizing it. And their spiritual thoughts involuntarily relaxed their vigilance and guard. It seems that this may be a trick arranged by the master of the secret realm. This kind of trick can even hit Li Wei, who is half a step into the ancient world. The power is definitely extraordinary. The inside of this castle is probably even more terrifying. I don't know how the oneness of all things stole this secret realm, and how they explored this secret realm. As soon as hesitation entered the secret realm, he was hit by a phantom formation. So everyone couldn't help but be more vigilant. Although this mass grave was only a mile or two away, it took everyone a long time to walk. However, the previous phantom formation did not reappear along the way. It seems that this illusion formation is only a one-time use. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. Everyone who sees this castle for the first time will be shocked mentally and unconsciously be drawn into the illusion. But when they see this castle again, they are mentally prepared. So no matter what, no matter how many times I look at the castle, there will be no problem. Sure enough, When Yang Muchung looked at the castle again, the trembling feeling he had when he first saw it had quietly disappeared. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of the castle. The door to the entire castle was closed, and there were various strange patterns carved on the door. But the most eye-catching one was a bat with its wings spread out. The huge bat had 6 golden wings, and there were countless vampires kneeling at its feet. What the hell is this? Why is it so evil? Sherpatian stared at the door, and the more he looked, the colder his body became. It seems that what is closed behind this door is enough coldness to freeze the entire starry sky. I don't know how to open the door. Li Wei frowned and gently patted it away with his hand. However, just when his palm touched the door in front of him, the calm door suddenly trembled. There was just a squeak sound, as if a pair of invisible hands pushed the door open from the inside. This sudden scene immediately made everyone tremble. They quickly retreated towards the back and looked forward with vigilance. Tongue! 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 Due to the previous precedent of being hit by an illusory formation without anyone noticing, everyone was on heightened alert at this moment. Almost as soon as the door was pushed open, everyone quickly shot back towards the rear. Even Yang Muchung quickly retreated in such a strange posture. What is that? Red mist? However, when everyone retreated to a safe distance and looked forward again, they couldn't help but be stunned. All he saw was that the open door was shrouded in an unimaginably dense red mist. Everyone's sight was blocked by this strange red mist. Wow! Just when everyone was in shock, the billowing red mist slowly flowed out like a tide. As the red mist flowed, layers of red frost quickly condensed on the surrounding ground. There's something weird about this red mist. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but raise their mental alertness to the extreme. Yang Muchung frowned slightly and directed his spiritual thoughts forward. The moment his mind touched the red mist, he felt a rain of blood similar to the one he had encountered in the Blood-Eye Red Tower. An extremely sinister and strange energy filled the red mist. However, the red mist that flowed out did not continue to flow as everyone imagined, but stopped quietly, as if it had touched some invisible barrier or formation. This should be the first floor of the castle. If you want to go in, you have to face this red mist first. Yang Muchung turned his eyes, looked at everyone and said, Everyone, follow! Finished. He was already the first to bear the brunt and move forward. The red mist in this castle seems to have consciousness. After Yang Muchung stepped into the area where the red mist flowed, the red mist seemed to suddenly come to life and rushed towards Yang Muchung rapidly. Snort! Yang Muchung snorted coldly, and the 5 elements spirit body naturally burst out with a powerful force. A strong wind invisible to the naked eye swept out, and the red mist that came up was completely torn apart on the spot. But this red mist was formless and formless. After being torn apart, it regrouped in the distance, and then surged towards Yang Muchung's body again. This red mist is not scary, but what is really troublesome is the evil power contained in this red mist. Li Wei, who also stepped into the red mist at the same time, allowed a trace of red mist to penetrate into his body because he was not aware of it for a moment. Suddenly, an unimaginable evil force made him shudder, and a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. But after all, Li Wei was a half-eternal strongman, and he was not afraid of this kind of power. He clenched his fists and let out a breath of turbid air. This breath blasted out like a white iron, creating a deep pit on the ground. The white refining was mixed with a hint of red mist. Everyone, be vigilant and use all your internal energy. Although these red mists are sinister, they do not have enough power to invade the body. As long as the protective shield is opened, it is enough to repel these red mists from the body. Li Wei shouted. Hearing his words, everyone present dared to neglect, and they unleashed their inner energy. Waves of turbulent aura quickly swept out, isolating the red mist from outside the body. Only then did everyone follow Yang Muchung and walk towards the castle. Chapter 1835 Break-In. Boom! The moment the last person entered the castle, the open door suddenly closed. The harsh sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. Alliance leader! Li Wei shouted in a low voice. Now that you've come, let's live in peace. Where the vampires can come. Can't we come? Yang Muchung did not release his cultivation like others. His 5 elements spirit bodies chi and blood are powerful and form a shield of their own. The red mist will be completely dispersed before it gets close. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. When the old vampire man mentioned this secret castle, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously he has also entered the existence. And besides him, the owner of the All-in-One Society often explores this castle with his men. Are they not as good as those vampires? Everyone separated one by one and moved forward side by side, taking care of each other. No matter who is attacked, the rest of the team will know about it immediately. Yang Muchung was like the leader of the wild geese, leading the way. Wherever he passed, the red mist naturally spread out, as if he was naturally afraid of him. Li Wei, Xiao Guanghu, and Chu Guangtao were on either side of him. This red mist is also relatively corrosive. After the spiritual mind enters it, it cannot extend for too long before it is exploited layer by layer, and eventually it is eaten away by the red mist. Is this the only red mist on the first floor of the castle? Those people from the vampire clan have entered here several times. They must have explored this first floor. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and kept speculating. However, at this moment, there was a burst of exclamation from the team. Yang Muchung immediately followed the sound, only to find that a huge stone sculpture had appeared inexplicably on the first floor of the originally bare hall. I saw that the stone sculpture looked like a bat, with its wings spread out. It was covered with hair, fangs, and necessary fiber patterns. There are 3 chains composed of red blood hovering on the head. What's this? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at this bat. Li Wei recognized it at a glance. He pointed at this huge bat stone sculpture and said, "This is the Tianin blood bat, and the 3 chains on its head are a sealing method of the blood clan, called the Blood Spirit 3 Talents Lock. These sealed Sky Rock blood bats should have been sealed by those who are united in all things. If I guess correctly, these Sky Rock blood bats are the guardians of the first floor of this castle." Everyone was surprised and suspicious. Sure enough, some people discovered several more such Sky Rock blood bats not far away. In addition, there are some traces of the battle. These traces are very new, as if they were recent. Then why don't the vampires kill these Sky Rock blood bats, but spend all their efforts to seal them up? Someone asked. Many people nodded secretly. You know, sometimes controlling a certain being is more difficult than killing the other person. Perhaps these vampires want to preserve the existence in this castle as much as possible. After all, the more perfect the existence in the castle is, the more power they can exert after taking control of this castle. Powerful. You can even go into battle immediately. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment and then said, "To know, in ancient times, some powerful beings would have their own palaces. This castle is the palace left by a powerful vampire. For the all things returning society, when they explore this castle, they should naturally think of keeping the entire castle as it is. Otherwise, even if you take control of this palace, you will only get a dilapidated old castle. Leader, what should we do? Destroy these things?" Everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Yang Muchung. Never mind this. Yang Muchung frowned and then said, "Everyone, be on guard around. Maybe there are some fish that have slipped through the net in this first layer to avoid being attacked by the Sky Rock bloodbat." After hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone couldn't help but become more vigilant. Sure enough, as they progressed, everyone encountered some unsealed Sky Rock bloodbats. These days, the rock bloodbats are hanging upside down above everyone's heads, and suddenly they land. However, there are not many Sky Rock bloodbats these days, and their cultivation strength is generally around the Tai realm. But they were killed by everyone in just a moment. After the last batch of Sky Rock bloodbats were killed, everyone arrived at the entrance to the second floor of the castle as expected. The second floor was the same as the first floor, still filled with red mist that blocked the sun. Besides, the pressure in the second level is also dozens of times that of ordinary stars, coupled with a red mist that is even more powerful and evil than before. Many people have already found it difficult to move after entering the second level. Yang Muchung decisively kept these people on the first floor. Although he summoned the Green Lotus platform, he was able to push back the red mist and ensure that they could move around on the second level safely. But what about the third and fourth floors? Do we have to protect them during the battle? Those 3 Tai consummations simply stayed on the first floor. Due to their previous experience of exploring the first level, everyone became a lot bolder. The area on the second floor is several times larger than the first floor, and the monsters inside have turned into bloodthirsty vines. Obviously, those who unite everything do not have many means to seal these bloodthirsty vines, so most of them are proudly preserved. But these vines were not cherished by Yang Muchung. His 5-element spiritual body is perfect, and all beings belonging to the 5 elements will be restrained by him. With a slash of Xinyuan's sword, these vines turned into ashes. The remaining vitality has been absorbed by Yang Muchung's Qinglian Terrace. However, The energy contained in these bloodthirsty vines was not too strong. After King Liantai absorbed every bit of it, there was no sign of it growing a fifth lotus leaf. This made Yang Mucheng a little disappointed. But the bloodthirsty vines on the second level made some realize the difference. Knowing that they could no longer explore, they chose to stay on the second level. Then Yang Mucheng led everyone all the way and directly entered the third floor. From the third floor onwards, the red mist disappeared from the castle. But what appeared in front of everyone on this third floor was a strange blood drop formation. 13 crystal clear blood droplets were suspended in the void, turbulent with a strange force. At the same time, traces of blood-colored aura continued to flow along the blood drops. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a blood mist visible to the naked eye, and slowly flowed towards the second and third floors. That is, after seeing this blood drop formation, everyone immediately realized where the red mist on the first and second layers came from. Chapter 1836 Accident. No one thought that the first and second layers of red mist actually flowed from these blood drops. Just one blood drop can completely fill such a large space with blood mist. From this, we can see how huge and terrifying the power contained in this blood drop is. And the one that was flowing with blood mist was just the dimmest one among the 13 blood beads. What does the brightest drop of blood hold? Leader, what are these 13 blood drops? Chu Guangtao asked aloud. I don't know either. Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment, and suddenly his expression changed. No! Someone is coming! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two figures slowly walking down from the entrance on the fourth floor. These two figures both possess the cultivation of Grandmaster Tai, and they are walking towards each other while talking. This time, under the leadership of the master, we rushed to the 9th floor in one go. Unexpectedly, the 13 blood drops on the 3rd floor were actually items that controlled the entire castle. A vampire headed by him walked slowly with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. It was obvious that what happened today shocked them and was quite incredible. Yes! Another vampire also nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement. The master has taken us to this castle no less than 100 times. If we take control of this castle now, our strength will be greatly increased. Maybe this time, we can take down the entire Geodan galaxy in one fell swoop. The leading vampire glanced at his companions lightly, shook his head and said, It is not that easy to win the Geodan galaxy. Although the strong men in the Geodan galaxy are not as numerous as ours. But after all, there are 9 stars and countless warriors. However, our All-Union Alliance only has one stronghold, 1 star, and our number is less than 1/10,000th of the number in the Geodan galaxy. If we start a war, we will be very passive. Of course, if the master can fully control this castle, it will be much easier to deal with the Geodan galaxy. If the existence in this castle is released, it will definitely shock the warriors in the Geodan galaxy. They were stunned as they spoke, and they couldn't help but look forward in surprise. At this moment, the two vampires, Yang Mucheng and others, stared blankly and froze on the spot. Not good! The leader of the vampire clan was shaken, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what happened, the human warriors in front of him let him know that something bad was going on. You stay here to delay, and I'll tell the master that someone broke into the castle. As soon as he finished speaking, the vampire turned around and transformed into an ultimate escaping light, rushing out quickly towards the 4th floor. Li Wei, collect the 13 blood drops and don't let the vampires get them. Yang Mucheng shouted immediately. Boom! Almost as soon as the vampire's body turned, Yang Mucheng rushed out quickly. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to catch this escaped vampire. You know, the people who united all things entered this castle earlier than they did. Listening to the words of these two vampires, the master of all things returning has already reached the 9th floor of the castle, and has taken simple and preliminary control of the entire castle. If these people are allowed to spread the news, they will inevitably fall into passivity. It is for this reason that Yang Mucheng would not choose to let this vampire escape. It wasn't until they saw a vampire escaping and Yang Mucheng chasing after him that everyone came back to their senses. Catch him! Li Wei, who was the first to react, was completely awakened from this sudden change. What happened in this flash of lightning was something none of them had expected. Li Wei did not participate in the pursuit, but immediately followed Yang Mucheng's words and collected all 13 blood drops in the 3rd layer. Chi. These 13 blood drops were so evil that when Li Wei almost touched them, they were like hot copper balls, burning scars of 13 blood drops on his palm. and the wounds became even more intense. There was a burst of terrible white smoke. Not daring to touch these weird blood drops anymore, he quickly picked up a seal and collected these blood drops into the space. And this time, the crowd swarmed forward and tied up the vampire, who was cultivated by Grandmaster Tai in front of him. Master Wei, what should I do with this kid? Now that Yang Mecheng is tracking another vampire, Li Wei, who has the highest level of cultivation, has naturally become the backbone of everyone. Leave a few people to torture him, and the rest will help the leader with me to catch another vampire. Li Wei naturally understood why Yang Mecheng was so nervous. The remaining floors of this castle are unknown to their alliance army. If the news of their arrival cannot be suppressed, they will not only have to face the suppression of the All Things Unity Association, but they will also have to face various traps in this castle. While speaking, Li Wei had already taken the lead in entering the 4th floor. When everyone saw that Li Wei had entered the 4th floor, they rushed out one after another without any hesitation. But when everyone entered the 4th floor, they were dumbfounded. The space on the 4th floor is obviously larger than the 3 floors below combined. From a distance, it looks like a huge virgin forest. At first glance, you can't see the edge. What to do? Is it chasing? Or? Everyone looked towards Li Wei. Li Wei's eyes swept across, and his spiritual thoughts swept in all directions. But he didn't find anything. He pondered for a moment and then said, Everyone retreat first and give up tracking. Why? Sherpathian shouted. Li Wei glanced at him and snorted coldly. Idiot! The strength of the Alliance leader is that no existence below the Eternal Realm can be his opponent. The only vampire who escaped was Grandmaster Tai. Even though he is familiar with this terrain and no matter what, I don't believe he can escape from the leader. After a pause, Li Wei continued. We don't have the strength of the leader. Moreover, I don't know if there are other people besides the 2 of them who have returned from the 9th floor, after we tortured all the things about this secret realm from the mouth of the other vampire. After that, it won't be too late to catch up. Only then did everyone remember that there was another vampire imprisoned on the 3rd floor. So they rushed back. Suddenly, the noisy 4th floor returned to silence again, as if no one had ever appeared. Chapter 1837. The 4th floor. Li Wei and others who went to the 4th floor returned to the 3rd floor. The vampire had been captured by everyone, and his meridians and chi and blood were blocked using special techniques. Has the torture come out yet? As soon as he came back, Li Wei couldn't wait to ask. No, this kid won't even open his mouth. Xiao Guanghu on the side shook his head, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. I almost gave him to Ling Qi, but this guy didn't say a word. Li Wei frowned. He stepped forward, grabbed the vampire's head, and slammed it on the ground. At the same time, a huge amount of internal energy was poured into the opponent's body crazily along the palm of his hand. Crackling, everyone only heard a burst of explosive sound. And soon they saw that the meridians under the skin of the vampire boy appeared like earthworms, looking extremely ferocious. Obviously, this is a method of reversing internal energy. It's like having 2 feet stuffed inside a boot. The boot will not be able to support it, and will be torn into pieces. However, the vampire's body is many times tougher than the boots, so naturally it is not so easy to be torn. Of course, the pain endured by the vampire boy is self-evident. The 2 forces forcefully poured into each other's bodies, making all the meridians in the vampire boy's body stand out. When everyone saw Li Wei's methods, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Xu Guangtao couldn't help but tremble all over. The pain caused by this kind of internal energy rushing into his body was no less than his Ziwu bone grinding skill. What is the 4th floor? Has the master of the unity of all things already entered the 9th level? How to control the entire castle? Li Wei saw that the vampire boy was completely speechless in pain, so he gathered his inner strength and said in a cold voice, My move is called Meridian Reversal. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist it. My inner energy can travel through your limbs and bones in an instant, pouring into your 12 regular meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and 33 hidden veins. If you don't want to endure the same pain as before, you'd better cooperate with us as soon as possible and tell us everything you know. The vampire boy raised his head and sneered at Li Wei. Just when everyone thought he was about to confess, he said sharply, Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Even without 13 blood drops, the master can still control the entire castle. Once the time is up and we don't go back, the master will definitely find that someone has broken into the castle. Not only will you die, but also the people in the Geoding Galaxy, they all have to be buried with me. A cold light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Everyone is also feeling troubled. No one expected that this kid's mouth would be so tough. Even after enduring the pain of Meridian's reversal, he still refused to reveal anything. Continue to torture. Let's see how long he can last, Li Wei shouted fiercely. Looking at the passage on the 4th floor, Li Wei couldn't help but feel worried. The entire 4th floor space is surprisingly huge. There are even mountains, rivers, forests and seas. It's a small world altogether. As Yang Mucheng flew by, he looked down at the space on the 4th floor and couldn't help but suspect that the 4th floor of the castle contained all the stars. With his speed, he didn't reach the end in such a long time. As for whether he had been hit by an illusion formation like he had before entering the castle, Yang Mucheng had also been wary of it. But he couldn't find the slightest clue as his spiritual thoughts swept across it. But that vampire actually disappeared. Damn it! That guy obviously only entered the 4th level of space a moment earlier than me. I was already chasing him as fast as I could. How could I not find him? Has he already entered the 5th level? Yang Mucheng was puzzled. He was naturally confused. Although the vampire who escaped had the cultivation of Tai Grandmaster, compared with his speed, he was not very impressive in front of Yang Mucheng. He has a 5-element spirit body that can break through barriers to flight. And he also has extremely high movement speeds such as void transience. Once the opponent is targeted by him, there will never be a chance to escape. Narrowing his eyes, and looking at the 4th level castle space below that was even bigger than a star, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Maybe I'm the one in the dark. I always thought that this kid would run away directly to the 9th floor. Maybe after he entered the 4th floor, he would hide directly in the space of the 4th floor. Boom! As soon as the thought in his mind came to an end, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes glowed brightly, as if a breeze was blowing, and there seemed to be strange power passing through the field. Then I saw that the calm-flowers, plants and trees were quietly swaying with the wind at this moment. And this time, a huge amount of information emerged in Yang Mucheng's mind one by one with the surge of spiritual thoughts. The space that his spiritual thoughts passed through was all clearly seen by Yang Mucheng. Whether it's the crystal dewdrops on the green buds and leaves, the bustling ant colonies hiding underground, or the water constantly being absorbed by the towering trees. No! No! Not here either! Bang! Just when Yang Mucheng had searched the entire forest in an instant, a monstrous sound of water waves suddenly erupted from the ocean in the 4th layer of space. At the same time as this earth-shattering sound sounded, a huge figure flew out of the sea like a dragon. Yang Mucheng looked closely, and saw that it was a giant python that swallowed the sky. The scales all over the body are pitch black. Each one is the size of a door panel, and a single horn on the top of the head looks majestic. The sky-swallowing python turned its eyes, let out a roar, and slapped its huge tail heavily into the sea below it. Immediately, a monstrous wave surged up rapidly, overwhelmingly surging towards Yang Mucheng. Even at this moment, the waves covered the entire sky, and the entire 4th level space was actually without light from the sun and the moon. This beast actually attacked me? A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. However, he found that there were several wounds on the body of the sky-swallowing python, some of which were even very obvious new wounds that had been left recently. This sky-swallowing python is most likely a creature that lives on the 4th level. The unity of all things has come several times, but has not killed it. Now this sky-swallowing python regards me as one of those who are members of the All Things Union Society, or perhaps this python has been subdued by the All Things Unity Society. That's why he took action against me. Tongue! Just as Yang Mucheng was concentrating, he saw a glancing light quickly escaping from the waves on one side. The figure who escaped was not the vampire from before. Who else could it be? The escaped vampire was looking at Yang Mucheng with a sneer on his face, and was heading towards the 5th floor at an undiminished speed. His eyes were full of ridicule, and there was even a hint of coldness. Chapter 1838 Chase. How did these human warriors enter the secret castle? The entrance to the secret castle is only in the Blood Eye Tower, and there are nearly 1,000 Tai strongmen guarding the Blood Eye Tower. Without the Master's order, it is impossible for anyone else to enter here. Has the Blood Eye Tower been breached by these human warriors? The Blood Warrior was filled with doubts, although he wanted to return to the Blood Eye Tower to see what happened. His reason told him that he could not look back. He entered the blood drop space on the 3rd floor for only a short moment, but he could already see clearly that there were at least 20 or 30 people on the 3rd floor. Among these people, the lowest level of cultivation is Tai Perfection. and the highest level even reaches half-step eternity. Never mind. This is not a place for long. I'd better go back to the 9th floor as soon as possible and tell the master what happened on this lower floor. This 4th floor has been controlled by our all-union society. Anyone who is not a blood race will be attacked by the creatures on the 4th floor. This kid is only in the late TIE stage and is no match for that sky-swallowing python. Thinking in his mind, the blood warrior subconsciously looked back. He wanted to see how the boy who dared to chase him into the 4th level was killed by this sky-swallowing python. But it didn't matter what he saw. He was frightened to death at this moment. I only saw the terrifying waves that covered the sky and hit Yang Muchung crazily in front of him. I saw Yang Muchung standing without any evasion. He just grabbed it with his right hand. In a burst of light, his right hand was already full of energy. Draw out a sword, and then slash down quickly. A tearing sound resounded, and the entire space seemed to be cut open by this sword at this moment. Then he saw that the wave that almost covered the entire sky was split in an instant. At the same time, a brilliant sword light that could hardly be described in words slashed down from the air. Squeak! A miserable cry sounded. Immediately afterwards, in the shocked eyes of the Blood Clan warriors, the terrifying sky-swallowing python was split in half by Yang Muchung's sword in an instant. The broken head and body were separated in midair and smashed towards the sea. Boom! Boom! 2 dull loud sounds suddenly sounded, and then 2 bloody water pillars were seen pouring into the sky. Under the soaring water waves, the vampire warrior couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The young man who killed the giant sky-devouring python with one sword slowly turned his head to look at him. At this moment, he felt as if he had been poured with a bucket of ice water from head to toe. His whole body was freezing. At this moment, it seemed that even his soul was frozen. At this moment, the young man in the distance raised his palm. Escape! Seeing Yang Muchung's action, the blood warrior's mind went blank. Only one thought rushed into his mind, and that was to run away at all costs. This boy is really terrifying. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, he quickly swept away. However, the moment he left, Yang Muchung's distant palm fell from the sky quickly and swung down hard. Boom! This palm slapped on the sea surface, causing the entire sea level to sink. A terrifying huge handprint appeared on the bottom of the sea, and the water rushed away from the gym, forming a terrifying waterfall on the sea. Boom! At the same time, when this terrifying palm struck down, a shocking wave of air exploded, blasting out quickly. Puff puff! This wind was cutting through him like a knife, making him feel as if he was being languished. Looking at the terrifying waterfall in shock, the blood warrior's eyes were full of horror. If he hadn't dodged the force of the previous palm strike, he would have been dead or injured. This kid has such terrifying power. That big python has the strength of Grandmaster Tai. He actually killed it with one sword? At this moment, the blood warrior's heart sank to his bones. Original. He also wanted to catch Yang Muchung before the other party was killed by the big python, and torture them how they entered the vampire castle. But when he saw that Yang Muchung actually killed all the sky-swallowing pythons with one sword, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. Boom! At this moment, he spread his wings and his whole body suddenly turned into a glancing light. He wished he could use all his strength to escape. Want to escape? Yang Muchung turned his eyes and looked over. Come here! He shouted coldly and grabbed it with his right hand. At this moment, Zhou Tian's spiritual energy exploded in an instant, gathering like a whirlpool. In the shocked eyes of the blood warrior, it once again formed a huge palm, and suddenly it grabbed hard at the blood warrior. Go! Oh my god! Seeing this scene, the blood warrior screamed strangely. At this moment, he activated all his inner strength and poured it into his wings without any reservation. At this moment, the golden wings even turned red due to the influx of power, and flew out in an instant. The giant palm that missed him grabbed the surrounding air with such terrifying force that the surrounding space exploded at this moment. Boom! A hurricane surged up rapidly, rushing in all directions. Where are the monsters on the 4th floor? I order you to come out with the command of the unity of all things. If you don't come out, I will definitely destroy you by then. This vampire warrior rushed wildly, running and shouting wildly. The miserable sound almost echoed through the entire 4th floor at this moment. Yang Muchung didn't care what appeared around him. He rushed forward as fast as he could, and at the same time swept out all his spiritual thoughts and enveloped the opponent. This time, let me see where you run away! A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yang Wuching's spiritual thoughts moved and mobilized heaven and earth. At this moment, the overwhelming force was crushing him quickly. For a moment, the vampire warrior was crushed by the power coming from all directions, and could not even move. Get over here! Yang Wuching's pupils closed. Cold light bloomed, and his right hand grabbed forward. Call! At this moment, a scream resounded rapidly. I saw in the void, the rolling power gathered together again, forming a huge palm, frantically grabbing at the blood warrior. Just when the giant claws were about to catch the escaped vampire warrior in their palms, a terrifying and earth-shaking wave suddenly erupted in the space on the 4th floor. Chapter 1839. God blocks and kills God. Wow! At this moment, the shocking wave started to stir crazily. Waves of powerful aura also flashed out from this space at the same time. Loud sounds resounded in the forest, and I saw a monster python that was even bigger than before. It used its huge body to squeeze out the towering trees, and even bent its body into a bow shape. A pair of dark golden snake's tongues stared at Yang Maicheng. In the sea that had just calmed down, an island suddenly became turbulent. And then, the island was seen churning and floating. If you look carefully, you will see that the island is just the tip of a mountain on the back of an old turtle. In the towering mountain peaks, a monster with a fox face and human body stood on the top of the snow-covered mountain, with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at Yang Maicheng. This moment, waves of rising and terrifying demonic energy surged rapidly, like fireflies in the dark. There are countless of them. Kill him! Kill him for me! The blood warriors roared crazily, while running away desperately. I can't wait to unleash all my strength. He originally just followed his master's order, and went back to the 3rd floor, to get 13 drops of blood. I never dreamed that I would encounter such a scene. This boy, who was only in the late Tai stage, was so powerful that he didn't even dare to face him head-on. Even though so many monsters were summoned from this 4th level, the blood warrior still felt uneasy. He had completely lost the courage to stay where he was, let alone see how Yang Maicheng was swallowed up by these monsters. Boom! Almost as soon as the vampire warrior finished speaking, the monstrous monster in the 4th floor suddenly exploded and rushed towards Yang Maicheng like a tide. This violent momentum is actually more terrifying than the terrifying sky-swallowing python from before. However, the fastest one is the giant turtle. Wow! A shocking sound of water resounded quickly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that this clumsy and terrifying giant turtle quickly emerged from the sea with an attitude even more ferocious than the dragon that went out to sea. The huge figure swept over like a sky-blocking sun, rushing in front of Yang Maicheng almost without any gap, and even used its clumsy giant claws to smash towards Yang Maicheng. Being able to carry a towering mountain on its back and still float up and down in the sea, one can imagine the strength of this giant turtle. If you were hit by this giant turtle, I'm afraid even a complete star would be split in half by it in an instant. But Yang Maicheng was calm and raised his palm to meet the giant turtle's huge claw. Boom! A terrifying tearing sound suddenly resounded. Then he saw that the giant turtle was torn apart in an instant. The peaks on its SHL collapsed in an instant, and thick blood flowed crazily from the gaps in the SHL. Almost at the moment when the giant turtle was killed, the forest python and the mountain demon fox also launched attacks at the same time. I saw the python in the forest take a deep breath, and its slender body swelled up like a balloon at this moment. And then it suddenly opened its mouth and spit out. Immediately, a black fishy wind quickly rose up and turned into a huge wave, slamming towards Yang Maicheng. As this black fishy wind passed by, the endless forest withered rapidly at this moment. Obviously, this wind contained strong poison. At the same time, the demon fox in the mountain also took action at the same time. All I could see was that its hands were flexing rapidly in front of it, as if doing a Tai Chi exercise. There was a sudden surge of wind in its palms. At this moment, the infinite sea of clouds inside and outside the mountain poured out desperately, converging crazily towards its palm, forming a Tai Chi ball the size of a fist. Looking closely, there was actually clouds and mist surging inside the Tai Chi ball, and the power was rolling. Obviously, this demon fox has compressed all the demon power and gathered it all in this Tai Chi ball. Then, this small Tai Chi ball, together with the terrifying fishy wind, rushed towards Yang Maicheng desperately. Snort! You two want to stop me? Yang Maicheng closed his eyes, faced the attack of the two monsters, and took a step forward. I saw him swinging his hands, and his inner energy surged directly from his sleeves. The two huge internal energies transformed into two roaring dragons on the spot, rushing towards the python and the demon fox respectively. Boom! Just hearing a loud sound, the terrifying black fishy wind was torn apart by the mad dragon in an instant, turning into a black air flowing in all directions. And the mad dragon charged towards the big python in the forest without losing any momentum. Hisses. Seeing the mad dragon rushing towards him, the big python in the forest roared and screamed, and the scales all over his body stood up. In an instant, like a fully drawn long bow, it roared out and rushed towards the mad dragon. But how could the giant python in the mountain be the opponent of the mad dragon? It was completely torn into pieces in an instant. Seeing this scene, the demon fox in the mountain felt a chill rush into his heart. How could it dare to fight Yang Muchung again? With a twist of its whole body turned into a ray of light and fled madly towards the distance. Want to leave? Looking at the figure of the demon fox in the mountain, Yang Muchung snorted coldly and grabbed it with his right hand towards the void. Suddenly, the power of this world was used by him at this moment. Power from all directions surged in like a torrent and enveloped the demon fox in the mountain in an instant. Boom! Yang Muchung clenched his right hand and heard a burst of explosions. That demon fox was crushed to death by the huge force of heaven and earth. Tongue! 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 At this moment, on the fourth floor, monsters rushed out one after another, rushing towards Yang Muchung's position desperately. Countless monsters gathered into a terrifying monster tide at this moment. But in the face of this demonic tide, Yang Muchung's response was just a sword. Zhang! A crisp sword cry quietly resounded, and then a shocking sword light was seen sweeping across the world. Wherever this sword light passes, it is unstoppable. Countless monsters were caught in the sword light and torn apart on the spot. Their bodies were all separated, and their blood was scattered all over the ground. Call. A cold wind blew. The demonic tide that had previously covered the sky and sun turned into nothing. Looking at the fourth space, Yang Muchung cut out a bare flat land with his sword. Mountains and rivers were leveled. Lakes were filled. This gust of wind blew onto the blood warrior, making him shiver uncontrollably. Who is this kid? Just when the blood warrior's heart was secretly stirring, Yang Muchung had already taken a step forward, used void transcend, and came to him. And a big palm fell from the sky and suddenly grabbed him. Chapter 1840 Catch. Not good! Looking at the captured palm, the blood warrior was horrified. With almost no hesitation, he directly activated the blood escape magic technique for the vampires to escape. At this moment, his essence and blood exploded, and endless blood shot out from all over his body involuntarily. The monstrous blood threads gathered together and enveloped him, instantly turning into a streak of bloody light, as the vampire's first means of escape. Once the blood escape magic is activated, even if you escape, you will have to shed a layer of skin, and it will take a long time to recover. But at this moment, he didn't care anymore. Boom! At the moment when his whole body was covered with blood and he rushed out, Yang Muchung's big hand had already brought up an ultimate afterimage, stretched out like a bag to retrieve something, and directly grabbed his throat. At the same time, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was activated. The blood-colored escaping light that shrouded the body of the vampire warrior had quietly dispersed under the monstrous suction force. Run away? Why didn't you run away? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the vampire warrior in front of him. Boy, don't be complacent. Although I don't know how you came to the secret castle, your strength is not enough in front of the master. It won't be long before the master discovers that we are missing. It's time to send someone down to kill you. The vampire warrior opened his eyes and spoke fiercely. Yang Muchung snorted coldly and breathed in a breath of the 5 elements. Suddenly, the blood warrior's body twitched, and all the meridians in his body seemed to be twisted. The terrifying pain made him unable to even make a sound at this moment. Looking at the nearly half-destroyed 4th floor, Yang Muchung frowned slightly. It's better to go back to the 3rd floor and meet them first. Presumably, they also captured another vampire. I wonder if they got any useful information from the torture. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muchung grabbed the vampire warrior and returned to the 3rd level. 3 floors. Leader, are you back? Did you catch him? Seeing the return of Yang Muchung, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yang Muchung nodded and threw the blood warrior in his hand. The chi of his 5 elements poured into the opponent's body, not only causing chaos in the opponent's meridians, but also dispersing the opponent's internal energy. so he could be controlled without any means. Yang Mucheng looked at another vampire, who was almost in human form, and asked Li Wei, "Did anything come out from the torture?" "No." Li Wei shook his head, and almost broke his teeth. "This kid's mouth is too tight. We tried every means to prevent him from speaking. Now he only has one breath left, and we don't dare to use any more means for fear that he will die." Li Wei and others were also helpless. They tossed and turned. That's what they did. Although they also wanted to use their spiritual thoughts to invade. Their spiritual thoughts were not as powerful as Yang Mucheng's, and they did not dare to use this method. Maybe not only is it unsuccessful, but it may be heard by the other party. Yang Mucheng clapped his right hand, and a burst of vitality entered the body of the vampire boy. In an instant, the body of the vampire boy recovered rapidly in a posture visible to the naked eye. The vampire kid had half of his feet in the coffin, and suddenly felt a warm current pouring into his body, and his bruised body recovered in an instant. He looked up and saw Yang Mucheng squatting in front of him with a smile. "I am going to kill you!" Although he didn't know what was going on, the vampire boy still reacted quickly. His right claw was like a dragon, and he was already grabbing forward quickly. His 5 fingers were like steel nails, and he was grabbing hard towards Yang Mucheng's chest. With such a close distance and a sudden attack, no one would be able to react in time. The eyes of the vampire boy were full of joy after succeeding in revenge. "Even if I can't kill this kid with my claws, I still have to capture him as a hostage and let myself escape from here." But he didn't notice that Li Wei and others were looking at him like idiots. Although among everyone present, Yang Mucheng had the lowest cultivation level, only late Tai. But there is no doubt that his strength is the most terrifying. If you treat him as an ordinary late Tai, only you will be able to bear the bitter consequences. Among everyone present, probably only the vampire boy didn't react. Laugh! Just when the vampire boy's attack was about to hit, Yang Mucheng's eyes opened angrily, and a strong light burst out. In an instant, that terrifying and powerful spiritual thought swept through quickly and slammed into the opponent's sea of consciousness. This rough method can only be used by Yang Mucheng. Almost instantly, the opponent's consciousness was almost shattered, and the claws waving in the air quietly stopped. "Tell me, is your master on the 9th floor?" Yang Mucheng shouted in a deep voice. "Yes." The vampire boy nodded. "Call." Although everyone had already gotten certain information from the conversation between the two vampires, now that the other party admitted it personally, everyone couldn't help but gasp. "How many of you are there in total? Have you already taken control of the entire castle? What are the remaining floors of this castle?" Yang Mucheng asked in a deep voice. "There are 13 of us in total, and we are exploring the ancient castle under the leadership of the master. This castle was stolen by the master from the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. There are many secrets in it. It is the castle of a strong man in the One Yuan realm. It can be used to resist attacks from powerful enemies, and it can even be used to kill opponents. The master has entered the 9th floor, but he is still unable to master this castle. The power of this castle is 13 blood drops. Once it resumes operation, it can soar in the starry sky. As for the remaining layers, they are also very complicated. The 4th floor contains a small world with an area the size of a star. The monsters inside are free-range existences. Only the powerful ones can escape from the 4th floor and be imprisoned. Enter the 5th floor. The 5th floor is an independent prison for the blood slaves and slaves raised by the owner of the castle. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors are all blood slaves and slaves." This vampire boy had his mind completely controlled and could talk almost everything he knew. Certainly, Yang Mucheng would not listen to the words of the other family. After interrogating him, his spiritual thoughts invaded the consciousness of another vampire. The information given by the two men was basically the same. Now, the biggest bad news is that the vampires have initially taken control of this castle. But the good news is that the 13 blood beads in this castle, used as energy sources, fell into the hands of the Alliance army. Boom! At this moment, a sudden storm surged into the originally peaceful 3rd floor. Chapter 1841 The Blood Lord appears. Boom! Just when everyone was looking towards Yang Mucheng, expecting Yang Mucheng to make up his mind, I saw the fluttering red mist in the 3rd space suddenly flying rapidly. There is a large piece of red mist, which is gathering together, more and more. What happened? This is... Looking at the gradually gathering red mist, everyone was stunned for a moment and immediately became vigilant. However, a roar suddenly came from the red mist. I didn't expect you human warriors to dare to break into my secret castle. You even dare to take 13 of my blood drops. I'm going to kill you. In this roar, the endless red mist quickly gathered and finally formed a huge face. This face turned out to be that of a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Everyone looked at the huge face formed by the red mist in surprise. Owner! After seeing this face, the two vampires captured by Yang Machung and others suddenly shouted excitedly, their faces full of uncontrollable excitement. Owner! These guys broke into the secret castle. Not only did they injure us, invade our sea of consciousness, and torture us about everything, they also completely destroyed the 4th floor of the castle. You have to kill him and avenge us. This blonde and blue-eyed young man is actually the master of all things? If they hadn't heard the shouts of these two vampires with their own ears, almost no one would believe them. However, the vampire clan is not the human race, and the various species among them are different from the human race warriors. Just when everyone was thinking wildly, the expression on that huge face suddenly turned gloomy. You human warriors, I didn't do anything to you, but you actually dared to hurt my men. I will never spare you. Humph. Don't pretend to be a good person. We all heard the previous conversation between your two men. You all will wait until you take control of the entire secret castle before attacking our Jioding galaxy. Li Wei took a step forward and shouted. Furthermore, it has been a full 1,000 years since you all came to the Jioding galaxy. And during this 1,000 years, you have no idea how many of our companions you have captured as blood slaves. Now, let's settle all the old and new grudges. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, everyone present immediately started to reprimand him. Obviously, these vampires, who unite all things, have committed many sins in the Jioding galaxy. You have captured more than 10 powerful Tai warriors from our sect. That's right. You, all of us, once broke into our sect and took away 7 or 8 disciples. We have been tolerant until now, and now we are going to crush you and bring everything together. The union of all things will come to the back of the Jioding galaxy. I don't know how many sins have been committed. In the past, it was even more blatantly oppressing the sect forces in the Jioding galaxy. It was precisely because of their excessive behavior that the powerful sects of the Jioding galaxy united to make the union of all things scrupulous. However, even so, when everything comes together, it is just a little more restrained. The matter of capturing the blood slaves directly changed from overt to covert. Every year, there are still many people who disappear in this starry sky without any reason. Ha! You guys also want to flatten me and unite all things for a while? After hearing what everyone said, the young man suddenly laughed wildly. That's right. Even though I was injured while I was exploring the entire castle with the senior officials of the All Things Returning Association, that doesn't mean you can act arrogantly in front of me. Now that you have learned about my plan, I will tell you and make you understand. The young man's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He stared at everyone and said coldly, Wait until my injury recovers. Wait until I take complete control of this castle. I will turn your Jioding galaxy into my stronghold. I will make all the people in your Jioding galaxy become my blood slaves. And you, don't even think about surviving. Are you the master of the unity of all things? Just as the young man was talking, Yang Machung interrupted him. You actually sent someone to capture me as a blood slave. We should settle this account here. Who are you? The young man looked at Yang Machung in surprise. His union of all things has taken root in the Jioding galaxy for such a long time that he can name any strong person. But he didn't know this young man at all. Suddenly, he remembered that he had indeed had blood slaves captured in the recent period. The object captured was none other than Yang Machung, who possessed the 5 elements spirit body. Are you Yang Machung? Where is my mad dragon and my blood shadow? I have already killed them. Yang Machung stepped forward and shouted in a cold voice. Now, it's your turn. What? The young man's eyes flashed with anger. Mad Dragon and Shadow are his powerful generals. Although he couldn't believe all this, now that Yang Machung was standing in front of him alive. But the Shadow and the Mad Dragon had not come back. This was the best explanation. Okay. The young man's face suddenly became distorted under the shocked gazes of everyone. He turned his eyes, stared at Yang Machung, and said coldly, A boy like you actually dares to challenge me. Although I don't have complete control over this castle, it would still be easy to kill you. If you can break through to the 4th floor, then I will let you see the blood slaves on the 5th floor. Boom! After the young man finished speaking, a sharp and terrifying roar suddenly came from above everyone's heads. This terrifying roar seemed to have traveled through the void. directly ringing in everyone's ears. Even as this roar resounded, it could be seen that the void was shattered by this roar, and terrifying cracks like glass leaked out. Not good! This guy released the blood slaves on the 5th floor. Although they didn't know what the 5th level looked like, they had previously tortured out some information from the vampires' mouths. In the entire 5th floor, there are half-step Eternals, and even some blood slaves who have cultivated in the Eternal realm. These blood slaves are not like those in the Blood Eye Tower. Their consciousness has been almost completely wiped out. They still retain their ferocious personalities. Even because he was drained of blood and imprisoned for many years, his personality became more ferocious. Boom! 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 After the terrifying roar had not subsided, a terrifying sound of footsteps suddenly came. This burst of footsteps was like stepping heavily on everyone's hearts. Chapter 1842. The pressure sweeps across. That is? The terrifying figure has already appeared in the shocked eyes of everyone. It was actually a golden-haired giant ape, 3 feet tall and 10 meters tall. The fangs are turned outwards, giving it a ferocious and untamable posture. It was seen lying on the ground on all fours, and every time it stepped on the ground, it caused a terrifying explosion, and even the space was crushed by it. Boom! Its huge body burst into everyone's field of vision, and immediately stepped heavily on the ground with both feet, and then exploded directly towards everyone. Its huge fists suddenly converged, and it was already a powerful smash. Down. This fierce punch was unexpectedly hard for Paymo to block. Get out of the way! Yang Muchung shouted immediately. Tongue! 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 At this moment, everyone looked horrified. This golden-haired giant ape shocked them even more than the great elder who had united all things at that time. At Yang Muchung's words, they dared not be negligent and quickly retreated. Boom! Then, the fist of the golden-haired giant ape hit the ground heavily. In an instant, the entire castle trembled. I saw that with the iron fist of the golden-haired giant ape as the center, the surrounding space collapsed. The entire 3rd floor was set off by a wave of shocking white waves, which flew in all directions crazily, tearing apart the remaining red mist on the spot. This golden-haired giant ape is actually half a step ahead of the ancient cultivation realm. It struck down with all its strength. Its power was so huge that not even Li Wei could stop it. Even the space was cracked by it. But the 3rd floor of the castle seemed to be unscathed. But at this time, no one cared about these issues, but looked at the golden-haired giant ape with vigilant eyes. Ha ha! Although your 5-element spirit body is powerful, now that I have this castle and there are so many blood slaves here, I don't need you anymore. The young man laughed loudly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Yang Muchung. I want you all to die here. He just finished speaking. Suddenly, the empty 3rd level space quietly stirred up a wind, and there seemed to be a strange force in this wind moving across the field. Suddenly, a huge force came from all directions. How is this going? Feeling this sudden power, everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. At this moment, they even felt as if they had been rejected by the entire world. This force is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Everyone, get out quickly! Yang Muchung's expression changed. He has taken control of the castle and can use the power in the castle to suppress us. After hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone was shocked. And then, they realized that this terrifying power of heaven and earth actually came from the entire castle, and they were crushed by this power. But the beings in this castle did not have to worry about this power. Under this situation, they will inevitably be suppressed. Tongue! Just as everyone was horrified, the golden-haired giant ape leaped out again. Moreover, its speed was even more terrifying than before, and it had already rushed in front of everyone in an instant. I don't believe it! Li Wei flipped his right hand, raised the 9 transformation star technique, and quickly struck towards the opponent. Roar! The golden-haired giant ape grinned and roared, and the hair on its body stood up like golden needles. Then, the man and the demon were shaken together heavily, and a huge force burst out. Puff! 9 stars were crushed to pieces by the golden-haired giant ape on the spot, and he even spit out a mouthful of blood mist. He lost his balance on the spot, and shot out like an arrow from a string. Damn it! Li Wei cursed secretly. With his strength, even if he is not the opponent of this golden-haired giant ape, he should not be defeated so miserably. But the moment he took action, the power of heaven and earth surged in, compressing the strength of his 9 revolution star transformation to the extreme. His strength was lowered by a small level the moment he took action. At the same time, the strength of the golden-haired giant ape was not affected at all. It is precisely for this reason that he was defeated so miserably. Boom! 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 With one palm, Li Wei was knocked back. The golden-haired giant ape gained the upper hand and rushed forward quickly to kill. A perfect warrior of Tai stood in front of it, but it stepped on it without looking. Only a crackling sound was heard. The Tai perfection was trampled by the golden-haired giant ape until his body exploded. When everyone looked at him again, he had no breath and could no longer die. Seeing this scene, everyone was so frightened that they dared to stay in this castle. Their strength was originally no match for this golden-haired giant ape, and now they are even more restrained by the power of heaven and earth. If they continue to stay here, they may die without knowing how. Boom! 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 At this moment, the golden-haired giant ape went on a killing spree. Even Li Wei, who had reached half an ancient level of cultivation, was crushed by the opponent. If people like them stay in the present, they won't have the slightest effect. Get out of my way! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, shook his hands into a fist, and suddenly blasted forward. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force surged out, exploding to the limit. All obstacles were shattered one after another. Everyone only heard a muffled sound, and the giant ape trembled. The violent momentum was actually restrained by Yang Mucheng. The body of the giant ape trembled in midair. Under this terrifying force, it suddenly shot out and hit the ground hard, causing the ground to tremble suddenly. You're not affected? Seeing this scene, the young man suddenly showed a look of surprise. Yang Mucheng's eyes shone with coldness. Even Li Wei, who was halfway through eternity, was suppressed to a small level by Sheng Sheng. How could he not be affected? It's just that under the five-element spirit body, the influence he received has been weakened as much as possible. Okay, it seems that the five-element spirit body is indeed powerful. It can actually resist the crushing of the entire castle. In this case, I want to see if you can withstand the attacks of several half-step ancient monsters. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was silent, the young man sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, another monstrous demonic aura stirred up crazily. This exploding demonic aura was no less powerful than the golden-haired giant ape. There was only a ta-ta-ta-ta sound of the soles of the feet moving rapidly, and soon a gray figure emerged from the entrance quickly. When everyone saw the gray figure clearly, they couldn't help but take a breath. It was actually a huge spider, with its slender tentacles and patterned body, which gave people a strong sense of crisis. And the most terrifying thing is that the spider's claws are actually two sharp blades, shining with a cold light in front of everyone. Chapter 1843 Three-Headed Heavenly Demon. Hisses. A sharp neighing sound sounded, and then the six slender tentacles of the huge blade spider suddenly flicked out, jumping high like springs and rushing towards Yang Mucheng's location. At the same time, its double blades crossed, causing a sharp roar. Immediately afterwards, he saw two sword lights transform from demonic energy rushing towards him fiercely, even leaving an exploding cloud ring in the void wherever they passed. Yang Mucheng shook hands again and punched him. Boom! There was a crackling sound. The two demonic blades were shattered on the spot, and a circular air wave spread rapidly. The blade spider bounced in midair and landed on the ground gently and deftly. Can it still be blocked? I want to see how many half-step ancient demons you can resist. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. Call out. Before he finished speaking, a flame quickly flew from a distance. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire third floor rose crazily. I saw the flame surging, vibrating, and transforming in the void, forming a huge flame demon in the horrified eyes of everyone. You retreat first and escape from the secret castle. Notify everyone. Yang Mucheng whispered. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, these three half-step eternal monsters had already burst out. The Balrog that appeared last was the first to take action. It took a deep breath. Its chest swelled high, and then breathed out boldly forward. A fierce flame turned into a towering pillar of fire, which spewed out in an instant, overwhelmingly rushing toward Yang Mucheng. The terrifying high temperature was turbulent, making this space crackle with fire. Before the flames even got close to everyone, everyone felt as if all the blood in their bodies would be evaporated at this moment. Hisses. The blade spider screamed at this moment. Its body trembled, and it suddenly sprayed out a stream of gray-green venom. One of the drops of venom fell on the ground, instantly corroding the earth into a deep pit. The rising gray smoke was extremely pungent. Even the slightest smell would make people feel a dizzy feeling. One can imagine. This venom is so terrifying. Not only does it contain highly toxic substances, but even magic weapons may be corroded by it. Roar! The golden-haired giant ape roared and clenched his fists. There were still fist marks left by Yang Muchung on its furry chest. And there was a sound of muscles creaking. The muscles all over the body of this golden-haired giant ape actually expanded rapidly. Its eyes gleamed with coldness, and it formed a straight line from head to toe, like a tight long bow. Then, there was a punch. Boom! The power of this punch was actually more terrifying than the power Yang Muchung had previously unleashed. The fist seal turned from invisible to tangible, and it was already rushing over in an instant. Escape! Just when these three parties joined forces, and the attacks came overwhelmingly, Yang Muchung had already unleashed all his inner strength. His inner energy swept through, directly covering everyone. And at the same time, he activated the Void Transcend to avoid the opponent's combined attack. Boom! The terrifying attack hit the position where Yang Muchung was before, directly tearing the space apart. The terrifying residual power stirred up a whirlpool like a small black hole. Yang Muchung, who reappeared, had already led everyone to another place on the third floor. Looking at the torn space, everyone was filled with shock. If Yang Muchung hadn't come to the rescue, they would have been torn apart in an instant. Leave the castle first. These monsters occupy the terrain. Yang Muchung glanced angrily at the young man's head transformed into red mist, rolled up his long sleeves, and shot away quickly towards the outside of the castle. When everyone saw this, they dared not stay where they were. They flew up one after another and chased Yang Muchung. Chase! The young man let out a roar. All of a sudden, those big demons were already attacking like crazy. Boom! 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 3 half-step eternal great demons took action together, almost completely disrupting this area of longitude and latitude. There were terrifying explosions, and the waves were endless, almost one after another. Throughout the castle, spiritual energy was chaotic, and internal energy surged wildly, as if the world was in chaos. Feeling the crazy pursuit behind him, Yang Muchung closed his eyes. With his strength, it would not be a problem to deal with these 3 half-step eternal great demons. But this castle is the home of the All-in-One Alliance. Even if you kill these big demons, he will release more demons. And in this castle, he is restricted everywhere. Instead of doing this, it is better to leave this castle first and make other plans. Boom! Yang Muchung led the crowd and kept flying quickly. He rushed out of the castle very quickly. You can really chase him! Feeling the aura of pursuit behind him, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with a cold light. Now that I'm out of this castle, then I don't have to worry about anything anymore. These half-eternal great demons of yours can't do anything to me. In that case, let's give it a try and see whose method is more powerful. Boom! Yang Muchung, who was flying rapidly, turned suddenly in midair, and then stopped suddenly. Stopped directly at the mass grave outside the castle. Boom! The moment he stopped, 3 huge figures rushed out of the castle quickly. Then, the evil spirit dissipated, revealing the figures of the golden-haired giant ape, Blade Spider and Balrog. Aren't you going to run away? The young man looked at Yang Muchung and sneered. His heart was even more filled with hatred. This kid was only in the late stage of Tai, but he was able to escape from the castle while being chased by 3 half-step ancient demons. He even rescued everyone from the castle. Boy! As the first person I killed when I took control of the castle, you should feel proud. Do you have any last words? In his heart, Yang Muchung was regarded as a dead person at this time. Not only that, he didn't take Li Wei and others seriously either. Even if they escape from the castle, they will never survive. As the master of the gathering of all things, Andre, he has never been afraid of anyone. And his cultivation level is even higher. It has reached the eternal realm. Coupled with this ancient castle, let alone killing these people in front of me, there is no problem even if the entire Geoding galaxy is flattened. So what if you control the castle? Even if you can mobilize these great demons at will. So what? Now! We have walked out of the castle. Your castle no longer has the power to suppress us. It's not that easy to kill us. Zheng. Yang Muchung made a sealed Ju with his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword flew directly from the center of his eyebrows. At the same time, the huge internal energy in his body was shocked at the same time. The inner energy surged up, like a flame, and swept directly through the body. Chapter 1844 Castle Bombardment. Zheng! 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 Following Yang Muchung's gesture, everyone present quickly drew their weapons. It was obvious that they planned to resist the 3 big demons together with Yang Muchung. Resist all things and return to one place. Seeing Yang Muqing's appearance, Andre, the master of all things gathering, suddenly turned extremely gloomy. If that's the case, then let's make it clear to you. Superior, he drank in a deep voice. Time. The three great heavenly demons were already charging towards each other again. Facing these three big demons, Yang Muqing's eyes were filled with coldness. Now that he has left the castle, he has no scruples. Everyone come with me! Li Wei closed his eyes and shouted quickly. However, at this moment, Yang Muqing slowly turned his head and said, You stand here. These three great demons have been chasing me all the way. I will definitely kill them with my own hands. After saying that, he formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, and with a clang sound, the Xin Yuan sword erupted with a brilliant sword light, and swiftly slashed towards the blade spider. Hisses! The blade spider neighed, and the surging demonic energy surged wildly, and then poured into the blade sword with both claws. Just hearing a clang, the two blades trembled violently, and turned extremely blue. Then, it quickly slashed forward. A sound of tearing the void suddenly resounded, and then he saw two staggering sword lights quickly passing through the space, slashing hard at the rushing Xin Yuan sword. Clang! In the eyes of everyone, this was supposed to be a shocking blow, but it turned out to be a one-sided situation. I saw that Yang Muqing's sword was extremely powerful, just like cutting tofu with a knife. It easily split the two demon knives in half. Xin Yuanjin, on the other hand, continued unabated and blasted towards the blade spider, directly piercing through the blade spider under the shocked eyes of everyone. Puff! The sword blasted into the blade spider's head and blasted out from its belly, and the huge sword energy twisted it into pieces in an instant. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded loudly, and the golden-haired giant ape was seen hunting again, and it rushed in front of Yang Muqing in an instant. You idiot! You dare to compete with me? Today I will let you see what the five-element spirit body is. Yang Muqing closed his eyes, but there was a cold light in his eyes. I saw him put his right hand away, and the muscles and bones all over his body were crackling, and the spine on his back was dancing like a dragon. Terrifying power burst out from Yang Muqing's body, and terrifying cracks broke out in the crushing space. Then, Yang Muqing punched. Call. A whistling wind of fists surged out quickly, and this wind even cut terrifying scars on the body of the golden-haired giant ape. Then, his fist and the golden-haired giant ape violently struck each other. Boom! At this moment, the golden-haired giant ape's fist twisted, fractured, and broke at an extremely terrifying speed. At the same time, all the energy and blood in his body, under the violent power of this punch, involuntarily reversed control and flowed to his back, turning into a blood arrow and rushing out directly from the back of his heart. In a moment, the golden-haired giant ape, which was attacking with great momentum, was already smashed to the ground like a rag bag under the shocked eyes of everyone, losing its last trace of life. Boom! Seeing this scene, Yin Mo's eyes flashed with shock. It let out a roar, and the flames all over its body surged up again. It took a deep breath again, and the terrifying airflow even formed a vortex in front of it. But before it had time to attack, Yang Muqing snorted and grabbed it in the air. The Xin Yuan sword was suspended fiercely in the void, whizzing downwards quickly. With just a puff sound, the Balrog was torn apart on the spot. Ouch! After a strange cry, the body of the Balrog instantly decomposed like a cocoon and turned into endless flames. Yang Muqing opened his mouth and sucked in all the flames dispersed by the Balrog into his belly. One move at a time. 3 moves to kill 3 people and half an eternity. Quiet. There was originally a dead silence in the mass grave, and now it became even more silent in this scene. In the entire field, the only sound left was the sound of Yang Muqing absorbing the flames, devouring the flames of the Balrog and absorbing the energy and blood of the blade spider and the golden-haired giant ape. Yang Muqing slowly opened his eyes, looked at Andre's transformed face with a half-smile, and said, Who did you want to kill just now? Boom! This joking question immediately made Andre's face distort on the spot. Previously, he kept saying that he would kill Yang Muqing and kill all the Alliance troops. But now, not only did he fail to kill Yang Muqing, but the 3 big demons he said died in Yang Muqing's hands. This scene made Andre feel like he had been slapped hard, and he felt a burning pain on his face, looking at Yang Muqing and the great demon that he had killed on the ground. Andre suddenly burst out into a crazy roar. I am going to kill you! Rumble. Along with this shocking roar, I saw that the ancient castle that had been silent for more than 1,000 years soared into the air at this moment, directly pulling out of the earth. A surging and terrifying aura swept over the castle as it rose. Isn't he unable to control the castle? 13 blood drops are still in our hands. Li Wei looked at the castle that was slowly rising into the sky, even covered in a faint layer of blood mist in all directions, and couldn't help but scream in horror. As the castle rose, the previous intimidating feeling spread out from the castle. Inexplicable fear swept across all directions like a tide. In front of this castle, everyone even felt that their legs were weak, and even the courage to face it head-on seemed to have been completely lost. Although everyone was wondering why the castle was tumbling, no one could answer their questions. This castle was already flying towards the crowd and sweeping towards them crazily. Boom! Seeing this huge castle being crushed, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily. At this moment, he unleashed all the power of the 5 elements spirit body and charged forward with the same ferocity. Boom! A terrifying crashing sound resounded loudly. Even Yang Mucheng, who possessed the 5 elements spirit body, spit out a mouthful of blood mist and flew backwards under the crushing force of the castle. And the huge castle only paused in midair for a moment, and then slammed into everyone again, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Mucheng rolled up his inner energy, wrapped up everyone, and directly used void transit, and then disappeared in place, barely escaping the crushing of the castle. After leading everyone to another part of the secret realm, Yang Mucheng looked at the castle that had shattered the space, and his eyes slowly narrowed. This castle left by the 1 Yuan strawman of the blood race is indeed terrifying. Chapter 1845 Confrontation. Seeing everyone escaping from the castle in panic, a trace of ridicule appeared on Andre's face. If you can escape being crushed once, I don't believe you can escape the second time. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the castle more than doubled in size under the pouring of red mist, slowly wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Mucheng looked at the castle with a sneer. This castle is a magic weapon left by a powerful man of 1 yuan. You have no control over it. What's more, 13 blood drops are still in our hands. With a wave of his right hand, Yang Mucheng directly took out 13 blood drops from Li Wei's space bracelet, and put them into his own dragon pattern space. Seeing those 13 shining blood drops, Andre showed a hint of greed in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to get these 13 blood drops, but he didn't expect that this kid would get them one step ahead. He naturally understood that he could not unleash the power of this castle with his own strength. In addition, without 13 blood drops as energy, he could only control the rough impact of the blood drops. You are right. I really cannot fully control this castle. After all, it is a magic weapon left by a strong man of 1 yuan, and I cannot fully control it with my strength. Andre didn't try to hide it at all, but admitted it carelessly. But so what? A cold light flashed in his eyes, revealing a trace of amusement. Even if I can't completely control it, I can still use it to completely kill you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge castle was already crushing madly at this moment with a sharp whistling sound. Rumble! The castle roared and galloped, smashing the entire space into pieces. The castle was in a crushing state, just like the Buzhou mountain that Gong Gong had knocked down, directly heading towards the crowd to cover up the sky and the sun. But everyone knows that this castle is much scarier than Buzhou mountain. King Liantai! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, I saw the lotus platform flying by. Yang Mucheng took a step forward, quickly made a mark with his hands in front of him, and with his tongue shining like a lotus, he shouted in a deep voice, "Big, big, big!" Every time he spoke in harmony, the green lotus platform increased by 1 point, and the green light on the lotus platform increased by 1 point. When the green lotus platform grew to the extreme, he directly raised the 5 elements flag. Only the sounds of whoosh, whoosh and whoosh were heard. The 5 element spirit bodies gathered outside the Qinglian terrace, turned into 5 groups of light, and poured into the 5 elements flag with the power of the 5 elements. Suddenly, the green light that surged to the extreme grew again under the stimulation of the power of the 5 elements. Then, Yang Mucheng drove the Qinglian terrace and collided with the castle fiercely. You want to defend my castle? Look how I will turn you into ashes. Seeing Yang Mucheng boldly charging towards him, Andre immediately roared and poured all his strength into the castle. In an instant, the originally huge castle increased several times in size again, crushing it crazily with a shocking attitude. Boom! 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 The 2 behemoths squeezed wildly, causing the surrounding space to explode. A shocking explosion rippled through the air. And then in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Qinglian Terrace and the castle were crushed together. Stronghold in the stars. After the Alliance warriors captured the star, they checked all directions and confirmed that there was no existence hidden in the darkness. Coupled with the discovery in the Blood Eye Tower, everyone was angry and happy. What makes them angry is that the warriors, who were once captured by the All-Union Society, were not only imprisoned here, but also had all their consciousness wiped out and became blood slaves for their enjoyment. Fortunately, there are many martial arts, magic weapons, heavenly and earthly treasures in this Blood Eye Tower. These things can finally make up for their losses. If I had known that the Blood Clan had such a rich collection, I would have come to attack the Vampire Clan earlier. A Leitai was assigned a heavenly weapon and couldn't help but said excitedly, "This weapon of his is a war spear. It looks like a wolf fang. And just by holding it in your hand, it gives people a chilling and terrifying aura." Ming Yuchen, are you thinking too much? If the Alliance leader hadn't appeared this time, I'm afraid Jioding would have been so happy that they still haven't been able to unite. Although there are many strong men in the Jioding galaxy, no one can surrender to anyone else. If it weren't for the leadership of the Alliance leader, how could we have reached the hinterland of the Vampire Clan? Another warrior responded. The late Tai named Ming Yuchen couldn't help but nodded. He naturally understood that if it weren't for Yang Macheng, it might not be so easy for them to break into the stronghold. I'm afraid that I will be discovered by these vampires before I get close to the stronghold. At that time, the vampires will be given enough time to not only build a protective shield, but also lead an army to charge over. Even if they capture the entire vampire stronghold, the damage will probably be huge. By the way, Alliance leader and the others have entered the secret realm of the Blood Clan. Why haven't they come back for so long? Ming Yuchen couldn't help but ask. I heard that there is a huge castle in the secret realm of the Vampire Clan. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would really like to take a look, a warrior said with anticipation. There must be more opportunities in that castle. Alliance leader and the others have been in the secret realm for 3 full days. Shouldn't they encounter any danger? Moreover, the Master of All Things Returned is also in this secret realm and is exploring the entire castle. I don't know if they are already fighting. Ming Yuchen sighed and said, with the strength of the Alliance leader, are you still afraid of the Master of the All Things Unity Club? You didn't see that the Great Elder of the All Things Unity Club was killed by the Alliance leader with one sword. Who is he? Can things be able to compete with the Alliance leader? When Ming Yuchen mentioned his strength, everyone present couldn't help but feel shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that someone could even kill a half-step Eternal with only the late Tai cultivation level. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded, like the sound of 2 terrifying beings colliding hard. This shocking loud sound made everyone stunned and jumped up one after another. What's going on? Where did this sound come from? Boom! Just as everyone was looking for the source of the sound, a terrifying aura spread crazily. The location where this breath came from is actually... Almost unanimously, everyone's eyes were looking forward, at the entrance to the secret realm. In the whirlpool composed of countless blood-colored spots, a shocking force was flowing out from the inside of the whirlpool in a horrifying manner. Regardless of everything. Chapter 1846, a group of demons dancing wildly. That is? What happened in the secret realm? There is such a powerful force coming from it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the secret realm. Click, click, click. Only bursts of cracking sounds were heard. The originally smooth space was like glass bursting open, revealing huge cracks. Then, everyone present saw a scene they would never forget. In the crumbling secret realm, a huge castle soared into the sky, crushing crazily towards the front with an overwhelming force. And a Saiyan figure showed no fear when facing the castle. Instead, it used a more ferocious and violent offensive to crush towards the castle. Boom! When the 2 sides collided fiercely, the shocking force generated actually tore the entire vampire secret realm into pieces in an instant. In this violent impact, the terrifying castle was actually restrained from the momentum of the impact. And that Saiyan light burst out in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, and then quickly stabilized his figure. What makes everyone even more incredible is that the Saiyan figure is actually their leader. Alliance leader! Alliance leader! What's this? Waves of shouts rang out one after another, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at Yang Macheng with his feet on the lotus platform, and surrounded by the 5 elements flags. Looking at the huge castle suspended in midair. Everyone couldn't help but have a doubt in their minds. Andre, the master of all things, is controlling this castle, Li Wei shouted. What? Everyone looked towards the castle in shock. It was not only everyone present who was shocked, but also Andre. Although he was in the castle, he could sense everything happening around him. Looking at the raised stronghold and the residential area where the flames had not yet been extinguished, he suddenly burst into an angry roar. You guys actually captured my stronghold and massacred my people. I will never let you go. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the crazy roar, the huge castle rose up and was suspended in the void. In the empty void, a bloody crescent moon suddenly landed, floating in the upper right corner of the castle. Under the bloody moonlight, the entire stronghold seemed to be sprinkled with a drop of blood. Just when everyone was shocked, the gate of the castle was opened again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures quickly flew out of the castle. Every figure is a terrifying big sky demon. When it rushes out, it is already madly blasting towards everyone. Boom! Everyone was shocked when they saw the countless big demons attacking down. The cultivation level of each of these great demons has actually reached half an eternal level. Not to mention killing them. Even if it sweeps the entire Geoding galaxy, it is more than enough. What are you still doing? Kill these great demons! Li Wei, who had come back to his senses, looked at the great sky demon sweeping down, saw the scene of these demons dancing wildly, and shouted immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook, and a terrifying aura surged rapidly from his body. At this moment, he almost raised his inner strength to the extreme. I saw his right hand slowly turning over, and a terrifying internal energy surged rapidly. Then he saw that the whole world seemed to be connected in a single line at this moment. Countless rays of light turned into 9 strands and gathered together, forming huge stars around Li Wei. 9 transformations of stars! Boom! Almost at the same time that the 9 stars appeared, Li Wei raised his palm and slapped it forward. In an instant, the crushing power of the 9 stars exploded violently, turning into a torrent on the spot, sweeping forward fiercely. Puff! 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 These great sky demons are not as terrifying as Yang Muqing's 5-element spirits. How can they survive the crushing power of 9 stars? Only bursts of explosions can be heard. The demon was killed in an instant, and pieces of blood burst out in the void. Seeing Li Wei take action, the rest of the people naturally did not hesitate, and they also exploded at the same time. Suddenly, the martial arts, exercises, magic weapons, and weapons that filled the sky turned into rays of light and fiercely bombarded those big demons. So what if it's the great sky demon, facing such a terrifying attack? He can't resist it. Hundreds of people exploded with all their strength, and many great demons were torn into pieces on the spot. Roar! The most conspicuous among these big demons is a big demon snake king. It already has traces of dragon transformation, including a dragon head, dragon teeth, dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon whiskers, except for the lack of dragon horns. It is almost the same as a real dragon. I saw it facing the bombardment of everyone. Its body twisted strangely, and suddenly shrank. Then it roared loudly. Its scales stood up, and the surging demonic energy transformed into swords of demonic aura, slamming towards the overwhelming attack. Bang! 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 Waves of terrifying loud sounds resounded loudly. Everyone's attack was blocked at this moment. At the same time, its attack broke out at this moment, crushing everyone fiercely. You know, this big demon is not the only one present. Other great demons also erupted at the same time. Then, these great heavenly demons, carrying terrifying demonic aura, crazily rushed toward everyone and killed them. The attacks of these great demons were so ferocious that they crushed everyone's attacks so easily. Don't be so presumptuous! Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. I saw him stepping on the green lotus platform, controlling the 5 elements flag, facing the impact of this infinite heavenly demon, and his whole aura was already churning crazily. Zhang! Feeling Yang Muqing's fighting spirit, the Xin Yuan sword in his hand trembled involuntarily even at this moment, and even made a crisp sword sound. When the soaring sword intent reaches its peak, raise your sword and chop. Call. A sharp sword whistle sounded quickly and violently. A burst of sword light that was so sharp that it was unimaginable swept through the void quickly. The sword split open. Even the space was penetrated, revealing the black hole of Hingyu. 2 white waves of air surged up, like two surging waves of water. This was a shocking spectacle caused by the sword cutting through the void. This sword is even more sharp, and cannot be looked at directly. Then, the infinite edge of this sword was already slashed down in an instant. And it was swung above the infinite monster. Chapter 1847 Billions of Swords. Poof! This sword was extremely swift and ferocious to the point of being unstoppable. Under this sword, the churning demonic energy was torn into pieces on the spot. And the monster that swept over was chopped into two pieces directly under this sword. The sound of tearing was accompanied by the torrential rain of blood, which erupted crazily. Above the starry sky, Yang Muchung held a sword in one hand, floating in midair without using any inner energy. They are like gods and demons. Arrogant! Andre! I can kill as many monsters as you send out from the Universal Union of all things. Yang Muchung took a step forward, and his cold voice echoed through the void. Time. The monsters that were released from the castle were so frightened that they were pinned in the air, and did not dare to take another step forward. There was deathly silence among the stars in the stronghold. Everyone can feel an extreme anger slowly emerging from the castle. Obviously, Andre, the master of all things returning to oneness, did not even think that he could do nothing to a boy in the late Tai period. Ouch! The demon screamed strangely, and immediately retreated towards the castle. Return? Will the oneness of all things admit defeat? Looking at the monsters who turned around and retreated into the castle, everyone's eyes widened, and some couldn't help but scream excitedly. However, Yang Muchung slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel the other person's anger. Their allied army captured the star, the stronghold of all things unity, and even swept away the entire Blood Eye Tower. It is no exaggeration to say that they have captured the entire home of all things unity. The other party definitely won't give up so easily, until the last monster entered the castle. At the same time, a dozen more figures came out of the castle. The leader was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, and his face was exactly the same as the face transformed by the red mist in the castle. However, the other party's face is now almost distorted. They came out? Isn't the castle no longer in use? Seeing these high-level officials from the Forbidden City coming out of the castle, many people started talking in low voices. He even secretly boosted his inner energy. Andre glanced at the stronghold with a gloomy expression, feeling so distressed that he almost bled. You know, this stronghold is the wealth he has accumulated over the years, and the development of nearly 1,000 years. But now it has been wiped out by the other party. Staring at Yang Muchung, Andre said coldly, Yang Muchung, I didn't expect that I had only been in the secret realm for 7 or 8 days. But you took advantage of it, and let you lead people into my stronghold. I will kill you with my own hands. You couldn't kill me even when you used the castle. Is it possible that you can still kill me without using the castle? Yang Muchung snorted coldly, and responded unceremoniously. You underestimate us. The master can control all things and unite them all. So he naturally has his own methods. The master is an eternal strongman. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre's henchmen began to reprimand one after another, as if they were scolding Yang Muchung for not having eyesight. Andre looked at Yang Muchung with a gloomy face. Although this castle is powerful, he has not completely controlled it yet. In addition, the 13 blood drops were also controlled by Yang Muchung. So it would be better for him to use this castle to attack Yang Muchung himself. He grasped it with his right hand, and suddenly the huge castle gradually shrank under the gaze of everyone, and finally turned into an object the size of a mung bean, which he swallowed in his mouth. After doing all this, Andre suddenly took a step forward, and the aura of the Eternal Realm completely exploded. Bang! 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 How could this already fragmented star support the aura of this ancient powerful man? On the surface, the huge cracks even spurted out streams of terrifying magma that were hundreds of feet high. Feeling this shocking aura, everyone trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Is this the strength of the Eternal Strong Man? Li Wei's eyes were fixed on Andre, who made the stars in this stronghold explode just by showing off his momentum. His eyes full of envy. To know, although he has reached the half-step of eternity, he still has not touched the threshold of eternity realm and has always been hovering outside of eternity. Now that this eternal powerful man appears, he just wants to learn something from the other party and use it for his own purposes. Among everyone present, only Li Wei could have such an idea. The other people, under this aura, even lost the courage to face it, and were bombarded and retreated step by step. You are hurt? However, Yang Muchung keenly discovered the unstable factor hidden in the other party's aura. So what if I'm injured? I can still kill you. When Yang Mucheng hit the nail on the head, Andre's eyes shone with coldness. He hated it to death. What a coincidence that Yang Mucheng and these alliance troops came not long after they had just breached the castle, and even before he had time to recover from his injuries. Yang Mu achieved success. In addition, Yang Mucheng couldn't be killed by this castle, which he had no control over at all. So he had no choice but to do it himself. Now that he heard Yang Mucheng's words, he naturally felt murderous intent in his heart. Ha! If you were at the peak of your ancient cultivation, I might still be a little wary of you. But you are seriously injured, and trying to kill me is just a dream. Seeing Andre holding on, Yang Mucheng immediately sneered back. He pinched the seal technique in his hand, and the green lotus platform suddenly shone brightly. The endless green light turned into sharp swords in an instant, and they quickly blasted towards Andre and the others. What? You little beast! How dare you! Destroy him! No one expected that Yang Mucheng would not be afraid at all when faced with the high-level officials of the All Things Guidance Council. He even dared to choose to take the initiative to attack them in this situation. What happened in this flash of lightning was something no one could have imagined. The sword light condensed and transformed by the green light has reached hundreds of millions. At this moment, the high-level officials who directly destroyed everything were completely overwhelmed. The sound of whistling swords resounded one after another. You dare to insult me when you are about to die. You all have the guts to target me and want to use me as a blood slave. Today, let's settle our old and new grudges together. Listening to everyone's shouts and curses, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness, and his inner energy burst out, pouring into the billions of swords without leaving any trace. Chapter 1848, The Terrifying Eternal Realm. Zheng! As this ferocious inner energy poured in, each long sword made a shocking and harsh sword sound at this moment, and the sword body became extremely blue. At the same time, each sword burst out with a burst of terrifying sword energy. This whistling sword energy chopped up the air all around. When this terrifying sword energy reached its peak, Yang Mucheng's eyes burst out with an extremely cold light. Then, he clenched his right hand quickly. Immediately, the billions of long swords burst out like crossbows, fiercely blasting towards the upper echelons of the vampire clan. Yang Mucheng's attack took place in the blink of an eye, with the intention of killing him with one strike. How could these senior vampires react? Puff puff! The monstrous sword light roared down, and in an instant it penetrated into the bodies of every senior vampire. At the same time, Yang Mucheng's right hand suddenly stirred, and the billions of swords turned into a storm of sword blades, spitting suddenly, tearing the dozen or so senior vampires into pieces in an instant on the spot. Come again! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, clenched his fingers again, and suddenly the monstrous sword took up the wind and bit towards Andre fiercely. Ding! 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 After all, Andre is an eternal strongman, and his cultivation level is many times stronger than other high-level vampires. He had already noticed it the moment Yang Mucheng took action. He also released his inner energy and blood at the same time, and the inner energy that was as sticky as blood almost formed a bloody shield around him. The billions of long swords twisted rapidly, but were directly isolated by this bloody shield. The sword struck with force, and a sonorous sound of metal and stone clashing suddenly erupted. No matter how Yang Mucheng poured power into the billions of swords, he was unable to tear apart the blood-colored shield that seemed to have only a thin layer. Yang Mucheng! I swear I won't be a human unless I kill you! Although he escaped with his life, he watched helplessly as all the high-level officials of Wanwugi were killed in front of him. How could Andre swallow this breath? Boom! He clenched his hands into fists and suddenly pushed around. Immediately, a monstrous stream of blood swept rapidly in all directions. The blood-colored ripples were rolling and powerful, and countless long swords were torn into pieces by the terrifying blood-colored lines in an instant. Seen from a distance, the monstrous blood streaks were like a bloody dragon sweeping out, directly blasting out from Andre's feet. The terrifying power even blasted an unreachable ravine into the earth, heading towards Yang Mucheng. The location was swept away. I don't know how many people have said this to me, but in the end they all took their lives. Yang Mucheng made a seal with his right hand. In an instant, the billions of long swords from the green stars gathered together rapidly, like thousands of swords gathered in one. They gathered behind Yang Mucheng, and they formed a straight line with each other. From a distance, they looked like a stegosaurus with teeth and claws. The moment it was formed, the roar swept forward. Bang! 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 The two strong winds flew up, and the terrifying pressure they brought hit each other fiercely, tearing the earth apart crazily. Then, the two mad dragons collided fiercely with everyone's horrified eyes. Only a loud and earth-shattering sound was heard. The overwhelming power generated during the explosion tore apart the entire star on the spot, turning it into countless powders in the starry sky. Even several nearby stars had been implicated and were directly blown apart by the terrifying wind and waves during the explosion. The warriors of the Alliance army were even swept away by this wave of air and flew backwards. What a terrifying collision of forces! Everyone looked towards the starry sky. They wanted to see who would win in this most direct bombardment. At this sight, everyone's mouths opened wide. Only Yang Machung, who was in the late stage of Tai, was evenly matched with Andre, who was in the eternal ancient realm. In the previous collision, this boy! There was a hint of shock in Andre's eyes. You know, even if he is injured, he is still a serious and eternal strongman. But in the end, this boy who was only in the late Tai stage actually blocked his attack. This kid said before that he couldn't kill him. And Andre just thought that the other person didn't know how high the sky was, and how high it was. Now he understands that with the blessing of the 5-element spiritual body, he is indeed qualified to challenge himself. Is this the strength of the eternal strong man? Feeling his numb right hand and looking at Shin Yuan's sword being bombarded by the bloody dragon, Yang Machung couldn't help but have a trace of fear in his eyes. Even though this ancient powerful man was injured and has yet to recover from his serious injuries, his strength is still terrifying and cannot be easily dealt with by him. The dead camel is bigger than the horse. I originally thought that I could easily defeat him with my 5-element spirit body, but I didn't expect that it would not be easy. If the cultivation level can be improved by 1 level, or the 5-element spirit body can be improved by 1 level, he can be killed. Too strong. Watching the two fighting, everyone only had this thought in their minds. Yang Muqing's strength is actually comparable to Andre's. This is only the late stage of Tai. If you can reach the eternal state like Andre, what will your strength be like? Even if it is not achieved, even if it is only half a step to eternity, it will be very scary. The leader might be able to kill Andre too, Xiao Guanghu said excitedly. Everyone nodded. Yang Muqing's strength really shocked them. Even Andre, who was in the eternal realm, was crushed by him. You are wrong! At this time, Li Wei interrupted. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, he looked at the battlefield solemnly and said, The eternal realm is more terrifying than you imagine. The reason why the Alliance leader was able to compete with the opponent was because he took advantage of the opponent's injury. He had already used the 5-element spirit body and even the Xinyuan sword. But even so, he still failed to capture Andre. And Andre might have a trump card that we didn't expect. Isn't the Alliance leader an enemy? Someone asked in shock. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, At least if you want to defeat the opponent. I'm afraid it's not that easy. This Andre is the enemy of our Jioding galaxy. The person you and I must kill. How can we just watch the leader of the Alliance? People deal with him? That's right. Let's go together and kill him. Let all things be unified, and they will be completely wiped out. Li Wei's words immediately caused everyone to respond. Chapter 1849 The Vampire Secret Technique. Boom! 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 The next moment, everyone's overwhelming attack was already heading towards Andre to crush him to death. Immediately, countless light curtains roared out as if sweeping across the heaven and earth, covering the pass crazily. Wherever it passed, countless meteorites and stars suspended in the starry sky were all torn apart at this moment. The air wave of the explosion swept across crazily, slamming towards Andre. It even caused the starry sky to become completely chaotic, causing everyone's gaze to become distorted and blurred at this moment. What? Andre raised his head in surprise, looking at this overwhelming offensive. A chill flashed in his eyes. You idiots. Dare to attack me. If I can regain my peak strength, you will be nothing more than ants in front of me. To know, Andre is an eternal strongman. With his peak cultivation strength, even the half-eternal Li Wei was no match for him. Not to mention those Tai Grandmasters and Consummation. But now, these beings actually dared to attack him. How could Andre not be angry about this? Destroy the Earth's seal. Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and his hands were already rapidly forming seals in front of him. His fingers were flying, and a seal with the 4 characters, Destroyed Earth Seal, slowly appeared in front of him. The pressure that this manifested seal brought to Andre even exceeded the attacks of everyone present. At the same time as it was formed, the seal of destruction was already fiercely leading endless attacks, crushing and killing Andre. At this moment, the world was almost swept away. What to do? How to hide? Looking at the crazy attack, a trace of panic flashed in Andre's eyes. With his current seriously injured body, this big seal can completely kill him in an instant. I am the master of the guild of everything. How could I die in the hands of you people? Boom! His body shook, and the breath on Andre's body, like breathing, first contracted violently, and then exploded rapidly. At this moment, only a red wave of air was seen rolling up crazily, and in an instant it surged in all directions like a tide. This was supposed to be a shocking blow, but in the eyes of everyone, it became extremely weird. Wherever the blood-red air wave passed, all attacks were crushed. The speed of this storm was so fast that it had already hit us before everyone could react. But every surge of this red air wave clearly flashed in everyone's minds. This weird scene made everyone feel so uncomfortable that they almost vomited blood. Boom! Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people, this unbridled and unstoppable blood-colored air wave then came towards Yang Maicheng, crushing and killing him, and collided with the Earth's seal of destruction. Boom! Crazy explosions from both sides suddenly erupted with a spiritual light that was like the annihilation of the sun. And under this spiritual light, the previously strange scene of the bloody air wave returned to normal. Everyone quickly opened their eyes and looked forward. The Earth's seal of destruction actually perished together with the bloody air wave. You can be proud of yourself for being able to push me to this extent. At this time, there was a cold sound coming from the front. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked ahead. I saw Andre standing proudly in the void, and he didn't know when he had spread his wings. For huge bat wings spread out to cover the sky, almost covering the starry sky. Each of his wings was flashing with floating ancient patterns and dazzling golden light. At the same time, a terrifying power surged out of his body, and this power shook the void into unbearable turmoil. How is this going? Why did his aura improve so much all of a sudden? Feeling the terrifying aura on Andre's body that was many times more surging than before, everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Others are getting bigger and weaker, but he gets stronger as he fights. This is simply unreasonable. This is the aura of the eternal realm. Li Wei swallowed. Only shock remained in his eyes. Everyone looked at Andre. This extremely rich aura even swirled around his body, like a monstrous bloody flame, even igniting a large swath of the starry sky. Andre's heart was filled with murderous intent. But the one he wanted to kill most was Yang Maicheng. This kid happened to break into the stronghold at the very moment when he was injured. Not only did he uproot all his belongings, but he also forced himself to use the secret method of the Blood Clan to burn his blood and restore his cultivation to its peak. Even if he takes control of the castle and has countless blood slaves in the future, he will remain weak for a long time. In this case, how could he not be cruel to Yang Maicheng? Raise your hands and wave your palms. It was obviously such a simple action, but when Andre performed it, it gave people an unimaginable momentum. At this moment, everyone could not help but feel trembling in front of this overwhelming momentum. Then, he saw a terrifying blood dragon being blasted out by Andre. This blood dragon's scales, beards, horns, are almost essential to the fiber pattern, as if it were a real existence. It rolled up, like a streak of bloody lightning, and rushed in front of Yang Maicheng with almost no gap. What? At this moment, Yang Maicheng's pupils closed. The power of this blood dragon actually made him tremble in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used Void Transcend. The terrifying blood dragon tore apart the shadow left by Yang Maicheng in an instant, and blasted forward with unabated force, blasting a huge star in the distant starry sky into pieces. When it exploded, it set off a huge wave of wind that made the void roar. What are you guys still doing? Come together! Seeing Andre's terrifying strength, Li Wei's eyes flashed with fear. After regaining consciousness, he immediately shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned by Andre. Hearing Li Wei's voice, everyone came back to their senses. However, just when everyone was ready to take action, Andre smiled coldly, and he suddenly raised 4 huge bat wings, and a bloody aura swept across all directions. Hundreds of strong men from the Alliance army were violently thrown away by this bloody aura. At this moment, it was as if a body-fixing technique had been used, and he was unable to move under this bloody aura. What happened? This breath. The consciousness is awake, but the control of the body seems to have been taken away by the other party. What a terrifying strength this is. At this time, Andre was already slowly flapping his wings and flying towards Yang Maicheng. Chapter 1850 Chase. Andre's movements were not fast, but they carried unimaginable pressure. More of the bloody aura that was revealed before poured into Yang Mucheng. At this moment, you can clearly see with the naked eye that Yang Mucheng's body is bound by snakes, and that dragon snake was transformed by the bloody aura. Move! Move! Seeing Andre slowly flapping his wings and flying towards him, Yang Mucheng roared crazily in his heart. Stop trying to escape! This is the power of my eternal realm! Looking at Yang Mucheng, whose veins were all bulging, Andre's eyes flashed with joy. He lightly clenched his right hand, and immediately the blood-colored snake wrapped around Yang Mucheng began to shrink back crazily. A surging force swept over him, shattering the inner strength he had just gathered in an instant. You made me use the secret method of the Blood Clan. I am really unwilling to kill you like this. I want you to know what life is worse than death. Looking at Yang Mucheng, Andre smiled coldly. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his claws and grabbed Yang Mucheng's Qihai Dantian fiercely. Obviously, he was preparing to smash Yang Mucheng's Qi with one blow and destroy his cultivation. In this case, even if he possesses the 5-element spirit body, it will not pose any threat to him. Move! Buzz. The dragon pattern on the eyebrows burst out with a spiritual light, and a terrifying force rushed directly from the eyebrows, sweeping through the whole body in an instant. Bang! 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 Bursts of explosions resounded rapidly. Wherever the huge force passed, the bloody snake bound to the body was torn apart in an instant. This overwhelming force is irresistible. Just when Andre's claws were about to catch Yang Mucheng, he had already broken free from the restraints. And at the same time, he exploded with all his strength and punched the opponent fiercely. The attacks from both sides were like two world-destroying hurricanes that suddenly collided. Boom! This terrifying impact sound set off a huge wave, which completely tore apart the bloody aura released by Andre on the spot. Andre! If you want to kill me, just come after me! In this terrifying confrontation, Yang Mucheng relied on the power of the opponent's palm to shoot backwards quickly. At the same time, he also used Void Transcend and flew directly deeper into the starry sky. Kick! 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 In this palm, Andre's body trembled, and he staggered back a few steps. When he looked in front of him again, there was no figure of Yang Mucheng. Only the roaring sound of the other party was left. Yang Mucheng! If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being. Andre was so furious that he was about to kill someone. He used the Blood Clan's secret method to restore his cultivation to its peak strength. He thought he could easily kill Yang Mucheng in this state. But who would have thought that even so, he still escaped? How could he endure this? Boom! With a roar, Andre, whose reason was burned by anger, could not care about people like Li Wei, Sherpatian, and Zhao Guanghu. He quickly flapped his 4 huge wings and turned into a monstrous hurricane on the spot. He quickly chased towards the place where Yang Mucheng disappeared. And almost as soon as Andre left, the terrifying bloody aura that crushed everyone disappeared in an instant. The two people on both sides moved forward and backward, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone looked at the empty starry sky and were at a loss. What are you still doing? Hurry up and catch up! Li Wei came to his senses and shouted angrily. Tongue! With almost no reservation at all, he directly exploded his own power to go there, and his whole person transformed into a terrifying escaping light on the spot, flying madly towards the place where the two disappeared. Looking at Li Wei, who was chasing after him. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. They all gritted their teeth and unleashed all their strength to pursue fiercely towards the depths of the starry sky. Call! 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 The extreme speed turned into a terrifying escaping light, which almost instantly flew across the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a meteor shower passing through Hingyu. And this dazzling scene also shocked the people in the starry sky. Look! Shooting star! Fart! That's not a shooting star. That's a powerful Tai who can soar in the starry sky. Each of these rays of light are transformed by the Tai powerhouse. This is a total of 500 or 600 rays of light. What happened to make so many Tai powerhouses fly into the distance? Let's fly over quickly and take a look to see what's going on ahead. At this moment, all the people who saw this shocking scene quickly started to follow. They want to see what happened that caused so many powerful Tai people to appear. Call! 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 The ultimate whistling sound echoed through the void at this moment. But as time went on, more and more people were left behind, because the speed of the people in front was so fast that they couldn't even catch up. the early stage of Tai, the middle stage of Tai, and the late stage of Tai, the peak of Tai, the perfection of Tai, even to the end. Only those with the cultivation level of Grandmaster Tai can barely keep up with him. But even so, they still couldn't catch up with the two of them. They could only see two figures, one behind the other, rushing madly at the end of Hingyu from a distance. The cyan light in front is Yang Mucheng, and the bloody light behind is Andre. What shocked everyone was that even Andre, who had recovered to the peak of his strength, could not catch up with Yang Mucheng, who was in front after chasing for so long. Not long after, even Grandmaster Tai was thrown out of the team. Among all the people, only Li Wei could barely keep up with the two of them. But Li Wei was not having a good time either. Although he had exhausted all his strength, he still failed to close the distance between the two parties. Instead, he was slowly being pulled away. Boom! However, at a certain moment, Li Wei paused suddenly. You've actually come this far? The leader and Andre have actually broken into this galaxy? In the starry sky, Li Wei suddenly stopped and looked forward with fear in his eyes. The starry sky in front of me doesn't seem to be much different from other locations in the starry sky, but it appears extremely dark. Looking inside, there was actually every star in this vast starry sky. Not a single meteorite. It's like a desert among the stars. Why did the Alliance leader enter this area in such a panic? Looking at the starry sky, Li Wei couldn't help but said, Chapter 1851 Gangsha Star Territory. Tying! 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 Just when Li Wei stopped, not long after, several more figures suddenly came from afar. They glanced at Li Wei in surprise, and then looked toward the starry sky ahead. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. But suddenly, these people seemed to react, and quickly stopped in front of the starry sky. Li Wei! Has the leader entered this starry sky? Xiao Guanghu swallowed his saliva, and asked as if he couldn't believe it. Yes! Li Wei nodded mechanically, his eyes full of bitterness. I watched helplessly as the Alliance leader entered the starry sky. And not long after, Andre also chased after him. This is the Gangsha Star Territory. Xiao Guanghu looked forward, as if he thought of something, and he couldn't help but shudder. If you go in, can you still come out alive? More and more people chased after them, and came to this star field. However, no matter whether it was the early days of Tai, or the half-step eternity, no one dared to step into this area. If I have to give an analogy, then this Gangsha Star Territory is equivalent to the desert in Hingyu. Of course, this is no ordinary desert. It is full of black holes and windy. It is equivalent to a desperate situation. Once a strong man in the One Yuan realm, he entered this starry sky, and could not come out alive. Now that the two of them have actually broken into this terrifying Gangsha Star Territory, do they still have a chance to come out alive? Don't worry. The Alliance leader Jiren has his own destiny. He is so young and has already cultivated the 5-element spirit body. With his strength, he will definitely be able to escape Andre's pursuit. And he will be able to escape from this star field. Get out! Looking at the worried people, Li Wei spoke out to persuade. I hope so. Everyone secretly sighed, and looked towards the starry field in front of them again. Where am I? Yang Mucheng, who entered the Gangsha Star Territory, quickly discovered something was wrong. This starry sky is extremely sticky, as if the whole person is trapped in a swamp, and there is an illusion that it is impossible to struggle. In addition, Yang Mucheng also felt like he had lost his direction. Ever since I entered this star field, not only did I seem to have lost everything from southeast to northwest, I couldn't even tell the difference between the front, back, left, and right. Did I enter the Gangsha Star Territory? Looking at this starry sky that was obviously dimmer than the ordinary starry sky, and even looking at it, there was almost no star at all. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but have a trace of surprise in his eyes. When he first came to Jioding Galaxy, he heard people mention it. At the edge of the Jioding Galaxy, there is such a Gangsha star field. There is nothing in this star field. It can be called a desert in the eternal universe. The area is huge, and there are not even half a star or a half meteorite in it. But few people who enter this area come out alive. Moreover, there are black holes and wind demons in this star field. No one knows what is at the end of this Gangsha star field. Ha ha. Yang Mucheng, let me see where you are escaping. We have already entered the Gangsha Star Territory. Andre behind him burst into wild laughter. After such a long pursuit, the maintenance time of the vampire's secret method has ended, and his 4 huge bat wings have also dimmed. No longer as golden as before. Although even he was lost after entering this Gangsha star field. Andre was nothing. He also has an old castle, which is the magic weapon of a powerful man. He believes that as long as he hides in the old castle, he will be able to find his way back one day. You are really good at chasing. You actually followed me into the Gangsha star territory. Now, your vampire secret method has ended. I don't believe you can still kill me. Yang Muchung simply didn't run away, but turned around and stopped, stopping in the starry sky. This crazy pursuit has even flown so far away from the Geoding galaxy. One can only imagine how long the two of them have been flying. Even with the 5-element spirit body, Yang Muchung would not be able to withstand such an extreme flyby. Huh? You're not much better. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Andre's eyes suddenly flashed with hatred. Why not? He used the secret method of the Blood Clan to improve his cultivation to the extreme. He originally thought that he could kill Yang Muchung at the peak of his strength. But who would have thought that he would not be able to kill him? Now that the vampire secret method has ended, he has also entered a period of weakness. Now his strength is even weaker than when he was seriously injured. Looking at Yang Muchung with a gloomy face, Andre sneered again. I almost forgot. I still have a castle. There are many blood slaves in this castle. Although I am now in a weak stage, I cannot mobilize those Eternal Realm blood slaves to kill you. But those ordinary half-step Eternal blood slaves are enough to deal with you in this state. As he spoke, Andre opened his mouth and spit out slowly. He only saw an object the size of a mung bean, which he slowly spit out from his mouth. After the thing flew out, it grew crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into the huge castle that Yang Muchung had seen before. Boom! Andre made a seal, and the castle, which had been closed for a while, suddenly opened. At the same time, an angry roar came one after another from behind the door. Waves of shocking demonic energy are continuously released from behind the gate. The owner of each demonic energy is a powerful big demon. They roared and filed out of the castle. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, looking at the great demons emerging from the castle one after another. He slowly exhaled a breath and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the Qinglian platform under his feet suddenly started to rotate. Every time it rotates, the green light increases by 1 point. At the same time, the 5 rays of light transformed from the 5 elements flag also roared into the air, spinning crazily around Yang Muchung. Every rotation was accompanied by a roaring sound. Zheng! Xin Yuan's sword also made a buzzing sound at the same time, and burst out a terrifying sword energy. This terrifying sword energy even shredded the surrounding space. Boom! At the same time, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. And at the same time, Tai's late-stage internal energy burst out without any reservation. The terrifying internal energy was like a golden flame, sweeping across suddenly. Humph! I won't cry until I see the coffin! Looking at Yang Muchung's actions, Andre snorted coldly, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 1852 The Second Vampire Secret Method. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters that jumped out of the castle were already rushing towards Yang Muchung like a tide in the next moment. The terrifying demonic energy shook this space crazily. Faced with this attack from the monster group that was more ferocious than the previous stronghold of Xingqian, Yang Muchung did not hold back at all and directly exploded with all his strength. Zheng! He made a seal, and the Xin Yuan sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sword light that was millions of feet long from his body. At the same time, Yang Muchung's entire body was completely integrated into the sword light. Then, this terrifying sword light suddenly burst out and blasted directly forward. Puff puff! The Xin Yuan sword was originally a super celestial weapon. How sharp it was! Coupled with Yang Muchung's monstrous internal energy and the support of the 5 elements spiritual body, he was almost unstoppable wherever he went. I only heard waves of terrifying explosions. And then I saw that the big sky demon that was charging towards me was torn into pieces on the spot. Ouch! There was a shocking wolf howl. I saw a giant silver-white wolf howling at the moon, its mouth wide open and its fangs exposed. In its mouth, a high-speed rotating hurricane suddenly formed. The edge of the hurricane even shredded the surrounding space. The howl of the wolf made many of the great demons come back to their senses. One by one, they quickly erupted with the monstrous demonic energy. The terrifying attacks rushed towards Yang Muchung's position crazily, crushing them fiercely. Kill and go! Wind blade, lightning, fire, ice storm. At this moment, it was overwhelming. Drink! At the moment when many monsters took action, Yang Muchung roared angrily, and all the power in his body burst out, rising to the extreme. And the sword shadow he transformed did not diminish at all. On the contrary, its power increased greatly at this moment, and its speed increased several times than before, tearing apart the endless attacks on the spot. Destroy! Then, the sword shadow swept across quickly. At this moment, sword light filled the sky and roared out. The sharpness of this sword could not be described in words. Everyone could only see the sword's power flashing with light. Boom! Those demonic demons were stopped and killed on the spot by this sword. At the same time, he was stirred into it by the infinite sword energy and completely torn into pieces. And this time, only then did Yang Muchung's figure appear again. Those great demons that were released from the castle were completely killed by him. What? Seeing Yang Muchung killing these great demons again, Andre's expression suddenly froze. However, what made him even more unexpected was that Yang Muchung's aura actually strengthened again after killing these great demons. Boom! There was a burst of explosions. Under Andre's incredible gaze, Yang Muchung's cultivation had directly reached the peak of Tai. How can this be? Feeling Yang Muchung's rising aura, Andre was so frightened that he took a few steps back. However, he never dreamed that the big demons he released would be like big pills to Yang Muchung. After devouring their energy and blood, Yang Muchung, who had been on the verge of the late Tai stage, naturally broke through the shackles without any hindrance. One goes down, and the other goes up. Andre already understood that in his current state, he might no longer be able to fight against Yang Muchung. He chased him all the way here just to kill Yang Muchung. But I didn't expect that now I was in danger of being killed by the other party. Don't be proud. The vampire secret technique can't only be used once. Seeing Yang Muchung's gaze, Andre suddenly let out a roar. I saw his hand suddenly forming a seal in front of him. Boom! At this moment, it was like a dam bursting, and the infinite spiritual energy in this star field was poured into Andre's body desperately. This burst of power was actually greater and more terrifying than before. At the same time, its dimmed wings became bright again. One after another, inscriptions and talismans flashed with golden light, circling and rising continuously. You can actually still cast the vampire's secret technique? Looking at Andre, who had once again improved his strength and was even more terrifying than before, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with shock. But soon, he reacted. This kind of technique that forcibly consumes energy cannot be used again and again without scruples. Andre used it twice in a row to forcibly restore his cultivation strength. The damage to him was also very terrible. Humph! Are you so eager to kill me? How many more times can you use the vampire secret technique? Narrow your eyes. Andre cast his almost murderous eyes on Yang Muchung again. He never dreamed that he would be pushed to this extent by such a young boy. He even used the vampire secret technique twice in a row. For vampires, it can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. After the first use, there will be a long period of weakness. The second time you use it, no matter what your cultivation level is, it will fall back to a big level. The third time you use it, your meridians will be severed. And once the secret technique is over, it will turn into fly ash. This is already the second time he has used the secret method of the Blood Clan. Even if he kills Yang Muchung, his cultivation level will fall directly to the realm of Heavenly Saint. How can Andre, who has reached the eternal realm, endure this? For him, this fall in his realm has already damaged his foundation. If he wants to return to his original cultivation realm, it may not be as easy as the first time. It is even very possible that he will not be able to reach the eternal realm. When he thought of this outcome, Andre's heart was filled with endless killing intent. How could he not be angry that he was forced to this extent by such a young boy? Call! With hatred flashing in his eyes, Andre's wings suddenly flapped, creating a blaze of light. Suddenly, the countless talismans and inscriptions rotating around his wings burst out with a burst of light at the same time. At this moment, Andre's whole body was like a golden crow spreading its wings, directly lighting up the dim Gangsha star field. And at the same time, those huge wings stretched out to cover the sky and the sun. Those terrifying wings are even enough to cover several stars. I have to kill you! Boom! The roar fell, and Andre's hands suddenly shot forward. The next moment, his huge castle, under the infusion of this monstrous power, suddenly changed, expanding crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the blast of this huge force, the entire castle was shrouded in blood. Then, this ancient castle was like a bloody meteor streaking across the starry sky. and it suddenly rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1853 Impact. Boom! Andre has almost raised his cultivation level to its full state. It was at this moment that the castle was mobilized with all its strength. At this moment, the huge castle was like a bloody meteor streaking across the starry sky, flying in an unimaginable manner and rushing towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! Wherever the castle passed by, the surrounding space exploded. Although he had anticipated the impact direction of the castle, Yang Mucheng had an attitude of being unable to avoid or hide. Obviously, Andre found a room and swept out his spiritual thoughts, targeting Yang Mucheng. Even at this moment, if he uses void transmutation to escape, this castle will quickly chase him. Humph. In order to prevent me from escaping, did you use your spiritual thoughts to completely seal off this space? Feeling the space that is blocked from all sides, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. You're wrong. I didn't even think about running away. Boom. Facing Andre, who had returned to his peak state, Yang Mucheng also exploded completely. He squeezed it with both hands, and the green lotus platform under his feet suddenly became brighter. A burst of green light burst out, and the entire Gangsha Star territory seemed to be cut in half by him at this moment. Half of it is red light like blood. On the other side is the verdant green light. The originally huge lotus platform suddenly swelled under the surge of terrifying power. Almost in an instant, his body size has caught up with the castle. Then, this huge green lotus platform pressed forward fiercely. Humph. Too big to be worthy of. I don't believe that your Qinglian Terrace can still compete with me. Seeing Yang Mucheng driving King Liantai towards the castle without sacrificing his life, Andre's expression suddenly sank. He put his hands together and made a seal. Suddenly, the castle made a sharp whistling sound under the superposition of two forces. And then it was crushed hard. At this moment, the huge castle became even bigger than before. Time. The two sides collided fiercely. Boom! The loud explosion was earth-shattering. And the earth shattered. A ripple visible to the naked eye surged in all directions, bombarding and distorting the space. But this time, Yang Mucheng was not directly blown away by the castle like he was in the vampire secret realm. Instead, it directly knocked the castle away. Puff! Andre had already been mentally connected to the castle. Now that the castle was blown away, his body naturally suffered a backlash, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. I don't believe it. I can't even deal with a brat like you in the Tai realm. Brushing away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Andre let out a roar. He once again burst out with his monstrous power, pouring it into the castle at all costs. Boom! 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 This terrifying aura of the eternal realm caused the bloody light swirling around the castle to surge again. And every time it tumbles, it rises by 1 point. From a distance, the bloody flame seemed to have swallowed up the entire castle, turning it into a terrifying mountain of flames. Then, the ancient castle burst out, and with an even faster and more terrifying attitude than before, it crushed towards Yang Mucheng again. Obviously, at this moment Andre was completely angry. He had used all his strength to the extreme in order to kill Yang Mucheng. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Facing another crushing attack from the bloody castle, Yang Mucheng stepped forward. Not only did the aura on his body not weaken at all, but it actually exploded in a more terrifying manner. And the huge lotus platform also stretched out at the same time, slowly blooming like petals. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, 4 leaves. Condensation! Among the thousands of feet of green light, Yang Mucheng squeezed his right hand suddenly. The sound was like a loud bell, and he gave a quick drink. All of a sudden, an explosion suddenly resounded. I saw that green light flashing, forming a 5th lotus leaf on the lotus platform. Although the lotus leaves were only transformed by internal energy, the green lotus platform was promoted to the 5th level in a short period of time. As the 5th lotus leaf grew, the originally dazzling green light became extremely soft at this moment. Then, under the control of Yang Mucheng, the 5th grade Qinglian Terrace fiercely headed towards the castle and crushed it again. Boom! 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 This crazy and terrifying impact continuously erupted into bursts of earth-shattering sounds. It even turned into turbulent ripples of sound waves, flowing in all directions. In this collision, Yang Mucheng used the 5-element spirit body, the 5 elements command flag, and the 5th rank Qinglian platform to launch an offensive that was not inferior to the castle at all. Every impact knocked the castle thousands of feet away, causing Andre to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even in the final bombardment, Andre was no longer Yang Mucheng's opponent. His 4 wings were completely dim, and the previous talismans and inscriptions had extinguished their light. What's more, the power in his body can no longer maintain those 4 wings. Boom! In the last impact, Yang Mucheng directly blasted Andre away. After letting him spit out another mouthful of blood mist, his aura suddenly dropped. And Andre himself, how can he still look like an eternal strongman? At this moment, his hair was disheveled. Most of the meridians in his body had been broken, and countless blood poured out of his body one after another. The whole person looked like he had stepped out of a pool of blood. And Andre's eyes did not have the high-spirited attitude before. Only fear and shock remained. He simply didn't understand why this kid had such terrifying strength. He was so powerful that even if he unleashed his eternal realm cultivation, he still couldn't kill him. It's over! Seeing Andre's shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. Zheng! On the Qinglian platform, the monstrous green light exploded into the Xin Yuan sword at this moment. The originally pitch-black Xin Yuan sword turned even bluer at this moment. Infinite sword energy also emerged crazily from Xin Yuan's sword at the same time. Not good! Feeling this burst of monstrous sword energy, Andre's eyes flashed with a look of fear, and without any hesitation, he turned around, turned into a monstrous blood light, and fled towards the distance. At this moment, he didn't even want the castle he finally reached. However, this sword that cannot be described in words was already slashing down like a violent storm. Chapter 1854 Black Hole. Clang! The shocking sound of the sword roared past, passing through the starry sky. It seemed like the entire Gangsha Star territory was cut in half. And under this sword, the arrogant Andre's body suddenly trembled and was split open by the sword. No! With a shrill roar, Andre's body turned into a mass of bats, scattering in all directions. In the end, these fleeing bats quietly turned into nothing and completely disappeared in the starry sky. Since his energy and blood had been exhausted by the 2 operations of the vampire secret technique, there was not much energy and blood left. After killing Andre with 1 sword, it took a long time for Yang Mucheng to recover. After all, the other party is an eternal cultivator, and he also controls this castle. To be able to make that sword strike, Yang Mucheng had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body. I saw that the green light on the green lotus platform almost completely dissipated, and the 5th lotus leaf condensed with internal energy also quietly turned into bubbles and disappeared. This battle is too dangerous. If I can't kill him anymore, I will have to use the Stone Dragon Mountain range. Looking at the castle in front of him, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. If he were still at Stronghold Star, he would have used the Stone Dragon Mountain range to kill Andre. But in this Gangsha Star territory, he did not dare to act rashly. This star field is extremely dangerous, and the consequences of forcibly moving the Stone Dragon Mountains are more serious than the side effects of Andre using the vampire secret technique twice in a row. By then, even if Andre is killed, he may not be able to escape from this star field alive. I may have already entered the interior of the Gangsha Star territory. After looking around, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. Even with his spiritual thoughts, he couldn't seem to reach the end of this endless star field. Moreover, after entering this star field, it seems as if they have been deprived of their 6 senses and cannot tell the difference between up, down, left, south, east, and west. Even at this moment, I couldn't even tell where I was or which area I was in. Forget it. Let's not consider these issues for the time being. Yang Mucheng surrendered his eyes to the ancient castle in front of him. Recover your strength first, then get this castle. With this castle, it might not be so difficult to get out of the Gangsha Star territory. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng sat down cross-legged and began to recover. After the castle was controlled by Andre, the layout inside may have undergone some changes. In addition, the monsters on the 5th floor that are half-step into the ancient realm have also been released, so they dare not enter easily. He had already killed Andre and did not want to die in this castle due to some accident. Therefore, he planned to wait until his strength recovered before exploring the castle. As for whether he can return to the Jioding Galaxy, he has no idea. After all, the entire starry sky extends in all directions, and no one knows which area they will reach after walking out of this Gangsha Star field. You know, the area of this Gangsha Star territory is hundreds of times larger than the Jioding Star territory. Even with his level of cultivation, if he couldn't find a way out of here, he would be trapped in the Gangsha Star territory for the rest of his life. Boom! However, just when Yang Mucheng sat down to run the technique, and even after he had been running it for a while. He suddenly woke up from his trance. He could feel that a powerful and terrifying force was rapidly approaching him. Time! At this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly woke up from his practice and looked around with fear on his face. This power does not come from the castle. It seems as if it originated from the starry sky. Over there. With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng circled his right hand. And suddenly the billions of swords roared out and shot towards the distant starry sky. But there seemed to be a glutton hidden in the starry sky, and it swallowed up the billions of swords in an instant. What happened? That is... Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dark starry sky that seemed to be able to swallow up all light. However, this sight didn't matter. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily on the spot, and he took a few steps back. I saw. The starry sky circled crazily, forming a huge whirlpool. Wherever the vortex passed, everything was completely swallowed up. This is a black hole. This huge black hole was rushing in crazily, and the overwhelming suction force erupted from its depths even made Yang Mucheng's eyes distorted and blurred at this moment. Boom! With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng quickly fired backwards. The huge castle was unable to avoid being swallowed by the black hole. Under Yang Mucheng's shocked eyes, it twisted rapidly in an astonishing manner, and then was swallowed into the black hole. With a kind of it was constantly cracking and being torn apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a scary black hole! This is the magic weapon of a strong man. How can it be torn into pieces so easily? His eyes were full of shock. Originally, Yang Mucheng planned to explore the castle after regaining his strength and use it to leave the star field. But now, just a black hole completely swallowed up the castle and even tore it into pieces. If I were also in that castle, I might not be able to escape the end. Already unable to think about how this ancient castle appeared, Yang Mucheng did not dare to be negligent at all. The moment the castle was torn to pieces, he had already unleashed all his strength and swiftly moved towards the depths of the starry sky. Escape everywhere. But the power contained in the black hole was too powerful. The terrifying suction force was like invisible palms extending directly from the black hole, grabbing his body and pulling him away, pulling towards the black hole little by little. Under this terrifying power, not even the 5 elements spiritual body can break free. At the same time, Yang Mucheng could clearly feel the tearing force rushing towards his body. This terrifying force seemed to tear his body apart completely. Damn it! I finally know why this Gangsha star territory is called a desert. I finally know why there isn't even a single star in this starry sky. Feeling this huge suction force, Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with nothing but shock. That castle is the magic weapon of a powerful man. But under the swallowing of that black hole, it was torn apart in an instant. He was not sure that his 5 elements spirit body was more powerful than that castle. If he is absorbed, even the 5 elements spirit body will be completely torn into pieces in an instant. Chapter 1855 Forced Crossing. What to do? How to hide? Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with horror. Could it be that he did not die in the hands of the 7 clans or the Blood Clan, but died under the strangulation of this black hole? At this moment, Yang Mucheng almost instantly thought of the 13 blood drops he had obtained from the castle. Originally, he planned to put these 13 blood drops into the castle so that he could control it smoothly. But now that the castle has been swallowed by the black hole, these 13 blood drops are naturally no longer needed. With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand, and 3 blood drops immediately flew out from the dragon pattern space. Bang! 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 He clenched his right hand, and the 3 blood drops were crushed on the spot. The exploding blood droplets spread into a thick bloody fog. This thick fog was composed of droplets of blood. Each drop of blood was extremely pure energy. These 3 crushed blood drops spread a red light. With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng opened his mouth and sucked. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force no less than that of a black hole exploded crazily. The endless blood mist that filled half of the starry sky turned into a monstrous torrent at this moment, and poured into Yang Mucheng's body. Middle. Boom! 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 This force that poured into the body did not flow through the limbs and bones as it did in the past, and was transformed into internal energy and poured into the body. Instead, it rushed directly into the Dantian Chi Si and completely exploded. Suddenly, the aura rising into the sky surged into the void. With almost no reservation, Yang Mucheng directly poured all the power into his body and exploded it out, fiercely sweeping away into the distance, avoiding the swallowing range of the black hole. Call. The black hole seemed to have no reaction at all to Yang Muqing's duck, which reached his mouth and even flew away. Instead, it flew forward unabated and gradually disappeared in this area under Yang Muqing's shocked eyes. The end of the starry sky. It wasn't until a moment later that Yang Muqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was surprised to find that his whole body was already cold, as if his whole body had been poured with ice water from head to toe. This black hole is so scary. I always thought that with the 5-element spirit body and my cultivation in Tai realm, as long as I don't encounter those whose cultivation is much higher than mine, I can run rampant in this starry sky. Now this is just a black hole, and it almost swallowed me up. There are too many terrifying existences in this starry sky. How not to be shocked? That castle is a magic weapon for a strong man, and Yang Muqing has experienced it personally. The fierce collision with Andre before did not show any cracks in the castle, but now it is easily torn into pieces. Now that the castle is gone, it seems that I can only forcefully cross the Gangsha Star territory by myself. Looking at the empty starry sky in front of him, Yang Muqing felt helpless. The castle is gone, but fortunately there is still a Lotus Terrace. This starfield is so huge that I can't fly across it with my physical body. I have to wait until the end of the year of the monkey. Absorb all the remaining power. Don't waste it. Yang Muqing was also a little sad after using 3 blood beads at one time. Although these 3 blood drops are the dimmest among the 13 blood drops, the power contained in them is also very huge. However, after putting his spiritual thoughts into his body, Yang Muqing suddenly discovered that in order to escape from the black hole, he not only exhausted all his own strength, but also exhausted the power in the 3 blood drops. Now his body is empty again, and he has returned directly to the time when he killed Andre. And it is even worse than that time, because he was forcing a force that did not belong to him. His meridians were torn apart at that moment. Looks like it's about to start again. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muqing did not dare to stay where he was, but drove the Qinglian Terrace to fly slowly towards the depths of the starry sky. In the next period of time, Yang Muqing began an endless flight. The area of this Gangsha Star territory was so huge that even he could hardly believe it. While guarding against the reappearance of the black hole, Yang Muqing even spread his spiritual thoughts endlessly during flight to detect dangers lurking in the dark in advance. Certainly, such multitasking also slowed down Yang Muqing's recovery. It took half a month for Yang Muqing to recover from the shattered meridians. It took another 7 days for him to recover his strength to its peak. Next, Yang Muqing moved forward at full speed and crossed the Gangsha Star field. But this journey has not been easy. On the 30th day, he encountered a black hole again. This black hole was half smaller than the one that swallowed the castle before, but it was so fast that it almost swallowed him directly. That time, he spent another drop of blood and barely escaped. But that time he escaped. He lost his original direction again. In a panic, he seemed to have entered an area of black holes. Every day that follows, you will encounter at least one black hole, and sometimes there will be more. As a last resort, Yang Muqing could only use his spiritual sense to explore the area in front of him, and then follow up. Of course, it is not as good as God. Even so, a black hole will suddenly arrive. When Yang Muqing crushed the 6th blood drop to protect himself, Yang Muqing's cultivation reached the perfection of Tai. After reaching the perfection of Tai, his perception increased greatly, coupled with the frequent use of his spiritual thoughts. His spiritual thoughts actually solidified again, and the dense light in his eyes also showed signs of converging. Of course, the advantage of this is that Yang Muqing can discover various dangers in the Gangsha Star territory in advance. Not long, Yang Muqing discovered with excitement that he had completely left the star field where black holes would appear at any time, because he found that some small meteorites began to appear in front of him. Although they were just some suspended meteorites, Yang Muqing still couldn't hide his surprise. To know, when a black hole passes through, even some small black holes will be swallowed by large black holes, let alone these meteorites suspended in the starry sky. The appearance of meteorites in these places means that there are no black holes in this area. After 2 full months, this hanging heart can finally let go. Yang Mu grew up and let out a long breath. Even he has to be cautious when trying to cross the starry sky. After all, if he encounters that kind of black hole that can swallow everything again, even the 5-element spirit body will be torn apart in an instant. In the following period, he could finally relax. Hey, that's it? When Yang Muchung breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 1856 The Wind is Coming. A strange building actually appeared in the originally empty starry sky. That huge building was like a temple. Looking from a distance, it actually gives people a very majestic feeling. Facing this palace, Yang Muchung felt as if he had become an ant at this moment. Absurd! How can you feel like this? Shaking his head, Yang Muchung looked again. That palace is located on a meteorite. The huge meteorite is in the shape of an inverted pyramid. And it looks like the meteorite is supporting the palace as it travels in the starry sky. This palace is absolutely extraordinary. Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. You know, the previous castle was swallowed up by the black hole and torn apart almost instantly. However, in this area filled with black holes, there is another palace. How could this palace be ordinary? With doubts in his heart, Yang Muchung drove the Qinglian terrace and slowly moved forward. However, just when he was halfway through the journey, he suddenly discovered that the palace had quietly disappeared. Mirage? Looking at the strange palace that quietly flashed and disappeared in front of his eyes, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. In the starry sky, of course, there are also mirages. The principle is exactly the same as in the desert. Since the mirage of the palace appears in this starry sky, it means that the palace is nearby. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a roaring sound suddenly sounded. Yang Muchung quickly looked into the distance, and saw that the meteorite suspended in the starry sky suddenly started to stir. It was like a strong wind passing by, being constantly lifted up and rolled out. No! There's a bad wind again! Looking at these turbulent meteorites, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. With almost no hesitation, he quickly raised the green lotus platform, and at the same time, the 5 elements flag directly turned into 5 balls of light hovering around him. At this moment, Yang Muchung looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. To know, Yang Muchung had encountered a wind evil before. But at the time, he didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, he had never seen any kind of wind. But just such an oversight actually put him directly in danger. These wind demons are set off from the depths of the starry sky, and the force of the wind can completely tear a huge star into pieces. The power is no less than that of a strong man. Sure enough, just when Yang Muchung looked forward, the meteorites suspended in the starry sky were immediately torn apart by the wind, and then rushed toward Yang Muchung's location overwhelmingly. Coming! Yang Muchung immediately concentrated on alert and exploded his power to the extreme. The light on the Qinglian platform also surged up at the same time, protecting his entire body. Almost as soon as the green light was set off, the terrifying wind was already coming the next moment. This monstrous wind even completely blocked the light of the entire starry sky. Looking around, it was like a mass of darkness, and any existence would probably be torn to pieces by this wind. Boom! A terrifying force slammed into the green light, directly bombarding the light erupting from the Qinglian platform to tremble. Woo! Yang Muchung murmured, feeling a sweetness in his throat, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't dare to act rashly. The reason why he was able to resist the wind was precisely because he held his breath in his chest and prepared to fight off the wind with all his strength. If this breath is released, it will be very difficult to deal with the next step. Whoa! The sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling continue to resound. The entire starry sky is blocked, and even if you look around, you can't see the boundary. Yang Muchung simply closed his eyes, no longer looking at the wind outside, but focused all his attention on defense. He only heard a crackling sound of impact, and the green light was trembling from the bombardment. Then, with the infusion of inner strength, the body returns to its original state. In resistance, Yang Muchung felt that his Qinglian terrace seemed to be blown by the wind, and he shot it backwards in an unsteady manner. Not good! Yang Muchung was suddenly shocked. You know, there is a black hole area behind him. If he happened to encounter a black hole under the attack of the wind evil, wouldn't he die unjustly? With a thought in his heart, he didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately picked up a sealed Jew. In a moment, the overwhelming inner energy burst out desperately, and poured into the lotus platform crazily. Boom! With the influx of power, the lotus platform seemed to have taken root, firmly rooted in the wind. No matter how the wind blew, he remained motionless. However, this wind seemed to be endless, and after it was set off, it had no intention of stopping. I don't know how long I have been under this dark wind. Just when Yang Muchung was trembling all over, and all his internal energy was exhausted, and when he even began to crush blood drops to forcefully replenish the energy consumed in his body to resist this terrifying wind, Everything quietly stopped. After the green light dispersed, Yang Mu let out a long breath of turbid air, giving him the illusion of surviving a disaster. Every time the wind evil strikes, it will bring an endless feeling to Yang Mucheng. And he is even afraid that this wind evil will last for hundreds of years, or even more than 1,000 years without dissipating. In that case, even a powerful person would be completely torn apart by this wind. This wind lasted longer than before, lasting for half a month. Fortunately, the power is not too strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sustain it for such a long time. Secretly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the wind evil in this starry sky has a certain pattern, or it lasts for a long time. But the power is small, or it is very powerful, but the duration is slightly shorter. When he looked at the starry sky again, the meteorites that were originally suspended around him were no longer deep, and they were all blown to pieces by the wind. Moreover, because he was blown by the wind before, he was turned upside down on the spot, and now he was confused about where to go. Still can't act rashly. I was blown back by the wind before. Maybe I'm already in the black hole area. It's better to find a way out first. Otherwise, if I dig deeper, I won't be able to escape. After all, I may not be lucky every time. Get out! Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng once again released his spiritual thoughts, directly covering the starry sky completely. However, just when he released his spiritual thoughts, he suddenly seemed to feel something, as if a huge thing was right above his head. That is? Subconsciously raising his head, Yang Mucheng saw a huge palace floating above his head. Palace! Chapter 1857 Mysterious Palace. Palace. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Mucheng couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know whether it was the previous wind that blew him under the palace, or whether it was the wind that blew him to the palace. But there is no doubt that the palace is now above him. But Yang Mucheng hesitated again. Previously, he did not hesitate to attack the stars for this palace. Now that the palace had fallen above him, he did not dare to enter easily. This palace came too strangely, and it suddenly appeared above me. Let's not talk about whether its appearance is weird or not. Just the fact that this palace appears in this starry sky is not normal. To know. Now Yang Mucheng has not left the Gangsha star domain. In this area, there are still wind evil surging and black hole stars. An ownerless palace, no matter how strong it is, will sooner or later be swallowed up by a black hole and torn to pieces by the wind. And this palace gives people an extremely old and simple feeling. I am afraid it has existed in this starry sky for many years, but it can still remain the same for such a long time. That's all. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. The black hole swallowed up one of my palaces, and now the wind evil has sent another palace to me. It's so weird. Looking at the palace, a trace of struggle flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. With his strength, in this starry sky, he is not even close to being able to reach the top. Now that such a strange palace appeared, he was naturally very wary. After hesitating for a moment, he made up his mind and took out a drop of blood and put it into his mouth. In this case, if he encounters any danger after entering the palace, he can just bite the blood droplets and burst out forcefully, which is enough to escape from the palace even if he cannot cope with the situation. Of course, the preparations did not end there. Yang Mucheng also mobilized the Qinglian platform, the 5 elements flag, and the Xinyuan sword, raising the alert to the extreme. After all the preparations were completed, Yang Mucheng slowly flew towards the palace. Once again, he stood in front of the palace. Yang Mucheng once again felt the majestic feeling before. In front of this palace, he was like an ant, and this palace was like a giant dragon looking down on him. Even when I faced the old castle before, I didn't feel this way. Is this palace even more mysterious and powerful than the old castle in the Blood Clan secret realm? Yang Mucheng did not go in immediately. He found that the shape of the palace was very unique. Under the palace, there is a golden dragon with 9 heads and 9 claws carved on it. The 9-headed and 9-clawed golden dragons all raise their claws together, as if they were trying to hold up the palace. So impressive. Actually enslaved the dragon clan. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, with a hint of shock on his face. Certainly, he had seen pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes before, but compared with the things in front of him, those pillars were simply ordinary objects and had no spirituality at all. And these statues gave Yang Mucheng the feeling that they were real dragons. It seems as if the 9-headed and 9-clawed golden dragon will fly out from the stone statue at any time. The existence of this 9-clawed golden dragon carved must be extraordinary. This palace probably doesn't exist in this starry sky. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, recovered from the shock of the 9-clawed golden dragon, and then slowly walked towards the palace. Duh. The huge palace was empty except for the echoing sounds of footsteps. It's so scary. Listening to his footsteps, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a little numb. He felt that even if a powerful monster or a terrifying existence jumped out of the darkness at this time, it would be better than this time. After all, I was always on tenterhooks like this, not knowing where the danger would come from. And the palace in front of him was so huge that sometimes Yang Mucheng even suspected that it might be a temple built by giants. On both sides of the palace, there are 2 neat rows of huge statues. Each statue is 180 meters high. Under this statue, Yang Mucheng's whole person is only slightly taller than the soles of these statues. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Mucheng felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming from all directions. And walking in this empty palace, Yang Mucheng felt as if he was being noticed by all the statues. In an extremely uneasy situation, Yang Mucheng explored the entire palace. However, what made him even more confused was that there was nothing in this palace. And there was no hidden murderous intent as he imagined. It seemed like a palace built by mortals for gods. Weird. I've even inspected those statues, and I haven't found any abnormalities at all. Both the floor and these statues are made of rocks that are extremely visible in the mortal world. Yang Mucheng slowly squatted down, took a deep breath, raised his palm, and slapped the ground heavily. According to his strength, let alone this palace, even if it was twice the size of this palace, it would be completely shattered by his slap. But when he slapped him away, a golden light suddenly erupted in the palace, which actually intercepted his palm, and his strength was like a stone cow entering the sea, without making any waves. This palace is protected by mysterious power. If it weren't for this mysterious power, I would have been swallowed up by the black hole in this star field and torn into pieces by the wind. This mysterious power can actually protect the entire palace. It is so powerful. Yang Mucheng murmured to himself. What kind of existence can actually protect this entire palace? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Along the way, he has experienced many black holes and wind evils, and is well aware of the horror of this area. If you break into that extremely dangerous place, even a powerful person may not be able to escape alive. But this palace has remained intact after countless years. Everything in the entire palace is magnified 100 times. Whether it's the statues, the floors, or the torches, the entire palace looks like it was built by giants. But only the stone chair in the center of the palace is of ordinary size. Could it be that the mystery lies in this stone chair? Yang Mucheng was suspicious and slowly sat down. However, the moment he sat on the stone chair, an unimaginable change suddenly broke out. I saw a huge cat claw picking him up and throwing him into his mouth. After swallowing Yang Mucheng into his belly, the entire palace suddenly returned to silence, as if everything before was an illusion. Chapter 1858 Three-Eyed Cat Demon. This is where? Opening his eyes, Yang Mucheng found that he was no longer in the previous palace, but instead appeared in another illusory space. This space is so huge that it seems endless. Even when his spiritual thoughts swept out, he couldn't find the end. Sure enough, my guess was right. That ordinary stone chair has a big problem. Perhaps the stone chair is the biggest mystery, and the space I am in is probably a secret space. And the entrance to the space is also the stone chair. Only when people sit on it will they be teleported to here. But there is nothingness and chaos here. Even if I am teleported in, what should I do? Looking at this empty palace, Yang Mucheng's eyes were full of doubts. Frowning slightly, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Now that he's here, let's make peace with it. He'd better investigate the situation around him. However, just when Yang Mucheng was about to study this strange space, a sudden wind blew, and then a strange energy passed through the field. Then I saw the space vibrate, and a huge Persian cat appeared. This Persian cat is all white, no different from an ordinary cat. The only difference may be that there is a vertical eye between its eyebrows, and this vertical eye is actually filled with layers of lightning, giving people a very powerful feeling. Looking at this Persian cat, Yang Mucheng also had a strange feeling as if he had turned into a mouse. It's you? It was you who swallowed me before and brought me into this space. Where is this? Yang Mucheng secretly clenched the sword in his hand and looked warily at the three-eyed cat demon in front of him. This palace must be yours. No, this palace is not mine, but my master's. It's not me who brought you into this space. You accepted the test yourself. So I brought you into this space. Facing Yang Muqing's doubts, the three-eyed cat demon slowly shook his head and answered aloud. Every time it said a word, the lightning in its brows and eyes would jump and change, looking unusually divine. And his words made Yang Muqing even more confused. When was he tested? He just entered the palace and sat on the stone chair for a while. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in this space. Wait a minute. When you said I accepted the test, did you mean that I sat on the stone chair? Yang Muqing looked at the other party with a strange face. Yes. The three-eyed cat demon nodded heavily and glanced at Yang Muqing with a playful look on his face. That is not an ordinary stone chair. Do you think anyone can sit on it? This is a temple. And that is a divine throne. Since you sit on it, you have accepted the test. That's why I took you from the temple to in this space. Accept the test of the master. Listening to the three-eyed cat demon's words, Yang Muqing felt dumbfounded. He just wanted to check what was wrong with this mysterious palace that suddenly appeared in this space. But I didn't expect to experience such a thing. Looking at the three-eyed cat demon, Yang Muqing condensed for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask, now that I have entered this space, I will reluctantly accept it. However, you have to tell me who the owner of this palace is, and what kind of test I have accepted. Seeing Yang Muqing's reluctant expression, the three-eyed cat demon gave him a cold look, and then said, there are many people who want to accept the test and inherit the master's treasure, but you still seem to be reluctant. That's all. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The owner of this palace is a powerful being from the god realm, known as the God of Thunder, and this palace is the inheritance he left behind. As long as you can pass the master's test, you can get the master's inheritance. After receiving the inheritance, can you become the God of Thunder? Yang Muqing was completely stunned when he heard the three-eyed cat demon's words. He never expected that this palace actually came from the god realm, and the inheritance he received from Fang Baiyu also came from the god realm. Nowadays, Yang Muqing is a little confused about these existences, but the three-eyed cat demon happens to be here. If he has any questions, he can use this opportunity to ask them. Unexpectedly, after hearing Yang Muqing's question, the three-eyed cat demon sneered and said, becoming the God of Thunder? Isn't it too simple for you? It just gives you a trace of the Master's divine seal, giving you the power to freely control thunder and lightning. The Master has left such temples in the 3,000 small worlds. Everyone who enters the temple can accept the test, and those who pass the test can get a trace of the divine seal. After you have the divine seal, as you continue to practice, you will master more and more of the power of this divine thought. In the future, when you log into the fairy world, you will have the opportunity to be superior to others and be able to log into the divine world. In short, I'm talking too much now, and you don't understand it. You have to know that passing the test and getting the master's inheritance will be of no harm to you. The three-eyed cat demon gradually became serious. After it finished speaking, it closed its mouth and looked at Yang Muqing quietly, obviously giving all the choices to Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing also became calm. You said that your master has arranged such temples in these 3,000 small worlds. Can you tell me how many people have passed the test of the temple so far? I don't know about other small worlds. The three-eyed cat demon glanced at Yang Muqing and slowly said, 3,000 small worlds is just a general term. The world like you are in far exceeds 3,000. And I am only responsible for this small world, since this Thunder God Palace appeared in this small world. Entering this, there are 256 people in the palace. A total of 18 people passed the test. The passing rate of other small worlds may be higher than mine. It's not too difficult. Yang Muqing couldn't help but let out a long breath. The three-eyed cat demon glanced at Yang Muqing, as if he had guessed what Yang Muqing was thinking, and said nothing. To know, this Thunder God Palace has always been in this Gangsha star field. The person who can pass through the black hole and the infinitely terrifying wind evil and enter the palace unharmed is originally the only one in a million. Everyone looks like a being like Yang Muqing. In fact, some people are even stronger than him. Talent is stronger than him. There were over 200 people, but in the end, less than 10% of them passed. The odds were already terrifyingly low. Of course, the three-eyed cat demon would not explain anything to Yang Muqing. Chapter 1859 Lei Lian Waterway. Good. After condensing for a moment, Yang Muqing chose to accept it. Looking at the three-eyed cat demon, it seems that if it doesn't accept the test, it won't let it leave this space easily. Anyway, the difficulty of this test is not too great. Hearing that Yang Muchung agreed to the test, a smile appeared on the three-eyed cat demon's face. It nodded heavily and said to Yang Muchung, "One day, when you think back on today's test, you will find that the decision you made has absolutely only benefits for you, and no harm at all." Following the voice of the three-eyed cat demon, this illusory space began to rapidly turmoil and transformed into another image. Yang Muchung looked quickly. In front of him was a living lotus pond. The lotus spreading 10 miles gives people a magnificent feeling, like a fairyland on earth. But when Yang Muchung took a closer look, he couldn't help but tremble. This is no ordinary lotus. Each lotus flower is completely composed of lightning, due to the precise control of power by the owner of the Phantom Lotus Pond. The appearance of these lotus flowers composed of thunder and lightning is almost the same as that of ordinary lotus flowers. Is this the place where I will be tested for the first time? Yang Muchung looked at the lotus pond in front of him in surprise, and couldn't help but ask. That's right. The three-eyed cat demon nodded and said, "This lotus pond is called Thunder Lotus Waterway. It is also the first level of your test. Did you see the red lotus in the center of the Lelian waterway? As long as you can pick that red lotus flower, you will be considered as passing this first round of tests." Hearing this, Yang Muchung looked forward. I saw a red lotus growing in the center of the Thunder Lotus Waterway. It was not difficult to find, and it was even very eye-catching. As long as you took a quick look, you could see the lotus immediately. So simple? Yang Muchung thought subconsciously. But immediately, he came back to his senses. If the test of the Thunder God Palace can be passed so easily, then every warrior who has entered the palace and accepted the test so far should be able to pass the test. Just when Yang Muchung was sizing up this piece of Thunder Lotus Waterway, suddenly, boom, 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 the outermost piece of Thunder Lotus actually stretched and bloomed. A dazzling thunder light erupted from every blooming lotus flower. As soon as these lightnings appeared, they immediately transformed into warriors holding sharp swords and wearing blue armor. There were thousands of these thunder armor warriors, almost completely spreading and blocking the entire perimeter of the Lelian waterway. Really? Seeing the appearance of these thunder armor soldiers, Yang Muchung couldn't help but nodded. He had already guessed that this piece of Thunder Lotus Waterway was not as simple as he imagined. It seems that if you want to pass through the Thunder Lotus Waterway and pick the Red Lotus, you can only fight your way out of this group of Thunder Armor Warriors. And this is just the outside. Those lotus flowers that have not yet bloomed have not moved at all. So there must be some mystery in them. Yang Muchung looked forward. Behind the Green Lei family warriors, there were nearly half of the lotus flowers, still floating quietly on the water, without any movement. After experiencing the appearance of these Thunder Armor soldiers in front of him, Yang Muchung would naturally no longer regard these lotus flowers as ordinary existences. Young boy, you can venture into the Thunder Lotus Waterway next. It doesn't matter even if you can't get through. Every time you take a step forward in this Thunder Lotus Waterway, and every time you kill a Thunder Armor warrior, you will get a special reward. Seeing Yang Muchung constantly looking at the Lelian waterway in front of him, the three-eyed cat demon thought that Yang Muchung was afraid and thought that he did not dare to venture out. So he spoke. Special reward? Listening to the three-eyed cat demon's voice, which even had a hint of ridicule, Yang Muchung smiled faintly. He did not speak, but tiptoed, and his whole body immediately turned into a ray of light, and rushed forward quickly. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! However, the moment Yang Muchung rushed towards the lotus pond, those Thunder Armor soldiers with lotus feet suddenly shot towards Yang Muchung. Their rapid speed even caused a roaring sound at this moment. The soldiers who rushed in one after another seemed to be covered in thunder balls and entangled with electric snakes. Boom! Yang Muchung raised his right hand and struck hard at the Thunder Armor soldier who bore the brunt of the attack. There was only a bang sound, and the Thunder Armor soldier was beaten to pieces by Yang Muchung on the spot. At this moment, his body turned into countless fragments and flew out. What? Although the Thunder Armor warrior was shattered with one palm, Yang Muchung couldn't help but change his expression. He could feel that the moment his palm came into contact with the Thunder Armor soldier, he felt like he was being paralyzed by lightning. Although these first batch of Thunder Armor warriors are not strong, they have the ability to paralyze people. You must kill these Thunder Armor warriors as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once you are entangled by these Thunder Armor soldiers, you will not be able to escape. There are many powerful beings who have entered the Thunder Lotus Waterway, but they have all been defeated by these first batch of Thunder Armor warriors. At this time, the voice of the three-eyed cat demon slowly sounded. And you can also get the reward for killing the Thunder Armor soldiers. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Armor warrior that Yang Mucheng had killed before turned into a ball of lightning and shot towards Yang Mucheng again. This ball of lightning was irresistible and penetrated directly into Yang Mucheng's Qi Dantian, finally integrating into his body. Buzz! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level suddenly increased by 1 point. I see! Yang Mucheng's mind was secretly moved. He finally understood the means to fight against this Thunder Armor warrior. These guys have the ability to paralyze people. If that's the case, then if I don't come into contact with these Thunder Armor warriors, I won't be paralyzed by these guys. At the same time, although these Thunder Armor warriors are transformed by thunder and lightning, they are composed of the purest energy. By killing them, you can get the power from them, and you can fuse them and use them for your own use. After understanding all this, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly brightened. He excitedly looked at the Thunder Armor warriors rushing towards him one by one, as if he was looking at the heavenly and earthly treasures. As long as he killed these Thunder Armor warriors, he would be able to obtain the power of these Thunder Armor warriors. In that case, let's kill all the Thunder Armor warriors here. Buzz! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, and his energy and blood began to surge wildly. Chapter 1869 Golden Lotuses. This is easier than absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth. Looking at the Thunder Armor warriors charging towards him crazily, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand. Just hearing a crash, the originally calm lotus pond suddenly became violently turbulent and churning at this moment. Streams of water quickly transformed into terrifying water arrows, rising rapidly into the sky and charging towards the Thunder Armor warriors. Puff! 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 The water arrows that filled the sky pierced the heads of the Thunder Armor warriors, who were charging towards them almost instantly. Then, there was only a burst of explosions, and the bodies of these Thunder Armor soldiers exploded. Then, it turned into streaks of lightning and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's Dantian. As these Thunder Armor soldiers were killed, the corresponding Thunder Lotus also disappeared quietly. Outside the Lelian waterway, the three-eyed cat demon watched all this and couldn't help but nodded. Good! This decisive and pungent technique is not something that a teenager can use. It's even crisper than some old monsters. Although this first group of Thunder Armor warriors is very difficult, but once you master the means to deal with them, you can easily get through. This kid can react in the shortest time and deal with these Thunder Armor warriors. The means and the reaction ability are good. It's just that I don't know how he should deal with the second wave of Thunder Armor soldiers. Thinking in his mind, the three-eyed cat demon looked forward again. Not long after, Yang Mucheng had already killed the outermost Thunder Armor soldiers, and the Thunder Lotus in the waterway he crossed also withered one by one. Looking around, it is actually a clean area, just as the Thunder Armor warriors on the outside were killed. The inner layer of Thunder Lotus suddenly trembled. All I could see was that the extremely blooming flowers of Thunder Lotus shot out streaks of purple light almost as soon as the petals opened. These purple thunder lights, accompanied by a whistling sound, hit Yang Mucheng in an instant. So fast! These purple lightning lights rushed out from the petals and transformed at the same time. By the time they reached Yang Mucheng, they had transformed into huge Thunder Armor warriors. The bodies of these Thunder Armor warriors are larger than before, but their speed is faster. Almost as soon as he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, he quickly moved his hands. Yang Mucheng only saw a continuous sword light, like a howling torrential rain, which was hitting Yang Mucheng's body. The speed of these Thunder Armor warriors is faster and more powerful than the previous ones. At the same time, the lighting power on their bodies is also more powerful than before. Before they even reached me, I could feel that the entire space seemed to be paralyzed. These are the second batch. In addition to them, there is a third batch. Not all the lotus flowers in the center were in bloom, but only half of them were in bloom. On the Lelian waterway, a piece of golden lotus was left. Obviously, there must be a Thunder Armor warrior hidden in each golden lotus. Yang Mucheng gathered his thoughts and quickly retreated towards the rear while looking at the purple Thunder Armor soldiers who were heading towards him. Boom! His eyes glowed with golden light, and his right hand suddenly reached forward to grab it. Immediately, another stream of water arrows suddenly erupted from the Lelian water channel, fiercely heading towards these Thunder Armor warriors. But this time, the Thunder Armor warriors were not killed as easily as before. Facing these incoming water arrows, they burst out with lightning and easily tore the water arrows into pieces. It seems that these Thunder Armor soldiers have not only increased their speed, but also their strength has also increased greatly. I want to see whether it is you who have become stronger, or whether I am stronger. Yang Muchung closed his eyes, facing the charging Thunder Armor warriors. He raised his hand to grab it, and slashed downwards. A sharp whistling sound resounded quickly, and there was a sound of things being torn apart in the void. I only saw that the charging Thunder Armor soldiers were directly cut in half by this sweeping sword. Destroy! Yang Muchung shouted sharply, and stirred with his right hand. Immediately, the monstrous sword energy burst out and turned into a storm, completely tearing the remaining Thunder Armor soldiers into pieces. Boom! 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 These killed Thunder Armor warriors suddenly turned into purple rays of light, and instantly merged into Yang Muchung's Dantian Qi. In an instant, his body froze, and his breath suddenly reached a bottleneck. There is only one step left to reach Grandmaster Tai. Feeling the rising power in his body, Yang Muchung's eyes showed a hint of excitement. It seems that this time I came to the Thunder God Palace. This was the right choice. The power contained in this Thunder Armor warrior is so huge that it is even more terrifying than a super celestial level spiritual treasure. And it has no side effects at all. The last 9 golden lotuses are left. Feeling that his cultivation had reached the peak of perfection, and could hit the realm of Tai Grandmaster at any time, Yang Muchung was greatly moved and looked towards the Lei Lian waterway again. After the previous purple lotus bloomed, only the 10 lotus flowers remained in the entire Thunder Lotus waterway. One of the red lotuses is the certificate that the 3-eyed cat demon said passed the first round of testing. The remaining 9 golden lotuses are surrounding the red lotus. Although, this golden lotus has much fewer purple lotuses than the previous cyan lotus. But there is no doubt that the strength of this golden lotus will definitely become stronger. I've passed 2 rounds in a row. With only the last 9 golden lotuses, he can survive the first round of tests in the Outer Palace. However, the last 9 golden lotuses are the most difficult part of the first round of the test. There have been many people like him who easily passed the first 2 rounds. But in the end, they were defeated by the last 9. On top of the golden lotus. I don't know if he can break through. Seeing that Yang Muchung had passed the first 2 rounds, and only the last 9 golden lotuses were left, the 3-eyed cat demon raised his head, and looked towards Yang Muchung. At this time, Yang Muchung had quickly made preparations. He took a deep breath, and looked at the 9 golden lotuses in front of him. Only the last 9 lotuses are left. This time, they may be even stronger and faster than before. Recalling the first 2 rounds, Yang Muchung's eyes flickered. If that's the case, then I'll strike first.